Middle of the night, hearing the door handle turning, I thought a thief was sneaking into the house. Grabbing the broom with all my might, I swung it hard towards the door, never imagining the person coming in would be Wen Yudong, my wife who hadn't stepped foot in our home for a whole year. Her deathly seductive voice rang out, "What's this? Wanting to kill me to marry someone else?" I was instantly frozen on the spot. Scanning her body a few times before reacting, I immediately switched to a sickeningly sweet tone. "Honey, why are you suddenly back like this?" Wen Yudong didn't even bother to look at me once, walking straight past my shoulder and into the house. I turned my head in confusion, my mind full of questions. Seeing her stride towards the sofa, her eyes were glued to the sexy spaghetti-strapped nightgown on the chair. Right after that, she slightly tilted her head, a tone carrying a hint of teasing. "It seems Mr. Wen's daily private life is quite colorful, isn't it?" My head felt like it exploded with a bang, racing over in 3 quick steps, grabbing the nightgown and hiding it behind my back, stammering an explanation. "No, it's not what it looks like. This belongs to my bro. I just borrowed it to take a look." She didn't care for my explanation, nonchalantly leaning back on the sofa. I could only thick-skinnedly try to make conversation. "It's so late. Why a sudden surprise visit home?" She didn't even look up, her tone as indifferent as reading a report. "Grandpa said you miss me." She slowly arched an eyebrow, her voice lazy yet seductive. Does this count as absence making the heart grow fonder? I closed my eyes in despair, laying my cards on the table. Isn't it because Grandpa nags every day? I had to make up stories about our intimate life to cope. Who knew I'd act so well? That Grandpa thought we truly couldn't stand being apart, for even a day. There was no surprise on her face, as if she had seen through it all along. I cautiously whispered once more, "Honey." Her gaze instantly turned bone-chilling. "Are you addicted to acting? We were both forced into this, so don't pretend in front of me." That really hit the nail on the head, but it was the undeniable truth. A business marriage, we were no different from strangers. I rolled my eyes in frustration. "Then what do you want me to call you? Yudong? CEO Wen? Whatever you like." I intentionally tilted my chin in provocation. "Up to me? Then I like calling you wife. What are you going to do about it?" She smirked with a cold smile. "What, does calling me that help you get into character better?" That one sentence silenced me instantly. I couldn't squeeze out a single word for ages. She stood up, casually taking off her expensive watch, tossing it on the table. "Is the room upstairs cleaned?" I shook my head. "The maid is on leave. There's a guest room next to the master bedroom. Just bear with it for one night." She said nothing, grabbed her suitcase and strode upstairs. Watching her tall, slender back, I suddenly remembered our wedding night when she leaned against the headboard and with the coldest expression asked me 2 words. "Doing it?" This woman is truly wicked to the core. I must personally strip away this arrogant facade of hers. I turned off the lights downstairs, turned around and pushed open my bedroom door, but the next second I was completely stunned. Her suitcase was sitting right in the middle of my room, and on my messy king-size bed, strewn everywhere, was the black business suit she had just taken off. Wen Yudong stood by the bed with her back to me, slowly unbuttoning her cuffs. The white shirt clung to her perfect curves, deadly seductive. I swallowed nervously, spoke cautiously. "Are you planning to sleep here tonight?" She slightly tilted her face, letting out a soft hum through her nose. I was immediately silenced. She undid the top 2 buttons of her shirt, tossing it onto the suit. "Is there a clean towel?" My voice started trembling. In the cabinet there are disposable ones." She said nothing more, turned around and went straight into the bathroom. Following the sound of the door slamming shut, the sound of running water soon echoed out. I swallowed hard again, feeling my legs start to go weak. Damn it, what does she want to do? Could this woman have suddenly developed some carnal desire, trying to force herself on me? I glanced at my reflection in the floor-to-ceiling glass, hurried to text my friend Fang Ming, spamming him. "Save me. Wen Yudong is back." He replied almost instantly. Holy crap, holy crap. My fingers flew across the screen. She's showering in my room right now. Just the 2 of us. My pure body. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it tonight. This time he went silent. I tossed the phone aside, grabbed her suit jacket from the bed, threw it onto the sofa, and quickly dove under the covers, pulling myself up like a dumpling, my heart rate soaring to 180 beats per minute. Just as I hid under the covers, my phone started vibrating incessantly. My friend sent 4 voice messages in a row. "What happened to the handsome bachelor status? Your wife is that aggressive. She wants to get down to business as soon as she's back. Tell me when you're done. I want a live report." I rolled my eyes in silence, gritting my teeth as I messaged back. "We're done. No more talking." Just after I sent my text, bathroom door clicked and opened. My body instantly froze, every muscle tight as a bowstring. Damn it, I'm usually good at talking big, but if this happens for real, how will it end? I was too scared to even breathe, only able to clutch the blanket tight, lying still on the bed playing dead. In the silent room, footsteps drew closer. Only a beep was heard, as she raised the AC by 2 degrees, followed by a click as the lights went out. Immediately after, the mattress beside me suddenly dipped significantly. I swallowed repeatedly in nervousness, my body as rigid as a rock. Time ticked by minute. It felt like an entire century had passed, yet there was no movement from the person beside me. I cautiously peeked half my head out of the covers, using the moonlight to steal a glance, seeing only a beautiful, slender back. Clear lines, it was truly. I was here acting out a whole drama in my head, when she simply just wanted to sleep. Holding it in for a long time, I finally cleared my throat, tentatively whispering, "Honey." The other party didn't respond at all. My mind whirled, suddenly remembering my friend's gossip from earlier. This woman never comes home all year round. Could she really be keeping a lover outside? Is that why she has no interest in me? I blinked my eyes. Determined to risk it all, I boldly asked, "You're not keeping someone else out there, are you?" In the darkness, her cold, slightly raspy voice suddenly rang out, completely drowning out mine. Before I could react, she dropped another bombshell. "If you're really not sleepy, I wouldn't mind doing it with you a few times." Terrified, I immediately shut my mouth, not even daring to breathe, hurriedly scooching towards the edge of the bed, trying to get as far away from this dangerous woman as possible. Cowardly, I lay stiff for a long time, until my eyelids finally grew heavy, and I drifted off to sleep without knowing when. The next morning, I was woken up by a full bladder. I really couldn't hold it anymore. With my hair looking like a bird's nest, groggily rushed straight to the bathroom, pushing the door open with my eyes closed, only to slam into a warm chest full of a seductive fragrance. I woke up instantly. Wen Yudong was actually standing inside. Her hands, which were fastening her belt, paused, her eyes staring intensely at my bewildered face. I stood there dazed, my eyes wide and glazed, my soul leaving my body. She had just finished showering, her wet hair still dripping with water, droplets rolling from her neck over her sexy collarbone. More fatally, she was only wearing a silk slip dress. Her firm abs were stunning enough to make eyes pop. My gaze involuntarily glued itself there, just as I saw her delicate collarbone move slightly. With a roar in my head, I felt a rush of blood to my brain, screamed out loud, and turned to run away. I only fully came to my senses when I reached the bed, habitually touching my nose. Thankful I didn't suffer an embarrassing nosebleed. Is this woman crazy? Why is she showering so early in the morning? Before I could recover, footsteps echoed behind me. Looking back, she was already in her white shirt, leisurely adjusting her collar, but her eyes were fixed intently on me. You. I stammered for a while before getting out a full sentence. "Why didn't you lock the door while showering?" She replied indifferently. "You've already seen it anyway." I was instantly speechless, finally muttering in frustration. "Then why did you shower so early?" "I overslept and thought I was alone. You almost gave me a heart attack, you know." The most important thing now was that my bladder was truly about to burst. Hearing my complaint, Wen Yudong slightly raised her eyes to look at me, her gaze deep. "Do you know how much you toss and turn in your sleep?" I let out a confused "huh," my face full of question marks. She then said bluntly, "You insisted on sleeping right on top of me, hugging so tight I couldn't even push you away." It's a hot summer and my body temperature is high. We were stuck together all night. It would be strange if we didn't sweat. After hearing what she said, I felt my face heat up from head to toe, embarrassed enough to be well done. Truly. I was so ashamed I wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. But she didn't bother looking any further, picked up her business suit, and strode out of the bedroom. Waiting until her back disappeared, I rushed into the bathroom with my legs crossed, finally relieving myself. By the time I finished and went downstairs, the living room was empty. That great Buddha was finally gone. I flopped onto the sofa, and for some unknown reason pulled up her WeChat chat history, which was cleaner than my own face. The contact name was still the typo I had randomly set years ago. I clicked to edit the name, but my finger paused, and as if possessed, I cleared it all. I typed 2 words, "Dear wife." Turning to the chat screen, I sent a message directly. "Honey, are you coming home tonight?" I waited, but the message was like a stone sunk in the ocean. There was absolutely no response from the other end. I pouted and tossed the phone aside, turning to text the maid. "Auntie, please come back and save me soon, and about to throw up from eating out all the time. Your cooking is still the best. Besides, If Wen Yudong intended to stay here long term, I couldn't be her free human body pillow every single day. Thinking about her saying that last night, I clung to her like an octopus. I was so embarrassed I wanted to dig a hole under the balcony and crawl inside. After dinner, I lay lazily on the lounger on the balcony enjoying the night breeze. The maid had just finished cleaning, said goodbye and went home to rest. As soon as she left, the foam on my belly started vibrating violently. Superstar Fang Ming sent a text. Young master, do I have the honor of treating you to dinner tonight? I lazily raised my eyelids slightly. Are you done with work for today? Yeah, I have the whole day off tomorrow, so awesome. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I just finished eating. 2 seconds later, a miserably crying meme appeared on the screen. Fang Ming still wouldn't give up. Come over for a drink, you jerk. I teased him while typing. Great star Jiang, aren't you afraid of being snapped by the paparazzi? Fang Ming replied in a heartbeat. Are you joking? With Sister Jin, my golden manager here, what the hell should I be afraid of? The corners of my lips curved up slightly, habitually exiting to check the chat list. The honey message I sent to Wen Yudong this morning was still met with silence. Maybe she's busy up to her neck, or she simply doesn't want to bother with me. Humph. Looking at the situation, she's definitely not coming home tonight. Decisively messaged Fang Ming back. Okay. I immediately sprang up from the bed, kicked open the closet door, and picked the flashiest shirt. Staying home all day was driving me crazy. Tonight I definitely have to go out and party hard. At the same time, in the VIP room of an upscale club, the lights were dim, with an atmosphere of luxury and decadence everywhere. Yudong crossed her long legs, lazily leaning back on the sofa, her fingers holding a half-burnt woman's cigarette, radiating the powerful aura of a superior. Beside her was President Wang, dripping with expensive jewelry, wearing a flattering smile, his hands holding a wine glass still trembling. CEO Wen, about the investment we discussed on the phone. Wen Yudong slowly sat up straight, calmly stubbing out the cigarette in the ashtray. She slightly raised her eyelid, her gaze sharp as a dagger aimed at President Wang. President Wang, I heard your company's supply chain is having issues? Cold sweat poured down President Wang's forehead. He shook his head frantically. How could that be? You absolutely mustn't listen to those villains' lies. Our supply chain is very stable. There's absolutely no mistake, I promise. Wen Yudong gave a cold smile. I've only been back in Xinjiang for a year. Is President Wang trying to lead me by the nose like some fool? She glanced at President Wang's arm, which was tired from holding the wine, then suddenly changed the subject. But since President Wang mentioned it, I have a much better way. Better than investment. She paused for a moment, then dropped a shocker. I feel that a direct acquisition would be a bit more secure. President Wang felt like he'd fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body instantly freezing. Before he could open his mouth to beg, the door was kicked open by someone. A group of famous people appeared. Xu Mengqi leaned against the doorframe. Are we chatting? Seeing people arrive, President Wang wanted to make one last effort. But Wen Yudong gave him a sharp glare, dismissing him directly. President Wang, we'll discuss the acquisition privately another day. Show him out. Waiting for the outsider to disappear, Xu Mengqi sat down without ceremony, gulping down a glass of wine. What's this? Did I interrupt CEO Wen's expansion of her business empire? But honestly, I should still thank you. If I hadn't used your situation as a shield, I'm not sure I could have handled my old man and those floozies out there. Wen Yudong ignored her, only sliding her finger to light up her phone screen, where a message caught her eye. Xu Mengqi immediately leaned in curiously. You're back. Where are you sleeping tonight? Wen Yudong pressed the lock button, her voice expressionless. The marital home. Xu Mengqi almost choked on her own spit. Wen Yudong bowed her head to type, the corners of her lips curling into a meaningful smile. It's quite interesting. Keeping a little fox at home, pretending to be a bunny. Xu Mengqi was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood, flashing the sly smile of someone gossiping. Damn, our brother-in-law. You and your husband really play hard. Bunny and fox, so what are you? The big bad wolf? Wen Yudong didn't bother with her teasing, looking at my honey, are you coming home next? She casually sent back a message, then said indifferently, Grandpa just forced me to marry. Xu Mengqi shrugged, nudging her with an elbow, trying to drop a bombshell. Why did I hear Auntie plans to call Xin Ying back? Hearing that name, Wen Yudong's gaze darkened, only coldly uttering, up to him. After that, she grabbed her windbreaker nearby, striding out, going home to sleep. Xu Mengqi stared at her retreating back, letting out a mocking whistle, her tone extremely punchable. Sleeping. Are you going home to sleep with your husband? In response to her, there was only a slam, as the door was shut heartlessly. Scene shift. At Janum Bar, the scent of alcohol drifted lightly through the air. The loud music felt like it would burst the eardrums. I huddled in the sofa in the furthest corner, looking no different from a dangerous hypocrite just escaped from chains. Fang Ming pulled his hat brim low, slapping my shoulder hard. "What's up? You look like a mess today. Why so gloomy?" I rubbed my belly and let out a loud burp. Just overdid it at dinner. Fang Ming rolled his eyes, sick to death of me. Seeing him about to nag about a male star's body management, I hurried to interrupt. "All right, once you finish filming, I'll take you to eat through all of Jingjiang." Fang Ming's eyes lit up instantly, approaching like a little hound. "Stop talking about food. Spill it. What did your newlywed wife actually do when she came home last night? Anything good?" I stared at my glass, silent for a few seconds, then dropped a bombshell. "You won't believe it if I tell you, but I almost mistook her for a thief and cracked her head open with a stick." Fang Ming blurted out a curse. "You're truly consistent with your performance." I took a deep breath and continued. "What's more bitter is, she even saw me wearing that battle outfit you gave me." Fang Ming gasped, his eyes widening like Longans. I smirked mockingly. "That's nothing yet. This morning, I even got a free show of her abs. If she hadn't dressed quickly, tomorrow's hot news would be, husband peeps at wife, eyes at home from a nosebleed." Fang Ming was stunned after hearing this, giving me a thumbs up in admiration. "What a legendary self-destruct move. And you're truly the best." He paused for 2 seconds, repeatedly winking with a suggestive look. The fire of gossip burning again. "Quick, spill it. How was her body after all?" Those firm body curves flashed in my mind. I swallowed, squeezing out 2 words. Top tier. I'm not lying, you know. With that figure in a uniform, she's nothing less than a walking hormone bomb. Fang Ming excitedly slapped his thigh, hard. "You slept in the same bed, and really nothing happened?" I glared at him in silence. "You're thinking way too much. We're as pure as a blank sheet of paper." Fang Ming's expression turned serious immediately. "The meat was served to your mouth and you still held back? Or, do you have some problem?" I let out a long yawn, not even bothering with his nonsense. His eyes darted around, hitting his forehead. Damn, could she really be keeping a little lover outside? I gave a cold laugh. Just look at Wen Yudong's arrogant attitude. If she were keeping someone, she would have announced it to the whole world. Why bother hiding it? Fang Ming continued blabbering. But then again, you're playing the role of a good husband now. If she really forces herself on you, will you give in? Refusing would break your character immediately. I was choked by his words, gritting my teeth before speaking. Well, cross that bridge when we come to it. Besides, looking at her figure, I wouldn't exactly be losing out. Fang Ming smirked slyly, nodding. How about I help you plan? Like picking some really sexy pajamas. Engrossed in the chat with Fang Ming, I barely drank any alcohol, so I was still quite sober when I left. Only when I personally saw Fang Ming get into Li Xingxing's car did I turn around to head back home. Arriving home, I casually tossed my bag onto the sofa and reached for the light switch on the wall. Just as I touched it, a cold, calm female voice rang out asking, "Where are you going?" My whole body stiffened, and I slowly turned my head, my gaze falling upon the woman sitting there on the sofa. Wen Yutong happened to be putting out a cigarette in her hand, her eyes locking onto me with precision. My mind raced to find an excuse, as I hurriedly explained I had trouble sleeping, so I just went out for a little walk. Wen Yutong let out an indifferent "oh," her voice trailing up slightly at the end. Dressed like that for a walk? I reacted instantly, looking down at my own appearance. Like hell anyone would believe I was just walking. How am I supposed to keep up my image as a good, obedient man like this? I awkwardly tried to change the subject. Wife, have you eaten yet? Wen Yutong saw right through my clumsy subject switching. She stared at me for a few seconds, and finally didn't press me any further, only giving a faint The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. I had to keep going with it and continued. I sent you a message today. Why didn't you reply? She toyed with a lighter with one hand, but her gaze was locked onto me. I did. I was stunned for a moment, quickly looking down to check my phone messages. She had replied to me an hour ago, with just one brief, concise word. As if suddenly remembering something, I abruptly looked up at her. You're not planning to sleep here from now on, are you? Wen Yutong didn't answer, her expression unclear whether she agreed or disagreed. I muttered to myself, she has more than just this house. Why insist on staying here? Is it because of Wen Chenghe? Or did she suddenly discover my charm last night and fall in love with me at first sight. I cleared my throat, trying to break the awkward tension. The maid has already cleaned the room next door, and the study has been arranged for you too. Wen Yutong tossed the lighter onto the table, making a small clatter. Then she slowly stood up and approached me step by step. I nervously swallowed, my heart hanging by a thread. Is it happening? If it's what I think, should I refuse? I watched her get closer and closer, my gaze fixed on her face, admiring her beauty and figure. If I refuse, I might be the one losing out. Wen Yutong stopped in front of me, leaning in close to me. I instinctively pursed my lips, closing my eyes tight in nervousness. Suddenly, a soft chuckle sounded in my ear, her voice carrying a hint of teasing. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? I snapped my eyes open, choking on my own spit. I stammered a retort. Who? Who's thinking nonsense? I cursed Wen Yutong 100 times in my head. This bastard. She definitely leaned in on purpose to make me misunderstand. Asking like that, forget about mutual respect. Toss it all away. Wen Yutong's gaze rested on my reddening earlobes. I looked like I was being driven crazy with anger by her. I glared at her to prove my innocence, as well as to counterattack. Why would I lie to you? Even if you stripped in front of me, I wouldn't care. If I so much as look one more time. I hesitated, pointing toward the open balcony door. I'll jump right off there. She lazily lifted her eyelids, seemingly going along with my words on purpose, as she continued. Then that's a shame. If it were you stripping, I might actually be quite interested. My breath caught, staring at her for a long time. Before I could squeeze out, I wouldn't want to. Don't even dream about it. She cut me off directly. Perhaps you've misunderstood me when it comes to what I want. I've never been afraid to use any means, for example, taking it by force. After Wen Yutong said that, her gaze lingered on my face for a few seconds before she turned and went upstairs. I stared at her back, punching the air in fury. Misunderstand her? Regarding someone so nasty and good at acting. What is there to misunderstand? How can she so casually say things like that? After showering, I lay in bed, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So I reached for my phone. I opened the chat with Fang Ming and sent, "Are you asleep?" I waited for a long time, but there was no reply. Suddenly, I remembered something and looked for another contact, but seeing it was nearly 3 a.m., he must have been asleep, so maybe I'll check back tomorrow. I tossed my phone aside, closed my eyes, and turned over, like a pancake for another half hour, before finally drifting into a daze of sleep. When I woke up, it was almost 1 p.m. I groggily sat up and scrolled through my phone. Fang Ming had replied after 11, asking what I was up to staying awake in the middle of the night. I casually replied, nothing. Then I threw my phone down and got up to go to the bathroom. After washing up, I picked out a simple, white casual outfit from the closet. Once dressed, I grabbed my phone and headed out. Truthfully, I didn't want to go back at all. As for that family, I had no attachment left. If it weren't for the fear of my stepmother looking for trouble, I would really just stay here forever. I'm home, I called out loudly as soon as I entered, tossing my bag aside and walking straight into the living room. No one answered, only the sound of the TV playing. I saw the young girl curled up on the sofa and asked curiously, "Why aren't you at school?" Su Ruoxi lazily lifted her eyelids. "It's the weekend. Have you lived so long you become senile?" I let out an ah. For someone who left school long ago like me, I haven't remembered the dates for a long time. I asked again, "Is it just you at home?" Su Ruoxi hummed. "Dad's on a business trip. Auntie Shu went along too. Staying home alone is the best." I instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Before I could ask anything else, Su Ruoxi saw through my thoughts. Su Nian went with them too. "This is your home. Are you really not going to come home because of him?" Having my true feelings exposed, my cheeks felt a bit hot, and only after a while did I speak. "No. Simply just hate those two." Su Ruoxi curled her lip, saying nothing more. I quickly changed the subject. "Have you eaten?" "Yeah, but you just woke up. You came straight here today, so you haven't eaten a bite yet." Su Ruoxi tilted her head at me. "What do you want?" "Let's order delivery." With that, she picked up the phone on the table. I hurriedly leaned in, peeking at the screen and exclaiming, "I want the stir-fried lamb with cumin from Shunshin Jai. Order a portion for me." "That place doesn't deliver. Eat something else." Su Ruoxi casually opened a random shop, picked a few dishes, and tossed the phone to me. I caught the phone and grinned, quickly scrolling through the menu, adding all my favorites to the cart, before handing the phone back to Su Ruoxi. After Su Ruoxi paid and set the phone aside, she suddenly said, "My sister is back. Did she tell you?" My face went blank. She hasn't said a word. Suruoshi went, oh. Then just pretend I didn't say anything. I tilted my head at her. Suruoshi continued. Eldest uncle. He's looking for a marriage partner for her. It's just a shame that you've already... I interrupted her immediately. I'm married. Besides, Yushuran and I have no relationship whatsoever. Suruoshi shrugged, not bothering to argue further. Didn't you two break up peacefully back then? I retorted immediately. Break up my foot. We were never even together in the first place. Suruoshi nodded knowingly. Ah, so it was unrequited love. Are you afraid my sister-in-law will be angry if she finds out? I froze, thinking of Wen Yutong's cold face. I instinctively clicked my tongue. She wouldn't care. She's probably too lazy to even ask who Yushuran is. Suruoshi nodded like she understood perfectly. Sister-in-law is really generous. I was completely speechless, not knowing how to rebut her for a moment. Suruoshi stood up and headed for the bedroom. I'm taking a nap. Eat when the food arrives. I stared at her back, unable to resist mocking her. Didn't you just wake up? Truly born in the year of the pig. She didn't even turn her head, slamming the bedroom door shut. As I was dazed, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw the caller's name, answering immediately. Grandpa. Wen Cheng, he replied, his voice carrying a smile. Are you free to stop by the old house today? I answered immediately. Yes, I am. I'm at home now. I'll come visit you tonight. Wen Cheng, he agreed with a chuckle, chatting for a few more minutes before hanging up. Just then, the doorbell rang. I got up and walked to the door, thinking it must be the food. Brother Wenbin. I had just opened the door when a cheerful female voice rang out. The next second, a tall, slender figure appeared right at the door. I was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What's this? Doing part-time food delivery? Yelling, she went, ah, handing me the food bag. I came to find Suruoshi and just happened to run into the delivery guy downstairs. I took the food and went inside. That girl is sleeping in her room. Perfect timing, go pull her out to eat. Yelling, she replied, heading straight for Suruoshi's bedroom. Knocking on the door. Eldest miss, stop sleeping. Your humble servant is here to serve your meal. I quickly set out the food and handed Suruoshi her chopsticks as she came out. Yelling, she followed closely behind, and I handed her a pair too. I popped a piece of meat into my mouth, turning to Yuling Shi. As expected, it's faster when you wake her up. Suruoshi didn't bother with me, focusing only on shoveling rice into her mouth. I spoke up again. I'm going to the Wen house tonight, to Wen Cheng, his place. If you go out and don't come back, be sure to let Dad know. And not a child. Suruoshi replied impatiently. I gave a cold huff. Right? Minors have no right to say that. After cleaning up a mess, I sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through my phone. Fang Ming message saying filming starts next week, asking me to visit the set. Since I am the investor after all, it's good to be back. Suddenly remembering something, I pressed further. Is Yushu Ran back? Did she tell you? Fang Ming replied after a while. I don't know. Is she back? I typed back. Suruoshi told me. Just found out too. Fang Ming immediately grumbled. That person is really something else. Even your sister knows. But he didn't even bother to tell us. I looked at his message and shrugged, not replying further, thinking she must just be busy lately. Fang Ming sent another. So when you're free soon, come visit me at the set together. I was momentarily speechless. Give it a rest. Do you think the set is a team-building retreat? Fang Ming replied instantly. Fine, never mind. Just come when you're free. I glanced at the message and texted back. Okay. Then I tossed the phone aside. I sprawled on the sofa all afternoon, watching 2 movies, and only around 7 did I leisurely get ready to go out. I told the family driver to take me to the old house, arriving there around 7:30 p.m. I had just stepped into the front yard when I heard someone call my name from behind. I turned to see Yao Wan approaching. I just gave a shrug, without even opening my mouth to greet her. Yao Wang wore a smile on her face, reaching out to take my hand. Why didn't you ask Wen Yutong to pick you up? I went along with it, smiling and taking her arm. I went to my house today, so I had my father's driver bring me over. I paused for a moment, as if just realizing she was here too. That's right. Yao Wan's smile deepened. Wen Yutong is talking with Wen Cheng He. It's good since you two haven't seen each other in a while. You must have a good long talk today. The smile on my face froze for a second, before I nodded immediately. I think I should go inside first. I said this while pulling Yao Wan toward the front hall, quickly calculating in my head what I should say later. Wen Shenghe caught sight of me and waved happily. Su Wenbin is here. Just in time for dinner, come here quickly. I looked toward the voice, seeing Wen Shenghe sitting on the sofa with a grin, and right beside him was Wen Yutong. She directed her gaze toward me, staring at my face with an expressionless look. Last night she was dressed up all fancy. Today she changed into a pure white t-shirt, looking just like a fresh-faced college student. This wife of mine can truly pull off any style. I quickly averted my eyes from her face, dutifully looking toward Wen Shenghe. Grandpa, I said as I hurried over, intentionally looping around to the other side of the sofa to sit. Wen Shenghe looked at me on his left, then at his granddaughter on his right, and finally glared at me. Why are you leaving this old man sitting in the middle? Su Wenbin, go sit next to Wen Yutong. I instantly froze, instinctively looking toward Wen Yutong. She happened to look up at that moment, saying in a flat tone, come here. I opened my mouth to say something, but couldn't find any excuse, so I had to reluctantly stand up, walk around and sit beside her, even forcing a sweet smile and calling her dear wife. Wen Yutong didn't even acknowledge me, turning back to Wen Shenghe to continue their previous topic. Some of your old friends wanted to use this connection to drag the Wen family in, but I refused them all. We don't cooperate with useless people. Wen Shenghe nodded with satisfaction, the Wen family. You're in charge now, so you decide. This old face of mine can't bear to say no, but you're not close with them, so there's no need to show any consideration. Wen Yutong just gave a faint At this close range, I could smell the fresh white tea scent on her, unable to stop myself from stealing a glance at her profile. Under the light, that jawline looked so exquisite. My phone suddenly buzzed, instantly pulling me out of my thoughts. I opened it to check, and indeed, speak of the devil and he shall appear. She finally sent me a message. Yushu ran. Are you free? I'm back. I gave a shrug, locked my phone screen immediately. I didn't bother replying since I already knew anyway. Could it be because of what Su Ruasi said earlier? I'll wait a bit before replying to see how Fang Ming's schedule is. He starts filming next week. Yushu Ran replied very quickly. All right. She sent another message. My dad said you're married. Why so sudden? I thought for a moment before texting back. Married or not, it's all the same and it just happens, to save me from my family's constant nagging. Yushu Ran replied in a heartbeat. True. Take me for example. I'm being nagged to death right now. I had just curled my lips to type when a cold voice reached my ears. Having fun? Who are you talking to? My hand froze and I looked up, discovering Wen Cheng he had left without me noticing. There were only two of us left in the living room. Wen Yutong leaned over, looking down at me, her hand resting on the back of the sofa, a lazy, captivating figure. I quickly tucked my phone away and blinked. It's nothing, just texting with friends. Wife, you've wronged me. There's only you in my heart. Wen Yutong let out a faint eyebrow raise at that. And you better remember those words clearly, she said as she stood up. Let's go. I scrambled up after her to get ready for the dining room. She shot me a glance and started walking, seemed to think of something, and turned back after just 2 steps. While I was still dazed and before I could speak, a wave of warmth hit my left wrist. I looked down, saw the slender yet powerful hand of Wen Yutong gripping me. If you want to play a loving couple, then act the part a bit better. With that, she dragged me toward the dining room. Being pulled along behind her, I softly protested. I'm not acting. I truly want to be loving with you. Wen Yutong's steps stopped abruptly, and I couldn't stop in time, crashing into her back. Really? A loving couple that's been married for a year, but still hasn't slept together. As soon as those words left her mouth, a deep red flush spread from my neck to my ears. I tentatively whispered, So, do you want to? After asking that, my heart pounded wildly in my chest, fearing she'd say something I wouldn't know how to handle. Wen Yutong said nothing, just withdrew her gaze, and continued pulling me toward the dining table. This time, Wen Yutong came to the old house for dinner, and almost everyone in the family was present. And this was also the first time since we married that I got to sit at the same table as her. I was busy eating with my head down when I heard Yao Wan call Wen Yutong's name. I couldn't help but glance at her, then at Yao Wan opposite us. Wen Yutong's face showed no particular expression, only giving a very low without even bothering to look up. Shiyu called me a few days ago, saying he wants to come back. He's not used to being out there alone, so if you wanted to ask what you think. Only then did Wen Yutong raise her head to look at Yao Wan. Why ask me? If he wants to come back, just let him. Yao Wan sighed. Well, isn't it because he's afraid you'll be angry? Back then he insisted on going abroad no matter what, so wanting to return naturally requires your permission. After all, he listens to his big sister the most. Wen Yutong took a spoonful of soup, When he returns this time, as long as he stays in his place, the rest is up to him. Seeing her response, Yao Wen didn't pursue the topic further. Wen Cheng, he didn't care at all about that grandson's business, and seeing Yao Wen fall silent, he turned his head toward me. Su Wenbin. I immediately flashed a sweet smile at Wen Cheng He. What is it, Grandpa? Wen Cheng He chuckled. Look, Wen Yutom is back now. She probably isn't too busy lately.
So what are you two planning to give me a great-grandchild?
I was stunned for a split second, instinctively glancing at Wen Yutong sitting next to me. Her soup-sipping motion paused for a beat before she nonchalantly continued drinking. I turned back to Wen Cheng He, playfully winking and passing the ball of responsibility to her. This depends on what Wen Yutong wants. I'm fine with whatever. What do you think, dear wife? I squinted with a suggestive smile at her, feeling gleeful inside. Let's see how you'll handle this. Wen Yutong tilted her head at my innocently smiling face and slightly curled her lips. Fine. The smile on my face froze for a second, frantically winking at her for a sign. Fine then. You want us to go down together, don't you? But Wen Yutong turned to speak. To Wen Cheng He, no need for preparations. I'm ready any time. Good. Very good. Wen Cheng He grinned so widely he couldn't close his mouth. In the past, I was worried that because you two married for interest, your relationship wouldn't be good. But now I'm completely at ease. But even so, we still have to listen to Wenbin's opinion, if he doesn't want to. You two remember to use protection. I don't know which part of the sentence tickled her funny bone, but I actually heard her chuckle softly. Wen Yudong tilted her head to look at me, her face showing no expression. But deep in her eyes, there was a hint of a smile. She stared at me, then repeated in an, Fine, let's do as Wenbin says. I swallowed hard, my mind in a tangled mess. Do as I say? I was extremely suspicious. The person who said she wanted it last night but wouldn't force it definitely wasn't her. Believing her devious words would lead to ruin. This meal felt unusually long. I felt like I'd spoken more than a whole year combined. How about you two don't leave today? The guest room upstairs has already been cleaned. Wen Cheng saw Wen Yudong holding the car keys, so he quickly spoke up to keep them. But Wen Yudong refused. That won't work. Wenbin has trouble sleeping in new places. I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep well. I immediately took the hint and followed up. That's right. Grandpa, I'll visit you often. It's just that I'm a bit picky about beds. Hearing that from both of them, Wen Chenghe didn't try to keep them any longer, just reminding them that it's late and to drive carefully. In the car, I fastened my seatbelt, tilted my head to look at Wen Yudong, and after holding it in, I finally squeezed out a topic. Honey, what time did you get off work today? Su Wenbin. She called my name in a cold voice, glancing at me sideways with a look of boredom. Can't you help but make up things to say even when there's nothing? I was immediately speechless, unable to find any words to respond for a long time. Great. You dare to play the contrast card with me, you jerk. Sooner or later, I'll have Grandpa deal with you. Wen Yudong turned the steering wheel with one hand. Looking straight ahead, she casually asked, What is it? Are you secretly cursing me? Having my inner thoughts guessed, I felt guilty for a second. Quickly turning to look at her profile, my voice sickeningly sweet. No way, honey. I just wanted to get to know you a little better. Fine. Wen Yudong hummed in response, then said, Then tonight, let's do as Grandpa said. Well, share a room. I swallowed hard and quickly turned away, my heart skipping a beat in an instant. Was she being serious? This tone didn't sound like a joke at all. Was she really planning to do it? How should I cooperate? Even though I didn't reject it, my knowledge of such matters was extremely limited. My only source of knowledge was the study materials that Fong Ming had sent. By the time the car reached the house, I was still sitting quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. I even started calculating how things would proceed later. Wen Yudong carelessly threw her blazer onto the sofa, her gaze sweeping over me, as she unbuttoned her shirt cuffs and headed upstairs. I watched her back, instinctively calling out, Honey. Wen Yudong's footsteps paused. She turned to look at me. I stood up, my lips trembling slightly, tentatively asking, Are you going to do that? Wen Yudong's gaze on me paused for a moment, and then she seemed to realize something. She walked toward me, step by step. My heart was in my throat, a thin layer of sweat forming on my palms. Wen Yudong stood directly in front of me. The tips of her black heels lightly touched my white shoes. She leaned in close. My eyelashes trembled slightly, and I unconsciously pressed my lips together. Mr. Wen, can you wait for your wife to take a shower first? Or do you want to go first? Whatever works for me. Her warm breath brushed against my ear, and her signature scent immediately enveloped me. My gaze accidentally fell on her open collar, her collarbones clearly visible. I felt a surge of heat, pushing up, my ears turning bright red. I remembered the scene in the bathroom again, her appearance wrapped only in a towel. My breathing suddenly became heavy. I quickly covered my face, slipped past her, and ran upstairs. I'm going to my room to sleep. Wen Yudong straightened up, tilting her head to watch me flee in a panic. I dashed to my room and rushed straight into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, I stared at my red ears. I didn't know if it was because I ran too fast, but my throat felt dry. I stood dazed before the mirror for a long time, before that feverish feeling finally subsided. Her tone earlier was clearly normal, so why did I feel like she was teasing me? Oh my God, Su Wenbin, could you really have fallen for her? I touched my burning ears and checked my phone. It was almost midnight. But I didn't feel sleepy at all. I stood up and went to the door, slightly opening a crack to look out. It was pitch black outside. She must have gone to bed. It turned out she really was just joking earlier. She truly had no interest in me at all. I peeked toward the tightly closed door next door, staring blankly for a few seconds before closing my door. I stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring at myself. What is it about me that doesn't interest her? I sighed in disappointment and went back to the bathroom to wash my face. Leaning against the headboard, I opened WeChat and sent Fang Ming a voice message. Fang Ming, I think Wen Yudong is either frigid or she's a lesbian. Could she really be a lesbian? After sending it, I tossed my phone on the bed and went to the bathroom. When I came back to the bed, I picked up my phone to see Fang Ming's reply. As a result, the moment I saw the chat interface, my heart skipped a beat. That voice message was sitting quietly in the chat box, and the name Honey in the contact bar terrified me. I hurriedly knelt by the bed, reaching for it. The phone vibrated as I tried to unsend the message, only to find it had been more than 2 minutes. How is this any different from insulting her to her face? I stared at that voice message, racking my brain for a way to fix this. Deleting, then typing, then deleting. I couldn't even finish one complete sentence. Then came a knock at the door. Opened the door, when Yudong's cold voice came from outside. My typing hand froze, my mind racing. Should I play dead? Just act like I didn't hear anything. I tiptoed to the door to lock it, but before I could touch it, the handle turned. Before I could react, the door swung wide open. Our eyes met. Wen Yudong seemed to have just showered, her hair still slightly damp and messy. She was wearing nothing but a black silk nightgown. I was startled and turned to leave immediately, just wanting to get some distance from her. Wen Yudong walked in and closed the door behind her, pulling me back in one swift motion. It had only taken 2 steps when my wrist was grabbed, a strong force dragging me along. The next second, she had me pinned against the door. My face was pressed against the cold door, and I couldn't see her expression. I hurriedly spoke up. Honey, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm doomed. I'm really finished here today. Wen Yudong held my wrist with one hand and pressed her other hand against my lower back. I was only wearing pajama pants, the lines of my toned back and collarbones, completely exposed to her eyes. Hearing my question, Wen Yudong leaned closer, her voice slightly husky. At this moment, her warm breath brushed against the back of my ear and neck. My whole body shook, and I involuntarily shrugged my shoulders. Frigid? Lesbian? Mr. Su thinks him like that. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could justify myself, I felt a warm, moist touch on my neck. Her soft lips drifted downward, her long hair brushing against my back, making me itch. A surge of electricity ran up my spine to my brain. I could only bite my lower lip, my body trembling slightly. I need to go to the bathroom. I tilted my head slightly, speaking up quickly before she could do anything else. Wen Yudong's movements paused. She straightened up, looking down at my flushed neck. Letting go, she said, Su Wenbin, if there's a next time, I'll make sure you can't even stand. With that, she pulled me aside, opened the door, and walked out. My legs suddenly felt like jelly, and it took me a long time to regain my senses. I pulled up my loose pajama pants, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed. I was half awake, half asleep all that night. Even though the air conditioner was on, my whole body still felt feverish. Over the next few days, I just lay around the house, eating and sleeping. Wen Yudong didn't come home to stay either. Not seeing her for a few days made me feel relaxed, but from time to time, the scene of her holding my waist popped into my head. I just finished dinner and was lying in bed binge-watching movies. A message from Fang Ming arrived. Hey, young master. Stop staying at home getting moldy. I'm so bored. Come hang out with me on set. I exited the video, opened the chat to reply, Aren't you busy this afternoon? Fang Ming. Only 2 scenes this afternoon. Tomorrow is mostly the supporting actress. Nothing for me to do. I've already told Sister Jin that I'll hang out with you after filming, and she agreed. I thought for a moment and replied, all right, lying at home for days makes my bones feel rusty. Might as well go out for a stroll. I tossed my phone aside and went to the closet to pick some clothes. Location Fang Ming sent was 20 kilometers away, about a 40-minute drive. When I arrived, I saw Chi-Chi, Fang Ming's assistant with a bun hairstyle, wearing a sun hat and squatting by the roadside waiting for me. I waved at him. Chi-Chi saw me and rushed over. Brother Wenbin, Brother Fang Ming is filming his last scene. He told me to have you wait in the lounge for a bit. I hummed, okay, and followed Chi-Chi inside. There wasn't a soul in the lounge. Everyone was probably on set. I found the seat with Fang Ming's name on it and sat down, visually flipping through the script. Chi-Chi brought over a bag of chips. Brother Wenbin, have some of these. I'm going to go check on Brother Fang Ming. If any staff come in later, just ignore them. They're probably just grabbing things. I nodded, took the chips, tore the bag open, and replied, got it. Soon after, I was alone in the room with the sound of crunchy chips. I continued watching movies while eating. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. I reflexively looked up. After seeing clearly who walked in, my hand, holding the chips, froze. I quickly looked away, pretending not to see, quietly chewing the rest of the chips in my mouth. The man at the door was wearing casual clothes and a baseball cap. The employee ID hanging around his neck showed he was a backstage staff member. I was looking down at my phone. An inquiring voice came from not far away. Su Wenbin? My body suddenly stiffened, so I resigned myself to fate and turned around. What a coincidence. Why is it you? Are you working in the entertainment industry now? My gaze landed on his ID card, which clearly read in large letters, scriptwriter Shu Chengyin. Hearing my question, a flash of pride appeared in Shu Chengyin's eyes. He walked toward me with his arms crossed, his tone both mocking and inquisitive. That's right. I've heard Brother Fang Ming mention you for a long time. I just didn't know what you were up to lately. I pulled out a tissue to wipe my hands, feeling quite annoyed. Before I could say a word, he interrupted me. Oh, Shu Chengyan pretended to suddenly remember something and covered his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on me. I completely forgot. Brother Fang Ming said you got married very early. Are you a house husband now? Does your wife treat you well? How much allowance does she give you a month? I really didn't want to get involved with him at all, only wanting to end this conversation quickly. It's fine, just not as much as you make. Shu Chengyan said, oh, and suddenly sneered. Then your life isn't that great, is it? Wasn't your family also very wealthy? In the end, you can't even compare to me. I intended to focus on the movie, but that comment immediately sparked my anger. Shu Chenyan glanced at the movie on my phone, then spoke triumphantly. That movie you're watching was written by me. I nodded. No wonder I thought the plot was so trashy. With that, I immediately turned off the clip, tossing my phone on the table as if I'd just touched bad luck. The smile on Shu Chengyan's face immediately froze. He snorted coldly. You're already alive and son-in-law, yet your playboy attitude hasn't changed a bit. If you happen to argue with your wife, will your family even bother to back you up? I looked at him, squeezing out a soulless smile. My wife treats me extremely well. We never fight. Shu Chenyan seemed to recall something and pressed further. Right. I know quite a few people in high society here. I wonder who your wife is. I raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to know? Shu Chengyan hummed. Yeah, maybe we even know each other. One more connection doesn't hurt. I blurted it out. Wen Yudong, do you know her? Shu Chengyan was stunned for a moment and then immediately burst out laughing. CEO Wen, hasn't she just returned to the capital? Su Wenbin, do you brag without even checking your facts? You haven't been married long either. Did CEO Wen go on a business trip right after the wedding? That's exactly what happened. I shrugged, my expression saying, believe it or not. Shu Chengyan curled his lip and began to lecture me. Forget about the timing matching or not. Just considering CEO Wen's status, a powerful head of the Wen family, an Ivy League graduate, would she really look at a high school dropout like you? I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, not bothering with him. It's just a business marriage. Is liking each other really that important? Seeing that Shu Chengyan was about to continue, I quickly interrupted. Scriptwriter Shu, aren't you off work? Why are you so free? Shu Chengyan was dazed for a moment before reacting. Oh, he said, look at my memory. I was so excited to see an old friend that I forgot my main task, he said as he walked to the side, picking up a script and turning to leave. Su Wenbin, don't leave later. Let's go have a meal. Shu Chengyan tossed that comment back before disappearing behind the door. I looked away and picked my ear, gathering my foot. As soon as Fang Ming is done, I'm out of here. I was in no mood to watch his trashy movies anymore, so I casually opened a variety show. By the time Fang Ming finished, it watched more than half. Suddenly, someone tapped my shoulder. I turned around and saw Fang Ming still in his period costume behind me, his eyes all red. He probably just finished a tear-jerking scene. "Oh," I exclaimed and stood up, quickly pushing him down into the chair. Finally finished. I've been waiting for nearly 3 whole hours.
How many takes did you have to do?
Fang Ming took off his official's hat, sighing wearily. Don't even mention it. Acting with a female lead was like she was on fake liquor. She just couldn't find the emotions. My throat is almost hoarse from shouting. I clicked my tongue. We're truly brothers in misery. I was just chased and barked at by a mad dog for 10 minutes. Luckily, I managed to chase it away. Fang Ming's movement to untie his hair stopped, looking at me with a bewildered face, exclaiming in shock, "Huh?" I patted his shoulder, urging him, "Don't ask. Go take off your makeup. I'm afraid that mad dog might come back and bite me later." It just waited for Fang Ming to finish packing up, and he dragged me to a diet restaurant to eat grass.
But lately, I've been annoyed with my plastic wife.
My mood is a mess. I'm in no mood to eat grass. So I led him straight to a bar. Fang Ming took a sip of his drink, and suddenly got curious about me and my contract wife, asking how we managed to act so lovey-dovey in front of Grandpa. I said, "Oh." In a casual tone, she acts it out so thoroughly, she even promised to have children. My best friend immediately choked on his drink after hearing that, looking at me in shock, but I only sighed in distress. I must have had a fish brain to create that illusion of affection. Just then, my friend stood up to go to the bathroom. I just looked down at my phone for a bit, when a girl's clear voice sounded beside me. "Excuse me, sir. Could I get your WeChat?" I looked up. A young girl around 18 or 19 was clutching her phone, looking at me with a nervous face. Not far away, her friends were teasing and egging her on. I curled my lips into a smile, and my voice deepened. "Better not, little sister. I'm already married." Unexpectedly, her ears turned red immediately, and she started stuttering. "Brother, it's because if I don't get it, I have to drink 3 shots. My tolerance is very low. I swear I absolutely won't bother you." Turns out it was truth or dare. Tilted my head to look at the group over there, and finally gave in, opening my QR code. "If you can't drink, don't play so hard next time." The two of them drank until 1 a.m., and their heads began to spin.
That's when we started clamoring to go home.
My friend couldn't even stand straight anymore, muttering the name of his manager, Xing Xing, demanding they come back to clean up the mess for him. I quickly covered his mouth with my hand, telling him to stop giving acceptance speeches here. With great effort, I managed to drag him into the car. The drunkenness began to settle into me too. I started pouring my heart out to my friend. "Say, why did I get married so early? I'm only 25. I haven't even held a woman's hand once. The one at home is a female, but not a woman. I don't dare hold her hand. I'm no match for her. I've worked so hard to build a good image in front of Grandpa. So what's wrong with her listening to me for once?"
Yet she spends all day acting like a noble young lady.
Pretending this, pretending that. Sooner or later, it'll show her. The more I talked, the angrier I got. So I raised my hand and gave my unconscious friend next to me a slap on the shoulder. "Are you even listening to me?" The car slowly came to a stop. The manager told the assistant, Kichi, to help me out, but I waved him off, flatly refusing. "Don't touch me. These few sips of liquor can't take me down." I excitedly opened the car door. The next second, thud, I was flat on my face on the ground. Kichi hurriedly got out of the car to help me up. Hugged him and cried, "Wah wah, it hurts so much. Kichi, don't let go." Chichi helped me to the door and asked for the password. I went, "Oh," then blurted out 6 zeros. As a result, after Chichi entered it, lock emitted a cold error sound. Incorrect password. Chichi tilted his head at me. "Brother Bin, did you remember it wrong?" I narrowed my eyes and started counting. 6 ones, 6 twos, 6 threes, 6 tens. By the time I was about to reach 50, Chichi quickly interrupted and asked if I had set up a fingerprint. I immediately reached out and pressed my finger against the scanner. As a result, all 5 fingers failed and the door still refused to open. I got furious. "This damn door is broken, isn't it?" Chichi, standing beside me, softly reminded, "Brother, you still have your other hand." I basically didn't hear a thing. Instead, I gathered all my strength and shouted, intending to ram the door. "Brother Bin."
Kichi's heart felt like it would jump out of his chest.
Unexpectedly, the door suddenly swung open from the inside. I dove headfirst into a warm pair of arms, a familiar, elegant scent, the scent of white tea mixed with a faint hint of body wash. My waist was suddenly gripped tight. Above my head, a woman's cold voice rang out, "Su Wenbin, where did you go to cause trouble this time?" Chichi stood at the door, frozen for 5 seconds. He recognized this woman. She was the CEO of the Wen Group who often appeared in financial news, and also the wife I'd been cursing the whole way home. Wen Yudong. I struggled to look up, seeing only her chin, half asleep and slurring. How did you get so tall? Wen Yudong reached out and squeezed my face,
forcing me to look her in the eye. Look closely and see who I am.
Chi was terrified and scrambled away, leaving me all alone to face this great demon queen. I was being squeezed so hard it hurt. I pouted and said, "Why you look just like my wife?" Wen Yudong didn't bother to argue. She closed the door and dragged me straight into the house. I collapsed onto the sofa. Right after that, I wobbled to my feet and pointed at her. "Wen Yudong, go pour me a glass of water, now." She looked as if she had discovered something new. She even took out her phone to start recording. "Say that again." I immediately replied, "I'm thirsty. I want water. Pour me a glass of warm water." A spark of amusement flashed in her eyes, and she actually poured water for me. I downed it in one gulp.
She asked me where I had been drinking. I snapped, "Stop nagging me. Besides, come here and let me kiss you before you go. It's because I married you, that I've never even been in love. I don't even know what being in love feels like." Wen Yudong's hand holding the phone froze. "Didn't you say I was the only one in your heart? Why don't you keep acting? Besides, you were 24 when you married me. Are you blaming me for not dating before that?" I pointed at her nose. "Don't use your twisted logic. You're so disobedient. Leave me when I say I'll hit you." She slightly lowered her eyelashes, carefully observing me. "Just try it." I wobbled and couldn't stand straight, gesturing to her. "Come here." She actually took another step closer to me. I immediately raised my hands and pushed her down onto the sofa. I sat right on her lap, bracing my hands on her shoulders. Wen Yudong stared at me, her voice ice cold. "Su Wenbin." Before she could finish, I suddenly lowered my head and sealed her lips with mine. The scent of alcohol instantly spread. I wrapped both arms around her neck, probing her with a clumsy, persistent kiss. Wen Yudong's breathing became heavy. Her large hand caressed my waist and slid further down, stopping at the back of my thigh. At that moment, I suddenly pulled away, staring at her for 2 seconds. The next second, my lips were on her cheek, moving further down, finally stopping at her collarbone, and I opened my mouth to give it a light bite. Wen Yudong's hand on my thighs suddenly tightened. I groaned in pain. "It hurts, let go of me now." I tried to pry her hand off, but she didn't budge, just looking down at me. I got angry immediately, leaning over to grab my phone and open the camera. "If you don't let go, I'll take a picture as evidence and report you to the police for abuse." With that, I started snapping photos of her face wildly. Who would have thought that my flushed face, with slightly messy hair, would completely spark her interest? Wen Yudong picked me up in a Princess Carry, striding toward the bedroom. I let out a cry, my head spinning, until I was thrown hard onto the soft, large bed. I was about to sit up when she pressed herself against me, her hot breath brushing against my neck. With a zip, it was the sound of her unzipping the side of her dress. Immediately after, she whispered in a raspy voice, "Aren't you hot?" However, all she got in response was silence. Wen Yudong looked at my face and saw that my eyes were tightly shut. It turned out I had fallen fast asleep. She grit her teeth in frustration, growling angrily, "Su Wenbin, don't play dead." But I didn't move a muscle. I even rolled over and continued sleeping. Wen Yudong laughed in anger and stood up abruptly. The next second, she slammed the bedroom door so hard it echoed. I woke up the next day with a splitting headache, having no memory of how I got home last night. As soon as I picked up my phone and unlocked it, I was completely stunned. The gallery was full of close-up photos of Wen Yudong, her profile, her neck, her collarbone covered in teeth marks and hickeys. Even her thin lips were glistening, both sensual and gloomy. Wasn't this my masterpiece from last night? Terrified, I hurried to delete all those photos. After washing up and grooming, I prepared myself as if going to an execution ground, stealthily peeking out the door. There was no sign of Wen Yudong. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief and walked downstairs, my eyes caught a glimpse of the woman at the dining table. My heart skipped a beat, and just as I was about to turn and run, I heard, "Where are you going?" Wen Yudong's cold voice rang out. I immediately changed my expression to a flattering smile, scurrying over to her. "Wife, aren't you going to work?" She ignored me. I had to ask tentatively, "When did you get back last night?" She slightly curled her lips, tossing her spoon into the bowl. "Before you did." My heart sank to the bottom. That's it, I've hit the iceberg again. I could only push through, asking gingerly, "I didn't say anything stupid yesterday, did I?" Wen Yudong's voice was unwavering. "Did you say anything?" "You were quite energetic." I was stunned for a moment, instinctively letting out a huh. Unexpectedly, Wen Yudong picked up her phone, opened a video, and held it in front of me. In the video, I was messily drunk, frowning as I ordered her to get water, crying about how I'd never been in love, insisting that she kiss me. My throat felt tight. I couldn't say a word. But in the next second, the video screen suddenly went dark, and the sound cut off. Wen Yudong put her phone away, boldly huffed, and calmly began to tell the rest. You were kissing me, forcing a kiss you didn't know how to do, and even tried to stick your tongue out and bite me, mumbling that you wanted to do it with me, and you even made me touch your butt. I lowered my head, so embarrassed I wanted to bury myself in the ground. I suddenly looked up, so we didn't. She cut me off with a cold voice. I'm not interested in a corpse. My scalp tingled with embarrassment, and as I was about to explain, she called out, Su Wenbin. Wen Yudong interrupted me directly, glancing at me. Since you're such a good actor, how about I throw you into the entertainment industry? My image crumbled instantly, but she didn't even give me a chance to react, simply saying, Grandfather said to go back to the old house for dinner tonight. Then she turned and walked away. Only after she left could I completely relax. My image is totally ruined. I quickly sent a message to my best friend Fang Ming. I think I'm finished. Then I told him all about the forced kiss last night, making her touch my butt and spilled everything, even the fact that the back of my thigh still hurt a bit. Fang Ming was shocked. Since when did you become so bold? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as I sent in the photo of her face, covered in bite marks from my phone. This time, my label as an obedient and good husband cannot be maintained any longer. Fine, I won't act anymore, as long as I can hide it from grandfather. At that moment, Su Ruoxi sent a message. Sister Sharan is here. Are you coming home today? Did you just get home? I saw another message from a stranger. You've been drinking. Remember to drink honey water when you get home. I thought for a while before finally remembering. This was the girl who lost the truth or dare game last night. I didn't bother thinking further, just grabbed a bag and went out. As soon as the door to the Su family home opened, I heard the sound of video games coming from the living room. I walked over to look, and it turned out Yu Sharan and Su Ruoxi were huddled on the sofa, playing very intently. I couldn't help but laugh and say, you two really look like a family like this. The moment I spoke, they both froze, turning their heads to look at me simultaneously. Su Ruoxi clicked her tongue. Sister Sharan, aren't you finished yet? Yu Sharan laughed and replied, I'll play more later. I relaxed my brows, my gaze resting on her. After not seeing her for 7 or 8 years, she hadn't changed much at all. I greeted her, asking why she hadn't been working at her father's company lately. Surprisingly, she just said, The Dean of Academic Affairs at Jiangda University called me, inviting me to be an associate professor of physics. I raised an eyebrow. That's wonderful. Right then, Su Ruoxi, who was next to me, suddenly stood up, saying as she left, You two go ahead and talk. Then she went straight into her bedroom. Only the two of us remained in the living room. Yu Sharan finally spoke. Have you been living with the Su family all these years? I replied, From when I dropped out of school until I became a son-in-law of the Wen family, yes. I even confessed, actually, I'm quite content with being a son-in-law to the Wens. Sun Yan can't stand me, and I don't want to fight with him every day. I'd rather choose a place of peace. Yu Sharan was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, Did your father never ask why you dropped out? I seem to have accepted this truth long ago. He only needed to know that I couldn't attend school anymore, but he never cared about the real reason behind it. Yu Sharan looked at me. So you didn't tell him either? I curled my lips into a faint smile, my tone cold. I wanted to, but at that time Sun Yan had a high fever. He was busy with his youngest son and didn't want to listen. The atmosphere instantly froze. I quickly changed the subject. Yu Sharan didn't stay long before she left. While I was lying on the sofa texting Fang Ming, Su Ruoxi tugged at my shirt, asking me to make room for her to sit. I sat up. Suddenly in the mood for gossip, I asked, By the way, how are things with your desk mate? Su Ruoxi glared at me. Can you stop being so curious every day? Can you? Then she asked if I was staying here tonight. I shook my head. I have to go to the Wen family's old house for dinner tonight. Dad is coming home today. I'll wait for him to return before I leave. At the same time, at the Wen family's old house, Wen Chenghe was keeping Wen Yudong back for a chat. Suddenly he said, Don't let Wenbin come by himself later. Go and pick him up. Wen Yudong's gaze froze for a moment, then she gave a faint I had no idea about any of this, still engrossed in watching a movie with Su Ruoxi. My phone suddenly vibrated with a text from Wen Yudong. Where are you? I replied, at the Su house. Then I tossed the phone aside. Unexpectedly, halfway through the movie,
A voice echoed from the door. You really are unbearable. Can I say one bad thing about your father without you getting upset? Hearing this conversation, I immediately turned my head. Auntie, why is it just you two? Where's Dad? Shylon glanced at me, her smiling face instantly became expressionless. How should I know? Can't you just call and ask him yourself? I was used to this side of her, and replied bluntly, my mistake. A phone really is more useful than you. Shylon snorted coldly, dragging Sunien straight upstairs. Before they entered the room, I heard Sunien muttering in dissatisfaction. Hasn't he already married into the Wen family? I don't know why he keeps running back to our house all the time. Su Ruoxi heard that, and she whipped around to glance at me. The next second, Su Ruoxi shouted upstairs, Sunien, if I hear you speak like that one more time, I'll teach you a lesson in your mother's place. Shirlan and Sunien immediately went quiet. I smacked my lips, suddenly thinking it wasn't bad that she had grown up. At least she could talk back on my behalf. Surprisingly, before Su Ruoxi could say anything more, Sunien came storming down the stairs, shouting aggressively, Su Wenbin, did you take my necklace? I froze, then crossed my arms and looked at him. Has your mother spoiled your brain rotten? I wouldn't want your piece of trash necklace. Sunien snorted in anger, pointing a finger at me and yelling, You're definitely jealous because Dad treats me well, so you secretly stole what Dad gave me. Give me back my necklace right now. I immediately remembered. Sunien really had shown off a necklace before, claiming it was a gift from Dad. I stared at his face and sneered. I haven't even taken a single step upstairs. Do you think I can steal things from a distance? You idiot. Sunien was driven mad with rage. Shulon heard the commotion and hurried downstairs, acting as if his backup had arrived. Sunien immediately tattled. Mom. He took the necklace Dad gave me and won't admit it. As expected, Sunien still couldn't tell right from wrong. But before I could even speak, Su Ruoxi looked at Sunien. Her eyes cold. Point that finger again and I'll break it. Sunien was frightened and quickly pulled his hand back, but he continued to glare at me. Shirlan looked over. Su Wenbin, if you took it, just give it back to Nien Nien. I snorted. You say I took it. Do you have any proof? Sunien's neck turned red with anger, speaking without restraint. When you were little, Dad shouldn't have cared about you. He should have left you to die. Slap. A sharp slap. Sunien's words were cut off instantly. Shirlan gasped, looking at the side of Sunien's face with distress, turning to roar at Su Ruoxi. Su Ruoxi, how could you hit your brother like that? Su Ruoxi's breathing became heavy, her hanging hand trembling slightly. She stared at Shylon. If you dare mention that again in front of me. Do you believe it hit you too? Shylon was terrified by that look and had to change the subject. Fine, let's just talk about your brother's necklace. Didn't he already say he didn't take it? Auntie Shy, is something wrong with your ears? Right then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out, carrying a faint hint of pressure. Everyone looked over together. A woman was leaning lazily against the wall. Who else could it be but Wen Yudong? I immediately understood why she had asked where I was earlier. Wen Yudong walked up to my side, her gaze swept past me, finally resting on Shai Lan's face. The moment Shai Lan saw her, she immediately forced a smile. Oh, it's Yudong. It's nothing, just the two siblings having a disagreement. Wen Yudong slightly raised her eyes. A disagreement? It sounded more like an interrogation to me. Her gaze fell upon Sunien, who was clutching his face. Sunien's eyes were fierce, and he grumbled indignantly. It wasn't an interrogation. I just lost something. I'm sure he. Before he could finish, he was yanked sharply by Shirlan. Shirlan quickly tried to smooth things over. It's just a necklace. It doesn't matter if it's lost. At most, his father can buy him another one. She finished and then pretended to scold Sunien. Don't be so hasty next time. Don't go blaming everything on your brother. Sunien pouted, still not backing down, and retorted, Why scold me? He hasn't even had a proper education for years. I was about to speak when I heard a sneer. Wen Yudong's tone was very casual, without emotion, but her words carried a bone-chilling threat. If you say another word, I'll make sure you won't be able to go to school for several years either. Sunien, who was arrogant just moments ago, instantly went silent. Sunien. The words he intended to say were choked in his throat. Next second, Wen Yudong shifted her gaze toward me. Our eyes met. I was stunned for a moment, and just as I was about to open my mouth, she coldly uttered two words. Let's go. Then she turned around and walked away. Looking at her back, I felt a rush of satisfaction inside. I turned back to challenge Shilan. Auntie, don't speak sarcastically to me anymore. My wife will demand justice for me. Having said that, I didn't bother looking at Shilan's darkened face and turned to chase after Wen Yudong. I got into her Maybach, fastened my seatbelt, and softly said thank you to her. But she just started the car without saying a word. I opened my mouth to say something but couldn't find the words. I really didn't know what I should call her. Thinking about how I got drunk and made a mess last night, I felt so embarrassed it was suffocating, and so a strange silence filled the car. She didn't say a word, and I didn't know what to say. Arriving at the Wen house, I unfastened my seatbelt and rushed inside, purposely not waiting for her. Yao Wan saw me and asked with a smile, "Wenbin is here. Where is Yudong?" I casually replied, "She's parking the car." Just as I finished speaking, Wen Yudong's figure appeared. Yao Wan told me to hurry inside, saying that grandfather was waiting for the two of us for dinner. The moment I entered, I saw grandfather Wen sitting there, and I hurried over to serve him food. Unexpectedly, Wen Yudong walked up, planning to sit diagonally opposite me. Grandfather spoke up, "Dong, it's just dinner. Why sit so far away?" Wen Yudong had to walk around the table, pulling out the chair right next to mine and sitting down. Fearing grandfather would notice something was off, I had to push the bowl of soup I just served toward her a little, then buried my head in my own soup without saying a word. "Really then," Yao Wan cried out, "Oh, my memory. I forgot to bring out the porridge stewed for father." I immediately stood up. "Let me get it for you, Mom." Having said that, I rushed toward the kitchen before she could react. Every time I saw her, my mind filled with those photos on my phone, so I hid whenever I could. But just as I left, I heard Yao Wan say to Wen Yudong, "Yudong, go and give him a hand. That soup pot is very hot." Wen Yudong replied and stood up to follow. I just entered the kitchen and picked up the soup pot, only to turn around and find Wen Yudong leaning against the doorframe. She was staring at me, and I had no idea when she had followed me. I was startled. I had no choice but to ask, "What are you doing in here?" Her gaze fell on the bowl of porridge in my hands, her tone calm. "Give it to me." I said "oh" and handed it over, but she didn't leave after taking the bowl, instead placing it to the side. Her gaze locked onto me once again, saying my name syllable by syllable. Su Wenbin. Before I could react, her voice came again. "Are you avoiding me?" I quickly played dumb. "No, I'm just helping grandfather with the porridge." "No." She didn't give me any chance to explain, cutting me off directly. "If you're not, then call me wife and let me hear it." My heart suddenly skipped a beat. My mind went completely blank. "What did you say?" Wen Yudong slightly curled her lips, her tone indifferent. "Not acting anymore." I pressed my lips together, my heart racing uncontrollably. She continued to speak, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Don't overthink it. If you don't want to act in front of me, fine, but you have to play the part well in front of grandfather. Are you not afraid they'll notice if you keep avoiding me like this?" Hearing her words, my chaotic mind finally began to settle, and I hurried to explain. "I'm just a bit embarrassed. I was too drunk that day and said I wanted to touch your butt. Please don't take it to heart." Unexpectedly, when Yudong let out a soft snort, her eyebrows rising slightly, and her words made me freeze on the spot. "The part about touching my butt is a lie." I suddenly looked up at her. When Yudong continued, "I just lied to trick you." With that, she took the bowl of porridge and walked out, not giving me any time to react at all. "When Yudong!" My pupils dilated instantly, staring at her back while gritting my teeth. "You jerk. You made me think I had actually said those animalistic things. How could I believe the cunning words of someone like her?" I stood there stunned for 2 minutes to calm down, before returning to the dining table. Because of this, I actually didn't feel embarrassed anymore, and I ate until I was stuffed during that meal. On the way back home, I didn't say a word to her, and I didn't even bother to look at her. The moment the car stopped, I reached out to open the door. With a click, she locked the car doors. I suddenly turned to her. "What is it?" Wen Yudong also tilted her head to look back, her voice clear and cold. "Do you plan on staying like this forever?" I couldn't keep up my gentle facade anymore, questioning her in frustration. "Who told you to lie to me? Besides, don't you always say I'm just acting? Now that I'm not acting anymore, isn't it exactly what you wanted?" But she just smiled slightly, her words making me freeze instantly. I regret it now. She met my gaze, and that look was like looking at prey already caught in her hands. "I suddenly find that your acting is actually quite charming." I swallowed hard, my voice trembling. "You're not lying to me this time, are you?" In this moment, her usual calm and cold demeanor completely vanished, placed by an indescribable, ambiguous vibe. She called my name in a low voice. "Su Wenbin, I have no interest in dating you." In the next second, what she said astonished me. "I'm only interested in sleeping with you." My heart felt like it was going to leap right out of my chest. At this moment, I realized, compared to her, I was the one who lacked the nerve to play games. Seeing my silence, she unlocked the car. I didn't say a single word, opened the door and ran off, looking as pathetic as a fugitive on the run. Wen Yutong watched my retreating back as I fled. A hint of regret flashed deep in her eyes. It seems she regretted stopping me from continuing my act. She lit a lady's cigarette and slowly rolled down the window. I lay in bed, tossing and turning restlessly, grabbing my phone to text my brother Fang Ming. Wen Yutong is such a jerk. I'm done acting, and she's not even bothering to pretend anymore. Spill the details. Fang Ming was full of curiosity. She said she doesn't want to date me, but she wants to sleep with me. Fang Ming replied immediately with a string of exclamation marks. That's so domineering? Why don't you just fall for her? Stop being crazy. With looks like that, you're not losing anything. Let me tell you, your wife is highly sought after in our circles. So many people want a one-night stand just to be kept by her. She's got the beauty, the money, and the power. Wouldn't that be crazy good? So it turns out that until today, you two are only just getting to know each other. I stared at the screen for a long time without replying, until Fang Ming sent another message. You're both adults now, and legally married too. What are you afraid of? Stunned for 2 seconds, I suddenly saw the light. What the hell am I afraid of? It's not like I'm being forced. We're clearly a legally married couple. But unexpectedly, after that night, Wen Yutong suddenly vanished from the face of the earth, nowhere to be found for 2 whole days. Just as I suspected, she was playing with me again. A phone call came in. It turned out to be my best brother, Song Si-yoon. He was back in the country. Hearing him ask to hang out, I immediately perked up and headed straight to the meeting spot. Unexpectedly, as soon as I reached the door of the private room, I saw him with neat short hair, looking much more handsome. I cried out, "What's this? Getting handsome behind my back, are you?" Song Si-yoon laughed and put his arm around my shoulder. "How can I compare to you?" I tilted my chin up without any modesty. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" As a result, when I stepped into the room, I was completely floored. It was full of guys. Song Si-yoon pulled me down to sit, explaining softly. They all heard I was back, so they just stopped by to hang out. Many of them work with the Song family. I glanced around and asked, "Where's Fang Ming?" I was about to text him, when a guy named Shi Shinran next to me recognized me. He leaned in and whispered curiously, saying his dad was that teacher with a bunch of illegitimate children. Right after that, my brother's phone rang. Fang Ming said his girlfriend wouldn't let him go. In the crowded room, people were loudly gossiping about beautiful girls. Then the topic suddenly shifted, and a name made me freeze instantly. "Do you guys know Wen Yutong?" A guy said excitedly. "My dad discussed a contract with her before. I've met her. She's truly breathtakingly beautiful. Stop dreaming. She's probably really hard to get. I've never heard of any man by her side. No way, with looks like that. She looks like the type who has 7 or 8 lovers at once." I turned to look at my clueless brother and was completely speechless. Just out for fun, and I run into people eyeing my wife. At that moment, Song Si-yoon teased, "What's up, do you like her?" Only then did I remember he had been abroad, so he had no idea about the flash marriage. All the guys in the room looked at me at once. I cleared my throat, feeling secretly thrilled inside, but pretending to be indifferent on the outside. I casually dropped a line. "What are you talking about?" "That girl? She's easy to get. Just a crook of my finger and she's mine." As soon as I finished, the whole room erupted. The guy from before immediately pressed, "For real? Have you actually hit on her before?" I gave a mysterious smile. "Not just flirting. We've even kissed already." Just as I was about to continue bragging, a mocking female voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Flirting with your sister Wen here, are you?" A strange woman was leaning against the doorframe, with her arms crossed, looking at me and even raising an eyebrow. I was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Unexpectedly, Shi Shinran stood up and called her sister. The woman stood up straight, and before leaving, she turned back, her eyes sweeping over me with deep meaning, saying teasingly, "Your sister Wen is upstairs. If you miss her, go up there and take a look." Until her figure disappeared, the private room immediately boiled over. "Shinran, does your sister know Wen Yutong? Is she really upstairs? Let's go up and see. Let's just take a look. Didn't Su Wenbin say she was get? Let's check if it's true while we're at it." I was frozen right there. My mind replayed every bit of the bragging I just did. I'm so dead. She wouldn't tell Wen Yutong what I said, would she? In the private room upstairs, Xu Menxi flopped down next to Wen Yutong, smirking slightly. "Guess who I just saw downstairs?" Not interested. Wen Yutong stubbed out her cigarette, replying coldly. Xu Menxi laughed again. "Not even your husband. Interest you?" She immediately narrowed her voice to mimic mine. That Wen Yutong, she's easy to get. Just a crook of the finger, and she's mine. Wen Yutong. Her hand holding the wine glass suddenly froze, her gaze instantly turning dark and deep. My image, with red lips calling her name, flashed in her mind. At the same time, downstairs, I was pulling my brother into a corner to confess. Song Seon's eyes widened in shock after hearing the news of my marriage. I laughed and gave him a punch, lowering my voice. My wife is that person you all were just gossiping about. Song Seon's pupils dilated suddenly. Then it clicked. Wen Yu Tong. He leaned in with a sly grin. No wonder you said she was easy. So, is she really that easy to get? My face flushed bright red. I could only admit I was just bragging. While we were engrossed in conversation, I stood up to go to the restroom. Standing before the mirror, I looked up after washing my hands. Suddenly, another person appeared in the mirror. They were standing not far behind me, with an indifferent face, their emotions unreadable. I turned around abruptly. Recognizing the newcomer, I startled and spoke quickly. This is the men's restroom. Unexpectedly, she only stepped closer to me after hearing that. I was so scared my heart started racing. Behind me was the cold sink. I had backed up as far as I could go. The next second, she propped her hand on the ledge behind me, trapping me in her arms. Her unique scent instantly enveloped me. My mind went completely blank. I even started stammering. What do you want to do? But she only let out a soft chuckle. Her clear, cold voice rang out above my head. What do you want me to do? I swallowed hard, unable to utter a single word. She lowered her lashes to look at me, her voice low and soft. Su Wenbin, what I said to you last time, have you thought about it? I froze instantly. Last time she said she wanted to sleep with me. I just had to force myself to find an excuse. I also need to prepare myself mentally. But she only smirked slightly, coldly uttering 4 words. I have no patience. Her hot breath brushed against my hairline. Her thin lips parted as she told me to look up. So I just played dead and stayed perfectly still. Unexpectedly, she raised an eyebrow, her voice dropping dangerously. You think I'm easy to get? I hurriedly justified. That was just a nonsense joke. Unexpectedly, Wen Yu Tong pressed closer step by step. She whispered lowly in my ear, I am easy to get. Do you want to try? My heart rate instantly went out of control. Get I meant, and the get she meant were totally different things. At that moment, she suddenly pressed her body down toward me. I was so scared I clenched my fists and shut my eyes tight. But the imagined kiss didn't happen. Wen Yu Tong just stared intently at my face and then uttered each word. Su Wen Bin. Since you're like this, I'll take it as you've agreed. I snapped my eyes open. Her face was right there, inches away. What? Unexpectedly, she suddenly stood up straight, leaving behind a cold sentence that gave me goosebumps. If you don't resist me, then you can accept me sleeping with you, right? What kind of bullshit logic is this? Just as I was about to retort, she interrupted me again. Did you think I married you just to play house with you? I'm not exactly a nun. I was instantly choked up, but right at this moment, a sound suddenly came from outside. My heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, I yanked Wen Yu Tong, dragged her into the adjacent toilet stall, and reached out to bolt the door. I pressed her firmly against the door, not even daring to breathe loudly. Wen Yu Tong looked at me in her arms, smirked slightly, and was about to speak. I immediately covered her mouth with my hand, looking up at her. Don't say anything. Do you want people to think you're a pervert? But she unexpectedly grabbed my wrist and brushed it aside. Immediately after, the conversation outside came through clearly. Tensely, I pressed myself against the door, trying to listen to the movement outside. Unexpectedly, Wen Yu Tong whispered in my ear, Stop rubbing. Let me switch places with you. My body suddenly stiffened, and I looked up to glare at her. Not daring to utter a single word, I wondered what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Only when it was completely quiet outside did I dare to peek through a crack in the door. After confirming no one was there, I turned to confront her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Wen Yu Tong calmly stepped out of the toilet stall, looking up at me slightly. Didn't you rub against me? I was so angry I was speechless, turned my head and walked straight away. I composed myself, adjusted my breathing, and pushed the door open to return to the private room. Wenbin, you're back. What took you so long in the restroom? I had just sat down, when a guy looked at me and asked, Did you just come from the restroom? Did you hear any sounds? My heart was thumping. No way, right? I quickly tried to distance myself. I was standing outside on the phone. I didn't hear anything. But my brother's Song Si-yoon curiously pressed. What sound? The next second, that guy spoke up. I was in the restroom just now and heard a woman's voice from the next stall, even saying something about rubbing or not. Song Si-yoon exclaimed in shock. No way. That's so hardcore, right there in the restroom. My heart immediately turned to ash, and I didn't dare utter a single word in response. I barely waited until they shifted to another topic.
I immediately pulled Song Si-yoon along, making an excuse to bolt. Right after leaving the club, just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a message from grandfather suddenly popped up. He reminded me to come celebrate his birthday next week. I froze in place. I was still dazed from the news about grandfather's birthday when my phone vibrated again.
Unexpectedly, a new message arrived from the person I saved as wife. The content of the message made me go numb instantly. I clicked to view it. Only 4 words. When you tong, see you in bed. I immediately played dead, acting as if I hadn't seen anything at all. That moment, a car horn sounded. My brother Song Si-yoon's car had arrived. I opened the car door and got in. Before I could speak, he leaned in with a gossiping face. Everyone says your wife is gorgeous, so how are her skills in bed? I paused for a moment and looked at him. Nothing has happened between us yet. Song Si-yoon let out an ah, his face showing disbelief. So you haven't managed to win her over yet. My chest felt like it was blocked by a ball of annoyance, so I quickly tried to change the subject. But he suddenly asked, is your condition any better? I gave a hum. It's much better now. Song Si-yoon breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was afraid you'd never get well, and I'd have to support you for the rest of your life. I laughed at his remark, but a flash of unease crossed my heart. Arriving at my front door, Song Si-yoon looked at the villa before us, his eyes full of meaning. Is this your marital home with your wife? I nodded in confirmation, unbuckled my seatbelt, and pushed the door open to get out. See you later. I closed the car door and turned to walk into the house. The living room light was actually still on. I called out, Jang Yi. But no one answered. I prepared to take off my jacket. As the jacket just slid down to my elbow, my movement suddenly froze. On the sofa, Wen Yutong was holding a tablet. Her gaze swept over me for a second. Then she put the tablet down, stood up, and walked straight toward me. I stood perfectly still, trying to find a conversation topic. You're not asleep yet. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Wen Yutong stopped right in front of me, her voice low and light. Haven't you seen the message I sent? Of course, that was it. She was waiting for me at home. I cleared my throat, making a last-ditch effort. But I haven't prepared anything. I don't want to. But she interrupted directly, her tone calm as a rippleless lake. I've already prepared. I pursed my lips tight, only able to stand there and look at her. When Yutong let out a soft chuckle, then spoke deliberately. Su Wen, do you remember the night you asked me if I was coming home? And the words I told you? I was dazed for a moment. An image immediately flashed through my mind. I remembered. She had said that for the things she wants, she would stop at nothing, even if it meant taking it by force. At that time, I even secretly cursed her in my heart. At that moment, the woman looked at me with an indifferent gaze. I'll count to 3. She paused for a second, her thin lips parting slightly, uttering just one number, 3. What? I hadn't even had time to react. The next second, my whole world was spinning. It turned out she had swept me up in her arms. Wen Yutong took long strides straight upstairs, simultaneously asking me, your room or mine? My heart was pounding with nerves, so I hurriedly struggled. Didn't you say you count to 3? Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong looked down at me, her tone perfectly matter-of-fact. I never said. It had to be out loud. I was about to argue back, when she threw me firmly onto the large, soft bed. The familiar woody scent immediately filled my nostrils. Only then did I see clearly that this was her room. Wen Yutong knelt with one leg on the bed, reached out to unstrap the watch on her left wrist, and casually tossed it onto the nightstand. Immediately after, she leaned down close to me. Her heat breathed onto my neck, a tingling and itchy sensation. My throat was dry with tension, and I couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, her hand moved behind my back, touching my shoulder blade perfectly. Your body is quite well trained. Her melodious voice was right by my left ear, making the rim of my ear flush bright red instantly. I could only whisper back, I hit the gym a little. Wen Yutong chuckled softly, her long fingers hooking into my waistband, slowly pulling it down. Her slightly cool lips had just touched my neck area before she could take any further action when a sudden urgent phone ring sounded, instantly shattering the hazy atmosphere. Wen Yutong sat up straight, checked the caller's name, and pressed answer. I only heard her give a brief reply. Don't hurry, I'm on my way. The next second, she hung up and got out of bed, taking her watch to put it back on. I sat halfway up, watching her gloomy face after the mood was ruined. I deliberately smirked and teased. Since you're so busy, well, just have to wait until you're free. Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong didn't even bother to look, uttering a low threat. If you keep blabbering, I won't mind finishing you off first. I shut up immediately, turning my head and refusing to look at her until she left the room. Then I got out of bed. My whole neck area was flushed red, and my heart was still thumping non-stop. Wen Yutong didn't return all that night. I didn't wait up. Since I was sleepy, I just went to bed. The next afternoon arrived in a flash. I set out for the old Wen family estate. Unexpectedly, as soon as I sat down next to grandfather Wen Chenga, he smiled and said, "Wenbin, Yutong wasn't home last night, was she?" I was slightly taken aback. He took the initiative to explain, "There's an emergency with a company project. I was afraid you let your mind wander," thinking she hurried off to see some other guy. I smirked. "Not at all, sir." But surprisingly, Wen Chenga let out a laugh, then suddenly switched the topic. "Wasn't Director Lin planning to send some documents to Yutong? How about this? Let Wenbin go." I let out a hum, not yet having a chance to react. Grandfather urged, "Go on, so the people of the Wen family can know your face. I've heard that there are many young men at the company trying to lean on her. Yutong is quite something too, married for nearly a year and hasn't even bothered to tell anyone." I immediately went stiff, only able to awkwardly take that blue file. Just like that, the Wen family's driver took me right to the lobby of the Wen group. I had never been to this place before. Everything in the company was very foreign to me. I walked up to the reception desk and asked politely, "Hello, may I ask which floor your president Wen is on?" However, the man in the suit at the front desk swept his gaze over me from head to toe, then threw a cold sentence at me. "You made an appointment to see President Wen." I caught my breath for a second, lightly shaking the file in my hand, and explained, "I'm not here to discuss business. I'm just here to deliver something." Unexpectedly, that man didn't even look at me, his tone becoming even more indifferent. "Deliveries also need an appointment. President Wen is very busy. She doesn't have time for idle people who hang around all day." This remark instantly made me angry. She is my wife. The man's hand cleaning up stopped abruptly. He looked up at me as if looking at a crazy person. "You're not drunk, are you? President Wen doesn't even have a boyfriend, so how could she be married?" My jaw dropped, but I couldn't utter a single word. Truly, no one knew about it. I had no choice but to take out my phone. When I found Wen Yutong's name, last night's scene suddenly flashed in my mind. I hesitated for about 2 seconds, then decided to call anyway. Just as the call was about to automatically disconnect, she finally picked up. "Hello." Her voice clearly showed her fatigue. I took a deep breath. "I'm in the company lobby. Grandfather told me to come deliver something to you." The other end was silent for a moment. Wait there for a bit, and then she hung up with a click. Not long after, the elevator let out a ding. A woman in a black business suit ran hurriedly toward me. The receptionist behind me immediately stood up. "Secretary Zhu." The woman called Secretary Zhu only glanced at him for a second, then immediately turned to me, saying respectfully, "Sir, President Wen told me to come down and get you." I followed her into the building and found my way to the chairman's office. The door was slightly ajar. I was debating whether to knock when a very familiar voice suddenly came from inside. "No way, I think you're being a bit too harsh on him. He just wanted to sell his idea to you." I leaned in slightly to look inside. In the office besides Wen Yutong, it turned out Shi was also there. I only heard Wen Yutong's emotionless voice. "I'm not interested in excuses. He can just rot in prison and reflect on his mistakes." Shi clicked her tongue. "You're truly heartless. He's been with you for 4 or 5 years after all. Besides, haven't you turned the situation around? So there's not much loss." Wen Yutong narrowed her eyes. "Are you that kind-hearted? How about you go to prison in his place then?" Shi was speechless and could only wave her hands repeatedly. Wen Yutong then dismissed her. "It's getting late. Do you always want to stay here and eat? Now, please leave." Shi stood up and walked out. I hurriedly stood up straight, backing up a step, wanting to hide. But the door had already been pulled open from the inside. Shi was stunned when she saw me. Right after that, she turned her head and shouted into the office. "Seeing how busy you are, your husband must be feeling worried for you, right? That's why he came all the way here to visit." I stood at the doorway, peering inside, and my gaze happened to meet Wen Yutong's. Her thin lips parted slightly as she said, "Come here," she called out to me, and I stepped into the office. Wen Yutong then told Shi, "Close the door." Shi held back for a long moment, then blurted out, "As you wish, CEO Wen," before finally closing the door and leaving. I walked up to her, handing over the file in my hand. "Here." Wen Yutong took it, leafed through it casually, and tossed it aside. I noticed her eyes were still fixed on the computer screen, so I spoke up, "Then I'll be going now." As soon as I turned to leave, she called me back. I turned my head, a bit confused. Is something wrong? "Don't you understand grandfather's intention?" I was stunned, recalling Wen Chengi's words, and quickly explained, "Grandfather already told me. Don't worry, not many people know him here today. But Wen Yudong looked up at me, her voice low and steady. Don't leave yet. Wait until I finish work. I let out a surprised, oh. She continued, if the old man wants people in the company to know, then let them know. I instinctively said, but Uncle Wu is still waiting for me downstairs. Wen Yudong flipped through the documents without looking up. You can call and ask him. I took out my phone and made the call. It turned out Uncle Wu was laughing on the other end. The old man had already called and told him to go home early, telling me to head home together with CEO Wen instead. I hung up the phone saying nothing more. I quietly walked over to the sofa and sat down. I curled up on the sofa, not daring to make a sound. I don't know when, but I eventually drifted off to sleep. I don't know how much time had passed. Drowsily, I reached for my phone. Squinting, I saw it was already past 7 o'clock. I sat up. Then I noticed a suit jacket draped over my legs. I was momentarily stunned. I tilted my head to look over. Wen Yudong was organizing some documents. I stared at her side profile, lost in a daze. She truly is a natural beauty. As if sensing my gaze, Wen Yudong suddenly turned her head toward me. Our eyes met. Panic seized me, as if I'd been caught red-handed, and I quickly shifted my eyes down to the jacket. Are you awake? She strode toward me. I hummed in response, handing the jacket back. Thank you. No need. Wen Yudong stood right in front of me, taking the jacket, her voice low. Your shirt hem. I had to pull it down many times. My pupils dilated. Suddenly looked up and stared at her. She continued, you don't sleep very still. I even saw your abs. My face instantly flushed crimson. I hurried to my feet to dodge the subject. It's getting late. We should head back. Unexpectedly, Wen Yudong handed the jacket back to me, gesturing for me to put it on. Eh? I stammered. I'm not cold. She raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly lazy. Put it on. I looked up at her. She added nonchalantly, with your clothes like this, they'll think we did something in the office. Although I wouldn't mind, but this is a company after all. Too much gossip wouldn't be good. My breath hitched in my throat. I stared at her for 2 seconds, then quickly took the jacket and put it on. It's true, no decent person spends all afternoon in an office, only for their clothes to get this wrinkled. Seeing that I was dressed, Wen Yudong stepped out of the office. I hurriedly followed her. Along the way, employees passing by all greeted her. Afterward, they looked at me with meaningful glints in their eyes. I was wearing her jacket, all the way out. Perhaps the whole company now knew our relationship was anything but ordinary. I was looking down at my phone, when my wrist was suddenly grabbed, feeling a hint of warmth. I stopped in my tracks. I couldn't help but look up at Wen Yudong. She didn't look at me, only saying in a cold tone, move a bit faster. I was pulled forward by her, my wrist feeling hot. Just then, an intern wearing glasses blocked our path. Hello, CEO Wen. Wen Yudong gave a soft hum, pulling me as she prepared to leave. Whispers echoed behind us. Look at that man. CEO Wen is holding his hand. She even let him wear her own jacket. He must be her boyfriend. I saw him go into her office this afternoon, and he only just came out now. They must be in the middle of a passionate phase. I only breathed a sigh of relief once we were safely in the car. I turned my gaze to look at Wen Yudong beside me. She was leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed, resting. It was pitch black inside the car. Only now did I dare to observe her closely, even quietly nudging a bit closer to her side. I stared at her flawless skin, silently lamenting that the heavens were truly unfair. To my surprise, just as I was pouting in silent complaint, Wen Yudong's eyelashes flickered, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes fell on my slightly pouted lips, her voice airy. What, do you want to kiss me again? My entire body stiffened, and I quickly raised a hand to cover my mouth. The next second, the car braked sharply. My whole body lunged forward from the inertia, burying my head in her lap. Secretary Zhao hurried to apologize. I'm so sorry, CEO Wen. The car cut in front of us. But when she saw our compromising position, she immediately looked away, not daring to look for another second. I flailed, trying to brace myself to stand up. A soft cry came from her near my ear, her voice a bit urgent. Su Wenbin. I was stunned and looked down. My hand was pressing against her lower abdomen. Just a bit lower, and it would have. As if burned, I quickly pulled my hand back, half my body going numb. I felt as though my whole body had been cooked through. I scrambled back to my seat, pressing myself tightly against the car window. Wen Yudong tilted her head to look at me, asking even though she knew, why are you avoiding these so much? I stammered, don't talk to me right now. The car had just come to a full stop. I opened the door and bolted out. I ran straight to the bedroom and locked the door behind me. I threw myself heavily onto the bed. Only one thought was in my head. Why do embarrassing things like this always happen to me? I rubbed my face until my skin almost burned. I tossed and turned on the bed like a restless caterpillar. Just then, the phone beside me suddenly vibrated. I reached for it. It was a message from my friend Fang Ming. Off work yet? Followed by another message. How's it going? Staying at home these days must be great, right? I looked at the message and typed quickly. Don't even mention it. I'm not feeling very comfortable right now. To my surprise, his next message made me almost throw the phone away. What's wrong? Just finished being intimate with a wife and haven't recovered? I replied angrily. Get lost. I was about to scold him more when a new message popped up. It was from my mother-in-law, Yao Wan. Su Wenbin. She was coming back tomorrow. When you and Yudong are free, come over together. Seeing this message, I was completely stunned. Shiyu, Wen Yudong's younger brother who ran away from home 2 years ago. I had heard about him long ago. Apparently, he wouldn't even step foot in the Wen house because of some woman, which made grandfather absolutely furious. I stared at the message for a long time. I thought it best to reply. Then I crept out of bed. I peeked through the door. It was pitch black outside. She must be asleep already. The next day when I woke up, Wen Yudong was already gone. Suddenly, I jumped up. I almost forgot a major event. Grandfather's birthday is coming up. Wen Yudong hadn't mentioned a word about it to me. I quickly sent a message to my friend for help. As grandfather is the only one in this house who is kind to me. I must prepare this gift with all my heart. In the days that followed, I was like a useless person at home every day. My friends were all busy. I suddenly realized that my social circle seemed to have stopped in its tracks since the 11th grade. I slowly closed my eyes. That torrential rain from years ago felt like only yesterday. From the bone-chilling cold to that final numbness, no matter how many years have passed, I still hate rainy days just as much. Meanwhile, Wen Yudong has been so busy she's barely had a moment to breathe. Until the actual day of grandfather's birthday, I still hadn't caught a glimpse of her. On the day of the birthday, I woke up very early, brought the tea set I painstakingly selected, and rushed over to the old Wen residence. Even though it was called a family party, the number of guests was not small at all. I wasn't used to such grand scenes, so I could only hand the gift to my mother-in-law, retreat to a corner to play on my phone. Just then, grandfather was chatting with some old friends. As soon as he saw me, he waved. Su Wenbin, come here. I hurried over. Grandfather noticed my awkwardness and smiled kindly. Yudong will be here soon. If you're bored, you can wait for her in the back garden. Just as I nodded, I felt several suspicious gazes, all falling upon me at once. Grandfather suddenly remembered, slapped his forehead, and turned to introduce me grandly to everyone. Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce him. This is my grandson-in-law. Right after the introduction, he added, he's a bit shy around strangers. I could only stand there with a forced smile. Inside, I was silently complaining, non-stop. I didn't expect grandfather to drop such a bombshell on his old friends. Yudong is married? Since when? They married before she went to Nanjing. I told her to take Su Wenbin along, but she refused, claiming it would interfere with work. Grandfather even wore a proud expression. I see their relationship is very good. They are incredibly affectionate. Hearing that made me so embarrassed I wanted to sink into the ground. Just then, grandfather suddenly turned to me. Your father will be here later. If you want to see him, go to the front hall. I nodded quickly, sweetly saying, Grandfather, happy birthday. Then I turned and slipped away to the back garden. The back garden was indeed much quieter. I was just about to sit down and relax. To my surprise, a youthful voice filled with questioning suddenly rang out. Who are you? Who allowed you in here? I stared blankly at a handsome youth, wearing well-tailored casual clothes. I observed him seriously, searching my memory but couldn't recall who he was. I probed, Are you also here for grandfather's birthday party? The youth frowned even harder. Grandfather, this is my house. I'm back for the party. I understood immediately. This was the younger brother who had been away for 2 years, Wen Shiyu. I curled my lips slightly, my voice gentle but with a hint of a smile. Hello, I'm Su Wenbin. Wen Yudong is my wife. Wen Shiyu froze on the spot. He sized me up from head to toe. He shook his head vigorously. No way! My sister hasn't even said a word to me. I just looked at him silently, saying nothing. He suddenly became agitated. My sister would never marry anyone else. In my heart, my brother-in-law can only be Ji Ming. Ji Ming? I thought to myself, well, to think Wen Yudong actually had a white moonlight too. I intentionally wanted to tease him, looking at him and asking, Is he your sister's ex-boyfriend? Wen Shiyu was left speechless. No. Not an ex? If not an ex-boyfriend, then it must be an unrequited crush. I narrowed my eyes and smiled, my voice full of possessiveness. Then it's fine. She's my wife now. So she won't have anything to do with that guy of yours anymore. When Shiyu was left speechless, his face flushed red. He pointed at me, stammering for a long while. Finally, he huffed. I really don't understand why my sister married you. I'm going to find Mom and get to the bottom of this. With that, he turned and stomped off. At that moment, the protagonist, Wen Yudong, finally strolled in. The moment she walked through the door, she handed an exquisite wooden box to grandfather. Happy birthday, grandfather. Grandfather took the gift, grinning from ear to ear. Look at you two, giving me two separate gifts. Wen Yudong suddenly turned her head. Is he here? After speaking, her eyes immediately swept across the entire room. Grandfather nodded. He's in the back garden. He must be quite bored. Oh right, your father-in-law just arrived. Go over and say hello. I thought she would come to the back garden to find me. To my surprise, Wen Yudong only gave a soft hum, then turned and walked straight toward my father, not even glancing toward the garden once. Father was searching everywhere for you. He took Wen Yudong's hand and asked, Where is Su Wenbin? Did you two not come together? Wen Yudong only replied blandly, in the back garden. My father was about to say something, but grandfather had already led Wen Yudong away. It turns out they went to see someone named Uncle G, but as soon as he spoke, this Uncle G dropped a total bombshell. He looked at Wen Yudong with emotion. Yudong, I heard you've gotten married. I remember how close you and my Mingming used to be. I thought for sure you two would end up together. My nominal wife, Wen Yudong, didn't even deny it. She just calmly changed the subject. Ji-Ming. Has he been well these past few years? Even after Uncle G praised his business acumen, she added, hasn't he always been smart? Just then, Wen Yudong suddenly spoke up, telling grandfather and Uncle G, I'll go see how Su Wenbin is doing. The next second, her cold voice rang out right above my head. Why aren't you in the front hall? I was crouching by the flower bed, so bored I was pulling weeds. I was startled and jumped back. I stood up quickly. There are too many people, and I don't know anyone. I looked at her. My mind filled with the Jiming Wen Shiyu had just mentioned. I finally plucked up the courage. I probed, have you ever loved someone you couldn't have? Before I could even finish, Wen Yudong cut me off coldly. Su Wenbin. She stared at me. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Terrified, I quickly tried to backtrack, saying I was reading a tragic romance novel about a white moonlight. To my surprise, after hearing that, Wen Yudong just indifferently said, Is that so? Send it over for me to read. She glanced at me after speaking, then turned and walked away, leaving me standing there dazed in the breeze. I couldn't find out anything. I had no choice but to take out my phone and message my friend. I gave him a mission. Find me a real, heart-wrenching tragedy novel. The night was quiet and still. I finally waited until all the guests had departed. I was having a pleasant chat with grandfather. To my surprise, grandfather waved his hand. It's my birthday today. It's late, so don't leave. The guest rooms have already been prepared. I instantly froze. Stay here? Doesn't that mean I'll have to share a bed with Wen Yudong? I instinctively looked over at Wen Yudong, but she just lowered her eyes and said nothing. I was about to find an excuse to refuse, when grandfather mentioned Wen Shiyu. What is wrong with that brat? He didn't even come for dinner. Her mother smiled to mediate. Maybe it's just that he's shy since it's his first time meeting Su Wenbin. I scoffed inwardly. Shy? He was aggressively questioning my qualifications, as his brother-in-law this afternoon. Now that he's confirmed Yudong is actually married, he's clearly just sulking. Who would have thought this brother-in-law was actually the president of his sister's shipping fan club? However, grandfather only sighed. Leave him be. Everyone, get some rest early. As soon as he finished, the large living room was left with only me and Wen Yudong. She finally looked at me, boldly uttering two words. Go sleep. With that, she walked straight upstairs on her own. I stood there in a daze. But the next second, I quietly followed behind. I had just entered the bedroom, when I saw her jacket tossed to one side. Immediately after, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. She was showering. I stood before the mirror, suddenly feeling nervous. After all, being alone with her like this made even breathing feel awkward. Just then, the bathroom door opened with a click. I suddenly turned my head to look. Wen Yudong was only wearing a black silk bathrobe, drying her wet hair with a towel. Water droplets slid down her sharp, defined jawline. The next second, her gaze happened to meet mine directly. My lips moved, but I couldn't say a single word. To my surprise, Wen Yudong looked away and said, indifferently, "Go take a shower." I just muttered an "oh," then stepped stiffly toward the bathroom. As I passed, the scent of her signature body wash wafted toward me, making my heart skip a beat. I had just reached the door. I suddenly stopped and turned back to her. "I don't have pajamas." Wen Yudong tossed the towel aside. "Go take your shower first. I'll find something for you." I entered the bathroom, which was still warm with steam. Her scent lingered everywhere. The mirror was blurred by the mist. At the same time, Wen Yudong went to the room at the end of the hall. She knocked on Wen Shiyu's door. As soon as Wen Shiyu opened the door and saw her, he beamed. "Sister, please come in." Unexpectedly, Wen Yudong maintained a cold expression. "Do you have any unworn pajamas? Give me a set." The smile on Wen Shiyu's face vanished instantly. "Is it for that Su Wenbin guy?" Wen Yudong called him by his full name. "Wen Shiyu. Grandfather hears you, watch out or you'll get a beating." Wen Shiyu still wouldn't let it go. He kept staring at her. "Are you speaking up for him again? Do you really like him that much?" Wen Yudong impatiently urged him. "Hurry up and get the clothes for me." But Wen Shiyu seemed determined to risk it all, his voice rising an octave. "What about Ji Ming then? What exactly are you and Ji Ming to each other? We're friends." Wen Yudong's reply was completely flat. "But what if Ji Ming likes you?" Wen Yudong finally looked up, her tone deepening. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll ship you back to America immediately." Wen Shiyu finally felt a sense of fear. He reluctantly searched through his closet and pulled out a set of men's pajamas still in their packaging. He handed them over and Wen Yudong took them. She only left one instruction: don't stay up late. Then she turned and left. I was in the middle of my shower when I heard 2 knocks on the door. Then came a voice of Wen Yudong from outside. "Open the door." I had to turn off the shower. Cracked the door open slightly. I carefully stuck one hand out. She looked down at my hand, which was still dripping with water. My palm was still slightly flushed. My hand groped through the air. "Where are you?" The next second, a set of white pajamas, still with tags, was thrust into my hand. I quickly pulled my hand back and shut the door. I looked at the pajamas in my hand. The truth dawned on me instantly. These were definitely Wen Shiyu's clothes. Outside, Wen Yudong looked at the closed bathroom door and suddenly understood everything too. It turned out Wen Shiyu must have said something to me which led to that foolish question about loving someone you can't have. I dried myself off, changed into the pajamas, and dried my hair. I finally pushed open the bathroom door, glanced at my reflection in the mirror, and mustered the courage to step outside. To my surprise, when I looked up, Wen Yudong was lazily leaning against the headboard, looking at her phone. My heart raced as I edged step by step toward the side of the bed. She heard the movement but didn't bother to look up, only ordering in a low voice, "Turn off the lights." I let out an "oh" and froze on the spot. She seemed to read my mind, suddenly curling her lips. "Do you think I'll do something to you? If you wake up late tomorrow, the whole house will know." She paused for a moment, then added, "I still prefer being at home." My face flushed instantly, and I hurried toward the light switch. With a click, the light went out, but the moment the room plunged into darkness, before I could even move, a warm golden glow from the bedside lamp was turned on by her. I quickly scrambled to the other side of the bed, lying down as far away as if we were worlds apart. Right after that, the bedside lamp went out too. In the darkness, I felt her gaze fixed intensely upon me. "Su Wenbin," she suddenly called my name. Without waiting for my answer, she dropped a line that made my blood run cold. "Come closer. Let me feel you." My body froze instantly, my heart racing so fast it felt suffocating. I whispered back in protest, "Didn't you say you preferred being at home?" Her soft laughter echoed through the dark. "I didn't say I was going to sleep with you." Hearing that, I moved just a tiny bit, purely for show. But she seemed to have lost her patience. The next second, a hand reached out and pulled me straight toward her. That dry, warm hand even slid right under my pajamas, touching my smooth, bare back, gliding further down, and finally resting on my buttocks, kneading them firmly. I let out a soft groan from the pain, and just as I was about to push her away, that hand abruptly withdrew. "Go to sleep." She let go of me, her voice devoid of any emotion. I scrambled back to the edge of the bed, where she had touched me burning like fire. I could only try to steady my breathing, not daring to move even an inch, until her steady breathing reached my ears. Only then did I fully relax. However, the next morning I drowsily opened my eyes, and reaching out instinctively, I I touched smooth, soft skin. My mind went blank for a second. Then I snapped wide awake. My leg was actually draped over her waist, and my hand was tucked deep inside her pajamas, yet she hadn't woken up. But a hand was holding my waist tightly, making it impossible for me to budge. I jerked my hand back as if struck by lightning, closing my eyes tight like I was facing an execution, and stealthily lifted my leg, trying to slip away. Just then, her hand on my waist moved. My eyes widened as I saw her eyelashes flutter as she slowly opened her eyes. I was completely frozen, and in the next second, I just wanted to pull my leg back and flee the scene. But her hand on my waist suddenly tightened, pulling my whole body directly into her embrace, my lips almost brushing against her collarbone. With a hint of morning grumpiness, her husky voice commanded, "Don't move. Sleep a bit longer." My entire body was stiff, pinned down by her powerful arm. I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. By the time I woke up again, Wen Yutong was gone from beside me. Only the lingering warmth remained, proof that she had just gotten up. I picked up my phone to check the time. It was just past 7, so I hurried out of bed. After all, being at the old family home, I couldn't leave a lazy impression on grandfather. Just as I went downstairs, I ran into Yao Wan, who smilingly pulled me toward the dining table. "Wenbin, you're up? Just in time for breakfast." Everyone was already gathered at the table, and as soon as Wen Chenghe saw me, he immediately waved me over. "Wenbin, come here quickly." I smiled back, but my eyes swept across the room, seeing only Wen Yutong eating with her head down, not saying a single word. And sitting right next to her was Wen Shiyu. Right then, Wen Chenghe suddenly looked at Wen Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, come sit next to me. Let your brother-in-law sit with your sister." As soon as Wen Chenghe finished speaking, Wen Shiyu shot me a spiteful glare. Then he started wheedling, "Grandpa, it's been a long time since I've seen sister, and I see brother-in-law every day. One meal won't make a difference." This blatant provocation, but I only smiled faintly. Speaking up generously, "It's all right, Grandpa, just let him sit there." But I never expected in a million years that Wen Yutong, who was focused on her food, would turn her head toward Wen Shiyu and say in a bone-chilling voice, "Go sit with Grandpa." Wen Shiyu's face instantly turned bright red. He gave me a scorching look before huffing and moving elsewhere. I said nothing and went straight to sit beside her. However, this meal felt like sitting on a bed of nails, with every single word from Wen Shiyu aimed at me. Just then, Wen Chenghe suddenly spoke. "Yutong, if Wenbin wants to go back, drive him home before you head to work." I quickly waved it off. "No need, Grandpa. I plan to visit my younger sister. Let her go to work." Before I could finish, Wen Yutong slammed her soup spoon down with a clatter and stood up. "Let's go. I'll take you back to the Su family." I watched her decisive back and could only quickly say goodbye to Grandpa before getting up to follow her. Returning to my own home, I finally breathed a true sigh of relief. I sprawled out on the sofa, complaining to my sister Su Ruoxi, who had just come out of the bath. "Why didn't you come to the Wen house yesterday? I was dying of boredom there all by myself." Su Ruoxi walked over while drying her hands. "I slept until the afternoon. Then Yeling Shi called me out to play. We chatted for a bit, and she suddenly changed the subject. Sister Shu Ran is really good at math, right? A few days ago, Yeling Shi even made a bet, saying she'd surpass her by the end of this term." I laughed hearing that. "Well, you've asked the right person. Her math is top tier. I don't think she ever scored below 140 in my memory." Su Ruoxi raised an eyebrow. "If she's that good at math, why is she in the physics department now?" I clicked my tongue. Between passion and strength, which one would you choose? After enjoying a refreshing day at home, I wasn't woken up by Su Ruoxi until dusk. I sat up groggily and habitually walked over to my desk, where a row of childhood souvenirs was displayed. I casually flipped through them, but after searching for a long time, I suddenly realized my safety lock bracelet was gone. My heart tightened. I clearly remembered it being here the last time I checked. "Su Ruoxi," I shouted toward the door, and soon, Sister leaned against the doorframe and asked, "What is it? Are you looking for something?" I turned to look at her. "Have you seen the safety lock bracelet I wore when I was little?" Su Ruoxi thought for a moment, went, "Oh," then asked back, "Didn't you take it with you?" "No," I said firmly. "I always wanted to take it, but I forgot every time, so it was always left in the room." As soon as the words left my mouth, Su Ruoxi suddenly fell silent, staring at the jewelry box. Her expression completely changed. The next second, as if she had thought of something, she abruptly turned and walked out of the bedroom. My heart skipped a beat, and I followed her immediately. I saw Su Ruoxi marching downstairs, her gaze locked onto someone sitting at the dining table. "Su Nian, did you go into Su Wenbin's room and steal something?"
Su Ruoxi's words were like a thunderclap, stopping my descent down the stairs instantly. Su Nian, sitting at the table, flinched, then immediately denied it. I didn't. His jewelry isn't even worth half of mine. But Su Ruoxi gave a cold laugh and pressed him. I haven't even said what the item is, so how do you know what I'm asking about? One sentence directly exposed Su Nian's lie. Seeing this, Shailan hurried to mediate. Ruoxi, how can you falsely accuse your brother like that? But Su Ruoxi didn't even spare her a glance, keeping her eyes fixed on Su Nian. Go get it and give it back right now, or you won't be eating a single bite today. Su Nian looked at my father Su Tingji for help, but he only let out a sigh, saying soothingly, Nian Nian, if you took it, give it back to your brother. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. With a way out provided, Su Nian finally stood up reluctantly and went back to his room. A moment later, he came out holding the safety lock bracelet.
I looked at him coldly and held out my hand. Give it back. To my surprise, Su Nian stood a meter away and suddenly threw the bracelet right at my face. Here, take it back. I reached out to catch it, but it slipped through my fingers, falling heavily right at my feet. I bent down, picking up the dusty safety lock chain. Fortunately, it was undamaged. I raised my head, shooting a cold gaze towards Su Nian. Did no one ever teach you not to take other people's things without permission? He just turned his head away, snapped back. Didn't you also take the necklace Dad gave me? Still haven't found it yet. Do you think everyone is as ill-mannered as you? I scolded him back directly. And unexpectedly, these words completely enraged him. Pointing at me, he yelled, What right do you have? You don't even have anyone to look after you. Su Wenbin, are you out of your mind? Before he could finish, I grabbed the water glass from the table and splashed the cold water right in his face. Enough! It's just a safety lock. Is it really worth causing such a scene? My father, Su Tingji, finally spoke up, but in a way that criticized both sides. Shilan wiped Su Nian's face with distress, saying sarcastically, You still shouldn't throw water at your brother. Can't you two just talk things through nicely? Before I could even say a word, Su Ruoxi snapped back immediately. Can someone like him even be reasoned with without getting physical? But then something Su Tingji said felt like a knife plunging into my heart. He sighed and looked at me. It's Nian Nian's fault for speaking without thinking. But Wenbin, you're the older brother. How could you hit your brother over a safety lock? How much is it even worth? My body froze, my head spinning. I looked my father straight in the eye, my voice raspy. So, you also think? Am ill-mannered and neglected, right? He was instantly speechless. I looked down at the safety lock in my hand, then looked at him again, speaking every word clearly. Father, this safety lock was for my first birthday. Mother wove it herself and put it on my wrist. She hoped I would be safe, happy, and free from worries. But living up until now, it seems I haven't achieved any of those things. My voice was calm, but every word cut deep into the soul. I forgot that you have a complete family now, and the one without a family is me. Maybe you don't even remember what she looked like anymore. After that, I didn't even spare Su Tingji a glance and turned to walk away. Su Ruoxi immediately stopped father when he tried to call me, only leaving one sentence, I'll go check on him, before hurrying after me. I had just stepped out the door when she caught up, her tone full of worry, though she spoke in a teasing way. Afraid you'll do something rash. I curled my lips slightly. If I were to do something rash over this, then I wouldn't have survived this long. Su Ruoxi then called my name very seriously. Su Wenbin, if there's anything you can't tell anyone else in the future, you can come to me and let it all out. Don't keep it bottled up inside. I'll be really worried. My heart warmed up. I burst out laughing. All right then. Just don't complain that I'm being a nuisance. I said goodbye to Su Ruoxi, standing alone by the roadside waiting for a ride. Just then, a car honked from behind, and my buddy Song Si-yoon stuck his head out the window, waving at me. Hey, passenger, hop in. I opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, intending to joke with him for a bit, but his gaze on the safety lock in my hand. He immediately asked, Isn't this your thing from when you were a kid? Why did you bring it out? I just gave a low, If I didn't, then Sun Yan probably would have thrown it away. Song Si-yoon immediately bristled. He dared. He looked at the bracelet, suggesting, How about I find someone to reweave it a bit longer so you can wear it again? But I shook my head. My mother wove this. If I can't wear it, then so be it. I don't want to take it apart. Song Si-yoon understood immediately that I must have been mistreated at home again today. He said nothing more, simply turning the car around until it stopped in front of Gianna Bar. I tilted my head toward him. Why are we here? Song Si-yoon raised an eyebrow. If you're unhappy, of course, you have to drink with your brothers. He didn't say another word, unbuckling his seatbelt and walking straight into the bar. In the most hidden corner of the sofas, I ordered both a margarita and a Bloody Mary in one go. Song Si-yoon found me after parking the car, teasing me as soon as he sat down. "Your wife isn't coming home tonight, is she?" If she knew I brought her obedient husband to a bar, would she tear me limb from limb? I only smiled at that, clinking my glass with his, "Stop it, man." I tilted my head back and took a meaningful gulp of wine. It would be strange if she actually considered me obedient. After 3 rounds of drinks, my stomach was churning uncomfortably. I looked at Song Si-yoon and told him I wanted to go home, stumbling as I tried to rush out, mumbling sorrowfully, "I want to go home." But both of us had been drinking, and the driver hadn't arrived yet. Song Si-yoon could only advise me to wait a bit longer, but I unexpectedly started acting like a spoiled child, insisting on leaving immediately, right now. Song Si-yoon had a massive headache, and while wondering if he should call me a taxi, he suddenly had an idea. "Call your wife and tell her to come pick you up." I was stunned for a few seconds, then took out my phone, stared at the name Wen Yu Tong, and hit call. As soon as the call connected, I cried out "wife" in a pitiful voice. Then I mumbled to myself, "Are you off work yet?" "Am lost. I want to go home." Song Si-yoon, standing nearby, almost dropped his jaw. "Didn't you say there were no feelings involved? Who is this cheesy tone even for?" On the other end, the cold voice of Wen Yu Tong came through. "Are you drunk again?" I said nothing, but just nodded vigorously at the phone. The next second, Wen Yu Tong only said 3 words, "Send your location," before hanging up. Not long after, a black Maybach came to a steady stop in front of us. A woman stepped out of the car, and as soon as I saw her, I lunged into her arms like a giant puppy. I hugged the woman tightly, her slender waist, and whimpered, "I want to go home." Song Si-yoon hurriedly explained to Wen Yu Tong. Bin Bin had a fight with his family. Please don't mind if he acts out." Wen Yu Tong gave a soft unprying my hands in one go, and picked me up, stuffing me into the passenger seat. I kept mumbling incoherently, and suddenly tilted my head to stare at Wen Yu Tong. "Are we going home now?" "Wen Yu Tong, am I your husband? You haven't married a second husband, have you?" But Wen Yu Tong ignored me the whole way, until the car came to a complete stop, and she said coldly, "Get out." My eyes instantly welled up. "Even you don't want me anymore." Wen Yu Tong added expressionlessly, "We're home." As soon as we entered, I flopped onto the sofa and sat up abruptly and called her, "Wife." "We've already registered our marriage, right? You won't go and register with your second husband, right?" Wen Yu Tong approached me step by step, stopping right in front of me, her gaze deep and unfathomable. She finally opened her mouth. "Where would I get a second husband from?" "Ji Ming," I suddenly blurted out. Wen Yu Tong was stunned. What kind of script was this drunkard imagining now? She looked down at me. "He is not." I immediately brightened up. "So you and I are family." "He is not," but then, in the next second, I suddenly stood up, staring intensely at her. "Then kiss your husband once to prove it." Wen Yu Tong chuckled softly. "I can prove it in a different way." As soon as she finished speaking, my tears began to fall uncontrollably. Sun Yan scolded me today, and father didn't protect me at all. I cried until I was out of breath, then asked repeatedly, "Do you consider me your husband?" Wen Yu Tong was at a loss with me, only able to go along with it. "Yes, whatever you say is right." I immediately retorted, "I am your husband, so why don't you kiss me?" Wen Yu Tong finally stopped resisting, reaching out to caress my face before gently planting a kiss on me. After the fleeting kiss, she looked straight into my eyes, her gaze darkening, and her voice grew husky. "Stop crying. There will be somewhere for you to cry later. Save some of your strength." Her hand slid down inside my collar, her voice low and dangerous. "Let's do it. Bedroom, balcony, study, bathroom. Where do you want it?" With tears still clinging to my eyelashes, I whispered in a small voice, "Can't we just do it right here?" Wen Yu Tong chuckled deeply. "Fine, just don't pass out tonight." At noon the next day, I finally woke up groggily, and as soon as I moved, soreness hit my whole body. Last night's memories immediately flooded my brain. From the living room to the bedroom, she was like a wild beast out of control, showing no mercy despite my tearful pleas. I crawled out of bed, my calves still trembling. Walking to the mirror, I couldn't help but gasp. My lip was bitten, my whole body was covered in bruises, and there were even teeth marks on my collarbone. I cursed inwardly. This wasn't lovemaking. This was clearly abuse. My friend Song Si-yoon sent a message. "Just waking up now? Is your wife done comforting you yet?" My eyelid twitched. Hemph, she only made me cry harder. I pretended to calm and replied, "Am strong. I couldn't stay sad forever." Setting my phone down, I suddenly thought of a fatal problem. Auntie Zhang would have arrived by now, Did she clean the living room when she left this morning? I had just gone downstairs when I heard Aunt Jiang. Sir, you're awake? Then she looked at my face and was stunned. Sir, why is your lip cut? I quickly covered my mouth, just a mouth ulcer.
Auntie Jiang looked skeptical, but she didn't ask further and turned to go into the kitchen. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking luckily it seemed last night's battle went unnoticed. But as soon as I picked up my phone, I saw a long-winded speech from my father, Su Tingzhi. The whole thing was about how my brother Sun Yan is still young, asking me to be more patient with him. I didn't even bother reading further and exited immediately. Just then, a class group chat that had been silent for a long time suddenly started ringing with endless notifications. Class reunion next week, everyone! Can someone in Jinjiang call Su Wenbin for us? He was the most handsome guy in our class back then. I bet he's even more of a heartthrob now.
To my surprise, the next second, a message directly blew up the group chat. He's right here. But he's already married. What? Married so early? Who is his wife? My eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. I didn't even have to guess to know. The one spreading the news was none other than my high school arch-nemesis, Xu Chengyan. Seeing that name, the traumatic memories of being bullied back then suddenly came rushing back into my mind. Just because the girl Xu Chengyan liked confessed to me, he locked me in the restroom. He poured a bucket of ice-cold water right over my head, making me nearly choke. However, when I ran home soaking wet,
hoping to find my father and pour my heart out, my younger brother Su Nian happened to have a high fever. Su Dingji saw my pathetic state, and the first thing he said was, "Why do you look like this? Can't you find some clothes to change into? Aren't you ashamed?" At that moment, I didn't want to say a single word anymore. Later, Su Dingji called, and my voice trembled through the receiver. I don't want to go to school anymore. On the other end of the line, my brother's spoiled crying kept ringing out. Su Dingji just hastily blurted out, "If you don't want to study, then quit. I can support you." Then he hung up abruptly. Even until now, he has never once asked why I dropped out of school back then. Just as I was drowning in memories, a new message popped up. It was from Yu Shiran. About next week's class reunion. Don't go if you don't want to. I typed back, "What about you?" Yu Shiran quickly replied, saying that his student's relative would be there, so she had to attend. I just replied, "Then you should go," when Su Chengyan started making trouble in the group chat again. Su Wenbin probably won't come, right? Is he playing house husband for some rich old lady and is too ashamed to show his face to anyone? Who knows? He's in the group but won't even speak up. Maybe he's busy babysitting at home. I watched with irritation, typed a long response, but deleted it all right before hitting send. Immediately after, I messaged Yu Shiran directly. "I'll go. See you at the reunion." That evening, there was a noise at the door. I startled and sat up, turned off the TV, and prepared to bolt upstairs. Right now, the person I wanted to see least was Wen Yudong. Every time I see her, I'm reminded of last night's passion. But just as I stepped into my slippers and looked up, I ran straight into Wen Yudong. Too late. Wen Yudong glanced at me, walked straight toward me, and asked, "What are you doing standing there?" I quickly made an excuse. I've been sitting all day, so I was just getting some movement. Surprisingly, while adjusting her clothes, she didn't even look at me, but curled her lips slightly. "So energetic? Then why were you so exhausted last night?" I was instantly speechless, thinking to myself that my legs are still aching even now. I slightly tilted my head to look, and my eyes fell right on her neck. On her fair neck were hickeys, and even a clear bite mark. All of them were my handiwork. My face flushed instantly, and my heart began to race. Just then, Wen Yudong leaned lazily against the sofa, beckoning me with her finger. "Come here." I had just stepped in front of her, when she pulled me down onto her lap. I let out a small cry of pain, and when Yudong's hand slid down to my waist, her voice tinged with a bit of fatigue. "Does it hurt that much?" I bit my lip and nodded. "It hurts." She smiled again, her gaze lingering on my torn lip. "Doesn't it stop hurting after doing it so much?" She didn't stop there. Her hand slid along the seam of my pants, fingers caressing the marks on my thighs. It seemed she realized she had truly overdone it last night. Looking at the hickeys on her neck, I suddenly remembered hugging her last night and shouting, "We are family. Please don't leave me." I suddenly looked up. "Wen Yudong, don't take last night's nonsense to heart." Wen Yudong looked me straight in the eye and asked back, "What words? Was it when you were screaming in ecstasy?" My face turned so red I thought it might bleed. I whispered, "No. It was when I was talking crazy about us being family." To my surprise, Wen Yudong calmly responded, "Aren't we?" I was stunned for a moment. My throat felt dry. I didn't expect her to answer like that. While my mind was still in a whirl, Wen Yudong let go of me. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Back in my room, my heart was still pounding. I even thought that, besides being a bit of a jerk, Wen Yudong actually treats me quite well. I had just finished texting my best friend. I suddenly feel like Wen Yudong isn't such a bastard after all. Then the very next second, a message from Wen Yudong popped up. Wait for me at home tomorrow night. I want to try. In the study. At that moment, I just wanted to take back everything I had just said. I opened the chat window and replied, but I'm still in pain. Wen Yudong messaged back immediately. I'll be gentle this time. Staring at those few words,
I threw my phone straight aside. I reached out and turned off the nightlight, cursing under my breath. Wen Yudong, you absolute jerk. The next day I stopped by the Wen residence, and Wen Shiwu predictably treated me like thin air the whole time. Seeing the sun setting, I didn't dare stay long, fearing it'd be forced to stay overnight. But more importantly, I remembered Wen Yudong's message from last night, so I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. To my surprise, as soon as I got home, Jiang greeted me with a wide smile. Sir, you're back. The madam returned not long ago. She's in the study. My heart started racing, and while I was sitting blankly on the sofa, a message from my friend Fang Ming appeared. Why do you suddenly think she's good? Did her bedroom skills conquer you? I replied instantly. I take that back right now. Fang Ming sent a smirking emoji. For this reunion, remember to bring your wife. Show that Xu Chengyan fellow what's what. That sentence immediately woke me up. I sprang up and went straight to the upstairs study. Standing before the door, I pushed it open slightly to peer inside to see what she was doing. I saw Wen Yudong sitting upright, handling a mountain of documents. Cold light from the screen reflected on her face, giving her a strangely ethereal look. I was about to open the door a bit wider. My hand hadn't even pulled back yet, when a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Come in." I looked up and met her gaze perfectly. I had no choice but to commit and walk in. Before I could even stand steady, Wen Yudong finished signing the last file. Immediately after, she looked up at me, her voice low. "Come here." I had just walked around the desk when she pulled me into her embrace. Her warm hands slid directly under my shirt, pressing against my abs. She tilted her head slightly and asked hoarsely, "Can we go without protection today?" I swallowed hard, refusing in a small voice, "No." What if something happens? Wen Yudong didn't say anything more, but her hand moved with addictive intent and directly unbuckled my belt. My legs instantly turned to jelly, and just as I steadied myself on her shoulders, the next second, I heard the sound of documents being swept to the floor. She easily hoisted me up and pinned me directly onto the cold desk. Heat breathed onto my neck, and my voice trembled. "Don't leave any marks. I won't be able to wear a shirt tomorrow." Wen Yudong chuckled softly, her thin lips slowly moving downward. By the time I was completely exhausted, she finally carried me to the bathroom. When I woke up the next day, my eyes were heavy, and my throat felt like it was on fire. I had only one thought in my head. Wen Yudong is a massive jerk. She promised to be gentle, but every thrust was so intense I thought I'd die. If I believe her again, I'm a fool. Last night's images kept swirling in my mind, refuses to fade. I couldn't forget even if I wanted to. I took a deep breath, decided to sit up, and opened our chat history. Right at that moment, a message from Yu Shiran appeared. The reunion is the day after tomorrow. She told me to watch the group chat and said we could go together if it was convenient. I replied, sure. Then I went into the bathroom. To my surprise, seeing the bruise on my waist in the mirror, a cold smile formed on the corner of my lips. After washing up, I lay back on the bed, and a message from my buddy's song "See You" and arrive immediately. Are you planning to go to the reunion? Need me to come along to save face for you? I gave a thin smile. Nah, forget it. Yu Shiran will be there. I can't stand Xu Chengyan's attitude anyway. Unexpectedly, Song Saiyun sent a shocking message. According to Yu Shiran, the person Xu Chengyan likes will be there too. He's being so active, I'm afraid it's not just about you, but also because of his white moonlight. Who knew Xu Chengyan could be so loyal? I froze for a second, then coldly typed, whoever he wants to love, as long as he doesn't mess with me, I don't care. While I was thinking of a way to deal with it, when Yudong's message arrived at the perfect time. She's not coming back tonight. I breathed a sigh of relief, meaning I could go to the party with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, the reunion day arrived. I showered and felt refreshed. Put on my newly bought suit and spent a long time fixing my hair in the mirror. My phone notifications were buzzing nonstop. The class group was already buzzing with excitement. Where's Su Wenbin? Is he actually coming? Yu Shiran said he'd be here, but why hasn't he replied? I skimmed through the messages, opened the keyboard and typed, "See you all tonight. Last one there has to drink." After sending it, I tossed my phone aside. Before leaving, I still sent Wen Yudong a message asking what time she'd be back. No response, so I just left it at that. As soon as I arrived, I saw Yu Shiran standing at the entrance. I smiled and waved, "Hey there. Beautiful." Yu Shiran looked up and smiled back. "Let's go."
Any later and you'll be penalized with drinks. I click my tongue. It's just one glass. At worst, I'll drink it for you. As we walked in together, Yu Shiran teased, "You look like such a heartthrob today. It seems Zhu Chenyan's provocation really worked on you." I gave a light snort. He keeps mentioning me, so of course I have to show up in top form to greet him. Suddenly, Yu Shiran warned me, "Then don't go drinking too much. You're quite scary when you're drunk." I immediately raise an eyebrow in protest. I am not. I'm very well behaved when I'm drunk, right? Yu Shiran's smile grew even brighter. I wonder who it was back in school who had just one bottle and ran into the street trying to depants people. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have spent the night in a jail cell. I burst out laughing. All right. You remember that little thing even after all these years. Laughing and talking, the two of us reached the banquet hall. Sufang Xuan. This was a place where only the elite and wealthy dared to frequent. As Yu Shiran pushed open the door and entered, the room suddenly fell silent. A second later, every eye was fixed on the two of us, and then an explosion of whispers broke out. Professor Yu is here. And Su Wenbin looks so much more handsome than before. At that very moment, Xu Chengyan proactively waved, "Su Wenbin, come and sit next to me." I intended to refuse. After a moment's thought, I walked toward him with dignity and sat right beside him. I tilted my head toward him. "Screenwriter Xu, you're considered a public figure now. Aren't you afraid of being photographed?" Xu Chengyan spoke humbly, but in reality, he used the chance to brag about a big film project he was on, the smugness in his eyes impossible to hide. I curled my lip and said nothing more. The class president, Nia Dong, suddenly turned to me. "Su Wenbin, since you and Fang Ming are so close, why didn't he come?" I explained calmly, a public figure can't easily show their face. While everyone was flattering Yu Shiran, she stood up and went outside to take a call. In the room, Nia Dong suddenly sighed. "What's up with Chang Rui? She's already nearly 10 minutes late." Chang Rui, I still remembered, was the girl whom Xu Chengyan had a secret crush on back in high school. As she spoke, a voice rang out from the door. "Who's looking for me?" "I'm here." I looked up. A stylishly dressed woman was standing at the door. It was Chang Rui. Xu Chengyan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to pull out the chair next to him. Surprisingly, Chang Rui didn't even give him a glance, but walked straight toward me, bent down and asked, "Is this seat taken?" The whole room instantly erupted. Everyone began to hoot and tease. "Chang Rui, what are you doing? Your target is clearly aimed straight at Su Wenbin." "Chang Rui, you didn't come here just for Su Wenbin, did you? You already confessed to him once back in high school." But at that very moment, Su Chengyan seemed to be trying to clear things up out of Bill, but in reality, he dropped a bombshell. "What's the noise about? Su Wenbin is already married." The room fell into a dead silence once again. The man opposite him was full of shock. "You're married? Is that for real?" I calmly replied, "Been married for nearly a year now." However, it didn't stop there. Su Chengyan added another line with a chuckle. "It's not just a marriage. I recall Su Wenbin once saying that his wife is Wen Yudong herself." That sentence set shockwaves through the hall again. Oh my god. Is that director Wen from the Wen family? What a talented and beautiful pair, they're truly a match. Surprisingly, another classmate threw in an even hotter tip. When I arrived earlier, I heard Director Wen was discussing a partnership right upstairs. "Su Wenbin, hurry up and call her down here." Now everyone was beyond excited, shouting for me to call my wife down. Xu Chengyan kept adding fuel to the fire, slowly cornering me. "Su Wenbin, she's your wife. Surely she'd give you some face, right?" That single sentence blocked all my exits. Forced by the situation, I had no choice but to take out my phone and dial that number while everyone watched. The call connected, my voice trembling. "Are you at Sufang Xuan?" Silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then a cold voice answered, "What is it?" My heart skipped a beat, but I had to press on. "Are you free right now? Could you come downstairs for a moment?" After a dead silence, that woman finally gave her answer. I quickly gave the room number, and she abruptly hung up. Did she agree? I wasn't sure, so I quickly messaged, "It's my former classmates at a reunion. They want to meet you. If you don't want to come, I'll just make up an excuse and brush it off." But I had no idea that Xu Chengyan, standing beside me, was staring intently at my phone screen. What did your wife say? Is she not free? Or does she just not want to come? These words from Xu Chengyan were clearly a deliberate provocation. Surprisingly, I just smirked, answering calmly. No. She said she'll be over in a bit. Xu Chengyan let out an "oh," his face clearly showing disbelief, certain that Wen Yudong would absolutely not show up. After that, the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew lively again, and people started penalizing each other with drinks. Even Yu Shuren, who had just returned, was forced to have a few glasses. But at that very moment, the spotlight was turned back on me. Su Wenbin, we've all been drinking. It's not okay for only you not to drink. My stomach was already feeling off, but I still had to take the glass. However, seeing me finish, Xu Chengdian started making trouble again. Su Wenbin, it's been a while. So where's that wife of yours? Every eye in the room immediately turned to me. I stared at the unreplied message on my phone, and my heart slowly sank. She saw it was a class reunion, so she really doesn't want to come, does she? Just as I was about to open my mouth to offer an excuse, there was a knock at the banquet hall door. The next second, the door was pushed open, and a slender figure stood tall in the doorway. Under her loose hair, her eyes slightly lowered, her gaze cutting through the crowd, stopped exactly on me. Wen Yudong strode over with her long legs, stood right behind me, leaned down slightly, and said in a low voice, I had some business, so am late. In an instant, the banquet hall exploded. Director Wen, I'm the one who used to sit behind Su Wenbin. About that plan I sent to the Wen group earlier. I hope you can spare a moment to look at it. Director Wen, our company. The former classmates suddenly turned into sycophants, vying to introduce themselves. I instinctively looked up at Wen Yudong. Would she be angry? Just then, someone started teasing again. Su Wenbin, don't just stare. You can look at her all you want at home. More than half of your glass is still full. As soon as they finish, I turned and reached for the wine glass. But before I could even touch it, a long, fair hand appeared in my line of sight. The next second, Wen Yudong took my glass from behind, glanced at the rim where I had just sipped, and pressed her thin lips directly onto it. I spun around, only seeing her elegant neck as she tilted her head to drink, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat. The teasing cheers in the room broke out again. Director Wen really cares for Su Wenbin, huh? I stared at her, until she set the glass down, then stammered. That's the glass I just used. She just gave a soft, her voice cool. I know. Another wave of excitement followed. Wen Yudong didn't want to stay long. She glanced at me. Text me when it's over. I nodded, watching her shadow depart. But as soon as Wen Yudong left, everyone immediately turned to me curiously. Su Wenbin, how on earth did you win over Director Wen? Feeling guilty, I made up an excuse. It was love at first sight for her. While everyone was oohing and awing, my phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a message from Wen Yudong. Don't drink too much. Before I could even reply, her second message arrived, making my face flush instantly. I want to go for a long time tonight. If you drink too much, I'm afraid you'll get dizzy. My eyelashes flickered, and I immediately turned off my phone. The party ended, and seeing Xu Chengyan's face turn green with rage, I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I said goodbye to Yu Shuren and turned to head to the restroom. I messaged my best friend while walking. It felt so good. Xu Chengyan's face turned completely green. My friend messaged back, what trick did you pull? I typed smugly. Wen Yudong showed up. The moment the message sent, a figure suddenly appeared before me. Chang Ri looked at me, was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, does she treat you well? I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Quite well. Surprisingly, Chang Ri chuckled softly, dropping a bombshell. I used to think you and Yu Shuren would end up together. You seemed to really like her back then. Chang Ri's words made my heart heavy, but I only gave a small smirk, calmly saying, that was many years ago. I'm very happy with my current life. Chang Ri understood, asked no more, and hurriedly said goodbye. I returned to the banquet hall, leaving only Yu Shuren. I was about to ask her how she was getting home, when Yu Shuren spoke first. My sister is coming to pick me up. Want to join? I almost blurted out, sure, but the very next second, I remembered Wen Yudong's words. It's over. Text me. I immediately changed my mind. Suddenly remembered Wen Yudong was still there. I won't be taking Yu's car today after all. The two of us walked out side by side. The night wind was slightly chilly. While I was waiting for a message from Wen Yudong, phone suddenly vibrated, displaying two words. In a commanding tone, I looked up, and sure enough, not far away, stood the familiar black Maybach. I said goodbye to Yu Shuren, then I hurried toward the car.
The rear window slowly rolled down, revealing Wen Yutong's cold profile. She leaned back lazily in the rear seat, but her gaze brushed past me, looking at Yushu Ran behind me. She lowered her voice and uttered 3 words. Ex-girlfriend? I let out a soft exclamation. Immediately, I retorted, no. She's just a friend. Wen Yutong did not seem to care, just staring at me, just following your lead. My hand froze for a second. She's actually still holding a grudge over that. About that time, I called Ji Ming her ex-boyfriend. I quickly changed the subject. Thank you for today. To my surprise, she gave a light chuckle. Her eyes suddenly turned suggestive. Don't mention it. We can talk more once we are in bed. My cheeks flushed deep red. I instinctively glanced at Secretary Joe, who was driving. Then I lowered my voice. Could you? There is someone else here. Wen Yutong only chuckled and said nothing more. As soon as we got home, I quickly kicked off my leather shoes. I was about to head upstairs to wash up, but Wen Yutong's footsteps echoed right behind me. She reached out to loosen my neatly tied necktie. Her voice was low. No need for this, you look very handsome. Then the world turned upside down. She actually picked me up in a Princess Carry. Instinctively, I wrapped my arms tightly around her neck. I said in a panic, don't you have to wake up early for work tomorrow? But she interrupted me. Her voice was slightly hoarse. Right now, I only want to love you. Before she finished her sentence, she had already laid me down on the bed and leaned in gently. Her voice was deep and filled with desire. You can try to struggle, but it will probably hurt. Afterward, I lay on the bed, completely drained of strength, tilted my head toward the window. Wen Yutong was wearing only a black camisole. There was a bright red scratch on her neck. That was the masterpiece I had just left behind. She slightly lowered her eyes. She seemed to be looking at something. She bowed her head to light a long, slim cigarette. Wen Yutong looked up, and I immediately met her gaze. But then I quickly looked away. I lay on her bed for a long time. Finally, I propped myself up. Several buttons on my shirt had been ripped off. It was pretty much ruined. I grabbed the shirt she had tossed aside and threw it on haphazardly. Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong stubbed out her cigarette. She stepped to the bedside and asked, not staying a bit longer. The corners of my eyes were flushed. I looked up at her. I want to go back to my room. I scrambled out of the bed. Without looking back, I ran straight into the bathroom of my own bedroom. In the mirror, my lips were slightly swollen. They looked rather red. I lay in the bathtub. The soreness in my body finally began to fade, but a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Ever since I said light-colored shirts shouldn't have hickeys, she really hasn't left any marks on my body. Maybe it's because I scratched her a few times instead. The next morning, I was woken up by phone notifications. The ringing lasted for a full 10 minutes. Irritated, I grabbed my phone, turned on Do Not Disturb, and rolled over to go back to sleep. By the time I was fully awake, I discovered the group chat was at 99+. Everything was about yesterday's gathering and Wen Yutong. I immediately muted the group, but then saw a message from my best friend, Song Siyun. Wenbin, you have so much influence now. How about putting in a word with your wife about the Song family project? My dad said if she signs, he'll buy me a car. My eyelid twitched uncontrollably. I refused immediately. Are you trying to get me killed? I don't have that much sway. Everything comes with a price. Every time I closed my eyes, last night's scene played back. She squeezed my cheeks. Using a deep, commanding voice, Su Wenbin, don't close your eyes, look at me. Just then, a message from my younger sister, Su Ruokshi, popped up, asking when I was coming home. I stared at the message for a long time. Since our last argument, it had been nearly half a month since I'd been home. I thought for a few minutes and finally replied, probably today. I wanted to go back and pack my things, taking everything that belonged to me. In that house besides my sister, there was no one left for me to miss. After I finished changing, my gaze drifted to the side. I saw the shirt I wore back from her room last night. I lowered my eyes, then turned and left the bedroom. Back at the Su residence, only Su Roshi was in the living room. When she saw me, she just asked one thing. Have you eaten yet? I gave a quick nod and headed straight upstairs. I took out a cardboard box. I only put in books and gifts from friends. As for things I bought myself or that my father, Su Dingjie, bought me, I didn't plan on taking anything. Su Roshi saw me carrying the box downstairs. She was stunned for a moment. Are you moving your things out? Just as I nodded, the golden retriever named Dan Huang rushed over to nuzzle against me. Su Roshi looked at the excited Dan Huang. Suddenly she said, maybe you should take Dan Huang with you. Sun Yan doesn't like him. Every day he waits for me, then waits for you. It's better if he goes with you. I knelt down to look at Dan Huang.
I insisted on raising this golden retriever after dropping out of school. At that time, my father wanted to buy me a Westie, but I was determined to raise a golden from a puppy. I said watching it grow would give me a sense of accomplishment, so I chose Dan Huang. But when I got married, Su Dingji wouldn't let me take him. I didn't even know if Wen Yutong liked dogs, so Dan Huang was left behind at the Su house. Seeing Dan Huang constantly nuzzling me now, my heart softened. All right. I put all my belongings into the trunk. Immediately after, I sent a message to Wen Yutong. I'm bringing a dog home, okay? But before I could even put my phone down, a new message appeared. It was from the Wen family matriarch, Yao Wan. She asked me to come to the Wen residence for dinner tonight. I stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then replied, yes, ma'am. I led Dan Huang into the car. We arrived at the villa. Dan Huang adapted to the new environment very quickly. He bounded excitedly all over the living room. I looked at him, then turned to head out again. I asked Uncle Chang to drive me straight to the Wen residence. At that moment, in the Wen family backyard, Yao Wan was chatting with Wen Shiyu. I could only sit to one side, aimlessly scrolling through my phone. Just then, Wen Yutong walked in from the front courtyard. Wen Chang he immediately hung up the phone when he saw her. He said with a bright smile, Yutong. That Jai boy is back. He asked when you'd be free to meet up. Wen Yutong gave a non-committal hum. Uncle Jai wants him to develop his career here. I heard that name. I was stunned. Jai Ming is coming back? It turned out Wen Chenghe had been on the phone with him all along. Wen Chenghe continued, if you're free, remember to invite him for a meal. You've been friends for so many years, you shouldn't lose touch. Wen Yutong's voice was indifferent. I know. Only then did Wen Chenghe shift his gaze toward me in the corner. Wenbin, why are you just sitting there? Go to the backyard and find Shiyu to play. You're the same age, so you must have plenty to talk about. I had to reluctantly obey. I looked up to glance at Wen Yutong, then walked slowly toward the backyard. In the backyard, Wen Shiyu was sitting on a swing, laughing while talking to someone on his phone. I didn't dare get close, so I crouched by a flower bed alone. Unexpectedly, Wen Shiyu approached me. Su Wenbin, why are you with my sister? I looked at him, slightly surprised. Your sister is talking to your grandfather. He told me to come here. Wen Shiyu suddenly broke into a wide grin. It must be because Ji Ming is back. She's discussing him with Grandpa. He looked at my silent face. He snorted coldly. I told you long ago, my sister could never stay with you forever. She'll definitely end up with Ji Ming. Hey. I abruptly cut him off, my tone carrying a mix of playfulness and sarcasm. Who taught you to say such nonsense? If your sister wanted to be with him, why hasn't anything happened all these years? He paused for a moment. I said each word deliberately. This only proves one thing. She doesn't even spare a glance at your precious Ji Ming. Wen Shiyu was instantly speechless. He shot back, what do you know? In high school, my sister once got into a fight over Ji Ming. Grandpa punished her, but she wouldn't even give a reason. If that wasn't secret love, what was it? I clicked my tongue. Had you ever had your brain checked at a hospital? Wen Shiyu froze. I continued, you must have read too many novels. After saying that, I turned to leave. Suddenly, my gaze stopped on the woman right in front of me. I froze mid-motion. I asked, why did you come out here? Are you finished talking to Grandpa? Wen Yutong gave a soft nod, then she cast a brief glance at Wen Shiyu. He immediately shut his mouth. He didn't dare say another word. Let's go. Grandpa says it's time to eat. After saying that, she glanced at me. Then she turned and walked away. At the dinner table, Wen Shiyu kept pestering Wen Chenghe about Ji Ming. I couldn't get a word in. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was Fang Ming. While Wen Shiyu was still engrossed in conversation with Grandpa, I typed, it's nothing. I've been listening to Wen Yutong's brother chatter all day. It's all about Ji Ming. He sees him as the perfect candidate for a brother-in-law, even though the guy is over 1,000 miles away. He even says Wen Yutong and him are a match made in heaven. Ridiculous. That's my wife. I'm not giving her up. I had just sent a few replies, when Fang Ming's message arrived instantly. Oh. Ho, and you said there were no feelings? This possessiveness. Don't tell me you fell in love after sleeping with her. My fingers paused as I retorted. So what if I'm possessive? She belongs to me after all. The message was barely sent when someone lightly touched my shoulder. Startled, I looked back. Wen Yutong was looking down, her eyes half closed. Her tone was indifferent. What are you looking at? Your head is almost under the table. Afraid she would see the content, I hurriedly turned off the screen, set the phone aside, and buried my head in my food. After dinner, Wen Yutong drove me straight home. In the car, I tilted my head to look at her. Did you see the message I sent today? Wen Yutong replied, I forgot to reply. I was slightly dazed, then continued, So, I'm going to keep a dog in the house, okay? Su Wenbin, she suddenly interrupted. She paused for a moment and said, As long as it doesn't affect us. Then it's up to you. If it does, take it away. I knew exactly what affect us meant to her. I pleaded softly. But if he doesn't stay with me, he won't have a home. He couldn't have a home before. Wen Yutong asked back. I quickly said, Now I am his home. Where I am, he is. Wen Yutong shot me a glance and said nothing more. But I hesitated for a long time, before finally asking, Wen Yutong, have you ever loved anyone before? She clearly hadn't expected this question. She was silent for a long time before uttering one word, No. I curled my lips into a smile, with an air of explanation. No wonder. Your skills are so poor. As soon as the words left my mouth, I heard the woman's soft laughter. Wen Yutong's voice turned husky. The last few times must have been okay, right? I saw you seem quite satisfied. My ears instantly turned bright red. I immediately retorted, I was not. You saw it wrong. She smirked slightly, her voice dropping even lower. Then tonight, I'll keep going until you are satisfied. Back at home, as soon as I opened the door, Dan Huang charged out, wildly wagging his tail and circling my feet. I smiled and patted Dan Huang's head before entering the house. Wen Yutong followed me in and closed the door. Dan Huang immediately turned to look at her. He wagged his tail and gave a bark. I also shifted my gaze toward her. Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong said coldly, Tell it to get away from me. Wen Yutong glanced at me, then turned and went straight upstairs. I curled up on the sofa and played with Dan Huang for a while, before finally getting up to head to bed. But as soon as I reached the top of the stairs, I realized Dan Huang was following right behind me. He stood in the middle of the stairs, staring at me. I smiled. Dan Huang. Do you want to sleep with me? Surprisingly, Dan Huang actually took 2 more steps up. I was just about to speak, when Wen Yutong's cold voice rang out from behind me. Su Wenbin. I looked back and saw she had been leaning against the wall for a while. She had just showered. Her whole body was still veiled in steam. Before I could even say a word, her voice rang out again. With a hint of sarcasm, You're letting him up here. You want him to watch us do it. I don't have that kind of fetish. I froze instantly. I thought she didn't have any intentions tonight, so I was already prepared to go to sleep. I softly protested. Didn't we just do it yesterday? She cut me off immediately. Yesterday was only twice. That's not enough. I opened my mouth to speak. I instinctively looked toward Dan Huang, only to find no one on the stairs. That little traitor ran away in the middle of it. The woman's cold voice rang out again. Hurry up. In the next second, my wrist was gripped tightly by her, that I was pinned hard against the wall. Her fingertips slid from my neck all the way down, reaching the small of my back. Everywhere she touched felt like an electric current. It was both tingling and itching. The belt of the bathrobe loosened. I said in a panic, Let's go into the bedroom. Wen Yutong's movements paused. She quickly wrapped her arms around my waist. Using one arm to lift me up, she strode toward the bedroom. The next day, I was sitting with my group of friends in a private room. Fang Ming sprawled on the sofa, complaining, I'm about to die of exhaustion. Finally got a day off. Song Si-yoon leaned in close. I heard your film's female lead is a best actress. Let me do a cameo sometime. Then his tone suddenly changed. He grinned mischievously at me. How are things with your beloved wife? Any progress? Have feelings developed yet? I sighed. You don't know anything. We're in the heating up the relationship phase. Oh ho, Fang Ming and Song Si-yoon exchanged a look that said they understood perfectly. Just then, Song Si-yoon cleared his throat. He said mysteriously, I have a big surprise today, to help Fang Ming relax a bit. Fang Ming immediately perked up. What kind of surprise? Song Si-yoon lowered his voice. Did you want a sweet romance? I found some really pretty girls for you. Fang Ming's pupils dilated. How beautiful. Well, Song Si-yoon was about to continue, when he suddenly looked toward me. Young Master Su, the married man. For today's activities, you're only allowed to watch. I quietly shifted further into the corner. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Less than 2 minutes later, Fang Ming went to the restroom. Song Si-yoon suddenly sat up. They're here. They're here. The girls are here. The door to the private room was pushed open, and 3 or 4 girls in their 20s walked in. I instinctively looked up. But I was stunned when I looked toward the door. This girl, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Song Si-yoon sat up straight. He smiled so wide his eyes nearly closed. Hello, ladies. 2 of the girls sat down next to him.
calling him Appa with every sentence, making Song Si-yoon beam with joy. He glanced at the sexy curves of the girl beside him. He teased with a raised eyebrow. Do you hit the gym too? The girl smiled. Appa. Do you want to feel my abs for a bit? Song Si-yoon's mouth said, oh, that's embarrassing. But his hand was very honest as it reached out to touch. However, just as his fingertips touched those firm abs, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A group of uniformed police officers rushed in. A stern voice shouted, freeze. Vice Squad inspection. My vision went dark. Song Si-yoon, you really are a great friend. Song Si-yoon looked at me, suddenly remembering something. He hurriedly opened his chat with Fang Ming, typing frantically, don't come. It's a raid. He had just finished typing when a male officer beside him pointed at him and shouted, what are you messaging? Hand over the phone. Seeing his face drain of color as he tried to explain, I also spoke up quickly. We're all just friends. Who would gather for anything illegal in a room like this? But the female officer said coldly, save your excuses. Hand over the phone. I looked at her, hesitating for a long time, before finally giving in and handing over my phone. The name saved in my contacts as Male Star was way too conspicuous. The male officer turned off the screen after reading the message. His gaze swept across the entire room as he coldly uttered 2 words, take them. He turned to look at me. His voice was trembling. Looks like the 2 of us are going to the police station for some tea. My face was twisted in despair. I couldn't even say a single word. At the police station, we were lectured thoroughly. Those college girls were picked up by their instructors. They were required to write a 3,000-word reflection. Immediately after, the male officer's gaze locked onto Song Si-yoon. What was the meaning of that message you just sent? His heart skipped a beat as he immediately gave a sincere confession. My friend is a public figure. I was afraid if he were photographed here, it would be bad for his image. To make the police believe him, he even gave a sworn assurance. From now on, I will strictly abide by the law. He'll never set foot in places like this again. To our surprise, the officer remembered the name and the contacts. He actually believed him and cleared all suspicion. He handed the phone back to him, but then he dropped a bombshell. Fine. Call your families to come and bail you out. As soon as those words were said, I couldn't help but cry out, don't do this. Officer, please. I'm 25 years old already. Song Si-yoon's face was full of resistance. I nodded along frantically. It seemed neither of us wanted to alert our families, especially not Wen Yutong. Unexpectedly, the officer smiled. That's fine, as long as you are willing to spend the night here. After that, I saw Song Si-yoon immediately admit his mistake. I'll call my aunt right now. He immediately stood up to make the call, leaving me alone clutching my phone. My face was pale, completely backed into a corner. I opened the chat with Wen Yutong. The screen was still on the message she sent yesterday. Now, it seemed, Wen Yutong was my only lifeline. I typed and deleted in the input box repeatedly. I fumbled for 5 minutes. Finally sent one sentence. Are you free right now? While I was waiting anxiously, Fang Ming's messages came in one after another, celebrating his narrow escape. I had just finished chatting with Fang Ming when Song Si-yoon returned. My aunt is coming to bail me out soon. Luckily, she wasn't asleep yet. I looked up at him and said to Song Si-yoon with a face full of despair, whether I get out of here today, all depends on Wen Yutong's mood. Song Si-yoon clicked his tongue, his eyes full of anticipation for the drama. When your wife finds out you're at the police station, she'll probably be heartbroken for you. I shot Song Si-yoon a sidelong glance and remained silent. Just then, my phone vibrated for a while. Wen Yutong had replied. It was just a single question mark. I looked at it and took a gamble. I sent it straight, right now. I'm at the police station. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity, so I started a conversation with Song Si-yoon. How did you meet those girls anyway? Song Si-yoon hummed, just met them while hanging out. They're only 5 or 6 years younger than me. Isn't your wife older than you too? I immediately retorted, she is less than 3 years older than me. We are considered the same generation. Song Si-yoon drew out his tone, speaking sarcastically, saying we were already attached to each other. Right, we're all the same generation. I was just about to flare up when my phone screen lit up again. I looked down and my breath suddenly caught. Wen Yudong. Send me your location, do it now. I felt as if I'd been brought back to life, finally feeling at ease. I wouldn't have to spend the night at the resort after all. Just then, Song Si-yoon's phone rang. After hanging up, he looked at me. My aunt is here. Do you want me to wait with you? I shook my head. It's fine. You go ahead. Just as the words left my mouth, a woman walked through the door. The moment she saw Song Si-yoon, she began scolding him. What is all this? Are you really not afraid of your father's wrath anymore? Song Si-yoon let out a groan, then rushed over to grab her arm. If I weren't afraid, I wouldn't have called for you. I looked at her, stepped to the side, and politely greeted her. Good evening, Aunt Fan. The woman named Fan Chulan saw me and gave a gentle smile. She said, You two were doing just fine. How did you end up at the police station? Song Si-yoon, standing beside her, immediately tugged at his aunt's arm. I'll tell you everything at home. Right now, I just want to crawl into my soft bed. Fan Chulang was about to say more, but I spoke up quickly. Aunt Fan, please go ahead. Someone is coming to pick me up soon. After they left, I was left all alone in the vast, empty lobby. About 5 minutes later, the officer suddenly called out to me. Haven't you called your family yet? My lips trembled, but no words came out. But from the corner of my eye, I suddenly saw a slender, elegant figure approaching. I turned my head stiffly, only to lock eyes with that woman. It was Wen Yudong. She just stood there, a few meters away. My heart thudded in my chest. I slowly stood up. Well, the truth is, I didn't intend to trouble you. But Wen Yudong didn't even seem to notice me. She walked straight toward me, and just then, the officer beside me spoke up. The officer looked her over. Are you Su Wenbin's family? Wen Yudong didn't even spare a glance. She approached the officer and coldly replied, Yes. Officer asked casually, Are you his older sister or? The next second, Wen Yudong cut him off directly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it struck my ears like a bolt of thunder. I am his wife. The officer's hand, flipping through papers, suddenly froze. He stared at me intensely. Then a joke from the female officer nearby made me want to vanish into thin air. Wife, with a wife as beautiful, you still went out to mess around? My face instantly flushed crimson. I waved my hands frantically. No, it's not like that. Really, it's not. I didn't do anything. Wen Yudong only gave me a chilling glance. She didn't say a word. After signing the papers, in a cold, aloof tone, she called my name and walked straight out. I stood dazed for a moment. Then I quickly grabbed my coat and chased after her. As soon as I stepped out of the station, a wave of cold air hit me. I watched her back as she reached for the car door and mustered the courage to call her, Wen Yudong. Her movements stopped. She turned to look at me, her gaze icy. I rushed over to explain. Everything today was a misunderstanding. I was just. Unexpectedly, she cut me off, saying two things that made me feel like I'd fallen into an abyss. Do you prefer younger girls, or do I just not satisfy you? I was instantly choked up, able to utter a single word for a long while. She looked down at me, her voice calm, but carrying an undeniable command. Su Wenbin. There won't be a next time. I looked up at her slightly, still wanting to explain that this was all a misunderstanding. Those girls had only just arrived, but Wen Yudong didn't want to hear it at all. Interrupting directly, Get in the car first. With that, she opened the car door. I had no choice but to walk around to the other side. Just as I sat in the passenger seat and buckled my belt, my phone vibrated. I looked down to check. It was from a WeChat account with no saved name. Only a single letter, followed by Oppa. I'm sorry for bothering you. Did you make it home okay? Looking at the message, I was stunned. Then it hit me. Wasn't this the girl who lost the dare game last time? Is that why she asked for my WeChat? As I was lost in my own thoughts, a cold, mocking sneer sounded beside my ear. Wen Yudong's voice rose gloomily. Oppa, you certainly aren't strangers, are you? She doesn't even bother using your name. My entire body stiffened as I turned to look at her. Listen, this is actually just a coincidence. It's from last time. Unexpectedly, she cut me off, her voice dripping with sarcasm. It seems Mr. Su is quite the mysterious player. I opened my mouth, ready to fight to the end, but she shut me down with a single sentence. Whatever you want to say it in bed. The words had barely left her lips when the car came to a halt. Wen Yudong was already out of the car. She yanked my car door open and hauled me out from the inside. She threw me over her shoulder and marched straight into the house. Once inside the door, she let go. Then she spun around and pinned me against the wall. Her voice was slightly husky. Do you really enjoy being called Oppa when we do it? My neck immediately turned bright red. The flush spread all the way to the back of my ears. The next second, Wen Yudong's hand slid under my shirt. She whispered into my ear, What a coincidence. I also like to be called Nuna. Call me that enough to please me tonight, and I might spare you. As it turned out, every Nuna I would have used in my life, I ended up calling out today. Wen Yudong is truly a villain. My throat was almost hoarse, yet she kept pretending not to hear, demanding that I call out even louder. It wasn't until midnight that she finally let me go, leaving my body covered in glaring marks. I lay collapsed on the bed, sleeping straight through until the afternoon. before I was finally woken up by the sound of Fang Ming's phone ringing. I answered groggily, "Hello." Fang Ming paused upon hearing my voice, and then exclaimed in shock, "That voice of yours. Was the battlefield that fierce last night?" I yawned, my voice thick and slurred. "What is it? Aren't you busy today?" On the other end of the line, Fang Ming let out a suggestive hum. "Song Si-yoon said your wife picked you up last night. I was going to call to gossip a bit, but hearing your voice, I think I understand." With that, he hung up. Speechless, I tossed the phone aside. I stayed collapsed at home for several days, waiting until the marks on my body had faded significantly, before I prepared to visit the Su family home. To my surprise, when I arrived, the living room was completely empty. I went straight upstairs to Su Ruoxi's bedroom. I knocked for a long time, but there was no answer. I gently pushed the door open a crack. As expected, no one was there. I had just closed the door when a mocking voice, dripping with resentment, sounded from behind. "Why are you here again? Didn't you take everything with you last time? What are you planning to take this time?" I turned my head. Su Nian was standing not far away with his arms crossed, wearing a smug expression. I gave him a stiff smile, but my tone was ice cold. "Su Nian, don't think for a second I won't hit you." He immediately scoffed, using my father as a shield. "This is my house. If you dare touch me, Dad will definitely make you pay. This is also my home." Those words choked in my throat, unable to be spoken no matter how hard I tried. Thinking back to that incident at the police station, my heart felt as if it had been pierced by a thorn. Seeing my silence, Su Mien became even more arrogant. He raised an eyebrow, his words cutting into my heart like a knife. "In this house, except for Su Ruoxi, no one actually wants you to come back. Moreover, Dad plans to wait until Su Ruoxi finishes her senior year, then he'll send her abroad. When that time comes and she's gone too, whether you come back or not, Dad won't care at all." I remained silent for a long time. Then I suddenly burst into laughter. "Su Nian, do you really think I'm that envious of you?" I stared directly at his face, every single word, like stating a cold, hard fact. Not everyone is like you, desperate for Su Dingzi's attention, because I stopped needing it a long time ago. Whether it's the police station or my education, or even whether I lived or died as a child, did he ever once care? After hearing this, Su Nian was momentarily speechless. But then Su Nian seemed to remember something. He raised an eyebrow and continued his provocation. "You weren't like this before. I remember when you were little and came home to an empty house, thinking Dad didn't want you anymore, insisting on running out in the pouring rain to find him." "Su Nian!" I suddenly cut him off. My fists clenched tightly, my voice dropping so low it felt heavy. "Do you think you know everything? Talking as if you actually saw it with your own eyes." He was about to argue back, but I blocked him again. "Do you think you're the most insightful person here? In my eyes, you are actually very foolish." After saying that, I ignored him completely and strode away. From behind, Su Nian's voice echoed in a furious rage. "Su Wenbin!" I didn't look back and walked straight out the door. My vision blurred. I had to tilt my head back far to keep the tears from falling. Su Nian's words were like a poisonous needle, always stabbing the most painful part of my heart. Instantly, they dragged me back to that stormy day years ago. That day, when I was not yet 10 years old, I came home from school, and the house was silent with not a soul in sight. I called Dad over and over, but in that vast house there was only the echo of my own voice. A mocking voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Your dad doesn't want you anymore." I desperately called Su Dingzi, but not a single call was answered. As the sky darkened, I rushed into the heavy rain to find him until my whole body was soaked through, and terrified of being lost, I ran home crying. Back home, I curled up on the corner of the bed. Unwilling to give up, I tried that one phone number again. Miraculously, the call went through, and a sudden wave of relief washed over me. My voice was tiny and weak. "Dad, I'm so hot, I don't feel well." But on the other end, Su Dingzi's voice was utterly indifferent. "If you're hot, turn on the AC. I'm very busy right now." With a click, the call was cut off. I called back again, but only heard the cold, mechanical, automated voice. It wasn't until much later that I learned. That day, Su Dingzi was busy taking Shilan shopping. When he finally returned home, he didn't give me a single thought. It wasn't until the next morning that he discovered I had been burning with a fever all night. I had been huddled in the corner, delirious from the heat. The following days, I suffered from complications due to the fever, lying all alone in a cold hospital room without a single visitor. I was clearly Su Dingzi's son as well. I dragged my heavy footsteps along. Subconsciously, I had walked back home all by myself. Surprisingly, as soon as I reached the door, my phone vibrated repeatedly. It was a message from Su Ruoxi. Did you come by just now? I just got back from turning in an assignment. I simply replied, it's nothing. I pushed the door open and entered, turning around to close it. But while my hand was still on the doorknob, my nose suddenly began to sting. The tears I had been holding back fell like a broken string of pearls, no matter how much I wiped them, till I was sobbing uncontrollably before I finally began to calm down. But the moment I turned around, a towering figure appeared before my eyes. Wen Yudong was standing nearby, her eyes slightly lowered, staring at me. Her golden retriever Dan Huang was wagging its tail beside her, wanting to approach but not quite daring to. I was instantly stunned, so embarrassed I wished I could vanish into the floor. She hadn't seen the whole thing, had she? I swallowed hard, my voice still raspy from the tears, feeling a wave of self-pity in my heart. Why are you home so early today? Wen Yudong's gaze settled on my red-rimmed eyes. After 2 seconds of silence, she finally spoke. I just got back from a business trip and found you standing here crying. I rushed to explain. I just suddenly remembered a movie I watched before, and I just felt a bit sentimental. The excuse was so clumsy, even I didn't believe it. Unexpectedly, she spoke up abruptly, her voice low, come here. I walked over to stand in front of her. She gazed intently at my face, asking each word carefully. Did someone bully you out there? Those words made my heart tighten. I shook my head. I just suddenly missed my mother. She called my name, Su Wenbin. Then she dropped a bombshell. Although I don't want to meddle in your affairs too much, at the very least, you are mine. As long as you keep me satisfied and stay obedient, I don't mind you using my name as your support. My heart began to race. Does she mean that I can go out and use being Wen Yudong's husband as my shield? But just as I was about to speak, a sharp phone ring suddenly interrupted. Wen Yudong held the phone to her ear, simply replying, fine. I'll be there right away. She hung up and looked at me. I have to go over to grandfather's place. With that, she grabbed her coat from the sofa, turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing her about to go, I hurriedly stood up, my eyes fixed on her. Can I come along? Wen Yudong's movements paused. She turned to look at me and simply said, suit yourself. In the car, I couldn't help but ask, why did grandfather call you over? She kept her eyes on the road, her voice steady. Ji Ming is here. Grandfather wants me to go meet him. My heart skipped a beat. He's back? Then wouldn't my presence be completely redundant? After all, grandfather didn't ask for me at all. I stole a glance at her profile. Her features were so elegant, yet betraying no emotion whatsoever. It wasn't until the car came to a full stop that she turned her head, catching my gaze right then. I felt like I'd been caught red-handed, quickly looked away, my heart missing a beat. We're here, her low voice sounded. I just gave a quick yes, and clumsily unbuckled my seatbelt to get out. I felt as if my chest were tightening, my breathing turning erratic and losing its normal rhythm. Watching her walk away, I could only grit my teeth and follow. To my surprise, as soon as we entered the lobby, we heard Wen Chenghe's cheerful laughter. Yudong, you're here. Ming Ming has been waiting for you. All this time, my eyes scanned the room, and immediately settled on a slender man with a gentle gaze sitting next to Wen Chenghe. He looked so refined and composed. That man was Ji Ming. When Yudong walked straight toward them and sat down on a single sofa, she asked, didn't we say the project wouldn't finish until next month? Why did you come back so early? Ji Ming's eyes reflected only her, as he replied softly, my father assigned that project to someone else. He wanted me back to oversee a different one. When Yudong didn't say anything more, but suddenly turned her head, catching me still standing there like a statue. I suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to avoid her gaze. Her voice sounded softly. Come here. I froze for a second, then quickly stepped forward. Wen Chenghe seemed to only just remember me, saying to Ji Ming, Ming Ming, this is Wen Bin, whom I mentioned to you. Standing beside Wen Yudong, I forced a stiff smile. Hello, I am Su Wen Bin. Ji Ming's gaze shifted from Wen Yudong's face to mine. His smile suddenly faltered. It took 2 seconds before he replied, nice to meet you. The atmosphere instantly turned cold and incredibly awkward. Seeing this, Wen Chenghe laughed and said, you kids chat among yourselves. This old man won't bother you anymore. Once he left, I looked at Ji Ming and then back at Wen Yudong, whispering, I'll go to the garden to talk with mother for a bit. Text me when you're ready to leave. She only responded with a slight hum. I then turned to head toward the back garden, but I couldn't help but glance back at her once more, an inexplicable sense of unease rising in my heart. When they were finally alone, Ji Ming asked, when did you get married? Wen Yudong replied decisively, almost a year ago. Ji Ming fell silent for a long time, before he asked the most important question. Why him? Wen Yudong didn't speak, So Ji Ming pressed further. Isn't your type at all. Why did you choose to marry him? Surprisingly, Wen Yudong's answer was quite blunt. Even I don't know what kind of person I like. So how could you possibly know? Ji Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, but he still wasn't satisfied, and immediately launched a barrage of questions. Grandfather said you two are very happy. Yudong, it's obvious you don't love him, right? Ji Ming, her voice suddenly dropped, carrying a note of warning. There's no reason. I just felt he was suitable, and grandfather agreed. These words completely crushed Ji Ming, his hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly, his eyes reddening. If there's no affection, why couldn't that person have been me? We grew up together since we were kids. I am the one who is most suitable for you. Unexpectedly, Wen Yudong used only one sentence to push him into the abyss. Because we are friends. Ji Ming went completely mad. I don't want to be friends. I've told you since high school that I love you. But she cut him off directly, her voice devoid of any emotion. I am already married now. A single statement that instantly discouraged him. He still didn't give up, asking one final question. If I hadn't confessed my feelings then, would you have felt that? Was the most suitable marriage partner. The woman slightly lowered her eyes and uttered two words, but each word stabbed into the listener's heart. Perhaps Ji Ming laughed, a laugh that looked even more painful than crying. So he can love you, but I cannot. Is that it? Wen Yudong remained silent. Meanwhile, I was in the back garden chatting with Yao Wan, completely unaware of things happening in the living room. At that moment, Yao Wan suddenly looked at me and asked, Wenbin, have you two been to the hospital for a checkup lately? I was confused. Huh? My face was full of bewilderment. A checkup for what? Yao Wan clicked her tongue. Single sentence from her froze on the spot. What else could it be? To see if there's any good news yet, of course. Surprisingly, before I could even speak, Wen Shiyu beside me blurted out, how is that even possible? He immediately realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to cover it up. I mean, it wouldn't be right not to have a checkup. I looked at his suppressed expression and almost burst into laughter. Then I turned to Yao Wan and said, Don't worry, mother. I know what I'm doing. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, I couldn't help but ask, Mother, were Yudong and Ji Ming very close in the past? Yao Wan smiled and replied, They grew up together, so it's only natural they were close. But then Yudong went to study abroad, and Ji Ming left as well, so they've had almost no contact for the past 2 years. I gave a soft I see, but my heart became even more troubled. Even after everyone had left, I remained there alone, sitting on the swing. My mind was filled with the way Ji Ming had looked at me earlier, along with the words Wen Shiyu had said before. Ji Ming really is in love with Wen Yudong. And what about my wife? Did she ever have feelings for him too? Suddenly, my heart felt heavy with a wave of sadness. Right at that moment, someone suddenly stopped the swaying swing, cutting off my wandering thoughts. I turned around to find Wen Yutong standing right beside me. She was holding the swing's chain with one hand. I hurriedly stood up. Are you all finished talking? She let out a soft, Then she said directly, Let's go, we're going home. I stammered, but Mom said to stay for dinner. Are we not staying? But she didn't even bother to look at me. Let's go. Wen Yutong said, walking away immediately. I had no choice but to follow. Unexpectedly, grandfather stopped her. Why not stay for dinner? It's not often that you visit, after all. In the next second, Wen Yutong's voice dropped. She spoke a single sentence in front of everyone. No, grandfather, I just got back, so I want to have a private meal with Wen Bin. I looked at her in shock. Instinctively, I glanced over at Ji Ming. There wasn't a single expression on his face, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed him. I quickly spoke up. Then, grandfather, well, take our leave now. As soon as I finished, I felt a warmth around my wrist. She actually reached out and took my hand directly, leading me straight outside. I lowered my eyes, staring at her warm, dry palm. Her grip was firm yet gentle, but it made my heart feel strangely itchy. It wasn't until we got into the car that I finally regained my senses. But then a thought occurred to me. She held my hand in front of everyone just now. Was it because of Ji Ming? Did she want to use me to make him jealous? At that thought, my heart suddenly sank. Am I nothing more than a tool to her? I stayed silent for 2 seconds, then called her name directly. Wen Yutong. She gave a soft response. I stared intently at her, voicing the suspicion in my heart. Why did you suddenly take my hand? Wasn't it because of someone else? Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong looked like she just heard something ridiculous. She gave a cold laugh and uttered 2 words. It's you. My heart skipped a beat. So my guess was right after all. But in the next second, she continued. I just wanted him to give up. Those few words made all the gloom in my heart vanish instantly. Suppressed a smile and gave a soft, Then I quickly changed the subject. So, what do you want to eat? I'll have Auntie Zhang make it. She replied casually. Anything is fine. I lowered my head and immediately messaged Auntie Zhang. Back home, looking at the table full of food, I only ran straight upstairs. Then I picked up the perfume bottle on the table and gave my neck 2 strong spritzes. This was the first time the two of us were having a proper meal alone together. I fixed my hair and headed back downstairs.
Wen Yutong was already at the table, head down, sipping soup. She rarely spoke while eating. During this meal, even Dan Huang lay obediently at my feet, not daring to make a single sound. After we finished eating, I watched Wen Yutong as she sat on the sofa reviewing documents. The light reflecting off her face gave her a cold aura. I sat at the table, my mind a tangled mess. I looked down and texted my best friend, Fang Ming. I think I'm doomed. Right then, Wen Yutong suddenly snapped her laptop shut. She looked up at me and called, Su Wenbin. My heart thudded wildly. I put away my phone and walked over. The next second, she pulled me right into her lap. I was caught completely off guard, sitting astride her thighs. She wrapped an arm tightly around my lower back and said in a husky voice, Come a little closer to me. My heart was racing like crazy. As if possessed, I reached out and wrapped my arms around her neck. Unexpectedly, she grabbed the back of my neck. Her voice dropped seductively. Don't wear perfume next time. I don't like it. The moment she said that, before I could react, her warm lips pressed against mine, making my body freeze. My mind went blank. She was kissing me. My breathing grew heavy and rapid. Just as my rationality was about to crumble, the pressure on my chest suddenly loosened. She pushed me down onto the sofa. With my last shred of reason, I grabbed her arm and said with a trembling voice, Dan Huang is eating in the living room. To my surprise, Wen Yutong's movements halted. She actually let go of me and stood up. She strode over to Dan Huang, picked up his food bowl, and carried it straight to the balcony. I sat up abruptly on the sofa, my cheeks burning like fire. I watched as she closed the balcony door, then with a swift motion, drew the curtains completely shut. Then she turned back towards me. She lifted me up from the sofa and pressed me against the back of the seat. Her breath fanned the back of my ear, making me shiver uncontrollably. Before I could speak, her voice reached me from behind. Keep it down or he'll think I'm bullying you when he hears. By the time I came to, Dan Huang had somehow curled up by the corner of the bed, fast asleep. I slowly sat up, finished my morning routine, and headed downstairs. My throat still felt dry and scratchy. At that moment, my gaze swept across the room, and I saw an open, small box at the corner of the table. Startled, my heart jumped, and I quickly grabbed it and threw it in the trash. Why didn't she know to put it away? I looked down at my phone. Fang Ming's message was clear as day. You're doomed. What do you mean by doomed? Your wife has gone bankrupt. I stared at the screen, typing and deleting, but I couldn't send a single word, because every time I thought of Wen Yutong, my mind was filled with images of her protecting me, scolding Su Nian, and her own words saying we were family. Even the way she downed that glass of wine for me. I remember her telling me yesterday to just use her name. All of this was something I never dared to dream of before, and my heart felt suddenly flustered. The fact that Wen Yutong is my wife didn't seem like a burden anymore. I'm even starting to wish this fake marriage would become real. Staring at Fang Ming's message, I bit my lip and slowly typed a few words on the screen. I think I'm sick. I think I've fallen for her a little. As soon as the message was sent, a flurry of question marks and exclamation points from Fang Ming filled the screen. Phone vibrated violently. Damn, how did you catch on so fast? My heart rate quickened uncontrollably. A trembling fingertips texted back, Does a racing heart count? After a long silence, Fang Ming finally sent back 3 words. You are legendary. I let out a long sigh, tossing my phone aside, but a second later, I picked it up again as if possessed. I looked down and opened the chat with Wen Yutong. After some consideration, I finally typed, Are you coming home today? But, as expected, the phone remained silent with no response. She seemed to never reply to my messages right away. Right then, another message suddenly popped up. It was from Song Sayun. Isn't the day after tomorrow your birthday? Have you thought about how you're going to celebrate? I was suddenly taken aback. Birthday? If he hadn't mentioned it, I probably would have forgotten. For the past few years, birthdays for me were nothing more than a cake from Su Ruoxi and a greeting from Su Dingji. I had long since stopped having any expectations, but this time I stared at the screen as if a thought had suddenly struck me and quickly texted back. In celebrating my birthday at home this year. Song Siyun replied instantly, The Su family home. I looked at those words and a smile tugged at the corner of my lips, my own home. As it turned out, I waited until evening, and when Yutong still hadn't replied, I was completely discouraged. Was she really that busy all day?
so I just turned off my phone and casually flipped through a book. Unexpectedly, after a while, my eyelids grew heavy with sleep. By the time I woke up again, it was already broad daylight. Less than greater than. I reached for my phone. Less than greater than. The screen was pitch black. Less than greater than. It turned out that while I was reading last night, the battery died. Less than greater than. And the phone had automatically shut down. I scrambled up to charge it, went downstairs, but she was nowhere to be found. I immediately caught Auntie Zhang and asked when she had left. Auntie Zhang said that the madam had just left not long ago. I had just missed her. I rushed back to the bedroom to turn on my phone. As soon as the screen lit up, there was indeed a message from her. But when I saw the reply time, my heart felt suddenly heavy. It turned out the message was sent last night. Coming back late. Don't wait for me. Just those few words. While I was in a daze, a message from my sister Su Ruokshi popped up. Are you coming home for your birthday tomorrow? I flatly refused, but she insisted that I come over, saying she had already bought a gift for me. Arriving at the Su house, only my sister was home. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ruokshi gave me the gift. Just as I was about to open it, she told me about Su Nian getting into a fight at school. Father and that woman had both gone to the school. I was just about to slip away when Su Nian's arrogant voice echoed from outside. It wasn't like I was looking for trouble. He spoke to me first, so I just fought back. I turned to look, happened to meet Su Dingzhi's gaze. That woman hurriedly led Su Nian, who was glaring at me, upstairs right after that. Su Dingzhi feigned concern. Wenbin, tomorrow is your birthday. Come home for dinner. I coldly refused. No need. I'm celebrating at my own home. His face darkened, then he suddenly changed his tone. Don't hold that business from last time against us. Weren't your things returned to you already? It was all just a misunderstanding. I glared at him. Those words made my heart turn cold. He actually said Sun Yan was just joking with me, and even tried to twist the truth, saying everything was fine since the items were returned. Hearing him distort the facts, I couldn't help but interrupt. Father, why are you always so biased? He froze instantly. As for me, I didn't care to give him another glance, and turned to leave. And after I left, Sun Yan was still upstairs, complaining about me to that woman. She held his shoulder, her eyes full of meaning. You want to argue with him? Your father will just think you're looking for trouble for no reason. Besides, the Wen family is backing him. If he complains to the Wen family, our Su family will lose countless resources. By the time I got home, it was completely dark. I leaned against the wall exhausted and opened the gift for my sister. Seeing what was inside, I was stunned. It was a peace lock bracelet. It looked exactly like the one I wore as a child. I slipped it onto my wrist, and a wave of warmth suddenly rose in my heart. All the previous unpleasantness vanished completely. But at that moment, Dan Huang suddenly gave a bark. He turned and ran straight upstairs, constantly looking back at me. I followed him to the door of the study. He actually raised a paw and gave the door a gentle scratch. I peered through the crack in the door, my heart racing. Wen Yutong had actually returned. I saw her sitting at her desk, busy with something unknown. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Dan Huang stood obediently at the door, wagging his tail frantically. I tried to sound calm. You're off work early today. She gave a soft, but her gaze remained locked on me. Suddenly remembering something, I plucked up my courage and whispered, Next time, if you want to be in the living room, could you remember to put that away? If I hadn't woken up early, Auntie Zhang would have seen it. The way Wen Yutong looked at me shifted slightly. After 2 seconds of silence, she replied, in a cool, clear voice, I'm in a meeting. My head let out a loud buzz and went instantly blank. The moment I realized what was happening, I wished I could find a hole to crawl into right then and there. Heat spread from my cheeks down to the base of my neck. I spun around and ran straight out. I had just sat down on the sofa, my mind still in a whirl. Then my phone gave a vibration. It was a message from Wen Yutong. I'll be more careful next time. Immediately after the second message, set my heart into a wild, endless flutter. Next time after using it, I quickly turned off the screen, hugging Dan Huang to force myself to calm down. But a moment later, when Yutong actually walked out from her office, she approached me step by step, and I hurriedly let go of Dan Huang and stood up. I spoke up awkwardly. He seems to like you quite a bit. To my surprise, she glanced at Dan Huang, but her gaze landed on my face. I don't like him. My heart tightened, and I mustered the courage to ask, Then do you like? I swallowed the words before they could leave my lips. Instead, I asked, Oh, right. Tomorrow is my birthday. Are you free? I quickly added an explanation. I just wanted to find someone to share a cake with. Surprisingly, she coldly retorted, "Don't you have friends?" I lied and said they were all busy, but she just casually said, "Well, see you later." My heart sank to the bottom instantly, while she naturally unstrapped her watch and unbuttoned the top of her shirt. She saw I wasn't moving. Her brow arched as her gaze swept over me. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. "What is it? Do you want to do it tonight?" I immediately panicked, tossed back "I'm going to my room," and fled for my life. I sprawled on the bed, getting more upset the more I thought about it. What she meant was that she didn't want to spend my birthday with me, right? So I ordered a cake for myself. Just then, my phone lit up. It was a message in a large red envelope from Fang Ming. "I'm so sorry, I almost forgot today was your birthday. I haven't even had time to buy you a gift yet. Wait until the end of the month when I finish filming. I'll definitely make it up to you." Looking at Fang Ming's message, I was suddenly taken aback. Somehow, it had already been over 2 months since Wen Yutong returned. I suddenly flipped through the calendar, a thought flashing through my mind. They were almost at their first wedding anniversary. I immediately sent her a message. "What time do you get off work this afternoon?" She replied instantly, 11:30. So I asked further, "Can I come find you for lunch?" The other end suddenly went silent. My heart tightened. I quickly came up with a clumsy excuse. "Auntie Zhang isn't coming today. I'm not used to eating alone." A few minutes later, she finally replied with just 2 words, "Come over." I was ecstatic, even wanting to show off my cooking skills, and rushed into the kitchen to get busy. But 20 minutes later, I looked at the mushy, blackened mess in the pot and fell into deep thought. I sighed. Never mind. I should just go eat near her office. I changed my clothes and hurried out of the house. The receptionist saw me and immediately stood up respectfully. "Sir, the CEO still has about 10 minutes before she gets off." I nodded, knowing my way upstairs. To my surprise, when I arrived at her office door, I found the door slightly ajar, and a man's voice was coming from inside, low and masculine. "CEO Wen, please take a look at this report." My heart skipped a beat, and I tilted my head slightly to look inside, only to see a tall man standing in front of Wen Yutong. At that moment, Wen Yutong looked up, her gaze sweeping past the man and landing right on me. The man noticed her gaze and turned to look as well. He saw me, his brows furrowing, and immediately opened his mouth with a question. "Why didn't you knock before entering the CEO's office?" I looked at him, curled my lips into a smile. "Not only do I dare not knock, but I also dare to kiss her. Do you believe me?" Then my gaze shifted to Wen Yutong, my voice sickeningly sweet. "Right. Dear wife?" The man was instantly dumbfounded, looking back and forth at Wen Yutong, but she didn't deny it at all. His expression turned extremely ugly, muttering about delivering documents, then fled in humiliation. I casually closed the door, walked up to her, and called her name coldly. "Wen Yutong, even if we don't have feelings for each other, you can't just be at the office and—" Before I could finish, she suddenly interrupted. "You're quite the guesser." I was instantly speechless, but still asked defiantly, "Wasn't it you who called him here?" She replied with a single sentence. "He's just an assistant." I stared intently at her. Why do women always like having male assistants? Wen Yutong replied nonchalantly, "That's Zhou Mi's assistant." Hearing that, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. "Then why was he in your office?" To my surprise, she interrupted me again, her gaze cold. "How should I know? Why are you being so nosy?" I shut up instantly, checked my watch, stood up, and said, "Let's go. Let's go eat." I hurriedly followed after her. At the Western restaurant, I looked at her sitting opposite me and asked cautiously, "You aren't busy anymore today, right?" Wen Yutong didn't even look up, just giving a sluggish, I hesitated for a few seconds, then continued, "Then what time do you get off this afternoon?" "I'll have them deliver the cake then." 6. She replied coldly with just that one word. I gave a soft acknowledgement, staring at her for a few seconds, before swallowing the words I intended to say. After we finished eating, Wen Yutong told Secretary Zhu to take me home. I followed her downstairs where Secretary Zhu was already waiting by the car. Wen Yutong just turned and said one thing to me, "Go home." I looked at her for 2 seconds, then opened the car door and got in. Today is my birthday. Yet she really can't even say, "Happy birthday" to me. Looking at her through the car window, I felt both angry and choked up. Secretary Zhao rolled up the window, and I slumped exhausted in the back seat, suddenly asking, "Secretary Zhao, do many people in the company like Wen Yutong?" Secretary Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then answered honestly, quite a few. As if afraid I might misunderstand, she quickly added an explanation. But the CEO keeps business and personal life very separate, so you don't need to worry. I immediately felt like I'd been stabbed in the heart, unable to utter a single word. Secretary Zhao noticed my expression and suddenly said, "Today is your birthday, isn't it?"
I was startled. Yeah, how did you know?
Secretary Zhao smiled. The CEO mentioned it this morning and told me to pick out a gift if I had time this afternoon. Hearing that, I looked up at her instantly, trying to suppress the joy in my heart, and gave a soft reply. After arriving home, I couldn't wait any longer and rushed through the door, picking up Dan Wong and showering him with affection. I lifted his head, my eyes sparkling as I asked, "She didn't tell me." "Because she wants to surprise me, right?" Dan Wong was held tight by me, his tail wagging non-stop. I let him go, ruffled his fur and said, "I'll give you a chicken leg later." Then I stood up and dashed upstairs, rifling through my closet to pick out 3 or 4 suits,
Taking photos to send to my friend Fang Ming.
"Which suit looks best on me?" Fang Ming replied instantly, "Going on a date with your wife?" "Something like that." "Well, stop asking. Just pick one. That black one is nice." I texted okay, picked up the black suit, a sophisticated casual suit with exquisite tailoring, featuring a subtle pattern on the collar, which I'd never worn since I bought it. Looking at the suit, my heart felt sweet, and I hurried into the bathroom. I shaved and spent a long time fixing my hair, then put on the suit and stood before the mirror, surprising even myself with the reflection. My skin looked clean and bright. It's a perfect match with this black suit. I waited all the way until 5 o'clock. Before messaging the bakery to have the cake delivered, the exquisite cake inside the box was truly a perfect match for my outfit today. Then an idea came to me. I picked a bottle of red wine from the rack and took out 2 tall stem glasses. Afraid of messing up my hair, I didn't even dare lie down on the sofa. So I just sat there properly at the dining table. The phone screen lit up and then dimmed again. It was almost 6:30, but she still hadn't come home. I finally couldn't help but open the chat and sent a message. "Haven't you finished work yet?" She should have been home by now, yet I waited for a long time, and there was still no movement from the phone. Just then, the phone suddenly vibrated. I hurriedly picked it up to check, but it was just a spam message. Wen Yutong still hadn't replied to my text. Despondent, I slumped my face onto the table. I tilted my head to look at my dog, Dan Huang. I muttered, how could she have the heart to stand me up? I spent so much time shaving, after all. Dan Huang just looked at me and wagged his tail. I withdrew my gaze, staring blankly at the cake and the wine on the table. I don't know how much time passed. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Gradually, my consciousness began to blur. Just as Wen Yutong stepped through the door, she saw me slumped over the table, fast asleep. Her hand closing the door suddenly froze. Half of my face was pressed against my arm, next to the cake that was still in its box. As soon as Dan Huang saw her, he wagged his tail and barked. I was immediately jolted awake by the barking. Frowning, I opened my eyes. Our eyes met and I was completely stunned. When Yutong's gaze lingered on my face, one side of it was flush red from being pressed while I slept. Only then did I snap out of it, and hurriedly looked away. I asked in a low voice, why are you just getting back now? When Yutong walked toward me, her voice betrayed her exhaustion. The company had an emergency meeting. I pursed my lips, saying nothing. She pulled out the chair opposite me and sat down. She glanced at the cake on the table, then looked at me. Even though it's this late, you were still waiting for me. Seeing that I remained silent, Wen Yutong seemed to suddenly remember something. She took a small box out of her blazer pocket. Here is your birthday present. My eyes fell on the small box. I reached out and opened it. Inside was a custom-made watch. I looked up at her for a moment, and then quickly looked away again. Seeing that I continued to stay quiet, Wen Yutong finally spoke up. Su Wenbin, what are you sulking about? I suddenly looked straight at her. My voice was full of grievance. Wen Yutong, how could you have the heart to deceive me like that? I've been waiting for you for over 2 hours. I sent you messages and you didn't even bother to reply. I thought something had happened to you out there. But Wen Yutong just looked at me for a long time, and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Her voice was elegant and pleasant. I'm certainly not dead. I'll make sure to check my phone first in the future. Hearing those words, my mood finally softened a bit. I opened the cake box and asked her, do you like sweets? She replied indifferently, they're okay. Then she actually took the initiative to help me unwrap the candles and handed me one. I took it and stuck it into the cake. Suddenly remembering something, I asked, do you have a lighter? Wen Yutong took out a lighter. Her thumb flicked to light the candle. She casually tossed the lighter aside, then looked at me, make a wish. I looked at her for about 2 seconds, then clasped my hands together and slowly closed my eyes. In my heart, I had only one single thought. I hope Wen Yutong will love me. However, I had no idea that, right as I was making my wish, her gaze had already shifted away from my face and slowly came to rest on my full, red lips. I opened my eyes and blew out the candle, looking at her expectantly. Wen Yutong, do I look any different to you today? Wen Yutong said nothing. Her gaze slid down from my red lips, past my ivory neck, and stopped at my delicate collarbone. Today I was so handsome it was breathtaking. Su Wenbin, she suddenly called my name. I looked at her doubtfully. Wen Yutong suddenly looked up. Her red lips parted slightly. Her voice was low and full of allure. Played enough? I was completely dazed, as the woman let out a soft chuckle, her gaze locking onto my face. It's my turn to play. With those words, the woman lunged straight toward me. She gripped the back of my chair with one hand and violently jerked it backward. In the next second, before I could even react, I was hoisted up and pinned onto the tabletop by her. Then she grabbed the collar of my shirt and tore it open with force. Buttons immediately went flying everywhere, clattering all over the floor. My voice trembled. The cake. We haven't even eaten it yet. She spoke in a raspy voice. Well, eat after we're finished. She leaned close to my ear. Her hot breath fanned directly against my face. My hand gripping her arm suddenly tightened. However, at the very moment her hand slid into the hem of my shirt, Dan Huang suddenly rushed out and let out a fierce bark toward her. Wen Yutong shot a glance at the dog, then suddenly scooped me up in a princess carry, striding straight upstairs. With a bang, the bedroom door was slammed shut. I was pinned firmly against the door by her, as she spoke in a low voice. With an undeniable pressure, if there is a next time, that dog will be sent back to the Su family. I was just about to open my mouth to explain, but before the words could escape, a passionate kiss blocked my lips. After that, her hands slowly moved upward. I froze instantly, unable to say another single word. In a flash, I had stayed cooped up in the house for a long time. Today, while I was busy binge-watching movies, I suddenly received a message from Fang Ming. Fang Ming wrote, "Late nights are so lonely. Transfer 88 yuan via WeChat. And come listen to my story." Every single word made my heart bleed. I messaged back, "Was your account hacked?" Fang Ming replied immediately, "Shocking good news, I'm done filming. Let's go out and celebrate today." Seeing the message, I jumped out of bed and quickly replied, "Why didn't you say so sooner? Do you see what time it is? I've already showered and cleaned up." Fang Ming urged at once, "Hurry, hurry. It's only 8 o'clock. I've already done my hair. Don't be a killjoy." I didn't know what else to say, but still scrambled out of bed, grabbed some random clothes and headed for the door. But as soon as I reached the living room, I hesitated. I instinctively glanced toward the study. Should I let her know? Just then, the study door suddenly opened, and Wen Yutong walked downstairs carrying her coat. Seeing me, she also paused for a second. She approached me, speaking in a low voice. "Grandpa just called. Uncle G has been hospitalized. Father and I have to go check on him." I was startled and quickly urged, "Then you should go quickly." Wen Yutong didn't say anything else. She put on her coat and walked straight to the door. "Go to bed early, okay?" I waited until her car had completely left the manor, then lowered my head and messaged Fang Ming. I asked directly, "Where are we going?" Fang Ming replied immediately, "I want to go eat something really delicious." I thought for a moment, then messaged back, "Then come pick me up. I'm home alone." Fang Ming sent a voice message right away. "Okay. Your personal driver will be there shortly." I put my phone away and sat on the sofa waiting for him, casually picking up Dan Huang. But as I was holding him, I suddenly remembered something. I picked up my phone again and messaged Wen Yutong. "When will you be back? Message me when you're on your way back." I was just about to turn off the screen when Fang Ming's message popped up. "Open the door. I'm at the door." I tossed the phone aside and stood up to open the door. Not having seen him for a month or two, Fang Ming looked noticeably thinner. I was just about to say something when Fang Ming's gaze was drawn to Dan Huang. He exclaimed, "Dan Huang, come here and let me pet you." He squatted down and rubbed the dog's head repeatedly, then turned to ask me, "Why did you bring him here? Didn't your wife say anything?" Hearing that, I immediately recalled the other night. I lowered my eyes. She still wants to send Dan Huang back to the Su family. She never liked him in the first place. Fang Ming clicked his tongue, but he ended up staying here anyway. Would your wife really let him stay if she hated him that much? How did you convince her? That single question made my eyelashes quiver slightly. My ears instantly flushed red with embarrassment. As images of that night flashed through my mind, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Seeing my silence, Fang Ming didn't push any further. He stood up. "Let's go."
starving to death. At the same time, at the hospital, Wen Yutong had found the room. Jiming was keeping watch by the bedside. She opened with, "How is Uncle Ji doing?" Jiming stood up immediately, anxiously gesturing for her to be quiet. "Let's talk outside, my father just drifted off." Wen Yutong gave an indifferent hum, then turned and stepped out of the room. As soon as the door closed, Jiming looked up at her. "Did you come all by yourself?" She calmly replied, "It's late, so I didn't let my father come." Jiming let out an "oh" when Yutong glanced into the hospital room, asking once again, what exactly happened? Jiming pursed his lips, only then speaking up. "When I finished work, I found my father fainted on the sofa. It really scared me to death at the time. The first person I thought of was you." He paused for a moment, before adding, "The doctor said it was from drinking too much. The stomach lining was damaged. It's nothing too serious." However, immediately after, his tone changed, as he cast a probing look toward Wen Yutong, "You coming here at this time?" He didn't say anything, did he? Hearing the words, "that guy," Wen Yutong's mind, the image of me standing in the living room immediately appeared, urging her to go quickly. She coldly replied, "No." She uttered the word with complete detachment. Jiming stared intently at her face. Just as he was about to say something, he was directly cut off by her. Wen Yutong's voice was unwavering. "Since everything is fine, I'll take my leave now. If Uncle Ji needs anything, just call me. I'll have Secretary Ju come over." Just as she finished speaking, she turned to leave when Jiming suddenly called out, "Wen Yutong." He called her back sharply. Wen Yutong stopped in her tracks. Jiming was silent for 2 seconds, finally asking the question he had buried deep in his heart. "Will you stay by his side forever?" She hummed in response, her tone terrifyingly calm. Barring any surprises, Jiming's heart tightened. He pressed, "What counts as a surprise?" "In your eyes, what kind of event is considered a surprise?" However, when Yutong did not answer, Jiming's eyes instantly welled up with red, his voice cracking with tears. "You never used to treat me like this before. If it were before, you would absolutely never have left me alone." Unexpectedly, she coldly countered, "What makes you think I wouldn't?" With just one sentence, Jiming was rendered speechless. He stared at her blankly. Only after a long while did he choke out, "I've liked you since 11th grade. It's been over 10 years now. 10 years is certainly not a short time. Do you really not have even the slightest feeling for me?" Her face remained as cold as ice. Her thin lips were just about to move, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by him. "Don't say it. I don't want to know." Hearing him say that, Wen Yutong looked away. Without hesitation, she turned to walk away, but in the next second, Jiming suddenly lunged forward and hugged her tightly from behind. Around her slender waist, the pleasant, fresh scent of cedarwood immediately filled his nose. Wen Yutong looked down at the hands still clutching her waist. Her voice dropped to a chilling low, filled with a bone-piercing frost. "Jiming, let go." Her voice rang out from above, but Jiming bit his lip, hugging her even tighter instead. His voice choked, with a final shred of hope. "Just let me hold you for a bit. Is even just a small hug not allowed?" Wen Yutong said nothing more, directly reaching back to grab his arms, forcefully throwing him off. She looked at him, her voice still calm, but each word cut like a knife. "There won't be a next time." Jiming's eyes burned, and tears instantly burst forth. He suppressed a sob, asking in despair, "Are you truly unwilling to give me even one single chance?" She didn't even bother to respond with a single word, turning and walking away decisively. And at this moment, I had just finished bad-mouthing my wife with my best friend in a restaurant. Unexpectedly, the next second, the phone suddenly vibrated. I casually picked it up to check. Seeing the message, the smile on my lips instantly froze. "Wen Yutong, am coming home now." I immediately dragged my best friend and ran outside. "Hurry and take me home. Wen Yutong is about to arrive." In the car, my friend couldn't help teasing. "Young master, have you really fallen into the trap of love? Are you trying to build a gentle and capable husband persona?" I was rendered speechless, then tried to argue. "The way I treat you is exactly the way I treat her." Unexpectedly, my friend seemed to remember something, suddenly asking, "Last time you told me you liked her. Do you still think so now?" I let out a sigh. Now I just feel that thought is getting stronger and stronger. What if she doesn't like you back? I looked out the car window, taking an indifferent tone. What can I do? Just accept it. She's already my wife anyway. I don't need to care if she loves me or not. By the time I got home, Wen Yutong still wasn't back. I squatted down, hugged Dan Huang, and muttered, "Do you think I should tell her? But if I say it, will she even bother to look at me anymore?" While I was dazed, there was a sound at the door. Wen Yutong was home. She saw me squatting next to the dog and asked,
Why aren't you asleep yet? I quickly stood up, clumsily explaining, I was just going to get some water. Wen Yutong said nothing, as she reached out to take off her coat. But the moment I walked toward her, an unfamiliar men's fragrance suddenly hit my nose. It wasn't my scent, nor hers. My head began to throb. I suddenly remembered her mentioning Uncle Ji. That's Ji Ming's father. So the scent on her must belong to Ji Ming. I suddenly looked up and stared at her, saying her name through gritted teeth. Wen Yutong. She turned her gaze to me. I kept staring at her without blinking, finally asking the question that was weighing on my mind. Didn't you go to the hospital? Why is there a man's cologne on you? Wen Yutong's gaze flickered. She answered softly. It's Ji Ming. The next sentence made me feel like I'd fallen into an ice cellar. He held me for a moment. In an instant, an indescribable bitterness rose in my heart. But I said nothing, quietly turning and heading upstairs. I lay on the bed, picking up my phone and messaging my friend incessantly. I've kept myself pure like jade, and yet she goes to the hospital and hugs someone else. And she even had the nerve to tell me straight out. My friend replied, hit me with a fatal question. Then why don't you just ask her directly? I got even angrier. If I ask that, what if she figures out I have feelings for her? I don't want her to know that I like her. I want her to like me first. My friend was speechless, only able to suggest, then try to test her a bit. Maybe she'll develop feelings over time. Testing? How do I do that? I was just about to ask for details, when Wen Yutong's message suddenly appeared. Come to my room. I just glanced at it and ignored it, continuing to grill my friend about the testing method, but he never replied. Annoyed, I tossed the phone aside and stood up to go to the bathroom to change clothes. However, just as I was standing in front of the mirror, having just zipped up and about to fasten my belt, a sound suddenly came from behind me. Wen Yutong had walked in without me noticing. Her hair was slightly damp, probably from just showering. She was watching me intently with a lazy look. My heart gave a sudden thud as I hurriedly adjusted the loose collar of my bathrobe. What are you doing in here without knocking? Wen Yutong said nothing, casually locking the bathroom door. Then she stepped closer to pin me, pressing me hard against the cold door, her voice dropping dangerously. Didn't you see the message? My body trembled slightly. Arguing, I forgot. She let out a soft laugh as her hands slid along my waist, directly touching the bare skin on my back, just above the pants I had just put on. I immediately grabbed her arm. I don't want it today. But in the next second, just when I thought she let go, I was easily hoisted up by her and pressed firmly onto the sink beside us. Su Wenbin, if I say I want to, you have to be a little obedient. With that, her hot lips pressed down to kiss me, kissing me until I was nearly breathless before letting go. She looked down at my sturdy shoulders, her voice raspy. The bathroom. I haven't tried it yet. Saying so, she reached up, discarding her nightgown and pressing her body against mine. The next day, while I was still fast asleep, I was woken by the shrill ringing of the phone. Frowning, I kept my eyes shut as I fumbled for the phone. Even though I pressed the answer button, my voice was still filled with extreme exhaustion. The other end of the line was unusually quiet. Just as I was about to speak, the phone in my hand was suddenly snatched away. What is it? The authoritative voice of the woman rang out right next to me, and I immediately fully woke up. Secretary Zhu on the other end, hearing Wen Yutong's voice, hastily said, President, partner wants to adjust the contract. They want to ask for your opinion. Wen Yutong propped herself up, drowsily replying, We'll talk about it after I get there. Saying so, she hung up the phone directly. She set the phone aside. Turning her head, she met my staring eyes. As our gazes met, my heart skipped a beat, my raspy voice asking softly, Do you have to go to work? Wen Yutong hummed in response, then turned to send a message on her phone. My gaze accidentally fell on her smooth, bare arm. Thinking of last night, my ears instantly flushed red, and I hurriedly pulled the blanket over my head. I only dared to poke my head out once I heard the door close. I rubbed my aching back and scrambled out of bed. When I saw the broken toiletries in the bathroom and the tattered shirt lying on the floor, my cheeks burned up. But in the next second, as if suddenly remembering something, I rushed to the sink at once, grabbed a bottle of men's cologne, and ran straight downstairs. Wen Yutong was adjusting her shirt collar, looking a bit dazed, seeing me down. Why not sleep some more? I didn't answer, but quietly approached her, raising the cologne bottle to spray it on her neck. Unexpectedly, she grabbed my wrist firmly. Wen Yutong's voice dropped, What are you doing? I stared at her intently, finally managing to squeeze out an excuse. I'm afraid someone else might want to hug you. Even though we don't have feelings for each other yet. At least you're still my wife. This is called marking my territory. After hearing that, she immediately understood and let out a soft laugh.
So the resistance last night was because of jealousy. Her gaze rested on my sturdy arm, where there was still a clear bite mark left by her last night. She let go of my hand, her eyes full of teasing. Have you ever seen a woman wear men's perfume before? I paused for a moment, then immediately took off the leather bracelet from my wrist and lightly sprayed perfume on it. Moving to her other side, I reached out and put it on her. Wen Yutong surprisingly let me do it without a word. All right, let go of me now. I looked up into her eyes. This way, everyone will know you're already taken. She gently lifted her wrist, staring at that black wristband before shifting her gaze back to my face. Suddenly, she called my name. Su Wenbin. What exactly are you so obsessed with? I was momentarily stunned. My lips parted to say something, but the woman had already lost her patience. Go to sleep, she said in a cold tone, without sparing me another glance, as she turned and walked away. I didn't look away until her figure had completely vanished. I looked down at the vintage perfume bottle in my hand, muttering softly to myself, just when will Wen Yutong finally fall for me? I turned to go upstairs and curled up on the bed. Who would have thought that the moment I opened Weibo, a flood of trending topics would make my hands and feet go cold? Fang Ming buys his way into the production. Fang Ming steals the male lead role from Han Yi, Fang Ming's sugar daddy. I randomly clicked on a keyword, and the comment section had completely exploded. Han Yi's fans and Fang Ming's fans were in a fierce war of words, wildly accusing him of having his sugar daddy backing him up and saying he stole the lead in a major adaptation. My heart tightened. I frantically called Fang Ming, but no one answered. I then sent a message to Song Siyun, but there was no reply. Right then, I remembered the assistant, Li Xingxing, and hurriedly called her. The call was connected instantly. Xingxing, I saw the hot searches. Is Fang Ming okay? Li Xingxing hurriedly explained. He's fine. Don't worry too much. He's having breakfast now. I was afraid reading the comments would affect his mood, so I took his phone away. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when Li Xingxing handed the phone to Fang Ming. The next second, Fang Ming's voice came from the other end. Don't worry, I'm okay. I was silent for 2 seconds, then pressed him anxiously. What exactly happened? Who leaked this information? Fang Ming clicked his tongue, his tone full of helplessness. I don't know either. Now, even with 100 mouths, it's hard to explain. Even though I earned this role based on my own ability, it's true that I had your help. I immediately grew angry. Wasn't it because that Han Yi stole your role first? How can they twist the truth like this in the end? So, what are you going to do now? On the other end, Fang Ming replied with only 3 words. I don't know. You're at home, right? Wait there, I'm coming over right now. Hanging up, I immediately raced to Fang Ming's house. I looked at my friend who was acting like nothing was wrong and said bluntly, should I speak up for you? After all, you relied on me, not on climbing into someone's bed, so there's nothing to fear. Surprisingly, Fang Ming sighed, it's useless. Netizens just need a place to vent their anger. Who the sugar daddy is doesn't matter to them at all. Seeing the situation was at a dead end, Fang Ming had no choice but to lie on the sofa playing games. But right at that moment, the sound of Fang Ming's phone ringing suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. As soon as the call was connected, the scream of manager Li Xingxing almost burst our eardrums. Fang Ming, since when did you become so close with Jiang Jixin? She's actually speaking out to protect you. Fang Ming froze, his mind going completely blank. On the other end, Li Xingxing was still shouting. If you two had such a good relationship, why didn't you tell me sooner? I was racking my brain trying to find a way to handle this PR crisis for you. And yet, as the movie queen, with just one word, she's already turned public opinion back in your favor. Fang Ming hurriedly interrupted. Xingxing, let me check Weibo first, okay? Bye. He quickly hung up the phone and stared at me in disbelief, both of us wearing equally bewildered expressions. I hurriedly snatched the phone. The #1 hot search was clearly about Jiang Jixin speaking out for Fang Ming, followed by a bright red explosive tag. I clicked to see the content. Movie queen. Jiang Jixin's Weibo post from a few minutes ago caught my eye. He was very dedicated to this role, and besides him, I can't think of anyone else more suitable. Fang Ming's comment section immediately shifted. The tide had completely turned. I casually liked some of the top comments, then looked up at Fang Ming. What's going on between you two? Fang Ming quickly followed up. We're just normal acquaintances. At most, we're just friends. I was about to ask more, but was silenced by Fang Ming's confused look. At that very moment, Fang Ming, who was scrolling through the comments, suddenly cursed. I looked up. What is it? Fang Ming was silent for 2 seconds,
then dropped a major bombshell. Hey, if the fact that you're married is completely exposed to the world, would your wife be furious? Before I could react, Fang Ming shoved the phone right in front of my face. I took the phone. The comment section had completely gone off topic. A netizen revealed that Fang Ming's role was obtained through a friend's help. Not a sugar daddy. Another hardcore fan added that the movie queen Jiang has a friend outside the industry named Su Wenbin. Someone recognized Su Wenbin as a wealthy young man who had been married for a long time, and his wife is the financial world mogul Wen Yutong, who is both beautiful and badass. Public attention immediately shifted from entertainment rumors to digging into the private lives of the elite. Fang Ming blinked at me. Su Wenbin, what now? Does your wife usually browse the internet? I looked up at him, and after 2 seconds, I struggled to say, don't ask anymore, honestly, and not really sure myself. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at it and saw the caller's name was Wen Cheng He. I immediately answered, Grandpa. On the other end, Wen Cheng has said with a laugh, Wenbin, are you free now? Come to the old house and have dinner with me. Later, Yutong and Ji Ming will also come over after work. I suddenly froze, hesitating for 2 seconds before asking, are they coming together? Wen Cheng gave an affirmative hum. That's right, they've been working together on a new project lately. They're business partners now. I said oh and hung up, but my face had completely darkened. Fang Ming noticed something was wrong. What is it? Did Grandpa say something that made you unhappy? It's not Grandpa. I turned to my friend and said each word clearly. Grandpa said, Wen Yutong will be coming with that childhood sweetheart of hers. Childhood sweetheart? Fang Ming exclaimed in surprise. I nodded, then dropped an even more shocking piece of news. And he's a childhood sweetheart who has designs on her. My voice was bone-chillingly cold. Yesterday I told you about Wen Yutong hugging someone. That person was him. Fang Ming was speechless for a second, then exploded. What are you afraid of? You're her husband. If that childhood sweetheart dares to cross the line again, I'll slap his mouth shut for you. I could only give a bitter laugh at that. I stood up to say goodbye and headed straight for the Wen family home. Unexpectedly, I ran into Wen Shiyu at the door. When Wen Shiyu saw me, he immediately gave a disdainful snort, his face full of mockery. Su Wenbin, I told you a long time ago. You're not worthy of my sister. Look, the one with my sister today is Ji Ming. Why are you skulking around all by yourself? I had absolutely no desire to waste words with him, and with an expressionless face, I strode straight into the main hall. Unexpectedly, Wen Shiyu still wouldn't let it go, resentfully watching my back. What's with all the pretension? But as soon as I walked through the door, Wen Cheng greeted me with a bright smile. Wenbin is here. It's been a while since you visited. Only then did I crack a smile, walking over to sit beside Wen Cheng He. Grandpa, how has your health been these past few days? Wen Cheng He let out a sigh. My health is fine. There's just no one to talk to. But at that very moment, a clear male voice suddenly rang out. Grandpa Wen. I turned my head in surprise to see Ji Ming smiling and walking this way, and the person walking right behind him was none other than Wen Yutong. Wen Cheng's gaze immediately shifted to him, his smile brightening. Ming, come here. I've been mentioning you constantly. Ji Ming's gaze rested on my face for about 2 seconds with indifference. Then he sat down on the other side of Wen Cheng He. It's just that I've been so busy. From now on, whenever I'm free after work, I'll definitely come and visit you. Watching this scene, I truly couldn't sit still any longer. So I stood up. Grandpa, I'll go talk to Mom for a moment. I turned to leave, not expecting that as I passed Wen Yutong, she would suddenly call me back. I'll go with you. Her voice betrayed no emotion whatsoever, and the two of us walked out to the backyard, one after the other. Seeing us, Yao Wan set down the flowers in her hand. Did you two arrive together? My footsteps faltered, while Wen Yutong calmly pulled out a chair, sat down across from me, and replied coldly, I came here with Ji Ming. Yao Wan gave an "oh," then turned to look at me. Isn't your wedding anniversary coming up soon? Yutong, have you thought about how to celebrate for Wenbin? Wen Yutong paused for a moment, then looked up into my eyes, her voice low. I have a business trip the day after tomorrow. I'll make it up to him when I return. A business trip? Yao Wan nodded. Are you going alone? Is Secretary Chu going with you? Wen Yutong hummed and immediately dropped a bombshell. Secretary Chu is going with me, and so is Ji Ming. I was instantly stunned. Ji Ming is going too. Yao Wan, however, didn't notice anything unusual, telling her to come back early, since an anniversary only happens once a year. By the time dinner began, Ji Ming was extremely attentive at the table, picking up a piece of shrimp for Wen Cheng He. I still remember that Grandpa Wen likes shrimp the most. Jiming then turned to Wen Yutong, his tone incredibly intimate. I still remember Yutong couldn't eat spicy food at all, but today at lunch, I saw you can handle a little bit now. So tomorrow they would be together all day, and were even eating privately together. My heart suddenly tightened with discomfort, and I kept poking at my rice with my chopsticks. Just then, someone lightly touched my arm. Wen Yutong lowered her voice, a cold voice whispering in my ear, "Behave." My hand that was poking the rice stopped immediately, and I was forced to obediently eat the rest. Throughout that entire meal, I didn't take the initiative to say another word, and it felt like an eternity until it was over. Watching Jiming chatting animatedly with Wen Chenghe, I finally couldn't hold back anymore and turned to ask her, "Shall we go home?" Wen Yutong gave a cold yes, but a second later, her gaze shifted back to Jiming. Jiming not only stayed, but right in front of me, he told her, "The day after tomorrow, just have Secretary Chu pick you up. Remember to bring the project plan." My heart felt bitter, and I turned and walked straight out, not waiting for her for even a second. Wen Yutong stared intently at his back. Standing beside her, Yao Wan gave her a gentle nudge, lowering her voice, "See, Wenbin is angry. I know you and Mingming only have a working relationship, but today you ignored Wenbin and even said you'd be going on a trip with that boy. It would be strange if you weren't jealous." Wen Yutong was silent for 2 seconds, then lightly raised her eyelids and said coldly, "I'm leaving now." With that, she strode out after me. As a result, from the moment we got in the car until we reached home, the atmosphere was dead silent. I opened the car door and went straight upstairs without looking back. After showering, I lay on the bed, staring at my phone. More than half an hour passed, and she didn't say a single word, nor did she bother to send a single message. Frustrated, I was about to turn off the phone and sleep when it suddenly vibrated in my palm. "Wen Yutong, come to the study." I resentfully typed, "I'm not going, I'm already asleep." A second later, her message appeared again, with an undeniable command. "If you're not here in 2 minutes, then expect me to come there and find you." I was so angry, I threw the phone onto the bed, but in the end, I still had to sluggishly crawl out of bed and head to the study. I pushed the door open and entered, asking coldly, "What is it?" Wen Yutong stopped her fountain pen, lightly raised her eyelids to look at me, and asked in a low voice, "Are you still angry?" I was choked up but still forced a retort, "Am not." But in the end, I couldn't help myself, and cautiously asked, "You and Jiming." "I don't like him, it's just business." She interrupted suddenly, her eyes locking onto mine. The anger in my heart vanished by half instantly, so I mustered my courage and pressed further. "Then do you now? Like, what kind of person do you like?" "Su Wenbin." She interrupted me again, looking down at the pen in her hand, her tone devoid of any emotion. "You can be a bit more obvious." My heart thundered. Right after that, she looked up again, saying each word so deliberately that I felt like I'd fallen into an ice cellar. "Just don't let Grandpa find out. Otherwise, you can do whatever you want." I blurted out, "How did you know?" Wen Yutong pronounced each word like a sentence. "Su Wenbin, you don't know how to hide your feelings at all." Only then did I notice her wrist was bare. The bracelet I had put on her myself was nowhere to be seen. "Did you take the bracelet off?" "It got wet when I washed my hands this afternoon. It was uncomfortable, so I took it off." My heart tightened, and I lowered my voice to ask, "Did you throw it away?" Wen Yutong stared at me, only responding after 2 seconds, "It's at the office." I gave an oath, but my heart felt as if it were being squeezed. After agonizing for a long time, I finally decided to take a gamble. "Wen Yutong, what kind of person do you see me as? Will you ever like me?" Unexpectedly, the only answer was a scoff. Wen Yutong looked at me, her voice dropping into a seductive tone, her eyes full of ambiguity. "I actually quite like." She paused deliberately, "Going to bed with you." Before I could react, Wen Yutong reached out and pulled me, and I fell right into her lap. She slightly lowered her eyes, looking extremely charming. "Su Wenbin, do you like me? Then when we do it, do you feel more excited?" She looked at my trembling eyelashes, chuckled softly. "Let's find out." With those words, she actually picked me up in a bridal carry and strode straight toward the bedroom. When I woke up the next morning, there was no one beside me, but the warmth still lingered, as if she had only just left. Sure enough, I saw her in the living room, watching that woman who was tying a silk scarf. However, as I drew closer, I saw a bright red hickey on her neck, my handiwork from last night. I reminded her softly, "Aren't you going to cover your neck?" Wen Yutong not only didn't cover it, but even gave a soft laugh, whispering into my ear, "Next time, don't bite so hard." My heart gave a heavy thud, and I quickly changed the subject. "You're leaving tomorrow, right?"
Where are you going and for how long? There was a sudden change, so the schedule was moved up. Leaving today for 3 days and 2 nights. Turning the night after tomorrow. I still hadn't given up. Testing the waters. Can I go with you? Wen Yutong looked down at me, her tone full of authority. Be good. Wait for me at home. I knew she would answer that way, and until the sound of the door closing rang out, I only then slowly looked up and headed straight upstairs. Elsewhere, as soon as Wen Yutong reached her office, Ji Ming pushed open the door and entered, urging her to set out quickly. Wen Yutong turned off the computer, took her phone, and glanced down, suddenly noticing the black wristband at the corner of the desk, the very one I had asked her about last night, wondering if she had thrown it away. She stared at it for a few seconds, and as if compelled by magic, she actually reached out and picked it up. Downstairs, Ji Ming had been waiting in the back seat for a while. Seeing Wen Yutong come out, he immediately opened the car door, deliberately sliding over a bit to leave a space for her. But in the next second, his eyes fell directly on her right wrist. That black wristband looked incredibly eyesore to him. The smile on Ji Ming's lips instantly froze, and what surprised him even more was Wen Yutong didn't spare him a single glance, instead heading straight to open the front passenger door and plopping down inside. Ji Ming's excited mood immediately plummeted to the bottom. Upon arriving at the Linshi Hotel, Wen Yutong booked 3 adjacent rooms, but deliberately arranged for the secretary to be between her and Ji Ming. Yes, right in the middle. At the same time, I was all alone at home, completely unaware of what was happening in Linshi. After agonizing all evening, I finally decided to video call her. The moment the call connected, Wen Yutong was with Ji Ming and Secretary Chu discussing work. Just then, Wen Yutong's phone suddenly vibrated, the screen clearly showing a video call from Su Wenbin. Right in front of Ji Ming, she didn't hesitate for a second to answer. As soon as the video connected, I was about to ask, have you arrived? Unexpectedly, Ji Ming's voice came through the speaker. Yutong, I think we can use. My breath suddenly caught. I instinctively pressed the button to end the call. Why was he there? Wasn't it a hotel room? Were the two of them alone together? In that moment, 1,000 terrible possibilities exploded in my head. I hurriedly grabbed the phone, rapidly typing a message to Wen Yutong. You are not allowed to be alone with him in a hotel room. No matter what you're doing, it's not allowed. After sending it, I felt something was off, so I hurriedly added, even if you have no feelings for me, you still have to be faithful to this marriage. Toxic women always come to a miserable end. Sure enough, a short while later, Wen Yutong's message arrived. Secretary Chu is also here. This is her room. Reading this, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Wen Yutong was called back by Ji Ming, who asked suggestively, was that him who just called you? Wen Yutong's eyes instantly turned ice cold. Ji Ming. Don't try to be too clever. She tossed those words at him, then turned and went straight to her room, leaving Ji Ming behind. He stood there alone, his face darkened to the extreme. Soon it was the following evening, and as I lay out on the balcony, I suddenly remembered something. The day after tomorrow is our wedding anniversary. I stared at our message history, hesitating for a long time, before finally sending a message. What time are you coming home tomorrow night? However, I waited and waited, but the phone remained deathly silent. Even when friends called me to go drinking, my mind wasn't in it. Until almost midnight, Wen Yutong still hadn't replied. Frustrated, I tossed the phone aside, pulled the blanket over my head to sleep. I slept straight through until morning. Suddenly remembering something, I hurriedly grabbed my phone, only to find that Wen Yutong had sent a reply at dawn. There's an issue with the project. I probably won't be able to come home tonight. My heart suddenly grew heavy. Staring at the screen, still unwilling to give up, I typed another line. Then what about tomorrow? What time will you be back? But this time, Wen Yutong replied very quickly, with only 2 words that felt as sharp and cold as a needle of ice. Later. At this point, a flame of rage erupted within me, and I threw the phone onto the bed. Jerk. Did she completely forget? Tomorrow is our first wedding anniversary. In a fit of anger, I decided to ask the guys out for drinks to clear my head. As soon as I walked through the door, I saw the 2 of them sitting in their usual spot in the corner, chatting away quite lively. Seeing me, Fang Ming waved and called out, Young Master Su, we were just waiting for you. Song Siyun stood by gossiping. I've read all about your business online. Could it be that the movie queen actually has feelings for you? The 2 of them only share a pure revolutionary camaraderie. I'd bet Fang Ming's head on it. I declared firmly from the side. Fang Ming immediately protested. If you want to swear, then swear, but why use my head as a sacrificial offering? But what they were completely unaware of was, right at a VIP table not far away, T Mong Ki was bowing her head and texting, someone who had just stepped off a plane. He paused for a moment, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips, then immediately typed out, "Don't go home yet. Come to Tronam Bar, I've spotted your husband." At that moment, my brothers and I in the corner had no idea any of this was happening. Fang Ming took off his sunglasses, complaining that wearing these things was so uncomfortable. It was like being blind. Hong Si-yoon suddenly brought up someone else. "What about Su Qingyan from your previous film crew? Why has he vanished after the class reunion? Was he really that traumatized by Wenbin's wife?" Fang Ming burst out laughing. "More than that, he's been living a very low-profile life since then, never daring to look for trouble in public again." Just then, the sofa behind Thi Mong Ki was given a light kick. She turned around to see who it was, and immediately sat up straight. "You're here. Is it just you?" Wen Yutong gave a casual hum. As soon as she sat down, Thi Mong Ki pointed in that direction. "Your husband is over there. Aren't you going to check on him?" Wen Yutong tilted her head, gaze instantly fixing on my profile. As I was about to say something, the phone on the table suddenly lit up. I picked it up and saw that the sender was Wen Yutong. The message contained only 2 words. "Where?" Without thinking, I typed back, "At home." But never in a million years did I expect that when Wen Yutong saw the message, she'd only quirk a refined brow and immediately send back a photo. And the person in the photo was clearly me. Before I could even react, the next message made me feel like I'd fallen into an ice cellar. "Having a good time, aren't you?" My body froze and I abruptly turned around, my eyes instantly meeting a pair of deep, dark pupils. Why was she back? Didn't she say she wasn't coming home tonight? Just as my heart seemed to stop beating, the phone vibrated once more. On the screen were just 2 words. "Come here." I took a deep breath, looked up at the brothers and said, "Wen Yutong is back." Song Si-yoon still looked indifferent. "So she's back, what's there to fear? Just let her sleep alone." But I sighed. "She's currently at the Tronam Bar." Song Si-yoon was immediately speechless. "Where?" I said nothing, simply stood up and walked in her direction, until I stood fixed by Wen Yutong's side, my voice low. "Why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be very busy?" Wen Yutong looked up, her thin lips parted slightly. "I finished my work, so I came back." Her gaze rested on my face, and she suddenly gave a soft laugh, her tone deep. "Are you pouting?" I remained silent. She just kept watching me. The wedding anniversary. I remembered it. Without waiting for me to question her, Wen Yutong spoke again. "Otherwise, why do you think it'd come back in the middle of the night?" The next second, she stood up, took my hand and turned to walk away. I was pulled along by her, but my eyes suddenly halted. That bracelet, she'd actually put it on. Getting into the car, I said nothing, just staring straight ahead. Wen Yutong glanced at me. Seeing I had no reaction, she spoke indifferently. "Su Wenbin." I didn't even bother to respond. Wen Yutong suddenly quirked her lips slightly, one hand on the steering wheel, the other, taking something out of the center armrest box. I tilted my head to look. A small black velvet box was held out in front of me. I opened the box, and inside was a pair of silver rings engraved with thorns and roses. But the next second, I slammed the box shut and tossed it aside. Wen Yutong laughed softly at that. "Su Wenbin, you really are difficult to coax." I finally turned to look at her, asking my first question. "Did Secretary Chu buy this too? What's there to be happy about?" "I bought it myself." Her voice was steady. I stared intently at that black box, suddenly speaking up. "Wen Yutong, weren't you very busy? How did you still have time to buy this?" Wen Yutong didn't look at me, her voice lowering. "If I hadn't bought it, wouldn't you have been even angrier?" But I still wouldn't let it go. "Then if you could come back today, why did you tell me you couldn't?" Finally, she admitted, "I originally didn't plan to return today, but I thought of the anniversary, so I came back." "So you had forgotten it from the start, right?" Wen Yutong remained silent. My face immediately turned cold, and as soon as the car stopped, I unbuckled my seatbelt. Unexpectedly, a click sounded, and she locked the car doors tight. Her voice sounded a bit lazy. "You haven't taken your gift." I grumpily turned to glare at her and shouted, "I don't want it. Wen Yutong, is this the only trick you know? If you ever dare to lock me in the car again, I will smash your car to pieces." But upon hearing that, she suddenly remembered the last time she locked me in. It was when we were returning from the Jiang family. She had said it herself, telling me she was only interested in my body. Seeing me a bit bristled, she laughed softly. "Is that so? Then go ahead and smash it, because it's true, this is the only trick I know." I was instantly speechless. My eyes darted around and I said, "Hurry up and open the door. My hemorrhoids are acting up. I have to use the bathroom." Wen Yutong saw right through my lie.
but she just looked at me for 2 seconds before unlocking the car. I scrambled out of the car, not even bothering to look back as I ran straight into the house. To avoid Wen Yutong, I went into the bedroom and handily bolted the door. I took out my pajamas, getting ready to shower. Happened to pick up my phone and saw a message from Fang Ming. "Did you know Timong Qi and Song Xiun know each other?" I lowered my head and replied, "Probably not. At least I didn't know about it." Fang Ming immediately sent another one. "After you left, she said a few things to Song Xiun that I didn't understand. I thought they'd known each other for a long time. I guess they were probably just business partners." After messaging, I set my phone aside and closed the bathroom door. After I finished my shower and came out, another message from Fang Ming arrived. "I have to say, that Thimong Qi looks pretty good. Is your wife surrounded only by beauties? Is there anyone else? Introduce one to me. Could they be even more beautiful than film queen Jiang?" On the other end, he immediately sent back an international friendly gesture emoji. I laughed, about to dry my hair. Just then, a knock suddenly came from the door. "Open up!" Wen Yutong's voice drifted in through the door. My movements froze. Staring at the locked door, I asked coldly, "What for? I'm about to sleep." Wen Yutong quirked her lips. "You don't have to open it, but I have my ways of getting in." I stood rooted to the spot, not moving. The next second, her voice came again. "I have the key. If you make me let myself in, then I don't know what I might do." As soon as she finished, it went silent outside, followed immediately by the sound of a key sliding into the lock. My heart skipped a beat, and I instantly rushed to the door, flinging the bolted door wide open. I glanced at the key in the lock, reached out to pull it out, and then finally looked at her. "What is it?" Wen Yutong looked up at me, held the pair of rings out in front of me, and said bluntly, "Put it on." When Wen Yutong gives a gift, there has never been anything she couldn't give. But I just stood there motionless. Unexpectedly, she gave a light laugh. Her tone was quiet. "I'm not working tomorrow. Where do you want to go?" This question left me stunned for a moment. It turned out she just wanted to take me out. My heart suddenly felt warm, and I asked tentatively, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Wen Yutong hummed, "Have I ever lied to you?" Unexpectedly, I shot back, "You have." I'm still holding a grudge over what happened on my birthday night. I stared at the ring box and actually set a condition. "You put yours on first, then I'll consider it. If I wear one, you have to wear one too." Wen Yutong didn't say a second word, immediately opened the ring box and put the women's ring on her finger. The next second, she suddenly grabbed my wrist, and the ring was slid onto my ring finger with precision. But at this moment, Wen Yutong let go of me, said in a low voice, "Give me the key." I immediately clutched the key. "This is my room." She laughed softly again. "It's my room." Hearing that, my anger flared, and I called her out. Do you still dare to say you've never lied to me?" But she just looked at me indifferently, then directly changed the subject. "It's not early anymore. Go to sleep." Unexpectedly, I tossed and turned and couldn't close my eyes at all. So I sat up, turned on the light, and admired the ring on my hand. Though I didn't know how she knew my ring size. At this moment, I didn't feel even a hint of anger left in my heart. The next second, I picked up my phone and called my best friend Fang Ming. As soon as the call connected, Fang Ming's laughter came through. "What is it?" "Remembering me in the middle of the night instead of being with your wife." I got straight to the point. "Fang Ming, do you have any experience with dating?" The other side was instantly shocked. "Damn. Are you planning to go on a date with your precious wife?" I ignored his teasing, continuing to ask, "What do people usually do on dates?" Fang Ming immediately got excited. "Movies, shopping, eating, dining. It mostly depends on what you want to do." He curiously pried further. "But why the sudden urge to go on a date? Have you finally conquered your wife's heart?" Only then did I truthfully admit, "Tomorrow is our wedding anniversary. She said she'd take me out, so I have to dress up a bit and leave her stunned." Fang Ming clicked his tongue twice, then asked, "Do you have a place in mind yet?" The corners of my mouth quirked up, confessing in a low voice, "Actually, I kind of want to go to an amusement park." Even though it sounds childish and cliché, it's a dream I've never been able to fulfill. My father was always busy when I was young, so I never got to go. Fang Ming immediately understood. "Don't worry about that. If you want to go, then just go. And while you're there, scout the situation for me. Come back and tell me which rides are good." Hanging up the phone, spent the night without dreams, sleeping soundly. As a result, when I opened my eyes the next day, It was already almost 9 o'clock. I sprang out of bed like a coiled spring and rushed frantically toward the bathroom. But only halfway there. As if remembering something, I dashed back out of the bedroom, standing at the top of the stairs looking down. Wen Yutong was sitting on the sofa, her eyes glued to her laptop screen. I stared at her for 2 seconds, then asked her straight, "Can we go to the amusement park?" That woman was just about to speak. When I cut her off, my voice was low and husky now, filled with a spoiled tone. "Last night you asked me where I wanted to go. I only want to go there. You absolutely must come with me." Wen Yutong looked up slightly at me, and only gave a soft, indifferent hum. The corners of my mouth immediately curled up, and I turned and happily ran back to the bedroom to get ready properly. Meanwhile, my best friend Fang Ming sent a long list of girl-chasing tips, message notifications chiming continuously. But I didn't have the time to look. Over an hour later, I stood before the mirror, feeling like the collar area was somehow empty. I found the tie Wen Yutong had given me for my birthday. But being naturally clumsy, I struggled with it for ages, and couldn't get it tied. Just as I was discouraged and about to give up, slender hands suddenly took the tie away. The next second, the soft silk band was neatly draped around my collar. "Why didn't you call me?" Her cold voice came from behind. My heart skipped a beat, and turning around, I ran right into those deep eyes. Her intense gaze locked onto my handsome face, as if she were admiring a proud white birch tree waiting for the harvest. The next second, she reached out her long arms and wrapped them around my waist, her slender body suddenly pressing close. I gave a little start and hurriedly put my hand over her mouth. "You can't. I worked so hard to get my hair done. It'll get messed up." When Yutong pulled my wrist down, let out a low, soft laugh, and suddenly asked if I was hungry. Looked at her, puzzled. She added another sentence. "It's already past 11 o'clock. Only then did I snap out of it. I'd spent the whole morning fussing without even reaching the park, and my stomach was already growling. I stared at her beautiful face and said a bit discouraged, "Then let's go eat first. So we'll go eat first, and after eating we'll go to the amusement park. Is that okay?" Wen Yutong gave another soft laugh, her eyes fixed on my slightly reddened lips. "Since we're only going out in a bit, if your hair gets messed up, couldn't we just redo it later?" Before I could react, the woman's slender figure pressed down, and her warm, domineering lips stole my breath away, until my hands, which were gripped her arms, went completely limp. Only then did Wen Yutong let go, seemingly with regret. I immediately blushed, frantically taking out my phone, using it as a mirror to fix my hair, my heart thumping wildly. When the two of us finally left the house, it was almost 12 o'clock. Wen Yutong drove directly, taking me to an upscale French restaurant. Unexpectedly, halfway through the meal, a playful female voice suddenly rang out, "President Wen." Wen Yutong looked up and saw it was President Diep from a partner company, and gave a slight nod in return. President Diep's gaze immediately swept over and rested on me, curiously scrutinizing my identity. Wen Yutong was also very generous, using her cold voice to introduce, "This is my husband." Hearing that, President Diep's face was filled with shock. "President Wen, you're married? I saw President Kai of Lam City always accompanying you. I thought he was your boyfriend." The moment those words were spoken, my movements of eating came to an abrupt halt. I looked up and stared coldly at Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong's refined face darkened, her lips only quirking in an indifferent manner, not bothering to explain even a single word. After President Diep tactfully left, I just lowered my head and ate my dessert, treating the woman opposite me as completely invisible. Wen Yutong lowered her voice and called, "Su Wenbin," but I didn't care to answer, until I had finished the last of the souffle on my plate, then looked up and called her by name, "Wen Yutong, how can you be so detestable?" Wen Yutong only arched an eyebrow, her expression remaining completely undisturbed. "You know full well that other people will mistake that President Kai for your boyfriend, yet you don't take the initiative to clarify that you're married." To my surprise, Wen Yutong gave a soft laugh, her eyes full of playfulness. "Su Wenbin, your level of making unreasonable trouble has truly progressed." The woman said slowly, "I haven't done anything. How can I control what other people say?" I was so angry I grit my teeth, staring at her with fixed eyes. "Then from now on, you are not allowed to let anyone be mistaken ever again." Wen Yutong looked at my puffed-out angry cheeks and finally gave another soft, indifferent hum. But how could I swallow this anger? The meal had just finished, and I deliberately walked very quickly, leaving Wen Yutong far behind. My hand had just touched the passenger door when my wrist was gripped tightly by a warm hand. Wen Yutong used a bit of force, turning my whole body around, pinning me between the car and her arms. I was about to bristle, but the woman looked down at me from above, her voice low and dangerous. "Be a bit more obedient.
Don't push your luck too far. My anger flared up, and far from being intimidated, I stubbornly raised my head, opening my mouth to argue with her. The next second, Wen Yutong's breath immediately enveloped the space. She actually reached out and squeezed my chin, bowing her head to bite down hard on my lips, until I was almost unable to breathe, as she reluctantly let go. The lipstick shed just applied was smeared in one spot, and the corner of my mouth was stained with an alluring red streak. My breathing was completely erratic, as I hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her lips. But as soon as I touched her lips, Yutong's gaze instantly turned dark. But she didn't move. Get in the car. She swallowed softly, pushed my hand away, took the tissue herself, and handily opened the passenger door for me. Next, the two drove straight to the amusement park. Unexpectedly, the park was so empty on a weekday, I immediately spotted the towering roller coaster, excitedly pointing, "I want to ride that one." Wen Yutong gave another soft laugh, her gaze sweeping over me. "Aren't you afraid of being scared into screaming your head off?" I was instantly silenced, only now remembering that I was indeed a bit afraid of heights. Later, regarding the thrill rides I wanted to play, Wen Yutong just stood to the side with an indifferent expression, watching me play all by myself with full satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, I pulled her toward the haunted house nearby. "Yutong, can we go to the haunted house?" Wen Yutong was about to speak when I made the first move. Staring at her with fixed eyes, "You absolutely must come with me, and too scared to go alone," the woman said in an indifferent voice, and scared too. I didn't believe it, my eyes darting around, deliberately drawing out my words. "You promised yesterday. Everything is according to me, so let's go." Before I could even finish, Wen Yutong's face darkened as she cut me off, gripping my wrist tight, taking long strides straight toward the haunted house. I looked down at our interlaced hands, then up at her cold profile, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but tilt up. The two of us walk hand in hand like that, with balloons tied to our wrists, pink ones, making it feel like we were actually on a date. The moment they set foot in the haunted house, the gloomy lights and eerie music immediately surrounded them. I immediately huddled next to her like a little chick, clinging tightly to one of her arms, and boldly said, "Didn't you say you were scared? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Wen Yutong slightly quirked her lips, not bothering to expose my cowardly yet greedy behavior. Just as I regained my composure and moved deeper inside while sticking close to her, "Why is there nothing here? There probably aren't any live NPCs here, right?" The moment I finished speaking, a freezing hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and gripped my arm tight. I let out a terrified scream, and like a cannonball, I lunged straight into Wen Yutong's chest. I had just been outside puffing my chest in assurance. Now a total coward, I just burrowed into her embrace, my mind filled with horror movie tropes. Unfortunately, the NPC nearby intended to scare us again, but as soon as he looked up, he saw the expressionless woman opposite him, her arm tightened around my waist, with a gaze so cold it could kill. The white-clad NPC froze in place for 2 seconds, then immediately turned and vanished into a gap in the wall. "Is it gone?" My tiny voice drifted out from her chest, both hands clutching her arm without letting go. Wen Yutong looked down at me, her throat involuntarily tightening. The warmth from the body in her arms was truly vivid. I just stuck to her like that, making her heart both ache and soften. She gave a low hum. "It's gone." Only then did I hurriedly let her go, with reddened eyes looking up at her. "Let's go outside." This time Wen Yutong didn't tease me, instead taking my hand in hers and walking quickly toward the exit. By the time they exited the haunted house, night had silently fallen. This time I was truly exhausted from playing. Pointing at the twinkling neon lights in the distance, I pleaded softly, "Yutong, I want to go on the Ferris wheel. After riding that, let's go home, okay?" The woman looked in the direction I was pointing, where the distant neon lights were vibrant and colorful. So beautiful, it stirred the heart. She replied softly, "Let's go." As the cabin slowly ascended, the entire shimmering night scene of Kimjiang was spread out beneath their feet. Wen Yudong sat opposite me, but she just kept her head down playing on her phone, not even bothering to look at the scenery around us. I lightly bit my lower lip and gently called her name, Wen Yudong. Hearing her name, the woman finally looked up. At the very moment the cabin reached its peak, a crazy thought suddenly popped into my head. "Have you ever heard of a legend?" I nervously pursed my lips. "They say couples who ride the Ferris wheel together will break up, unless, at the moment the wheel reaches the highest point, they kiss." Unexpectedly, Wen Yudong interrupted me directly, her voice so deep and seductive it made my heart go numb. I was stunned for 2 seconds, before cautiously inching closer to her. But in the next second, Wen Yudong let out a soft hum, and then she lifted me right up, making me sit on her lap. Her hands gripped my waist tightly,
Her eyebrows arched slightly, her tone full of mischief. I didn't think you believe in stuff like that. My breath hitched, and before I could say a word, Wen Yudong suddenly grabbed the back of my neck and lowered her head to kiss me intensely. From her body, a pleasant scent from the kiss immediately enveloped me. My fingertips gripped her shoulders. My mind went completely blank in an instant. I don't know how much time passed before she finally let go, looking like she wanted more. I stared blankly at her lips. Her lipstick was indeed completely smeared. As if possessed, I reached out my hand, using my thumb to touch the corner of her mouth, gently wiping it away. Wen Yudong tilted her head back slightly, letting my fingertips move across her lips, but her gaze grew deeper and deeper. Her throat moved slightly. The arm around my waist suddenly tightened. An unknown surge of emotion rushed to my brain. I was about to speak when she squeezed my cheeks. The next second, her kiss fell upon me once again. This kiss was both fierce and rushed, completely different from the one before. I was completely dazed, and in my panic, I accidentally bit her lip. She let me go a few seconds later, panting as she stared at my face, her voice unusually husky. "Su Wenbin, your kissing skills are terrible. You need more practice." What? My heart skipped a beat. So everything that just happened was her just testing my kissing skills. I glared at her, finally gathering the courage to ask. "Wen Yudong, I'm asking you seriously. Have you really never thought about dating me?" But the woman just moved her throat slightly, not giving me a single word in response. The Ferris wheel suddenly reached the ground, and my heart sank into an abyss along with it. I shoved her hand away, stood up from her lap, and walked away without looking back. As soon as I left the amusement park, I irritably texted my buddy. The amusement park was fun. It's just that Wen Yudong really killed the mood. Now just thinking about her makes me annoyed. Surprisingly, as soon as the message was sent, Wen Yudong's cold voice rang out from behind me. In the car, I sulked the entire way, refusing to say a single word. Wen Yudong suddenly curled her lips, asking in a nonchalant tone, "You went out and you're still not happy?" I suddenly turned around and shouted in her face, "I'm cutting you off for a week. You're not allowed to talk to me for a whole week." After shouting, I turned to look out the window, not wanting to glance at her even once more. But seeing me all worked up, Wen Yudong let a faint smile play on the corners of her mouth. By the time we got home, I had wised up, staying in the passenger seat to wait for her to get out first, but the woman just turned off the engine, tilted her head, and looked at me. "Su Wenbin." I deliberately pretended not to hear, remaining completely silent. Wen Yudong gave a soft chuckle, slowly leaning closer to me. "Why do you have so many things to be sulky about?" I snapped my head back to confront her. "Where am I being sulky? Did I say that I was angry?" Even though I said I wasn't angry, every emotion was written plainly across my face. I simply didn't know how to hide it. Wen Yudong was about to say something, but I cut her off with, "I'm tired. I'm going to bed." I unbuckled my seatbelt and bolted out of the car. The woman tilted her head, watching my determined departure, took a slim cigarette from the glove box and lit it. As for me, I rushed straight into the bedroom and flopped down onto the bed. Then I took out my phone to reply to Fang Ming. No progress at all. I've been grounded for a week. After sending the message, I was getting ready to wash up, and looking up, I saw the ring on my ring finger in the mirror. Seeing that ring instantly made my anger flare up again. I yanked the ring off my finger and threw it hard to the side. Just as I stepped out of the bathroom, Fang Ming's messages came flooding in. "She made you that angry? Don't be mad, don't be mad. Your bro here has plenty of beautiful girls around. Let me secretly introduce a few to you." I only sent back a crying emoji, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day, I deliberately lingered in my room until 9 a.m. before heading down, only to find, as I reached the stairs, Wen Yudong, who should have already left for work. I immediately treated her like thin air and called into the kitchen. "Auntie Jang, I want to eat steamed eggs with shrimp." In the next moment, I looked straight ahead and walked past her. But Wen Yudong just looked up at me and asked indifferently, "Still angry?" I didn't bother to respond and kept walking. Just as I passed her, my wrist was grabbed by a powerful force. I struggled to break free, but she only tightened her grip. I was about to lose my temper when the woman cut me off with her cold voice. "We're going to the Wen family home tonight. Are you really not going to say a word to me? Do you think Grandpa won't notice?" Her question left me speechless. I stared at her for a few seconds before forcing a sentence through my gritted teeth. "Then I will persist and wait until tonight to speak to you." After saying that, I threw her hand off and turned to walk away. Wen Yudong watched my angry back, her eyebrows raising slightly. "Quite the temper you have." I turned around to pet my dog, Dan Huang. "Hungry? Let me get you an extra chicken leg." I took out the dog food, then grabbed a large chicken leg from the cupboard. Dan Huang immediately wagged his tail and followed me closely. After feeding the dog, I slowly sat down at the dining table. Auntie Jang saw me eating quietly and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, wasn't yesterday your anniversary? Why do you look so unhappy today?" As soon as I heard that, I pouted and looked up. I shouldn't have gone with her. I would have had much more fun going out by myself. Auntie Jang smiled again. "That's not the same. If the madam hadn't gone with you, I'm afraid you wouldn't just be sulking. Today, she specifically waited for you to wake up before leaving, probably afraid you get so angry you make yourself sick." My hand holding the spoon suddenly froze. Afraid I'd be angry? If she were really afraid, she wouldn't have been so silent yesterday, not even bothering to tell me a single lie. I understood everything immediately. She was late today, only because she's afraid I'll slip up in front of Grandpa tonight, so she stayed specifically to remind me. With a cold-blooded person like her, whoever falls in love with her is doomed, and I'm the unluckiest one of all. At the same time, when Yudong had just arrived at the company, Secretary Zhu immediately came forward to greet her. "CEO Wen, the meeting has been pushed back by an hour." Wen Yudong just gave him an indifferent, somewhat distracted look. She looked down at her watch and said coldly, "Gather in the meeting room in half an hour." After that, she went straight into her office. At home, I was lounging on the sofa. Fang Ming suddenly sent a message, saying that he asked Jiang Jixin out to dinner, and she actually agreed. I felt a mix of complicated emotions, so in the end, I didn't reply with a single word. Just then, a message from my sister Su Ruoxi popped up, asking me to bring her school uniform to her. I glanced at the address. It turned out to be my old school. In a daze, I followed Su Ruoxi's GPS location, and after some effort, I found class 12A1. I had just peeked inside, when a girl sitting near the window recognized me instantly, and stood up excitedly. "Su Wenbin, what are you doing here?" I held up the paper bag in my hand, bringing a uniform for my sister. Then Yeling Shi winked at me, lowering her voice mischievously. "Miss Su is quite busy with her seatmate right now." As soon as she said that, Su Ruoxi rushed over and delivered a heavy kick to Yeling Shi's butt. Yeling Shi winced in pain. "Why do you always kick people's butts?" Su Ruoxi gave her a cold glare. "Dare to spread rumors again. Next time, I'll rip your mouth apart." Then she turned to look at me. "I thought you wouldn't find your way, so I was just about to go downstairs to meet you." I tucked the paper bag into her arms. "I'm not that bad with directions. If that's all, I'm heading off. I have to go to the Wen family home tonight." Su Ruoxi took the uniform. "Let me walk you to the school gate." I waved my hand. "Please, sister. Just go back to class and focus on your studies." With that, I turned around and left. The girls behind me watched my back and started whispering. "Hey, Su Ruoxi, your brother is so handsome. He must be a top student too, right?" But Su Ruoxi ignored everyone, simply returning to her seat with a cold expression. I went home to clean up a bit, then immediately set off for the Wen family home. As soon as I stepped inside, Wen Chenga smiled and waved me over. "Su Wenbin." I approached him with a smile. "Grandpa." When Shanna pulled me down to sit beside him, "Why didn't you let Yudong pick you up? Why did you come here all by yourself?" Explained obediently. She'd have to take a detour home after work. I thought it'd be too much trouble, so I didn't wait for her. When Shanna kindly patted my hand and took the initiative to say, "I also called Ji Ming over today. Yudong canceled that collaboration project and let Secretary Zhu take over. I was afraid Ji Ming would think too much, so I invited him over for a meal." I paused for a moment, and before I could react, Ji Ming indeed strolled in alone. When Shenna looked behind me with some surprise. "How come you're all alone? Is Yudong not done with work yet?" Ji Ming's face stiffened for a second before he forced a smile. She still has some unfinished business to handle. After sitting down, Ji Ming chatted enthusiastically with Wen Chenga, making me feel like an outsider instead, left to just boredly look down and fiddle with my fingers. I finally waited until dinner time. Wen Chenga looked at the empty chair next to him, frowning as he muttered, "Why isn't Yudong here yet?" Then he turned to me. "Su Wenbin, give her a call and rush her. Tell her to hurry up." I hummed a soft acknowledgement and took out my phone, opening our chat history, which had been silent for a long time. Just as I was staring at the screen in hesitation, that familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind me. "Grandpa!" Wen Chenga frowned and asked, "Why are you so late?" Wen Yudong's tone remained very calm. I was delayed by some work at the office. Right after that, she walked straight toward the empty chair right next to me. I was still feeling resentful, so seeing her approach, I quietly shifted my chair to the side, deliberately creating space between us. But just as I settled in, the armrest of the chair was gripped by a fair, slender hand. The next second, a powerful force hit, followed by a sharp screeching sound, as the chair legs scraped against the floor. I suddenly felt a jolt,
Both me and the chair were pulled toward her. The two chairs were instantly pressed together, leaving no gap at all. My mind went completely blank, and I turned to look at Wen Yudong in disbelief. The atmosphere at the table suddenly froze, as everyone's eyes focused on the two of us simultaneously. But Wen Yudong remained as calm as nothing had happened, simply bowing her head to eat. I could only manage a strained comment. This chair, it's not very stable. Wen Shenghe stared at his granddaughter for a few seconds, but ultimately didn't say anything more. Ji Ming, sitting opposite, glared intently at me, his eyes dark and hard to read. I didn't back down and looked him straight in the eyes. Ji Ming could only manage a forced smile, before awkwardly shifting his gaze elsewhere. I took a secret peek at Wen Yudong. This person is truly strange. After dinner, I went to the backyard alone to get some fresh air. Autumn chill hit me. Sitting on the lounge chair, I shivered and curled up, about to text my friends to go out and drink my sorrows away, when a tall shadow suddenly fell over me, blocking most of the light above my head. My typing fingers suddenly stopped. Wen Yudong had followed me out here without me noticing, standing over me with a haughty look, and then slowly spoke. Still not going to look at me. I gave a slight bitter laugh, as if it dare. Otherwise you'll say I'm petty and hold grudges. Hearing this, Wen Yudong suddenly shifted her gaze downward, locking onto my left hand. In the next second, her voice suddenly became sharp, carrying a weight that wouldn't allow for resistance. Su Wenbin, where is your ring? I looked at my bare left hand, and remembered that I'd taken the ring off while washing up last night. Taking a gamble, I replied offhandedly. I didn't want to wear it, so I took it off. Wen Yudong's eyelids twitched, her deep gaze sending shivers down my spine. Go home. Two short words, in a tone that was quiet but murderous. Before I could react, she turned around, taking decisive strides back toward the hall. I watched her determined back, and could only silently get up and follow her. Unexpectedly, as soon as we both stepped into the main hall, Wen Shenghe instructed Wen Yudong. Yudong, if you're going that way, give Ji Ming a lift. He didn't drive today. Ji Ming immediately acted considerate. That would be too much trouble for Yudong. Maybe I should just call a driver to pick me up. He had just finished speaking, when Wen Yudong's steps stopped, and her ice-cold gaze swept over Ji Ming, uttering 3 words. It's not on the way. That voice was as cold as crushed ice. The smile on Ji Ming's face froze instantly. He hurriedly tried to save face. It's okay, you two go ahead home. I was planning to stay and chat with Grandpa a bit longer anyway. Wen Shenghe's face was full of questions, completely failing to understand. Who had offended his family's iceberg? At this point, I had just walked through the door. Hearing that, a secret sense of joy rose up in my heart. She actually refused. Ji Ming silently stood to the side. Wen Yudong glanced at me and ordered in a low voice, let's go. With that, she walked straight out the door without looking back. The two of them had just reached the door when they ran into Yao Wan, Wen Yudong's mother. Mrs. Yao grabbed her firmly and fired off questions like a machine gun. What on earth is going on with you and Wenbin? Your anniversary just passed and you're already starting a cold war. She looked at her daughter's deadpan face, and her anger flared up. Did you make Wenbin angry again? Go and apologize to him, do you hear me? Wen Yudong pursed her lips tightly, not uttering a word. I hurriedly stepped in to help. Mom, it's getting cold. You should go back inside and rest. Only then did Mrs. Yao stop and urge us. Fine, fine. You two should head home. The pressure in the car was so low, it could freeze someone solid. I looked at her tense profile, and finally couldn't help but speak up. Why didn't you give Ji Ming a ride earlier? It was Grandpa's wish, after all. To my surprise, Wen Yudong didn't even glance at me. Her voice as cold as if filled with frost. I didn't want to. Do I really need a reason? That response completely left me speechless. I turned away in annoyance, and for the rest of the journey, I didn't utter another word. This person is truly crazy. What on earth did I do to offend her? Arriving home, the two of us walked inside one after the other. Dan Huang was wagging his tail excitedly, about to jump on me, but when he saw Wen Yudong right behind me, he suddenly stopped, his whole body stiffening. He let out a soft whimper and halted, not daring to step even half an inch closer. I didn't bother to pay attention to her either, going straight to Dan Huang to gently rub his head, soothing him. Your master is tired. Maybe tomorrow, okay? I'll play with you tomorrow. After saying that, I took off my coat and headed straight upstairs without looking back. Wen Yudong watched my cold back for a few seconds, then followed after me. I had just entered the bedroom and was about to close the door when a fair, slender hand suddenly blocked the door. The next second, Wen Yudong locked the door and pinned me against it.
Before I could regain my composure, her sudden intense kiss felt like a punishment, instantly cutting off any words I was about to say. I was forced to tilt my head back. Just as I shifted slightly, her grip on my chin tightened even more. I let out a soft groan from the pain. Only then did her hand loosen its grip a bit, but she took the chance to probe deeper. Then, her cold hand slipped under the hem of my shirt. My breath hitched as I tried to push her away. "Wen Yu Dong." Before I could finish, she silenced me with even more passion. Her hand caressed my smooth back and seemed about to loosen my belt. Just when I thought I was going to suffocate, Wen Yudong's movements suddenly stopped. She stared at my swollen red lips, whispering with a raspy voice and ragged breath, "Su Wenbin, don't be sulky with me anymore." I was still gasping for air when she asked again, "Where did you put your ring?" I stared at her blankly for a few seconds before answering distractedly, "It's on the sink in the bathroom." Having the answer, Wen Yudong walked straight into the bathroom, took the ring I'd left there, and put it back on my finger without a word. She looked down at me, ordering in an authoritative tone,
"Don't you ever dare take it off again." It took a while for my breathing to steady, looking down at the ring on my finger, that I looked up to question her. "Wen Yudong, in the future when you do things like this, could you give me a heads up?" To my surprise, Wen Yudong actually let out a soft laugh and replied in a low voice. In the next second, she leaned close to my ear, whispering seductively, "Su Wenbin, I want to have you, right now." My pupils immediately constricted in shock, and before I could regain my composure, I heard her add in a low voice, "I guess that counts as a heads up, doesn't it?" She lifted me up. In an instant, the world seemed to turn upside down, and the next second, I was thrown down onto the large, soft bed. Wen Yudong immediately pressed close, and just as she was about to unbutton my shirt, I panicked and held out my hand to stop her. "Wait, we're out of those." Wen Yutong's movements suddenly halted. She looked down at me intensely from a dominant position. After all, we had used everything up last time, and she had indeed forgotten to buy more. A moment later, she suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "Can't we just go without it?" Terrified, I tried my best to scramble backward, my voice sounding frantic. "Of course not." But Wen Yutong was faster, grabbing my ankle tightly and forcefully dragging my whole body back toward her. Her voice was thick and husky, carrying an incredibly dangerous allure.
"Let's just give it a try. It will definitely be quite a thrill." No matter what I did, I couldn't break free, so I could only glare at her in pure frustration, threatening Wen Yutong with a cold voice, "If you dare to do this today, I will never look at your face again for as long as I live." Wen Yutong stared at me for a few seconds, her lips curling into a self-deprecating smirk, before she finally let go and got out of bed. Standing by the bedside, she coldly spat out, "Is this really all the spine you have?" Right after that, without even looking back, she opened the door and walked straight out. Hearing the door slam shut with force, I finally scrambled up from the bed, gritting my teeth as I muttered to the empty air, "You psycho." Outside the door, Wen Yutong casually took off her watch, threw it aside, and bit her lip hard. She turned her head to stare into the void, feeling an indescribable restlessness stir within her. She had clearly been suppressing her anger all day. Because of a single sentence from me, it was forced back down again. Especially the moment she saw me take off the ring, she had almost gone insane with rage. Since when could a man like me completely dominate her emotions like this? Early the next morning, I received a message from Fang Ming as soon as I woke up. Fang Ming invited me to hang out with Song Siyun tonight. In the afternoon, Fang Ming was taking Jiang Jixin out for a private lunch. I raised an eyebrow and typed back, "Just the two of you. Or is Qixi coming along too?" Fang Ming replied instantly, "Entreating her to a meal, so not bringing Qixi. Let's just give him a day off today." To avoid being caught by the paparazzi, Fang Ming had specially booked a table at a very private place called Juxian Lu. So Fang Ming took out his phone and messaged Jiang Jixin, "Jiang Sunbei, have you arrived yet?" At that same moment, inside a gliding black Porsche Cayenne, phone screen lit up slightly. The woman tilted her head to glance at the message, then reached out to pick up the phone. The woman driving in the front seat glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Qiao Ning spoke up bitingly, "Are you really that desperate for that meal? Do you not have your own money to go out and eat?" Jiang Jixin calmly finished replying to the text, only then looking up at her. "It's not about the meal." She tilted her head to look out the car window, her thin lips moving slightly. What I find rare is, hearing her say that, Qiao Ning, who was driving, stared into the rearview mirror, so angry that she couldn't find words for a long time. Seeing they were almost there, Qiao Ning finally couldn't hold it back anymore, her voice full of resentment. "What was that nonsense you posted on Weibo last time? Now it's come back to bite you, hasn't it? You have your CP fans now.
But have you counted how many Bill fans you've lost? That Fang Ming fellow has just barely stepped through the door as a leading man. Milking a CP like this only hurts you in the end. I have my own plans for this. Jiang Jixin cut her off, without a hint of emotion in her voice. Chao Ning let out a cold laugh. Fine, you're the great Jixin after all. You can just sit there and attract fans without trying. You must have plenty of schemes in that head of yours. Jiang Jixin looked up at her, and seeing her huffy expression, a helpless smile played on the corners of her lips. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Not to get photographed with him. Not your best, it's an absolute must. Chao Ning suddenly raised her voice. Jiang Jixin turned her head away, no longer paying her any attention. The car soon pulled up in front of Zhu Xianlu. Xiao Ning turned back to give instructions. I've already spoken with the owner, so as long as you don't go wandering off, no one will be able to snap a picture of you. Call me when you're done eating. I'll come pick you up. I know. Jiang Jixin replied and stepped out of the car. She casually pulled her baseball cap lower, quickly slipping into Zhu Xianlu. Inside the private room, Fang Ming was looking down at the menu. The door suddenly pushed open, and seeing who entered, he immediately broke into a bright smile. Jiang Sunbei, you're here. Jiang Jixin walked in, casually pulling out a chair at a polite distance from him, and sat down. She took off her baseball cap, her slightly messy hair cascading down, making her look even more elegantly lazy. She tilted her head to look at Fang Ming, a small smirk on her lips. Mr. Fang, what would you like to eat? Fang Ming hurriedly handed her the menu. I'm fine with anything, please you order. Jiang Zixin's dark eyes fixed on Fang Ming, only then reaching out to take the menu, asking in a low voice, what do you usually like to eat most? Fang Ming waved his hands repeatedly. I'm not a picky eater at all, except I don't eat onions or celery. Hearing this, Jiang Zixin's hand flipping the menu suddenly stopped. She looked up directly into Fang Ming's eyes and said softly, Mr. Fang, we seem to be quite compatible. Fang Ming's mind momentarily went blank. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him, inquiring with a hint of disbelief. Jiang Sunbei. But Jiang Jixin cut him off. I don't eat onions or celery either, so we're a perfect match as dining companions. Hearing this, Fang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why does she always have to pause like that and cause such misunderstandings? A subtle glint of amusement passed through Jiang Jixin's eyes as she returned her gaze to the menu. Actually, she wasn't hungry at all, so she just ordered a few random dishes. Fang Ming, on the other hand, spent the whole time with his head down, focused on the meat, eating with great gusto. After all, he was always being watched by Xing to lose weight on regular days, so since he finally had the chance today, he naturally had to eat to his heart's content. Jiang Sunbei, I heard you're about to join a film crew. Fang Ming asked casually while lowered over his meat. Jiang Jixin replied nonchalantly, next week. Then she suddenly looked into Fang Ming's eyes and asked back, what about you? Fang Ming gave a helpless smile. It's still undecided. Xing wants to help me pick a good script. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jixin directed for a top-tier opportunity. Cast list for my upcoming film isn't finalized yet. If you want to join, I can recommend you. Fang Ming's head snapped up, his eyes wide with astonishment. But that's director Gus' film. Surely the audition must be incredibly tough to pass. After all, director Gus works. Less than greater than. Become hits as soon as they're released. Less than greater than. Who knows how many big stars? Less than greater than are aiming for a spot in that production. Less than greater than. Jiang Jixin maintained her calm demeanor. You'll only know if you try. Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he tried to suppress his racing heart. Then, thank you very much, Jiang Sunbei. Deep down, he knew very well that, if he could join director Gus' crew, his career would surely skyrocket. After finishing the meal, Fang Ming was about to call his manager, but Jiang Jixin stopped him. Let's go together. Chao Ning is nearby. It's on the way, so we can drop you off, rather than having you stand around waiting. Fang Ming's mind hadn't even had time to react, but somehow his body was compelled to step into the black Cayenne. The moment Chao Ning saw Fang Ming through the rearview mirror, her whole body stiffened. In the end, she could only force a smile. Hello, Mr. Fang. Not until they had driven Fang Ming home, and only the two of them remained in the car, did Chao Ning truly explode. My goodness, you ancestor of mine, do you have absolutely no idea how to avoid scandals? If you were caught taking him home, how on earth am I supposed to explain it? Surprisingly, Jiang Jixin only gave her a lazy side glance. Isn't that even better? Think of it as some preheating for the new film. That single sentence left Chao Ning speechless and choking on her words. Meanwhile, Jiang Jixin was looking down at her phone, her long, slender fingers typing quickly on the screen. Director Gu, have you found anyone for the second male lead role in the new film yet?
The other side replied almost instantly, "Not yet. So far I haven't found anyone who can embody that specific aura. What do you think of Fang Ming, director?" As soon as Jiang Jixin's message was sent, Director Gu responded in the blink of an eye. "He can come by for an audition and well see. His appearance is actually quite suitable." However, the next words that Jiang Jixin typed down
Could send shockwaves through the entire entertainment industry.
"If you can pass the audition, I want to take on the second female lead role." The top-tier movie queen herself was willing to lower her status to a supporting role, all just to act alongside Fang Ming. At the same time, I was at home alone, sitting in a daze out of boredom. Lately, I had been intentionally avoiding Su Ding Ji. Even when I went to the Su house to visit my sister, I had to time it for when Su Ding Ji wasn't at the office. Just then, a message from Song Si-yoon popped up, inviting me to meet up at the Tronam bar. Packed up some simple things, and looked down at my fingertips. The ring was shining brightly under the light. I had originally intended to take it off,
But in the end, because I was too lazy to keep removing it,
I just treated it as a piece of jewelry. By the time I reached Tronam, I discovered that Song Si-yoon was the only one in the private room. "Where's Fang Ming?" Song Si-yoon hurriedly explained. "Xing Xing had something urgent and needed him. He'll probably be here in a while." As soon as he finished, Song Si-yoon suddenly leaned closer, his voice tinged with inquiry. "Do you know Shimeng Chi, the one who's always with your wife?" My heart skipped a beat, keenly sensing that something was off. "Since when did you know her? Didn't you two have absolutely no connection before?" Song Si-yoon's gaze shifted slightly, struggling to squeeze out a sentence.
just business partners, a mutually beneficial relationship.
Then he pretended to casually mention, "The patriarch of the Shi family just passed away, and now Shi Mengqi is in a fierce dispute over shares with her second older sister." After hearing that, I couldn't help but click my tongue. It's their internal family matter. Why do you care so much? Without waiting for Song Si-yoon to explain, I reached out and patted his shoulder. "Are you just too shy to go and ask her yourself? Fine, I'll ask for you. I'll ask when you tong." Just as I spoke, Fang Ming appeared wearing a mask and sat down next to me. "What are you guys gossiping about? And not late, am I?" The moment we brothers met, the level of gossip immediately escalated.
Song Si-yoon was the first to ask, "How are things with movie queen Jiang?
Was it really just a simple meal?" Fang Ming smacked his lips. Of course, what else could it be? But Song Si-yoon leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Well, if you want something to happen, it will." "Did you ask if she's ever been in a relationship?" Fang Ming's volume suddenly spiked. Am I crazy? Why on earth would I ask her such personal questions? I nudged him with my elbow. "Do you really not want to know at all? Movie queen Jiang is so beautiful. She's exactly the kind of beauty you'd want to have a sweet romance with." Unexpectedly, Fang Ming changed his tune instantly, pointing the spear directly back at me. "You better worry about yourself first."
Aren't you the one thinking every day about how to win over your own wife?
The moment Wen Yutong was mentioned, my expression immediately darkened. "Don't bring her up, she's always acting so strangely." Fang Ming let out an "oh." "What's this? Already starting to secretly deduct points from your wife?" I was about to protest when a very pleasant female voice sounded from behind. "Bah!" I froze and turned around to meet a familiar pair of dark eyes. Wasn't this the girl who asked for my WeChat last time, only for us both to end up being taken to the police station? Song Si-yoon recognized her too. "Oh, it's you, young lady." I didn't get a chance to apologize for what happened last time. The girl hurriedly waved her hands. "Oh, it's really okay. Actually, it wasn't that serious." Immediately after, Song Si-yoon started introducing us. "I'm Song Si-yoon, this is Fang Ming, and over there is Su Wenbin." "Nim kom le ko gai da hinge thek den doi," she blurted out. "Su Wenbin Oppa, I know his name." While everyone was still in shock, Bai Ru quickly explained. "I heard you call him that just now. And Fang Ming Oppa too. I've seen the dramas he's been in." My gaze rested on her, and I casually asked, "Are you here alone?" Bai Ru scratched her head and said a bit shyly, "They're all competing to see who can drink the most. My tolerance is too low, so I went for a walk, and I didn't expect to run into you." I smirked slightly, intentionally teasing her. "This little girl with a low tolerance, why are you so eager to come to a bar?" Song Si-yoon immediately took the chance to invite her. "In that case, why not come over and have a drink with us?" However, before Bai Ro could even speak, I sitting beside her smiled and proactively came to her rescue. She specifically stepped out because she didn't want to drink. You're something else, still trying to force a drink on her no matter what. As I was speaking, Bai Rao's phone vibrated. She looked down at the message, then looked up at me. "Oppa, my classmates are calling me, so I'll be going now." I gave a soft hum, but Bai Ro remained where she was,
staring at me for a good 2 seconds, before finally turning to head inside.
Seeing Bai Ro leave, Fang Ming couldn't resist teasing me. That girl certainly remembers you clearly. I shot him a glare and didn't bother to reply. Soon after, Fang Ming was called away by an urgent call regarding a new film, so Song Si-yoon and I also prepared to leave. Song Si-yoon offered to drive me home, but because I had a bit of a buzz, I felt a little uneasy, so I just wanted to walk for a bit to sober up. Song Si-yoon didn't force the issue, so after saying goodbye, he left first. I lingered on the sofa alone for a while longer, before slowly making my way toward the bar's exit. To my surprise, just as I reached the main door, that clear voice rang out once more from behind. "Oppa." I turned around to see that unexpectedly Bai Ro hadn't left yet. Learning that I wanted to walk to clear my head, Bai Ro offered with a smile, "Then shall we walk together? I'm also heading back to campus and it's not that far anyway, so walking back is fine." I didn't refuse her, so the two of us naturally started strolling together. Chatting along the way, I learned that Bai Ru was actually a student at Jiangda University. I immediately raised an eyebrow. Jiangda. My friend Yu Shu Ran is also a lecturer there. Bai Ru recognized the name instantly. "Ah, Professor Yu. There are so many male students who love to audit her classes. She's both beautiful and incredibly gentle. I was even thinking of choosing her as my advisor when I apply for graduate school." I patted her shoulder appreciatively. "You've got a sharp eye, young lady. A bright future ahead. She's a wonderful person. If you study under her, you certainly won't regret it." The two of us talked and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere suddenly became very harmonious. But as fate would have it, at that exact moment, a black Maybach slowly rolling past on the street. Secretary Joe, sitting inside, accidentally glimpsed the figure on the sidewalk, and his heart couldn't help but jump in alarm as he hurriedly checked the rearview mirror to observe the woman in the back seat. "Madam Chairman, I believe I just saw the gentleman." The next second, Wen Yutong slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze cutting straight through the car window. There, on the sidewalk not far away, I was walking side by side with a girl who was a whole head shorter than me, the two of us strolling shoulder to shoulder. I even reached out to pat her shoulder lightly, both of us talking and laughing, looking incredibly happy. I was still excitedly chatting away to Bai Ro about how her high school math scores were the lowest in her grade, advising her that following Yu Shu Ran would surely be beneficial. But before I could finish my sentence, a short car horn suddenly pierced the night air. That black Maybach had actually slowly come to a halt right by the curb. The rear window rolled down, revealing Wen Yutong's exquisite profile, sharp, elegant, and incredibly cold. I froze in my tracks. You're off work already?" Wen Yutong only slightly lifted her eyes to glance at me, and before she could even speak, Bai Ro, standing beside me, asked in a low voice, "Oppa, is this your wife?" Instantly, Wen Yutong's gaze shifted from my face and shot like a sharp blade toward Bai Ro. Her red lips moved slightly, her voice icy. "If not, then who else? Could it be you?" This calm tone carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bai Ro immediately didn't dare to utter another word. Immediately after, Wen Yutong's gaze returned to me, commanding in a tone that allowed no refusal, "Get in the car." Not only did I not move, but I also turned my head to look at Bai Ro, and even proposed right in front of Wen Yutong. "How about we drop Bai Ro off too, since it's on the way anyway, all right?" Wen Yutong's voice suddenly became cold and dropped in pitch. "What do you think? I think it's a good idea." Not only did I talk back directly, but I even passed the ball to Secretary Zhao in the driver's seat. "Secretary Zhao, what do you think?" Secretary Zhao, drenched in cold sweat, could only peek at Wen Yutong's expression in the mirror, and replied through gritted teeth, "I'll follow the chairman's lead." As soon as she finished, she immediately rolled up window, as if trying to shield herself from an impending storm. To my surprise, Wen Yutong remained silent, while I turned directly to Bai Ro and told her, "Bai Ro." Just like that, I hopped into the back, and Bai Ro took the front passenger seat. The pressure inside the car was terrifyingly low. I stole a glance at Wen Yutong's dark face beside me. Her entire body radiated a chilling stay-away aura, but I just pretended not to notice and instead proactively chatted away with Bai Ro in the front. "What time does your dormitory close?" The two of us kept the conversation going, completely treating the woman next to me like thin air. Secretary Zhao just wanted to floor the gas and be done with it, and in just 5 minutes we arrived at the gates of Jiangda. Just as Bai Ro was about to turn around to say goodbye, a bone-chilling voice suddenly struck. "Get out." Wen Yutong slightly lifted her eyes, the irritation in her gaze almost solidifying into a physical form. Bai Rao shuddered in fear and hurriedly whispered, "By Oppa, in going now," then scrambled out of the car as fast as she could. The moment Bai Rao left, the air in the car instantly froze like ice. Wen Yutong turned to me and let out a cold laugh.
Since when did you pick up a little sister? That oppa sure sounds very intimate. I was stunned for a moment, then replied nonchalantly. Well, of course. I'm older than her. Was I supposed to just call her by her full name? But Wen Yutong wouldn't let it go. Wandering around the streets late at night instead of going home. Just what exactly were you doing? I immediately snapped back. I was just about to head home too.
It was on her way, so we just went together for a bit. Is that not allowed? She stared at me, gritting her teeth as she spat out every word. Well, isn't that just a bit too convenient for the both of you? This time, I was completely speechless. The car was terrifyingly quiet. Suddenly, it was as if I remembered something. Just as I was about to open my mouth, Wen Yudong quickly cut me off. She's a student. How on earth do you know her? I answered honestly. She's the one who sent me that text message in front of the police station last time. Didn't you say you two weren't close? Her voice weighed heavily on me. It was truly overbearing. And yet I even nodded in admission. We weren't close before. But aren't we closer today? Wen Yudong was about to explode in a fit of rage, but I abruptly interrupted her. Wen Yudong, why do you have so many questions? This familiar phrase made Wen Yudong momentarily speechless. She turned her head away in frustration, refusing to look at me. But a second later, I stared at her profile, suddenly asking about someone else. Right, that friend of yours, Shi. How has she been lately? Immediately, Wen Yudong snapped her head back, her voice dark to the extreme. Su Wenbin, what is the meaning of this? I hurriedly explained. No, isn't her situation lately looking a bit off? Just wanted to ask on behalf of. But before I could finish, that woman interrupted me again. She growled, emphasizing every word. We'll talk at home. The rest of the ride was buried in a deathly silence. Even Secretary Ju's hands on the steering wheel were trembling uncontrollably, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The car had barely come to a complete stop when Wen Yudong suddenly grabbed my wrist tightly. She dragged me straight into the house. With a sharp click, the front door was immediately locked from the inside. I was pinned fiercely against the door by her. In the darkness, I couldn't possibly see the expression of that woman clearly. I could only feel her scorching breath brushing against my ear. I swallowed nervously. My voice trembled as I spoke. You still haven't answered my question from earlier. She suddenly let out a soft laugh. But the mirth didn't reach her eyes. My questions are far from over. What other questions do you have? The next second, the hand Wen Yudong had on my waist suddenly tightened. Her low tone was a bit frightening. When we do it. Do you like being on top or bottom? I felt as if my head was about to explode. Wen Yudong. I'm being serious with you. She pinned me down once more and declared in my ear, word for word. I think my question is quite serious too. Su Wenbin, it's been a long time since we did that. The next second, my body was suddenly lifted into the air. I was actually picked up by Wen Yudong as she strode straight upstairs. In the pitch-black darkness, I was afraid of falling, so my nails dug into her skin, leaving one red mark after another. But Wen Yudong was incredibly unusual tonight. She kept confirming my feelings over and over, but her tone carried an unnamed fury. Early the next morning, I suppressed the ache all over my body to turn over, only to see Wen Yudong standing by the bed, buttoning her shirt. The woman slightly raised her eyelashes to glance at me, asking in a low voice, "Are you awake?" I simply glared at her. Finally, I couldn't help but question her coldly. Wen Yudong, what on earth are you going crazy for? Ever since the night I took off the ring, this woman has become moody and unpredictable. Wen Yudong didn't answer directly, only coldly averting her gaze. I'm very busy today. No need to wait for me tonight. I abruptly turned away, leaving her with nothing but a cold shoulder. Who wants to wait for you anyway? Not until the sound of the door closing echoed did the deathly silence turn once more to the bedroom. Just then, I suddenly received a message from my younger sister, Su Roshi. Can you come to the school for a bit? Some damn brat spread a rumor that I'm dating, so the school is insisting on seeing a parent. Seeing some drama to catch? I immediately sprang out of bed, grabbed a jacket, and rushed straight out. Shortly after, as I reached the office door, I heard a harsh, grating scolding coming from within. Su Ruakshi was lazily leaning back in her chair. The dean opposite her was pointing at her nose, his hands shaking uncontrollably with rage. You're already in the 12th grade, and yet you still have the mind to chase after boys. Don't think having a bit of money means you can waste time like this. If you don't focus now, you'll regret it later. To my surprise, Su Ruakshi snorted and openly talked back. Porting, Teacher Sao. When did I ever chase him? I actually think him normally quite diligent. What do you think, teacher? Teacher Sao's face immediately turned liver red.
He slammed his hand hard on the table. Don't you dare talk back just because of your good grades. How many times have I caught you dozing off in class? Su Ruoxi rolled her eyes disdainfully. Self-study starts at 5:30 in the morning. Who wouldn't be sleepy? Teacher Chaos' blood pressure seemed ready to skyrocket. Stop talking nonsense with me. Today, I am definitely going to tell every detail of this mess to your parents. But Su Ruoxi wasn't afraid and even clicked her tongue. Teacher, everything I said is the truth. Just as the two were arguing endlessly, a clear cough suddenly sounded from the door. I was leaning against the doorframe, speaking with a smile. Hello, teacher. Teacher Cao looked at the newcomer, and his expression softened significantly. You must be Su Ruoxi's parent. I nodded obediently. Yes, I'm her older brother. Teacher Cao hurriedly and warmly invited me into the office. However, Su Ruoxi didn't even bother to move. She just tilted her head and casually called my name. Su Wenbin. Teacher Cao immediately frowned. Su Ruoxi. How can you speak to your brother like that? Do you have no manners? I quickly smiled and waved it off. It's fine, teacher. We usually treat each other like this. Immediately after, Teacher Cao went into full rant mode. From the seeds of puppy love to her study attitude, even the number of times Su Ruoxi went to the restroom in a single period was listed in detail without missing a word. This lecture actually lasted for 2 whole hours. I listened until I was about to fall asleep. Halfway through, even thoughtfully poured water for the dean a few times, gesturing for him to take his time, no rush. Not until Teacher Cao finally stopped out of exhaustion. I quickly promised, Teacher, please rest assured. I'll definitely give her a good talking to at home. I guarantee she won't be dozing off in class tomorrow. Teacher Cao sighed deeply. The most important thing is the puppy love issue. During this final sprint, we absolutely cannot let it affect her grades. I kept nodding in agreement. Finally, I managed to lead Su Ruoxi out of the office. The two of us walked downstairs side by side. I tilted my head and asked with a gossipy look, the one Teacher Cao mentioned, could it be the person Yi Ling Qi mentioned before, that desk mate of yours? Su Ruoxi ruffled her hair in annoyance. Who else could it be but him? This is definitely Yi Ling Qi's doing. That big mouth went around spreading rumors. Just as I was about to ask more, Su Ruoxi intentionally sped up her pace, clearly not wanting me to dig any deeper. Su Ruoxi was planning to slip away, but the next second, the male protagonist of the rumors actually ran into her right at the stairwell. The boy looked embarrassed and hurriedly explained, Su Ruoxi, you really can't blame me for this. I truly didn't mean it that way. Su Ruoxi didn't rush to answer him, turned to look at me standing nearby. Kid's private business. I'm sure you're not interested in listening, right? I understood I was being a third wheel, so I shrugged and sensibly took my leave. Fine, not interested, and heading out. Back home, I waited until late at night, but Wen Yudong indeed hadn't returned. I watched a whole movie alone on the sofa. I decided to leave a light on in the living room and went upstairs to sleep. But while I was fast asleep, Wen Yudong finally arrived home with exhaustion all over her, pushing the door into the room. The little dog Dan Huang, who usually avoided her, actually had the guts to approach her feet this time and wagged his tail vigorously. Wen Yudong's movements paused for a moment. After a brief silence, she slowly reached out to pat his head, then casually turned off the main light in the living room and went into the study. Initially, she just wanted to find a document, but her gaze uncontrollably landed on a corner of the bookshelf. There sat the books I had brought from the old house. Wen Yudong casually pulled one out, and a yellow envelope actually fell with a thud right by her feet. Her movements suddenly froze. Then she slowly bent down to pick it up. The edges of the envelope were yellowed and old, obviously kept for many years. But when she turned the envelope over, 4 neatly written and firm words immediately pierced her eyes. To Shuren. Wen Yudong's gaze instantly became extremely cold. With a slight force of her fingertips, she tore the envelope open. A page filled with writing, without a single typo, enough to see how much heart the writer had put into it. Until her gaze finally landed on the latter half of the letter. You probably don't know, but when I look at you, the light in those eyes is so bright, it scares even me. A cold smile touched Wen Yudong's lips. How cheesy. There were even many pretentious literary phrases that weren't smooth at all. But as her gaze continued to drift down, when she saw the final sentence, her breath caught in her throat. I love everything about you, but I don't dare let you know. The signature clearly bore my name. Wen Yudong stared at those 3 words and laughed out of pure anger. The next second, she actually raised her hand and threw the book hard into the trash can next to her, followed by a harsh clattering sound. She looked down at the crumpled love letter in her hand.
her grip tightening once more. Immediately after, Wen Yudong took out a lighter. A blue flame danced in the air, engulfing the letter in the blink of an eye. She watched the burning paper emotionlessly and dropped it onto the floor, then tore the envelope in half and threw it into the trash along with the book. Not until the entire page turned to ash did she pull her gaze away and turn to walk out of the study. Early the next morning, I was woken up by a series of persistent calls from Fang Ming. He was determined to wake me up. I squinted and fumbled to answer the phone, my tone irritable from being disturbed. "What is it? Don't you sleep in the morning?" To my surprise, from the other end came Fang Ming's extremely excited shout. "Wenbin!" I passed the audition. Director Gu brushed aside so many senior veterans to choose me. This is truly the brightest moment of my life. Disturbed until my head hurt, I could only rub my temples and say perfunctorily, "Then congrats to you. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free." But Fang Ming took the opportunity to keep going, talking non-stop. There's also this incredibly coincidental thing. Ms. Jiang actually isn't playing the female lead anymore. She switched to the supporting role, so the two of us happened to be collaborating again, playing a couple. I was originally still drowsy, but hearing this news, I immediately woke up. My voice still had the huskiness of someone who just woke up, but it clearly showed sharp doubt. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Collaborating again with the film queen to play lovers. Besides, she's a film queen. Why wouldn't she take the lead? Is she really willing to play a supporting role just because the director said so? Fang Ming didn't care much and countered, "You don't understand. She's someone who follows her fate, as long as she feels the role is right." I didn't say anything more, but the doubt in my heart grew stronger by the day. After hanging up, I was completely wide awake. Looking at the clock, it was just past 7 a.m., so I just scrambled out of bed, put on my slippers, and went downstairs. But just as I reached the stairs, I seemed to remember something and peeked down at the living room. At this time, Wen Yudong probably hasn't left yet, right? Just then, An Jiang's voice suddenly rang out. "Young master, you're up. Why are you up so early today?" An Jiang had just placed a bowl of hot porridge on the table, while Wen Yudong was quietly eating breakfast. In the moment our eyes met, I couldn't avoid her, so I had to thick-headedly walk over. "Are you eating?" An Jiang quietly placed a clean white porcelain bowl on the table, then turned to go back into the kitchen. Wen Yudong looked up coldly. "What are you standing there for? Sit down and eat." I took a deep breath, pulled the chair opposite her, and sat down. I had just woken up, so I didn't have any appetite at all. I just propped my chin on my hand and stared at her, asking, "Last time I asked you about Shi Menchi, how is she doing now? My friend is really worried about her." To my surprise, as soon as Wen Yudong heard this, her face immediately darkened. She threw the spoon in her hand into the porridge bowl violently. Her eyes stared gloomily at me, asking in a bone-chilling tone, "Su Wenbin, are you the type of person who falls in love with someone so easily?" I was momentarily dazed, then my expression changed. "Wen Yudong, if you dare mock me." But Wen Yudong let out a cold laugh, her eyes fixed on my face, poor writing and even uglier handwriting. "Isn't that enough for me to mock you?" My mind was completely in a jumble, and I immediately retorted in anger. "Whose handwriting is ugly? Have you ever even seen it to talk nonsense? My writing is actually very good. When I was a kid, I could even recite the 3-character classic backwards. What you're saying is completely groundless. You're intentionally slandering me." However, Wen Yudong only gave a faint, cold laugh, her eyes full of ridicule. "Turns out you're quite imaginative too, actually being able to write that phrase about light in the eyes." I felt more and more confused as I listened. What on earth is this woman babbling about? I frowned deeply and argued loudly. When did I ever write such things? To my surprise, Wen Yudong didn't pay me any attention. She grabbed her office blazer nearby and suddenly stood up. Immediately after, her tall figure walked straight out the door without turning back even once. Looking at her disappearing back, I was so angry I gritted my teeth. Did she take the wrong medicine this morning? Deliberately looking for trouble, what a psycho! I turned toward the kitchen and called out, "An Jiang, Wen Yudong is gone. No need to warm up the food for me. I'm not hungry, I'm going upstairs to lie down." Aunt Jiang stepped out upon hearing me. Looking at the almost untouched porridge on the table, she asked in bewilderment, "How strange. Madam's stomach wasn't feeling well today, so she specifically said she wanted some porridge. How come she didn't even take a few bites?" Hearing this, I was slightly taken aback. My eyes lingered on her porridge bowl, and after a while I spoke up irritably. "Maybe she's getting old. That's why she's being so difficult." After saying that, I stood up and went upstairs. Not until I reached the second floor
did I realize the study door was actually wide open. She probably left in such a hurry that she forgot to close the door. I stood frozen at the door for about 2 seconds, then stepped inside. But just as I reached the threshold, my gaze stopped right by the bookshelf. There on the gray carpet lay a pile of blackish-gray ashes. Those ashes looked incredibly eyesore-inducing, immediately making my nerves as tight as a bowstring. I strode over. After a few steps, I noticed a book, tossed in the trash can. That was the book that back in 10th grade, whenever I was sleepy in class, Yu Shuren had given me to keep me awake. I hurriedly picked the book out of the trash. To my surprise, an empty envelope torn in half fell out from the pages. I flipped through the pages, able to stop myself from muttering a curse. Wen Yudong, that bastard. Can't you put things back after reading? Actually throwing it in the trash. Clearly something is wrong with her head. But as I was about to put the book back, my eyes caught the envelope on the ground. I bent down to pick it up. The moment I saw the handwriting on it, my whole body went completely numb. The envelope was clearly addressed to Yu Shuren. In an instant, long-buried memories came flooding back like a deluge. This was actually the love letter I wrote to Yu Shuren back in 10th grade in a moment of impulse, but never had the courage to send. My eyes stayed on the envelope for about 2 seconds, then I suddenly turned to the ashes on the floor. There were no scraps of paper in the trash can, so those ashes on the floor were clearly the love letter I had written back then. So many years had passed, I didn't even clearly remember the contents of the letter, but some phrases were still painfully vivid, so that was it. No wonder Wen Yudong said my handwriting was ugly today, and even mocked my poor writing. Thinking of this, I felt my scalp go numb. She had not only read everything in the letter, but she even criticized it for being poorly written. Straight up set it on fire. I stood up and threw the torn envelope in my hand into the trash. After cleaning up the ashes on the floor, I turned and went back to the bedroom. At the same time, at the CEO's office of the Wen Group, from the moment Secretary Zhou saw Wen Yudong, he felt a strangely suffocating atmosphere. He cleared his throat and spoke carefully. Less than greater than. CEO. Less than greater than. Does Plan C from before need to? Less than greater than. Continue being accelerated? Less than greater than. Wen Yudong gave a soft hum, then looked up to ask, How is the progress? Secretary Zhao could only answer honestly. Well, we just finalized the theme. To his surprise, Wen Yudong's voice turned ice cold, meaning it's still stuck at a standstill. This counter-question made Secretary Zhao's scalp tingle in an instant. However, Wen Yudong didn't press further, but only called out coldly, Secretary Zhao, investigate someone for me. Secretary Zhao hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, CEO, please go ahead. Wen Yudong's voice paused for a moment, then she enunciated each word. Yu Shuren. Hearing this name, Secretary Zhao was stunned for a few seconds. Ah, I know this person. Isn't that CEO Yu's younger sister? Why did the CEO suddenly become interested in her? The hand holding the fountain pen froze. She remained silent, so Secretary Zhou had to continue reporting. I heard CEO Yu mention before. His sister has been back in the country for 6 months, currently working as a professor at Jiande University. After hearing him finish, Wen Yudong only gave an indifferent hum. The next second, she actually slammed the fountain pen in her hand onto the desk. She suddenly stood up and strode quickly toward the door. Go to the meeting. Elsewhere, inside the school campus. Ever since I came to school yesterday, today is already the 3rd time teacher Chow has peeked at Su Ruoxi through the window. Su Ruoxi let out a sigh. She tilted her head slightly and happened to meet his gaze directly. Su Roshi gave him a bright smile. Teacher Chow immediately looked away and lowered his voice. Su Ruoshi, don't just sit there during self-study, focus on your lessons. What are you looking at me for? Surprisingly, Su Ruoshi rested her chin on her hand and looked at him lazily. Mr. Chow, you've come to visit me 3 or 4 times now. I only looked back at you once. Teacher Chow cleared his throat and immediately denied it. When did I ever come here? Su Ruoshi lowered her voice significantly. Teacher, I'm sitting right next to this window. You keep standing right there at my window. It's quite hard for me not to notice you, sir. Teacher Chow gave a cold snort. If you put all your mind into studying, you wouldn't even notice if I walked into the classroom. Now study! Stop talking to your desk mate so much. After saying that, he gave Su Ruoxi a fierce glare and turned to leave. His desk mate, Jin Chang Yuan, paused for a moment, then acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, and continued writing his assignment. Su Ruoxi withdrew her gaze and tilted her head to look at him. Hey, top student, how's the studying going? Jin Chang Yuan's hands stopped moving. Didn't the teacher tell me I should talk to you less?
The moment he finished speaking, the bell for the end of class suddenly rang out loudly. Su Ruoxi raised an eyebrow. Oh, class is over. Jin Cheng Yuan looked at her speechlessly for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked,
By the way, when you went home yesterday, your family didn't scold you, did they?
Su Ruoxi gave a light chuckle. They did. My dad even gave me a good beating. It hurt like crazy. Jin Cheng Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Only after a long while did he dare to ask. The person who came with you yesterday, wasn't that your older brother? Su Ruoxi raised an eyebrow slightly. My brother beat me too. Jin Cheng Yuan was now completely speechless, with nothing left to say. But just then, the class monitor adjusted his glasses and walked over. Cheng Yuan, Teacher Chow wants you to move and sit with me. Jin Cheng Yuan immediately replied with a yes, packed his books and prepared to leave. But just as he stood up, his arm was suddenly grabbed tightly by a hand. He turned his head and happened to meet Su Ruoxi's gaze. Su Ruoxi clicked her tongue. Why so heartless? You're just going to leave like that, my dear deskmate. Jin Cheng Yuan was dazed for a moment, thought for a few seconds before speaking. In the future, if there's a problem you can't solve, I'll still come back and ask you. After saying that, he surprisingly showed no regret, strode straight forward. Su Ruoxi watched his retreating back, curled her lips into a faint smirk. The scene transitions. I slept until nearly 7 p.m. before hazily waking up. The light in the bedroom was very dim. I didn't turn on the light but reached out for my phone. The glare from the screen suddenly blinded me. Narrowing my eyes, I turned the brightness down to the lowest level. In the next second, I saw a long string of nonsense sent by Fang Ming. I casually replied with a few words, then continued scrolling down. An hour ago, Wen Yutong had sent me a message, 5 cold words, not coming home tonight. I stared at that message for 2 seconds, didn't reply, and directly locked the phone. I lay sprawled on the bed, my body stiff, my eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. But just at this moment, a thought suddenly flared wildly in my mind. I don't want to continue loving Wen Yutong anymore. Loving her makes it impossible for me to feel happy at all. So I rolled over, got up, went downstairs, picked up my phone, and sent Feng Ming a message. Want to go out tonight? I'm so bored. Unexpectedly, I waited for a very long time. Feng Ming finally replied, Your wife isn't home tonight? But I have an appointment tonight. Director Gu said he wants to invite me to dinner, probably just to discuss the script. I stared at the screen, my fingertips slowly typing out a line of text. Feng Ming, I have something to tell you. The other side immediately sent back a question mark, clearly confused. I sent another sentence. I've had a thought for the last 2 days. Now I want to give up. Feng Ming was even more puzzled. Give up on what? I paused for 2 seconds and then typed word by word. Give up on loving Wen Yutong. This time, Fang Ming replied instantly. Huh? Did she make you unhappy again? See, even Fang Ming knows that Wen Yutong only breaks my heart. At this moment, my mind was a tangled mess, so I finally decided to talk about it next time. I changed the subject. Just go meet Director Gu first. On the other side, Fang Ming replied, Right. Then he put away his phone and turned to Li Xingxing beside him. Xingxing, can you drive me there? Qishi isn't feeling well and went to sleep. Li Xingxing immediately and cheerfully agreed, turning to get the car keys. In the car, Li Xingxing asked curiously, Why did Director Gu suddenly invite you to dinner? Fang Ming shrugged. Beats me, I was surprised too. But luckily, Senior Jiang is there. Otherwise, it would be awkward since I'm not close with Director Gu. The location for this gathering was actually the same place where Fang Ming invited Jiang Jixin for dinner last time. To his surprise, when Fang Ming arrived and pushed open the private room door, Jiang Jixin was the only one there, bowing her head while playing a game. He cleared his throat and spoke. Senior Jiang, hasn't Director Gu arrived yet? As soon as he finished, Jiang Jixin suddenly looked up, and her phone screen went dark. Clearly, she had just been defeated by her opponent in the game. Fang Ming's expression was slightly embarrassed. Senior Jiang, your game. She had a completely indifferent face as she directly turned off the screen. It's fine. Come over and sit down. But just as he was about to step forward, the door behind them was pushed wide open. Director Gu strode in nonchalantly, grabbed Fang Ming's hand and pulled him toward the table, forcing him to sit right next to Jiang Jixin. At such close range, he could even smell a very pleasant fragrance coming from Jiang Jixin. While moving, he accidentally touched her hand which was resting on the table. Fang Ming felt like he'd been electrocuted and immediately pulled his hand back in apology. I'm sorry, Senior Jiang. I didn't mean to. Jiang Jixin swallowed slightly. Before she could speak, Director Gu,
who was right there, suddenly spoke up teasingly. "Oh my, you've already kissed. Why be shy about touching hands? Fang Ming, don't be so naive." Fang Ming quickly explained in a low voice. That was different. That was for the movie. Director Gu chuckled and was about to say more, but Jiang Jixin coldly interrupted him. "Director Gu, didn't you want to discuss the character with Mr. Fang?" Only then did Director Gu take out the script. When discussing professional matters, he was very clear. Fang Ming immediately felt like he was learning a lot. While Director Gu was taking a break to drink water, Fang Ming stood up. "Director Gu, may I be excused to go to the restroom?" Waiting until the private room door closed. Only the two of them were left inside. Director Gu then spun around to look at Jiang Jixin and commented bluntly, "You're quite something, girl. You wanted to see him, so you used this old man as an excuse to bring him here. And the result? You didn't even say as much as I did." Jiang Jixin looked up at him and calmly replied, "Talking too much makes it easy to reveal flaws." Before Director Gu could react, she added another shocking line. "I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from kissing him." Director Gu was stunned on the spot. "You little pervert. Always thinking about committing a crime." Jiang Jixin only gave a light chuckle, as if admitting it. Director Gu let out a long sigh, adopting the look of a life mentor. "If you continue to speak to him as a senior, then prepare yourself to be his senior for the rest of your life." Just at this moment, the private room door was pushed open again, and Fang Ming happened to walk in. The moment he sat down, he asked curiously, "Where were we in the conversation?" Jiang Zixin's face remained unchanged, as she lied very naturally. Director Gu was asking what my ideal type is. Immediately after, her eyes locked onto Fang Ming. "Fang Ming, what about you? What's your ideal type?" Fang Ming was clearly startled by this sudden change in address, taking a few seconds before he could respond. "I don't really have specific standards. I just need to like them. It's mostly about the feeling." Jiang Jixin only gave a soft after hearing that, and didn't probe any further. Who would have thought that halfway through the meal, Director Gu suddenly received an urgent phone call and left in a hurry before even finishing his food. Suddenly, only the two of them were left in the private room. Fang Ming casually asked a question. "Senior Jiang, is Chao Ning coming to pick you up later?" On the surface, Jiang Jixin appeared calm, but her hand under the table was quickly and deftly operating her phone. She sent a direct instruction to her manager who was driving over. "Don't come, I have something to do here." Then she placed her phone face down on the table, her tone sounding perfectly natural. "Chao Ning had an emergency and can't make it. I might have to trouble you then." Fang Ming didn't suspect a thing and quickly agreed. "It's no trouble at all. I'll take you home later, Senior Jiang." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, she suddenly interrupted him. "Fang Ming." She stared intently into Fang Ming's eyes and said each word clearly. "We're not exactly strangers anymore. Why do you keep calling me senior? I've never actually taught you anything." Fang Ming was stunned where he stood. He hesitantly said, "Empress Jiang." Jiang Zixin's face immediately darkened. That title sounded even more distant. She raised her eyelids and asked back in a cold, clear voice, "Don't I have a name?" Fang Ming looked directly into her eyes. But those three words, Jiang Zixin, no matter what, he didn't dare say them out loud. Seeing that he remained silent, Jiang Zixin had to change the subject. "When is your assistant arriving?" Just as she spoke, Qi-Shi's phone call came in, saying he was already waiting at the door. To his surprise, as soon as Qi-Shi opened the car door to say something, the sound suddenly caught in his throat, because he was terrified to discover there was another person in the back seat. Jiang Zixin. Fang Ming hurriedly explained, "Chao Ning has an emergency. Let's take Senior Jiang home." Right after that, a strange silence fell inside the car. In the cramped space, that pleasant fragrance spread once again. Fang Ming finally couldn't help but break the atmosphere. "Senior Jiang, what kind of perfume are you using? It smells really good." Jiang Jixin tilted her head to look at him, her voice gentle but with a slight rasp. "I've forgotten. I'll check when I get home and tell you next time." Soon the car came to a steady halt. Before getting out, Jiang Jixin only left one sentence. "See you on set." In the next second, she pulled her hat brim low and stepped out of the car. Her figure quickly blended into the night. On the other side, I slept until I woke up on my own. It was already close to noon. I scrambled up from the bed, instinctively looking toward Wen Yutong's room. As expected, she hadn't come home last night. I went downstairs and confirmed again with Aunt Zhang. "Yutong didn't return?" Aunt Zhang nodded. "I didn't see the mistress return. Maybe she stayed at the office." I said nothing more, just gave a cold until Dan Huang ran over and rubbed against my legs. Then I leaned down to pat his head. "Be good.
I'll get you a chicken leg later. Thinking it was Dan Huang. I lay lazily on the sofa, scrolling through my phone. Wen Yutong had sent me a message in the morning, telling me to come to the Wen house for dinner tonight. But I only stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then locked the screen and tossed the phone aside, having no intention of replying at all. At the same time, in her office, Wen Yutong was staring intently at her phone screen. I clearly should have been up for a while now, yet I still hadn't replied to the message. Even when she said she wasn't coming home last night, I didn't even bother to ask a single question. In Yutong's heart, a sudden, indescribable irritation rose. Clearly, she was the one who first discovered the love letter I wrote to someone else. Yet now it was as if I was the one giving her the cold shoulder. Could it be that something she said yesterday morning was wrong and had upset me? Just then, Secretary Chu knocked and entered with documents, snapping her out of her thoughts. Until the afternoon after I had played to my heart's content with Dan Huang. Seeing that it was almost time to finish work, I finally sent her a reply. I'll head over there myself in a bit. When you're off work, just go directly to grandfather's. Unexpectedly, she replied instantly with one word. Okay. I glanced at the message and then tossed the phone down, went to wash up and prepared to go out. When I arrived at the Wen Manor, I happened to meet my mother-in-law, Yao Wan, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed medicine. I reached out to take the porcelain bowl, offering to take it up to grandfather. Yao Wan hurriedly advised, be careful, don't burn yourself. Grandfather and Yutong are in the second-floor study. I don't know what they're discussing. I gave a soft yes, and carried the medicine upstairs. To my surprise, as I reached the slightly ajar study door, I suddenly heard Wen Chenghe's voice pressing from inside. Yutong, are things not good between you and Wen Bin lately? Why has he barely mentioned you these last few days? My hand holding the medicine bowl trembled slightly. Wen Chenghe was saying to my wife, Wen Yutong, Wen Bin is simple and easy to control. That's exactly why I told you to choose him in the beginning. I froze on the spot. Right after that, even more hurtful words came through. Though compared to the ideal grandson-in-law, I imagine there's a bit of a gap. Our Wen family doesn't need someone too intelligent. It's enough if he can just stay by your side and accompany you. Not only that, grandfather even mentioned another man. He sighed. Before you returned to the country, I had thought that Ji Ming was clearly much more suitable. And we know his background well. But since I saw you didn't want him, I let it go. So that was it. I was chosen not because I was loved, but simply because I was easy to manipulate and control. At this moment, even the courage to knock on the door completely vanished. I lowered my head to look at the medicine bowl in my hand, bent down and placed it very quietly on the ground, then turned and left. From behind, Wen Yutong's soft, low voice faintly echoed. Grandfather, please don't tell him these things. But it was already too late. I rushed downstairs and spoke quickly to Yao Wan. Mom, I suddenly have an emergency, so I have to go now. Without waiting for her reaction, I rushed out of the Wen house as if I were escaping. Until I got home. Did the suffocating feeling of humiliation subside a bit? But immediately after, resentment washed over me like a wave. I had always comforted myself that even if Yutong didn't love me, at least grandfather truly liked me. Unexpectedly, it was all just my one-sided illusion. I was nothing more than a ridiculous joke. I looked down at the ring on my hand. This was the second time she had put it on me. But right now it was incredibly eye-piercing. Why can't I have love? My tears immediately burst out, and no matter how much I wiped, they wouldn't stop. I slumped down, hugging Dan Huang, and softly asked him, Dan Huang, I forced you away from your mother since you were little. Do you ever resent me? Dan Huang only whimpered and rubbed against me. I stared at him for a long time, then slowly stood up. I raised my hand and opened each finger, one by one, removing the ring from my ring finger. In the next second, I found Wen Yutong's number and called. Unexpectedly, there were only long dial tones on the other end. The call lasted until it automatically disconnected. I was in complete despair. After that, I reopened our chat history and read it from beginning to end, only to realize that all this time I was always the one taking the initiative. Tapped on the keyboard, typing word by word. Wen Yutong, let's get a divorce. After hitting send, my whole body immediately felt drained of strength, turned and went upstairs. And on the other side, Wen Yutong was still completely unaware of this. She stepped out of the study. Just as she opened the door, she saw the medicine bowl I'd left on the floor, and it had already gone cold. She carried the bowl downstairs. Just then, she met her mother and mentioned the medicine was getting cold. Yao Wan was stunned. Didn't Wen Bin give the medicine to grandfather? Wen Yutong's gaze froze. He was here. He just arrived and left immediately, saying he had an emergency. Hearing that, Wen Yutong's heart tightened. She immediately thought of something and hurriedly pulled out her phone. On opening it, she saw my missed call from 59 seconds ago and those 2 messages.
When she clicked on them, the 2 lines of text appeared vividly. You might as well go home and ask Wenbin what's wrong. Wen Yutong stared at the words, let's get a divorce. Her throat moved slightly, and she only said one thing to her mother. I'm going home for a bit. Then she put away her phone and rushed straight out. She pushed open a house door. The living room was submerged in darkness. Only the second-floor study was still lit. Without a moment's thought, she strode straight upstairs. I was reaching for a book on the shelf, hearing the noise. I turned my head and met Wen Yutong's gaze. My arm holding the book froze. After that, I casually pulled the book to my chest. Actually, you could have finished your dinner before coming back. I could have waited another hour or two. Su Wenbin. She called out, her tone dropping low. I paid her no mind and pulled out the remaining books myself. I've thought it through. After the divorce, I'll move out. The house my father gave me is still empty. Are you so desperate for a divorce? She suddenly interrupted me. My eyelashes trembled slightly and I didn't care to look at her. Yes, I am. She approached me step by step, staring at me and asking, why? Only then did I look up at her, my voice terrifyingly calm. Because I don't want to live with you anymore. I feel it's all meaningless. Wen Yutong's throat tightened. After a long silence, she hit the nail on the head. Did you hear what grandfather said? That wasn't a question, but a statement. I didn't hide it either. I should have known long ago. I could see that grandfather preferred Ji Ming. Then I said to her word for word, actually, grandfather was right. Ji Ming is the one most suitable for you. Wen Yutong wanted to calm the situation again. Wenbin, don't say such angry words. Let's talk again tomorrow. But I directly interrupted her, facing her gaze directly. I'm not speaking out of anger. I'm very sober right now. Her gaze suddenly shifted downward, stopping on my empty hand. Right after, she looked up at me, her voice low. What if I don't agree? I countered with, why? Then I gave a cold laugh. Wen Yutong, what you need is an obedient husband. But I'm not that kind of person. I haven't even finished high school. Unexpectedly, after hearing that, she said, I can tolerate your childish temper. That ridiculous answer left me completely disappointed. I'm laying all my cards on the table. Do you still not understand? I simply don't want to live with you anymore. Having to act in a play in front of grandfather every day, you might not be tired of it, but I am exhausted. Her throat tightened slightly. Su Wenbin, do you really have to go this far? Suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile, and asked the question I had buried deep in my heart for so long. Yudong, the moment you realized that I liked you, did you ever feel even a little bit happy? I stared at her intently. Not at all, you never had that feeling. You never even intended to get to know who I really am. Her lips parted as if to say something, but I cut her off immediately. Do you know why I didn't finish high school? I looked at her, enunciating every word. The fact that I was bullied and the fact that I dropped out are for the exact same reason. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. I finally revealed my secret. I have dyslexia. A high fever when I was a child damaged my brain and left me with that condition. Actually, if you had just asked, I would have told you. But you never cared whether I went to school or not. The only thing you cared about was whether I was obedient. So, Wen Yudong, let's just part ways peacefully. After saying that, my tears finally couldn't be held back and fell. Seeing me cry, she froze in her tracks. Instinctively, she reached out to wipe my tears, but I abruptly took a step back, evading her touch. My voice was cold. You can refuse, but then I will file for a contested divorce. Her hand froze in mid-air and then slowly withdrew. Her demeanor changed completely. Su Wenbin, is this the first day you've known me? I stood there stunned, hearing her voice tinged with a slight rasp, yet carrying a bone-chilling weight. Go ahead and file your lawsuit. I really like to see, in all of Jinjiang, which lawyer is bold enough to take your case. My pupils constricted. I was rendered speechless by her threat, while she just stared at me coldly for 2 seconds, before turning around and striding away. Because of my dyslexia, I couldn't read even one of these books. I decisively grabbed the remaining books on the desk, packing everything up, preparing to move out for good. I called my buddy Fang Ming. As soon as the call connected, Fang Ming's cheerful voice rang out from the other end. What's up? Does the young Master Su miss me? But the moment I heard his voice, my nose stung with a strange ache. Unable to hold it back anymore, my voice choked up. Fang Ming, can I stay at your place for a few days? Fang Ming immediately sensed something was wrong. What happened to you? I gripped my arm tight, trying to keep my voice steady. I just asked Wen Yudong for a divorce, and I probably won't have a home to go back to anymore. There was a brief silence on the other end, but then Fang Ming started talking a mile a minute. He tried his best to cheer me up,
even saying that a divorce is a good thing. We'll go charm that cute girl Bai Ruo from last time. I'll introduce you to any kind of beauty you want. Listening to him, I smiled and gradually drifted off to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, my nose was uncomfortably stuffed, but seeing the ring on the nightstand, I immediately snapped awake. After hesitating for 2 seconds, I decided to return it. I checked the clock. It was almost 10 a.m. I assumed she had already left for work. I quietly snuck into her room, placed the ring on the nightstand, and made a quick exit. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got downstairs, Aunt Zhang greeted me with a bright smile. "Sir, you're up," she said with a grin. When the mistress left this morning, she specifically asked me, "What you usually like to eat?" Hearing that, I froze. The mistress told me not to tell you. Please don't mention it. I looked at Aunt Zhang, my eyes fixed, and gave a brief nod. Immediately after, I calmly dropped a bombshell. "Aunt Zhang, you don't need to call me young master anymore." Aunt Zhang let out a gasp, looking confused. I continued with an expressionless face. "She and I are getting a divorce." Aunt Zhang was stunned and quickly tried to advise me. "Young master, didn't you just celebrate your first anniversary? Why are you asking for a divorce now?" I nodded. "You're right. I should have asked for the divorce on the anniversary itself, so I wouldn't have had to suffer through her for this long." Seeing the tension rising, Aunt Zhang wisely shut her mouth. Then I asked her to make some pear juice. Afterward, I printed 2 copies of the divorce agreement and left them on the table. In the afternoon, I packed my clothes into a suitcase, took some cold medicine, and went to sleep. When I woke up, it was pitch black and my nose was still completely blocked. Just then, Fang Ming sent a text inviting me out. I replied okay and told him to send the address. At the same time, Fang Ming opened another chat and typed with a sly grin. "No classes tonight, let's head to Jianmen. Su Wenbin, whom you've been pining for, will be there too. Let me tell you, Wenbin just had his heart broken. This is your big chance." After sending the text, he thought smugly, befriending Bai Ru was definitely a brilliant move. Right after, he started pleading with his manager, Li Jingjing, begging for permission to go out. Li Jingjing rolled her eyes and gave a flat refusal. "In your dreams." Fang Ming immediately started whined. "I'm joining the film crew in 2 days. Wenbin is in a terrible mood today. As his friend, shouldn't I be there for him?" Li Jingjing gave a fake laugh. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to." But in the end, she couldn't stand his persistence, so she just warned him not to get photographed. Fang Ming hurriedly promised, "Don't worry, Jingjing. One day I'll definitely win the Grand Slam." Before he could finish, Li Jingjing cut him off. "Stop your bragging. Get me a Best Actor award first, then we'll talk." Fang Ming just grinned and didn't answer as Li Jingjing turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the VIP room at the end of the hall, Xu Menqi finally couldn't take it anymore. She stared at Wen Yudong, who had been silent for 2 hours. "Is something wrong? You've been sitting here without saying a word." Wen Yudong tilted her head toward her, her voice low. "You sure have a lot of free time." Xu Menqi clicked her tongue, her gaze sharp. "Not good. You are definitely not okay today. It's not about work, is it?" That one question made Wen Yudong immediately recall last night and my heartless words. Her throat tightened slightly before she suddenly asked, "Shirmenshi, how did you use to comfort your boyfriends?" Shirmenshi froze in place, snapping out of it 2 seconds later and immediately bursting into laughter. "So it's because of my brother-in-law. Is he ignoring you? Are you guys in a cold war? Aha, you deserve it." Wen Yudong coldly cut her off, her voice like ice. "He wants to divorce me." The smile on Xu Menqi's face vanished instantly. She cleared her throat softly. "Well, I can't help with that. I've only ever dated. I've never been divorced." But then she remembered something and her gaze became meaningful. "When you first returned, didn't you say he was just a marriage partner? And now? Is he still just that?" Xu Menqi stared at her, as if she had just discovered a new continent. "Damn, you actually like him, don't you?" Wen Yudong looked away and stared intently at her wine glass without saying a word. "Well, do you?" She was confused herself, her mind filled with my image, and how I looked when I said wearing the ring was to claim ownership. In another scene, Bai Ruo was gaming with her mate, seeing that they were about to win. Unfortunately, just then, a message from Fang Ming popped up. She only caught a glimpse of 3 words, Su Wenbin. The next second, she quit the game immediately. "What the hell? Bai Ruo, what are you doing? We were about to win. Why did you suddenly quit?" Bai Ruo ignored her, staring fixedly at the message. Su Wenbin just had his heart broken. She suddenly looked up at her roommate, her eyes shining brightly. "I have a chance." Her roommate was bewildered, so Bai Ruo excitedly explained, "It's that handsome guy we met last time. I want to pursue him." The roommate suddenly remembered and cried out in surprise. "Didn't you say he was already married? Seriously,
Don't you dare be a homewrecker. Bai Ruo immediately cut her off. What are you thinking? I only have a chance because he's about to get a divorce. Unexpectedly, her roommate clicked her tongue and doused her with cold water. That's not a sure thing. That guy clearly doesn't seem like the type to go for cute younger girls. He seems more like... Just as the roommate was about to continue, Bai Ruo interrupted her. Don't discourage me. With that, she grabbed her coat and rushed out. I'm going. If there's a room check, tell them I'm at the library. At the entrance of the bar, I accidentally ran into Fang Ming. Fang Ming adjusted his glasses and teased. Hey, handsome, can I get your WeChat? I laughed. Cut it out, let's just go inside. A big star shouldn't be standing by the door for too long. The two of us had just sat down, when Fang Ming noticed something was off. Do you have a cold? Your voice sounds strange. I gave a hum and didn't forget to remind him. It's been cold lately. You should be careful. You're joining the film crew soon. What if you give a cold to that movie queen Jiang? Fang Ming chuckled. Shouldn't you say I'll be the one suffering if I'm sick? You really are pure-hearted, but I just don't want you to get sick. Seeing that I had no intention of mentioning Wen Yudong, Fang Ming probed. Wenbin, what kind of person are you into? I'll find someone for you. I raised an eyebrow at him, my voice serious. I don't really know my type, but don't go finding any young girls for me. I really don't like people younger than myself. The moment I said that, Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Oh boy, Bai Ruo is totally out of luck. He was about to say more when a young woman's voice, slightly out of breath, suddenly rang out beside us. Hey! I looked up to see the tall, slender Bai Ruo standing there, her black hair a bit messy, her eyes filled with joy. Bai Ruo, what are you doing here? Bai Ruo noticed Fang Ming winking at her frantically. She stubbornly gave a nod. My roommate just left, and since I saw you, I wanted to say hi. I nodded. Aren't you studying for exams? You still have time to come here. Seeing this, Fang Ming quickly jumped in to help. Is Bai Ruo going to take the graduate entrance exam? Come over and chat with me for a bit. As he spoke, he pulled Bai Ruo to sit between us. Unexpectedly, I put down my glass and stood up. I'll be back in a bit. I need to use the restroom. Once I was out of sight, Fang Ming looked at Bai Ruo with a look of pity. Listen, it's not that I don't want to help you. But Wenbin just said it. He's not into younger girls, so you're probably out of the running. Bai Ruo was stunned but stubbornly countered. An ideal type doesn't have to be set in stone. Fang Ming sighed and dealt another blow. Then maybe you just don't understand. Wenbin is basically like a child himself. He definitely prefers someone more mature than him. Bai Ruo immediately fell silent. Just as I returned, I saw Fang Ming, putting on a mask, appearing ready to leave. What's up? Are you heading home? Fang Ming looked worried. Jinjin called me. She's incredibly angry and barely making sense. I have to go to her place and check on her. I said okay and get there safely. Before leaving, Fang Ming turned back with one more thing. If you finish packing and want to move in with me, then remember to give me a call. I'll help you move. After Fang Ming left, it was just Bai Ruo and me left in the bar. I glanced at her. Do you want to head home yet? Bai Ruo immediately probed. What about you? I'm going back to pack my things to move. Hearing that, Bai Ruo quickly stood up. I'm going home too. The two of us walked out of the bar together. All along the way, we talked about school, and before I knew it, we had reached the gate of Jiangmen University. I stopped. Go on in. It's almost 10 p.m. Bai Ruo summoned her courage again. Can I walk you home? Seeing my hesitation, she quickly added, It's not safe for you to walk alone. I chuckled at her and smirked slightly. Kid, I am a man after all. Bai Ruo was still incredibly persistent. A guy shouldn't have to walk home alone. I stopped refusing, and the two of us continued walking. When we arrived at the villa complex, I pointed not far off. That's my house. Don't walk me any further, or you'll end up right at my doorstep. Only then did Bai Ruo stop looking at me and saying softly, Then, I'll see you next time. I smiled and waved, turning toward my house. Bai Ruo stood where she was, her eyes following my back without looking away. I reached the door, scanned my fingerprint practically, and it opened. Thought to myself that I should probably delete this fingerprint soon. But before I could even step inside, my wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly, and a tremendous force pulled me into the house. The next second, the door slammed shut with a bang, and I was pinned against the door, my heart nearly skipping a beat. When my vision cleared, I was staring right at Wen Yudong. I tried to stay calm. Wen Yudong, what are you going crazy for? Wen Yudong's grip tightened even more, her voice dropping to a terrifying level. Su Wenbin, we aren't divorced yet. Immediately after, she dropped a line that caught me off guard. She likes you. I looked up sharply. How did you know? It turned out she had been watching from the second-floor balcony that whole time.
The young girl's eyes showed her feelings for me. So clearly they were impossible to hide. I took a deep breath and tried to change the subject. I'll be moving out in 2 days. The divorce agreement. Tell me, has she left yet? Wen Yudong cut me off, grabbing me as she intended to open the door. What are you doing? I gripped the doorframe tight, my voice rising higher. Wen Yudong was so angry, she let out a short laugh. Are you that worried about her? Did you take the wrong medicine? She's just a student. Don't scare her. I desperately pulled her back, and Wen Yudong used that momentum to step inside. But her gaze was like it was pinned to my face. Su Wenbin, don't mention the divorce anymore. I can grant you anything else you want. I let go, my attitude firm. I only have one request, and that's to divorce you. Wen Yudong, do you think the whole world has to obey you? I used to like you, so I did a lot of stupid things. I really feel. My words were cut short by her low voice. And now? Do you still like me now? I paused for 2 seconds and looked up, staring right at her. Word by word. Now, I don't want to like you even a little bit anymore. Before I could finish, she suddenly grabbed my chin, pinning me against the door, and her kiss came down, both hurried and violent. I tried my best to push her away, but she wouldn't budge at all. The next second, as if driven into a corner, I bit her lip hard. The metallic taste of blood immediately spread between our lips and teeth. Wen Yudong let out a soft groan and finally let me go. I gasped for breath, not yet fully recovered, when I saw her approaching me once again. Terrified, I quickly turned my head away. To my surprise, Wen Yudong reached out and grabbed my chin, forcing me to look directly at her, her voice hoarse and accompanied by heavy breaths. Su Wenbin, try avoiding me again. I don't mind trying a different way. My eyes fell on the wound at the corner of her lips. Tiny drops of blood were seeping out. I really had bitten her very hard. Meeting her gaze, my voice was heavy with nasal congestion from the cold. Wen Yudong, are you sick in the head? She let out a soft laugh. Is this all you know how to say to scold me? I didn't bother with her anymore, reaching up to pull her hand from around my waist. But Wen Yudong's grip only became stronger. She looked at me, her tones suddenly softening. Don't leave me, okay? I let out a sigh but remained unmoved. I can't. I'm not joking with you. And I'm not just acting out in anger. I really want to divorce you. The air fell into a dead silence before Wen Yudong played her final card. What about grandfather? What do you plan to tell him? I immediately shot back. If you agree, I'll go speak to grandfather myself. You don't need to worry about it. Wen Yudong stared into my eyes, as if she were making a huge concession, her voice carrying a hint of desperation. What if I'm willing to actually date and love you? My gaze faltered, then I turned my head away. My voice cold. I could just find someone else to date. It would be the same. With that girl from before? She replied almost instantly. In her words, thick with jealousy, I completely snapped. What's it to you? I pushed her aside and walked away. But halfway there, I stopped abruptly, turned back and glared at Wen Yudong, asking, Where's the divorce agreement? Have you signed it? She uttered one word softly. Yes. Hearing this, I immediately rushed to the table, but it was empty. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the pile of white papers, crumpled up in the trash can. I was so furious, I pointed at Wen Yudong's face, unable to say a word for what felt like forever. Finally, I took a deep breath and spoke firmly. I'll print another one. With that, I charged upstairs without looking back. Wen Yudong looked up, following my back with eyes. She didn't look away until the bedroom door shut, then she finally turned away. She took an object out of her pocket. It was a silver white men's ring, lying silently in her palm. When she returned tonight, what she saw was this ring and the 2 divorce agreements. He is truly determined to leave. Why? Why? Why at the very moment I finally understand my own heart, do you want to leave me? Remembering Shi Mengqi's advice to go along with me, Wen Yudong slowly tightened her grip on the ring in her hand, feeling a fierce struggle in her heart. Should I go along with him, or continue to control him? Early the next morning, I left the bedroom before Wen Yudong went to work. But as soon as I got downstairs, Aunt Zhang greeted me. Sir, the mistress told me to make fish porridge because you have a cold. She said you should eat some to get some protein. My footsteps halted as I asked, Is only porridge being made today? Aunt Zhang was startled for a moment and hurriedly said, I also made the steamed eggs with shrimp that you like. I immediately replied, I'll just eat that. I don't want to eat that fish porridge right now. I cut her off bluntly, my voice devoid of any warmth. After eating, I went straight to the Wen family home. I wanted to end everything completely, before Wen Yudong had a chance to react.
To my surprise, as soon as I entered the foyer, I saw grandfather Wen Chenghu smiling slightly. I summoned my courage and spoke. Grandfather, I came here today because something I need to confess to you. That one word, grandfather, immediately caused the smile on Wen Chenghu's face to stiffen. He hurriedly said in reassurance, Wenbin, are you and Yudong having another falling out? Tell me, and I'll make things right for you. But I shook my head and went straight to the point. Actually, I've been lying to you from the very beginning. She and I never had any feelings for each other, and we weren't happy at all. Saying she loved me before was just to make you happy. I told Wen Yudong yesterday that once I came clean with you, she would have no choice but to divorce me. The air froze instantly. I expected to see disappointment or anger, but unexpectedly, Wen Chenghe just let out a deep sigh and pointed toward the sofa. Sit down and let's talk. He was far too calm, terrifyingly so. I sat down, my gaze firm. This isn't sudden at all. I don't want to continue being bound by a marriage without love. Wen Chenghe looked at me, silent for a long time, before slowly speaking. Actually, I already knew last night. I was stunned, only to hear Wen Chenghe continue. Yudong called me yesterday. She confessed to me before you even got the chance. Wen Chenghe still remembered how, on the other end of the line, his proud granddaughter's hoarse voice sounded almost like she was pleading. Grandfather, can you help me keep him? Grandfather. Wen's words left me completely speechless. Seeing my dazed expression, he quickly explained, Wenbin, Yudong told me everything, but I've truly come to care for you, so don't let the things I once said. That's not it. I cut him off immediately. Grandfather, the divorce isn't just because of what you said. That was just the final straw. Grandfather Wen stared at me for a few seconds, suddenly deflating. His granddaughter wanted him to keep me, but what else could he possibly say? He let out a long sigh, completely giving in. Right then. Whatever happens between the two of you, you should decide for yourselves. I immediately looked up, a look of surprise flashing in my eyes, followed by a smile. Thank you, grandfather. Stepping out of the Wen family gates, my mind was still a bit hazy. I remembered our wedding day. I used to think I was finally being loved, only to end up being the one to end it all with my own hands. A gentle, chilly breeze blew as I lowered my head and walked on in silence. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up on the phone. I only caught a glimpse of it. My movements froze instantly as I hurriedly tapped to see. Dating news of Jiang Jixin and Fang Ming. Fang Ming takes Jiang Jixin home. Top 5 hot searches were all photos of my brother, Fang Ming, and best actress Jiang Jixin. In the photo, Fang Ming was leaning into the car, while Jiang Jixin was holding onto the car door, her eyes never leaving him for a single second. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately pulled up Fang Ming's number to call him. The phone rang for a long time. Just a second before the call automatically disconnected, the other end finally picked up. Hello? Fang Ming's voice sounded incredibly exhausted. I hurriedly asked, Fang Ming, what is with the Weibo stuff? Are you really dating best actress Jiang? Fang Ming on the other end let out a long sigh. No way, it's from when I had dinner with director Gu last time. He left first, and I just happened to give Senior Jiang a ride home. Who knew I would be unlucky enough to get photographed? I said, then just asked director Gu to clear things up. Fang Ming's voice sounded even more helpless. I'm trying to contact him. I have been waiting all night. He's probably busy. My side doesn't dare to act rashly. We are just waiting for director Gu to see the message. After hearing that, I instinctively asked if he was getting scolded. Fang Ming complained aggrievedly. Obviously, I am being cursed to death by Ms. Jiang's fans right now. I don't even dare to log into Weibo. I immediately opened Weibo. A second later, I was astonished. Goodness, Fang, you gained over 5 million followers in just one night. Unexpectedly, Fang Ming let out a sigh. They are all just here to bash me. It is not fun at all. I comforted him a bit, hung up, and went home. As soon as I stepped in the door, a message from Song Sayun popped up. Geez, I am finally free today. Want to go out? I am sure your wife won't mind, right? Seeing the words, your wife, my finger paused for a beat. I sat up and typed a reply. I haven't told you yet. Wen Yudong and I are about to get a divorce. The next second, my phone vibrated frantically. What the hell? What happened? Is she keeping a sugar baby? If she is, I will drag Yu Shuran and Fang Ming along. The three of us will go pick a fight with her. Looking at the flurry of messages from my brother, but I was unusually calm. It is nothing. I just simply want a divorce. Song Seun replied immediately. Looks like tonight's dinner is turning into a bachelor party. Let me find some pretty girls to join us. I smirked slightly. Putting down the phone, I stood up to pack the last of my things. Just then, I saw a tie in a decorative box. This was a birthday gift Wen Yudong gave me. I had only worn it once on our wedding anniversary. I took it out of the box. I looked at it in my palm for about 2 seconds, then decisively tossed it straight into the trash can nearby. Meanwhile, in another place, Wen Yudong saw the message sent by Wen Chengi, and her palms suddenly clenched the phone. Her knuckles turned white for a moment. She let go and immediately messaged Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao pushed the door open, but he saw
Wen Yudong's lip was bleeding. She had bitten it herself. He was secretly terrified, then heard Wen Yudong's cold voice. Go to the legal department and find 2 people. She paused for a beat, then continued. Draft a divorce agreement for me. Secretary Zhao was instantly stunned, doubting if he had misheard anything. Wen Yudong's voice suddenly turned freezing. Do I need to repeat myself? No, that's not necessary. I'm going right now. Secretary Zhao replied hastily and hurried away. Inside the office, Wen Yudong cast her eyes down. Her gaze was fixed on her wrist, where the black bracelet that used to belong to me was. Meanwhile, Fang Ming finally got the call from Director Gu. He sprang out of bed in an instant. Director Gu, you finally saw my messages. Gu Yushan sounded a bit apologetic. I had my phone on silent, so I just woke up. Jiang Zixin sent me several messages too. As he spoke, he instinctively scrolled through the messages from Jiang Zixin, but with one look, he suddenly didn't want to see them anymore. Where are you going? He's being bashed right now. Hurry up and call back. What if he gets cursed so badly that he doesn't dare to be with me anymore? Chao Ning changed my Weibo password. Gu Yushan gave a light cough and immediately changed the subject. Fang Ming, don't worry. I will go on Weibo and say a few words now. After hanging up, Gu Yushan drafted a Weibo post, while also mentioning Fang Ming and Jiang Zixin. I mean, don't have such great photography skills that you crop me right out. He also tagged Jiang Zixin and Fang Ming. Just a few minutes later, the post shot straight to the top of the hot searches. Soon after, both Jiang Zixin's and Fang Ming's sides released statements. Intent to date, but not dating yet. Ms. Jiang is a senior. They were just having dinner together to discuss a script. Public opinion shifted immediately. Netizens who were just hurling insults at Fang Ming started apologizing in droves. We misunderstood Fang Ming. I feel so bad, maybe he should just curse us back. Wait, she said intent to date. Does that mean she already likes someone? Fang Ming looked at those comments, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he secretly wondered. Ms. Jiang said she has the intent to date. Could it be that she really likes someone? On this side, Chao Ning held the phone, stomping his feet. If you're going to clarify, then just clarify. Why say something about intent to date? Are you afraid people won't know about your troubles? Expectedly, Jiang Zixin calmly replied, sounding very confident. Damn right. Look at his post. What if he really just thinks of me as a senior? Do you know you will lose male fans like this? Jiang Zixin tilted her head to look at him. I don't rely on being single to attract fans. Chao Ning was choked up by her words, staring at her for 2 seconds before turning away. I am too tired to even talk to you. At dusk, just as I was about to head out, the door lock suddenly clicked. Next second, the door was pushed wide open. Wen Yudong had actually returned earlier than expected. She stared at my going-out outfit and spoke coldly. It seems you are not all that eager for this divorce after all. My eyes immediately caught the document folder she was holding, and I froze. Is this the divorce agreement? Wen Yudong closed the door casually, stepping inside, her voice husky. Come here. I sat down opposite her, unable to take my eyes off her. She slammed the folder onto the table. Here is what you wanted. I reached out to take it, and indeed, it was the divorce agreement. But right at this moment, Wen Yudong suddenly spoke up. Besides the house mentioned in this agreement, I'm also leaving you 8% of the Wen Group's shares. Expectedly, my movements stalled, but I didn't look up. I don't need the shares. Even if you give me that house, I'm never moving back in. Turning to the last page, I picked up a pen, ready to sign. The next second, a hand suddenly pressed down firmly on my hand, startling me. I looked up and met her gaze. Wen Yudong? Su Wenbin. She spoke with long pauses, word by word. Do you really want a divorce that badly? I didn't flinch. You cannot go back on your word. Wen Yudong swallowed and suddenly let out a soft laugh, her voice raspy. I have one condition. She looked straight into my eyes, enunciating every word. Have you ever heard of a breakup one-night stand? My eyelashes trembled. In your dreams. Only then did she stop joking and presented her real condition. You can't find a girlfriend for 1 year after the divorce. Wen Yudong, isn't that request of yours a bit excessive? My pupils dilated. She went silent for a moment, then changed it. 3 months. Only then did I nod. Wen Yudong let go, and I immediately signed my name, then handed the pen to her. But she just stared at my signature without moving. Not until my arm grew tired from holding it out Did she take the pen and sign the agreement herself? However, just as the agreement went into effect, my phone on the table suddenly rang. The screen showed a call from Yu Shiren. Wen Yudong glanced over, her voice turning ice cold instantly. Just finished signing, and the first love is already calling. I suddenly remembered the love letter she had burned to ashes, but I didn't even bother with her. I picked up directly. Hello. On the other end, Yu Shiren asked, "Why aren't you here yet? Do you need me to pick you up?" I replied, "I'll be there in a bit." Right after hanging up, Wen Yudong's eyes were glued to my phone. "You promised me 3 months." I just hummed vaguely to brush her off. 3 months is 3 months. It'll pass in a blink. I have no idea why she even made such a condition. It's really strange. Wen Yudong suddenly gave a light chuckle. Her voice was low as she uttered 2 words, "Whatever." I froze instantly, taking a long while to find my voice. 3 months. In your dreams. Wen Yudong only gave a soft reply. "Yeah, that's why I have to make the most of these 3 months first." She glanced at the divorce agreement on the table, then directed her gaze back at me. "Now we are both single. You're a lunatic." I cursed and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" she called out, stopping me. Unexpectedly, I smirked and smiled at her. "Just like you said, and going to meet my first love." After speaking, I walked away without looking back, leaving Wen Yudong staring blankly at my back. She just wanted to tear up the agreement she had just signed. What a total jerk. As soon as I arrived, I saw Yu Shiran and Song Sayan. Yu Shiran tilted her head. "Did you run into someone you know?" It looked like that CEO with the surname Shi. I gave a soft "oh." I think he and that Shi Menchi have some potential. Yu Shiran was momentarily stunned. "Really? I heard that CEO Shi has had many boyfriends. Song Sayan should be careful not to get played." I was about to ask for more details, but just then Yu Shiran's phone rang again. She gave me a look. "I'll take this call." I accidentally caught a glimpse of her phone screen. The name Chu Ningyuan sounded very familiar, but I couldn't recall it at that moment. I didn't think much of it and took out my own phone, only to see a message from Wen Yudong. "Wen Yudong, if you're not back by 10, I'm burning the divorce agreement." My gaze froze. "Fine, are you trying to play me?" I thought to myself. I stared at the message, but my vision accidentally drifted upward, and I saw the nickname I'd given her. The 2 words wife. I still hadn't changed it until now. The next second, I tapped directly into her profile, quickly deleted the nickname, and changed it to Wen Yudong. Just as I turned off my phone, Yu Shiren walked over looking hurried. "I have to leave now. My student got into a fight, and they're in the hospital right now." I hurriedly stood up. "Was that the student who called you earlier?" Yu Shiran's throat moved slightly, her tone very soft. "No, it was a parent." The word parent made my heart skip a beat. Seeing that she had been drinking, I said immediately, "Don't drive. Let us go with you." I immediately called Song Siyun. Just a few minutes later, the 3 of us quickly arrived at the hospital. All along the way, Yu Shiren kept her head down, looking at her phone, her face incredibly tense. Song Siyun sighed softly. Truly a favorite student. Otherwise, why would she be so worried? But I didn't reply. As soon as the car came to a full stop, Yu Shiren hurriedly threw open the car door and dashed out. Reaching the 3rd floor, I saw Yu Shiren from afar, but there was actually another man standing next to her. Song Siyun and I hurried over to ask, "How is it? Is the injury serious?" Yu Shiren stared at the operating room, her voice low. "The calf was impaled. There's still a foreign object inside. I don't know how much longer the surgery will take." My heart sank. That injury was definitely not minor. But when I tilted my head to look at the man next to her, I was completely stunned. Xu Ning Yuan, it was actually him, Yu Shiran's ex-boyfriend. I suddenly remembered Yu Shiran saying the caller was a student's parent. It turned out the person she was worried about wasn't just a student. From where I stood, was this fate or what? Separated for so many years, only to meet by chance as a teacher and a parent. Just then, Xu Ning Yuan broke the silence. "Professor Yu, thank you for coming." Yu Shiran didn't even give him a glance. Her eyes were fixed on the operating room light. "Don't mention it. Xu Tang is my student." Song Xian pulled me to a corner and whispered, "What kind of messy situation is this? Look at how far apart they're standing. Why didn't you tell me the parent was Chu Ning Yuan earlier?" I let out a sigh. I only recognized him once I saw him. Song Siyun was about to pry further when he suddenly remembered something and changed his tone. "So, you didn't tell your wife?" He stopped abruptly and then carefully corrected himself. "Tell your ex-wife about this." My gaze was freezing. There is nothing to say to her. It has nothing to do with her.
Thinking that, I pulled Song Si-yoon to sit on a long bench and lowered my head to message my best friend Fang Ming. I'll stay at your place for a few days starting tomorrow. The other side replied immediately. Sure, bring Dan Wong along. I miss him like crazy. I smirked slightly and turned off my phone. Who knows how much time passed, but the operating room light finally went out. Chu Ning-yuen rushed forward immediately. Doctor, how is my sister? The doctor took off his mask. It's nothing too serious. The bone was slightly damaged, but the foreign object has been completely removed. Only then did Chu Ning-yuen feel the weight lift from his heart. Yu Shiran checked the time, wanting to tell me to head back first, but as she turned around, she saw Id already fallen asleep slumped on the long bench and was out cold. Just then, Chu Ning-yuen followed her gaze and suddenly spoke. Is Su Wenbin your boyfriend now? Yu Shiran's face darkened. She softly called his name, Chu Ning-yuen, then turned to look at him, her eyes full of mixed emotions. Do you really want to push me away that much? Chu Ning-yuen's eyelashes flickered slightly, but he didn't answer. Yu Shiran withdrew her gaze. Just as she was about to wake me, the phone placed next to me on the bench suddenly vibrated violently. The 3 words displayed on the screen made her pupils contract. Wen Yudong. It's almost 11 p.m. What is she calling for? Aren't you two already divorced? Yu Shiran didn't pay it any mind, letting the screen go dark. But the next second the call came in again, incredibly persistent. As if possessed, Yu Shiran reached down and picked up the phone, staring at the screen for 2 seconds. Then she decisively tapped the answer button. Oh. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. Low female voice spoke up, carrying a hint of coldness. Yu Shiran? Yu Shiran was stunned. She actually recognized her voice instantly. It's me. Wen Yudong's voice was even more urgent. Where is Su Wenbin? Yu Shiran looked at me sleeping soundly and replied on purpose. He's asleep. Wake him up now. Wen Yudong's voice carried an undeniable command. Yu Shiran seemed to have realized something, so she purposely sat on the bench and spoke words like salt in a wound. President Wen, I heard from him that you two are divorced. I sincerely congratulate you on regaining your freedom. From the other end came the sound of a curse through gritted teeth. Congratulate my ass. With that, the call was cut off abruptly. Yu Shiran looked at the now dark screen and suddenly felt like laughing. This time it felt like she had avenged the past on my behalf. She gently shook me. Wake up. I blinked my eyes open groggily. She handed me the phone. President Wen called earlier. I answered it for you. I took the phone and slowly stood up, glancing at the now off operating room light, and asked casually, Is the surgery over? Yu Shiran gave an Where's Song Si-yun? I was about to tell you guys to head back first. I paused for a moment. He had something to do, so he left early. Let's wait and go back together. It's hard to get a ride at this hour. Yu Shiran pondered. I'll go check on her and be right out. With that, she turned and headed toward the operating room. However, right then I looked down at my phone. A new message made my gaze freeze instantly. It was from Wen Yudong. Su Wenbin, damn it, are you at a hotel with her? This was the first time I'd heard her swear, and I couldn't help but wonder. I had no idea what had done to offend her this time. I thought about it for a bit, intending to type, I'll be back in a bit, but my fingertips stopped abruptly and then deleted everything I just typed. I snorted inwardly. Go back? No way. Inside the hospital room on the other side, Chu Tang's anesthesia still hadn't worn off. As soon as she saw Yu Shiran, she hurriedly spoke. Teacher like this? I can't. Attend the practical class tomorrow morning. Yu Shiran looked at the girl. Why were you getting into a fight out of nowhere? Chu Tang immediately got annoyed, her voice rising. My friend's boyfriend was stolen. I wanted to get justice for her. Who knew that brat would fight like her life depended on it? What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Ning-yuen immediately cut her off. Yu Shiran gently advised, focus on recovering. I'll help you catch up on what you missed later. Just then, the phone vibrated. It was a message from me saying I was waiting outside for her. She messaged back one word. Okay. She turned to look at Chu Ning-yuen. Mr. Chu, walk me out. With that, she turned and walked away. Chu Ning-yuen stood rooted to the spot for about 2 seconds before starting to follow. To his surprise, as soon as they reached the door, Yu Shiran stopped abruptly and turned to look at him. Mr. Chu, since your sister has trouble walking, please come to my office every Thursday to pick up her homework. Chu Ning-yuen was dazed. Every week? Yu Shir smirked slightly and asked back, or would you prefer I bring it to you? He hurriedly shook his head. No, I'll come. Yu Shiran gave an and without another word, turned and strode away. It was nearly 11:30 p.m. when I got home. The living room lights weren't on, it was pitch black. I reached out to turn on the light, but after only a few steps, my steps suddenly faltered. A woman was sitting on the sofa. Between her slender fingers was a cigarette, meant for women, and in the ashtray on the table were already 3 or 4 cigarette butts. I looked at her and spoke up. "What are you doing sitting there? Aren't you sleepy?" "I'm still planning to go get the divorce certificate tomorrow morning." Her voice was low, its emotion unclear. "Come here. I have something to consult you about." I looked at her suspiciously for about 2 seconds, but still walked over. "What is it?" I stood steady in front of her. The next second, Wen Yudong suddenly looked up and reached out to grab my wrist, giving it a hard yank. I lost my balance instantly, falling forward from the momentum. Instinctively, I braced my hands against her legs, almost collapsing into her lap. The subtle woody fragrance mingled with the faint scent of cigarettes immediately enveloped me. Before I could even react, in the next second, she let go of my hand. Extending her long arms, she lifted me up directly and pulled me tightly onto her lap. Her voice was husky. "I had to trick you into coming here first anyway." I wanted to stand up, but my waist was held tight by her, making it completely impossible to move. I looked up in anger. "Wen Yutong, are you sick?" She gave a light chuckle. "My illness was never mild to begin with." "Su Wenbin, did you really go to her? It's only the first day since we signed the agreement, and you've already stopped pretending." Hearing this, I suddenly remembered that Yu Chu Ran had answered that call for me, along with that completely absurd message of hers. In my heart, I finally understood. So that's how it is. My waist was aching from her tight grip. I suppressed my anger. "Can you let me stand?" Her voice carrying a hint of playfulness. "Just consider this as acting as an art model. Next time, who knows when I'll get to hold you in this position again." "You. Wen Yutong, we don't have a relationship anymore. What you're doing is going way too far." Just as I was about to struggle, she coldly interrupted me. "If you keep moving, I can be even more excessive." My movements stiffened, my whole body trembling with rage. "You only know how to threaten people." She curled her lips slightly and uttered 2 words. "Wrong. I also know how to follow through." Saying that, Wen Yutong took one last drag of her cigarette and casually tossed it onto the floor. Immediately after, she grabbed the back of my neck and forcefully pulled me toward her. The heavy scent of tobacco mixed with the taste of mint instantly filled my mouth. I choked and started coughing uncontrollably. I raised my hand to push her away. With bloodshot eyes, Wen Yutong swallowed hard and demanded in a low voice, "Where did you go with her?" My eyes were red from choking, but I stubbornly refused to answer. Her gaze fell upon my lips, her tone dropping to a terrifying depth. "Did you two actually sleep together?" "Wen Yutong, why are your thoughts so filthy?" Driven mad with rage, I used all my strength to shove her away. Her grip loosened. Surprisingly, she actually let go, and I hurriedly stumbled back 2 steps. Out of sheer fury, my voice was rushed. "Someone like you could live 2 more lifetimes and still wouldn't know how to properly pursue someone." Wen Yutong remained silent, as if silently admitting it. I didn't want to stay with her for even 1 more second, so I turned and headed straight upstairs. But halfway there, I suddenly stopped and turned my head to look at her, enunciating every word. "I'm moving out tomorrow. Arrange your schedule in the morning. We're going to finalize the divorce." Without waiting for her reaction, I walked straight up. With a thud, the bedroom door slammed shut. Wen Yutong looked up, staring in the direction where I had left. She stood watching for a long time before slowly standing up and following me up the stairs. I leaned against the door, my heart pounding uncontrollably, her breath still lingering in my mouth. I took a look around. Most of the things in the bedroom were still untouched. I only packed my most cherished items into the suitcase. Just as I was about to take a shower, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, freezing in my tracks. It took a long time before I finally answered, my voice hoarse. "Dad." On the other end, Su Tingji gave a grunt of acknowledgement. 2 seconds of silence passed, then he spoke. "Wenbin, are you and Yutong planning to divorce?" I understood the situation immediately, my tone calm. "Dad, if you're planning to talk me out of it, don't waste your breath. She's already signed the papers, and we're going to get the certificate tomorrow." The cooperation between the Su family and the Wen group will depend entirely on her mood from now on. It has nothing to do with me anymore. To my surprise, Su Tingji replied, "What are you talking about? I just wanted to ask when you're moving back here. You can't keep living with her after the divorce." I thought my father would try to persuade me to go back, but instead he asked where I'd stay after the divorce. I don't plan on moving back home. Su Tingji was stunned. "You're not coming back? Then where do you plan to go?" I spoke truthfully. "I'm planning to move into the house you bought for me before. For the next 2 days, I'll stay at Fang Ming's place." The other end of the line went dead silent instantly. Su Tingji knew exactly what was on my mind. I didn't want to say more and broke the silence directly. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have to move tomorrow. It's exhausting. Su Tingji then spoke hurriedly. Wenbin, look, if you live alone, there will be no one to take care of you. I coldly cut him off. If you had cared for me like this when I was in school, then I might have been very happy. But I'm grown up now. I can live well without anyone taking care of me. I'm no longer that child who would be overjoyed all day just because of a few words of praise from you. After speaking, I didn't give Su Tingji a chance to respond, and hung up the phone immediately. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally, and saw it was already 10 a.m. on the clock. I figured Wen Yutong must have left for the office early. I picked up my phone and sent a message over. Are you busy right now? The Civil Affairs Bureau closes at 11:30. Don't be late. To my surprise, right after I sent the message, the other party replied instantly, come down. Seeing those two words, I became fully alert. She didn't go to work. I hurriedly scrambled out of bed, rushed out of the room wearing only my thin pajamas. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I indeed caught Wen Yutong's gaze fixed on me. I asked awkwardly, why aren't you at work? She didn't answer but strode forward on her long legs, approaching me step by step. By the time she stood right in front of me, I let out a soft cough due to the cold. In the next second, her warm and dry hand was placed directly on my broad shoulder. My eyelashes trembled. Just as I was about to step back, she grabbed my wrist. Wen Yutong's slender fingers reached for my collar, slowly buttoning it up, her voice leafily low. You being like this makes me think you're intentionally seducing me. For a moment, I recalled the first night she returned, when she had adjusted my collar just like this. I swallowed hard, and quickly took a step back to create some distance. I just woke up and didn't notice. Wen Yutong withdrew her hand and swallowed slightly. Go change. I didn't say another word and went back to my room, coming down only after I was properly dressed. I filled Dan Huang's bowl with food, went down to pat his head and whispered softly, be good and wait at home for Dad. I'll be back to get you soon. I stood up and walked toward Wen Yutong. Let's go. Throughout the journey, neither of us said a single word. As soon as the car came to a full stop, I reached out to open the door, but then my ears caught a click. She had locked the car door again. I abruptly turned my head to look at her, my anger flaring up intensely. Wen Yutong, aren't you tired of this? Wen Yutong just stared at me, calling my name in a husky voice. Su Wenbin, do you still like me? I didn't even bother with her anymore, speaking up in frustration. If you had something to ask, why didn't you ask it all yesterday? I wanted to. But didn't you run away so quickly yesterday? She cut me off, making me angrily turn to look out the window. Without giving her a single glance, seeing me like that, Wen Yutong suddenly let out a light laugh. Then give me a kiss, and I'll open the door. I really wanted to give her a slap. Suppress my anger and try to be reasonable. You gave your word yesterday. A woman of honor keeps her word. A promise made is a debt unpaid. She only curled her lips slightly. When did I ever give you the illusion that made you think I was a person of honor? I'm a petty person. At this point, I completely lost the desire to talk to her. Only then did Wen Yutong reach out to unlock the car. Go on. Without any hesitation, I opened the door and rushed out. To my surprise, as soon as I sat down, the registrar smiled and asked, are you two here for a marriage registration? With a cold face, I uttered two words, divorce. The registrar was stunned, but didn't ask anything else. After finishing all the procedures, I took the papers and walked straight out. But the registrar beside me spoke up to remind, after the cooling-off period ends and you receive the divorce certificate, don't tear it up. You'll still need the original if you remarry later. I suddenly froze and turned back to glance at Wen Yutong, my voice suddenly jumping an octave. Who would ever want to remarry her? After shouting, I strode straight out without looking back. The registrar, watching this scene, felt it was more like a couple having a lover's spat. Su Wenbin. Her call rang out from behind me. I ignored it, not caring at all, and even quickened my pace. But in just a few steps, she caught up and snatched my wrist. They only said one thing. What are you so angry about? I snapped. When was I ever angry? I just want to hurry back and move out. Don't be so conceited. She chuckled softly. Planning to walk home? I immediately pulled out my phone. Can't I just hail a ride while I walk? Let me take you home. She followed up. I gave a cold snort. No need. My mother taught me from a young age never to get into cars with strangers. Miss Wen, didn't your mother teach you that? Wen Yutong raised an eyebrow slightly, and actually went along with my words. Fine, let's see which of us gets home first. If I get home first, that dog of yours belongs to me. Having said that, she didn't wait for my reaction, and turned back toward the car.
My mind went blank for a second, but I snapped out of it immediately and rushed after her. In your dreams. Wen Yutong nonchalantly gave a grunt, her tone sounding very smug. I am indeed very good at dreaming. In the end, I still had to get into her car, but as soon as we got back home, I coldly questioned her. Miss Wen, aren't you going to work today? She tilted her head to look at me and asked a question back. The music house apartment, are you planning to go there alone? I immediately became defensive. How do you know where I'm going?
A moment later, I understood, my voice turning even colder. You asked my father, didn't you? To my surprise, Wen Yutong chuckled and recited the address. Number 7, room 9022. I remember it very clearly. My heart trembled slightly, but I still ignored her. I opened the door and got out immediately, and instantly messaged my friends for help. Entering the house, I saw she had followed me in, so I spoke up intentionally. Miss Wen, my friend is coming to pick me up soon. You don't mind him stopping by, do you? She lifted her eyelids, her voice low. If I minded, would your friend still show up? I didn't even bother replying to her, and turned to go straight upstairs, locking myself inside the bedroom until the outside became completely silent. Only then did I peek my head out to look. As expected, Wen Yutong was no longer there, but just as I picked up my phone, a message appeared. It was from Wen Yutong. Something came up at the company. Remember to lock the door when you leave. I didn't reply and scrolled down to check my friend's messages before putting my phone away. Looking around the bedroom where I'd lived for a year, memories suddenly came flooding back. I saw the dogs sunbathing on the balcony and remembered the only cozy dinner we had at that table. It turns out the time she took the initiative to bring me home for dinner wasn't because she wanted to dine alone with me, but merely to avoid another man. I withdrew my gaze, not wanting to think about any more unpleasant things from the past. After that, I took a small white box out of a carton. Inside was the peace locket my mother had left behind. I gripped the peace locket tightly, a voice so low it was barely audible. Mom, tell me, you'll live a very good life from now on, won't I? Definitely. A few seconds later, I suddenly stood up straight and decisively put the box back into the carton. Just then, my friend Fang Ming arrived. Seeing me moving the boxes out one by one, his face was full of confusion. Wenbin, why on earth did you decide to divorce? That's when Yutong we're talking about isn't being with her happy. I placed the last box into the trunk, my movements without a single pause, and replied calmly. Actually, it's very unhappy. Arriving at Fang Ming's house. Fang Ming immediately flopped onto the sofa and complained. You're finally here. Me alone in this vast, cold house. It was simply miserable. He maybe burst into laughter, and I gave him a hug. Don't be a crybaby. Today, this emperor shall favor you well. Fang Ming clicked his tongue. That won't do. I have to join the film crew the day after tomorrow, so I have to sleep early tonight. I can't stay up late with you. I responded, Don't worry, I won't be staying up late either. That evening, Fang Ming and I were sipping some wine. I tilted my head and asked a shocking question. Is there really no progress between you and Best Actress Jiang? Fang Ming clicked his tongue. Sister Jiang and I have a very pure relationship. Besides, I think her standards are very high. To prove it, he even gave an example. Once there was an incredibly handsome actor who confessed his feelings to her. The result was not only a cold rejection, but he was also unfriended immediately. I laughed. Maybe it's not because she's picky, but because she doesn't value looks that much. Emotions are what matter most. You're just being shallow. To my surprise, Fang Ming suddenly laughed and nudged me, changing to a teasing tone. You dare talk about me? Then when you first liked Wen Yutong, wasn't it because of her face? Immediately after, his eyes lit up and he leaned in close. Hey, but hurry up and tell me about your marriage. I suddenly froze, my face stiffening, as I set down my wine glass and leaned back on the sofa. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Fang Ming hurriedly pulled me back. Finish telling me before you sleep. Su Wenbin, if you don't say it, I'll kick you out. However, no matter how much Fang Ming made a fuss, I remained determined to stay silent, deciding to play dead until the end. The result was that I couldn't sleep well at all that night. When I woke up in the morning, my whole body was sprawled crookedly on the bed. One leg was even hanging off the edge. After we finished eating, Fang Ming suddenly suggested, Want to go out? No drinking today. Let's sneak into Jiangdai University to experience student life for a bit. What do you think? I thought he was being unrealistic. You're a superstar. Aren't you afraid of being mobbed by students? We don't even have student IDs. Fang Ming patted his chest and assured me, Since when did you stop trusting my makeup skills? Don't worry. I guarantee even die-hard fans won't recognize me. I couldn't win the argument, so I had to agree. I sat on the edge of the bed, dejectedly looking down and playing with my phone.
But right at this moment, I suddenly realized. It turned out Wen Yutong had messaged me early this morning. The next second, another message from Wen Yutong appeared, a photo of a watch ID left behind. I didn't even bother to look, and replied bluntly with 3 words. I don't need it. But after only a few seconds, another photo was sent. It was the wardrobe filled with my clothes. Wen Yutong then asked, "Aren't you taking these things? Or are you planning to move back in here?" Furious, I tapped hard on the keyboard. I've abandoned it all. After sending it, I tossed my phone onto the bed. Is this person really that free today? To my surprise, when I picked up my phone again, my hands froze and my ears flushed bright red. Wen Yutong, you pervert. She actually dared to send a photo. Her slender white fingers were hooking a piece of suggestive underwear, her tone full of double meaning. How come I've never seen you wear this for me? I was trembling with rage, thinking I should have cleared everything out completely. I replied softly, Miss Wen, could you please throw it away for me? She threw back a line, then come back and throw it away yourself. Immediately after, another message from her arrived. Are you free today? I stared at the screen and gave a cold laugh. Not free, and busy as hell. But in the next second, Wen Yutong's threat arrived. Su Wenbin, don't forget we're still in the cooling off period. I can change my mind at any time. This trick again. I was furious and immediately went to her profile and blocked her. Elsewhere, Wen Yutong looked at the red exclamation mark that appeared and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She set her phone down, her gaze sweeping over the items in the trash. At the bottom of the trash can, an exquisite tie was lying there quietly. Only then did she remember it was the birthday gift she'd given me. It seems the little fox is truly angry this time. Just then, Fang Ming's voice interrupted my thoughts. Wenbin, let's go. The two of us quickly reached the gate of Jiangdai University. Yu Shuran was waiting there for both of us. Yu Shuran gave a light smile. What made you think of coming here? Isn't Fang Ming afraid of being photographed? I glanced at my friend beside me. He probably wanted to help me fulfill my university dream. Yu Shuran didn't ask more, only saying she still had work to do. She told us to go in and explore first, and that we'd have dinner together tonight. Fan Ming quickly replied and pulled me inside. Yu Shuran softly reminded, be careful, don't get recognized. Fang Ming pushed me along, not forgetting to give a dashing okay sign. Shortly after, Yu Shuran returned to her office. As soon as she sat down, a new message popped up from Chu Ning Yuan. Professor Yu, I've arrived at the university. Yu Shuran simply messaged back, I'm in my office right now. Not long after, there was a knock at the office door. Chu Ning Yuan quietly stepped in from outside, speaking cautiously. Professor Yu, I'm here to pick up the homework for Chu Tang. However, Yu Shuran didn't even bother to look up. Only coldly uttered one word, sit. Chu Ning Yuan froze in place, but eventually went over and sat down across from her. Separated by a desk, the atmosphere suddenly turned chilly. Yu Shuran finished signing the documents in her hand, and only then looked up to face him. Chu Ning Yuan gave a forced smile. Professor Yu, are you done with your work? To his surprise, Yu Shuran fell silent for 2 seconds, then clearly called his name, Chu Ning Yuan. His whole body stiffened. Yu Shuran stared at him intently, continuing to press him. It's been so long. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? These words were like a needle piercing through the silence outside. Chu Ning Yuan pressed his fingernails hard into his palms, wanting to flee in panic. I have something to do later. If there's no homework, I'll take my leave now. Having said that, he stood up abruptly and rushed toward the exit. With a thud, the door was slammed shut from the inside. Yu Shuran was already standing behind him. One hand pressed firmly against the door, trapping him, in the space between the door and herself, making it impossible for him to move. She looked down at him, her voice low, asking why he could be so heartless toward her. Chu Ning Yuan lowered his head, not daring to look at her, but in the next second she forcefully grabbed his chin, forcing him to face her passionate breath. His lips were instantly occupied, his back hitting the door, hard, letting out a muffled thud. Inside, there was a sudden questioning knock from Professor Lin. Professor Yu, are you in there? Why is the door locked? Chu Ning Yuan's heart felt like it jumped into his throat, but Yu Shuran ignored it, continuing to be entangled with him. After a long while, she finally let go and whispered into his ear, her voice low and full of allure. Chu Ning Yuan, if you dare to play dumb again, I'll just keep kissing you. Chu Ning Yuan stood there stunned, breathing heavily. The woman before him no longer had the appearance of the dignified young lady she usually was. Just then, Yu Shuran pulled his hand and nonchalantly opened the door, facing Professor Lin's scrutinizing gaze. Yu Shuran maintained a composed face. The parent just came to see me to pick up some homework. Professor Lin didn't ask anything else. Then Yu Shuran handed over the lesson plans for Chuning Yuan to take back to Chu Tang. Chuning Yuan took them in a panic, muttered a goodbye, and turned to run away. Even so, Yu Shuran watched the direction he fled, slowly raising her hand and leisurely wiping the corner of her lips. At the same time, on the campus of Jiangdai University, Fang Ming and I had been strolling all afternoon. Watching the couples walking together, I couldn't help but mock myself for looking like nothing but a single man. Fang Ming then joked, "Should we call Bai Ru, who's studying here, out?" I waved my hands frantically, asserting firmly that I only think of Bai Ru as a biological sister, while Fang Ming said nothing out loud. He had already turned away and secretly messaged Bai Ru. Receiving the message, Bai Ru smiled slightly and casually handed her book to her roommate, saying she's off to chase her true love. Her roommate could only let out a sigh, dejectedly taking the stack of books. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ru reached the artificial lake. She spotted me immediately and hurried toward me, calling out loudly, "Oppa." I was stunned. I smiled and asked why she was there. Bai Ru turned to look at Fang Ming nearby and opened her mouth to greet him, but Fang Ming quickly lowered his voice and cut her off. "Don't say my name. I've been lying low here all afternoon." Bai Ru had to swallow her words. Then Bai Ru asked with a bit of anticipation, "Do you all want to have dinner together?" I nodded slightly, saying that among people coming along was the Professor Yu I liked. So Fang Ming immediately sent a message telling Yu Shuran to come over and be the driver for a bit. To our surprise, just a few minutes later, Yu Shuran pulled up right in front of the three of us. Bai Ru looked a bit flustered, hurriedly taking the initiative to greet Professor Yu. Yu Shuran glanced at the girl, images flashing through her mind. "I remember you, the top student, right?" Bai Ru shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Standing beside them, I added, "This girl really wants to become your student. You remember that clearly. I'll be counting on you to take care of her then." With a smile in her eyes, Yu Shuran softly replied, "Then I'm looking forward to it." Then Yu Shuran led everyone to a private room on the second floor of Sifan Juan. Who would have thought that as the waiter brought the tray, Fan Ming accidentally bumped into me as I stood up. Braised pork sauce immediately stained my sleeve, leaving an unsightly grease spot, so I had to go to the restroom to clean it up. Seeing this, Bai Ru, who was nearby, also hurriedly got up to follow. "Let me go check on him." Watching the two of them walk away, Yu Shuran tilted her head and asked Fang Ming, "Does that girl like Su Wenbin?" Fan Ming nodded slightly, letting out a helpless sigh. Unfortunately, Wenbin doesn't feel that way about her. At the same time, having finished cleaning my sleeve, I stepped out of the restroom and turned the corner, only to find Bai Ru waiting there right in front of me. Bai Ru shyly explained that she followed because she was worried I couldn't handle it. I gave a gentle smile and asked her to head back to dinner with me. However, after only a few steps, my footsteps suddenly ground to a halt. In the dim hallway not far away, a tall figure was standing there. Wen Yudong was standing there silently and imposing. With strands of black hair falling slightly, I couldn't clearly see the emotion in her eyes. Her gaze lingered on me for about 2 seconds, then shifted to Bai Ru. Suppressing the strange feeling in my heart, I whispered to Bai Ru, "Don't mind her," intending to lead Bai Ru around her. The moment we brushed past each other, my wrist was suddenly gripped by a powerful force. Wen Yudong looked down at me, her voice carrying an irresistible sense of pressure. "Let go." I met her gaze without backing down. "Miss Wen, shouldn't I be the one saying that to you?" Wen Yudong only gave a cold laugh, and her hands suddenly twisted sharply. I lost my balance and nearly fell into her arms. I was forced to let go of Bai Ru's sleeve, grabbing Wen Yudong's arm to steady myself. I hissed through gritted teeth, "Wen Yudong, are you insane?" Seeing this, Bai Ru rushed forward to intervene, demanding Wen Yudong let go. However, Wen Yudong leisurely glanced at Bai Ru, her voice low. "Jan University student, what is your name?" I secretly felt something was wrong. Fearing Bai Ru would get dragged into this, I quickly whispered, urging Bai Ru to head back first. Though worried, seeing my determination, she had no choice but to leave. Once we were alone in the hallway, I coldly told her to let go. But just as I was struggling, my gaze suddenly froze on Wen Yudong's hand. That silver ring. She was still wearing it. She hadn't taken it off. Right then, Wen Yudong's voice dropped. "Su Wenbin, don't you like that type?" I let out a forced smile, as if intentionally provoking her. "Who told you that?" "The type of person I like depends on how well-behaved they are." Wen Yudong's dark eyes narrowed, her throat bobbing slightly. She chuckled softly. "Are you mocking me?" I turned my head away decisively, not bothering to look at her. The next second, the grip on my wrist suddenly loosened. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, a long arm wrapped tightly around my waist. Wen Yudong reached out and hoisted me up. She slung me directly over her shoulder, taking long strides as she went upstairs.
Suddenly lifted up, I shouted angrily, "Wen Yudong, put me down." Wen Yudong didn't stop her pace, even adding a bit of malicious teasing. "Let you go so you can go back to eating with her, and taking you to my place, to avoid having others see me, kissing you later." My eyes widened, face turning red with rage. The human were already divorced. When Yudong didn't care at all, her lips curling slightly. "Then call the police and have them arrest me." She carried me all the way to a third-floor private room and closed the door, trapping me between the door and her own body. Her hot breath brushed against my ear, her voice low. "Why did you block me? Did you find someone new already?" I struggled, trying to push her away. But the next second, Wen Yudong reached directly into my coat pocket and roughly snatched my phone. I had no strength to fight her for it, and could only watch as she expertly unlocked the screen, removing herself from the blacklist. After returning the phone, Wen Yudong still refused to let me go. Instead, she pressed with a low voice, "Could it be that you really like her now?" Angrily raising my head, I intentionally provoked, "So what if I do?" These words completely infuriated Wen Yudong. Her eyes darkened. She grabbed my chin and kissed me forcefully. I resisted with all my might. My mouth was immediately filled with a metallic taste of blood. I ruthlessly bit her lip until it bled. The woman let out a soft groan of pain. The bloody kiss only deepened, not letting go until I was nearly breathless. Her eyes were cold as her finger brushed her blood-stained lip. "This is your punishment. Stop saying things to provoke me from now on." I took a sharp breath of cold air. Wen Yudong were divorced. "What right do you have to control me?" I saw her eyes flicker slightly. She reached out to touch me, but I shoved her hand away, my voice trembling. "Someone like you should grow old alone." Wen Yudong leaned close to my ear with a cold face. "Even if I must be alone until I die, you must stay by my side." The long-suppressed anger finally exploded. I used all my strength and swung my hand. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the room. Wen Yudong's head was knocked to the side. Half her face immediately turned red and swollen, but she only lightly licked the corner of her lip, staring into my eyes as she asked, "Do you want to hit me again?" "Hit me again." My palm felt numb, eyes red as I cursed. "You're a psycho." With that, I shoved the door open and ran away without once looking back. After washing my face with cold water, I tried to act normal and returned to the private room. Fang Ming asked with a hint of suspicion. Fortunately, Bai Ro quickly said I had been on the phone. I went along with the excuse. It was Su Ruoxi calling. We talked for a bit. At that moment, inside the third-floor private room, Shimenshi froze the moment she pushed open the door. She saw Wen Yudong leaning back in her chair alone, smoking a cigarette designed for women. On her fair face, a bright red handprint was clearly visible, and her lip was torn, still stained with a trace of blood. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Who dared hit you? Do they have a death wish?" Wen Yudong pursed her lips in silence, only bowing her head to blow out a puff of white smoke before stubbing out the cigarette in the ashtray. Shimenshi pulled up a chair and sat down, staring intently at her face. A thought suddenly occurred to her, and her eyes widened. Holy crap. This couldn't have been done by that brother-in-law of ours, could it? Seeing Wen Yudong's cold silence, Shimenshi immediately understood, and couldn't help but nag. You can't be that forceful when pursuing a man. You have to follow his lead. Otherwise. Shimenshi. Wen Yudong cut her off with a cold voice, tilted her head slightly, and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure your method actually works? Why does it feel like I'm cheating on myself with my own hands? Every time she thought about me holding Bairu's hand earlier, and nameless anger flared up violently within her. Bairu clearly had ulterior motives. If she agreed to a divorce now, it would be like pushing me into someone else's arms with her own hands. Shimenshi cleared her throat and asked in a low, probing voice, "So, did you force a kiss on him? Is that why you got slapped?" When Yudong didn't reply, just coldly pulled out her phone and opened our chat log. Shimenshi leaned in to glance at the screen. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No wonder you can't catch him. Who on earth labels their boyfriend with their full name like this? With that, she snatched Wen Yudong's phone, typed rapidly on the screen, then shoved the phone back into her hand. Wen Yudong looked down. She saw that the cold Su Wenbin from before had now become sweet little darling. Shimenshi smiled triumphantly. This face of yours is clearly an advantage. Put some effort into learning how to sweet-talk him. What brother-in-law could possibly resist? Wen Yudong immediately grabbed her phone back and gave a cold glare. Stop acting so spoiled. She stood up and walked out. At the same time, I had returned to Fang Ming's house and was carrying my pillow and blanket to the next room, but was held fast by Fang Ming. I have to go to the film set tomorrow. Let's sleep together tonight. I pointed at the dog on the sofa with distaste. Let Dam Huang sleep with you. Fang Ming still wouldn't let it go, pleading for his life. I helplessly compromised. If you dare to kick the blanket or me again tonight, I'll definitely kick you out of bed. Fang Ming immediately raised his hand in a promise. If I kick you, feel free to kick me back as hard as you want. Leaning against the headboard, Fang Ming suggested, do you want to come to the set with me tomorrow? You'll just be bored at home anyway. I shook my head. It'd just be sitting there waiting, so no. The next second, the phone in my hand vibrated slightly. I looked down and unlocked the screen. It was a WeChat message from Wen Yudong. Are you angry? 2 more messages followed. Your bite really hurt. My face hurts too. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, feeling as though it'd touched something hot. I hurriedly threw the phone aside. Fang Ming, having finished washing up, climbed into bed and turned to me. By the way, is your new house cleaned up yet? Maybe don't go back there, just stay here with me forever. Fang Ming took the chance to invite me, but I shook my head, still determined to finish cleaning my own place, to avoid feeling like a homeless wanderer. Early the next morning, just as Fang Ming sat down to prepare his make, a deep, warm voice unexpectedly called from behind. Fang Ming. He turned his head to look. The person who arrived was actually the best actress, who usually stayed in her private van, Jiang Jixin. Not only did she arrive early, but she sat right down at the makeup table next to Fang Ming. Fang Ming showed his surprise. Senior Jiang, are you sitting next to me? Jiang Jixin looked at him with a natural poise. I felt a bit stifled in the car. It's better to chat with everyone here. Once Qiao Ning had headed toward the director, Jiang Jixin suddenly handed a paper bag on the table to Fang Ming. Fang Ming was a bit confused. Then Jiang Jixin's voice dropped, her gaze deep. What you want is the scent on my body. This statement was incredibly ambiguous, and Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Jiang Jixin explained softly, it's the scent of the perfume I used that you asked about last time. Sorry, I spoke a bit too quickly. Fang Ming's racing heart finally settled down. He replied softly, thank you, Senior Jiang. Inside the bag was a bottle of sandalwood-scented perfume. Jiang Jixin's gaze had not yet left him. Try the scent. Fang Ming quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to avoid her. Maybe tonight. There are too many things here. If I open it now, I'm afraid I'll spill it. Right then, Qiao Ning rushed in. Jixin, get your hair and makeup done first. The lead actress had an emergency today, so director Gu says, to shoot your first meeting scene with Fang Ming first. The hand Fang Ming held his script with suddenly tightened. This was a rather bold bedroom scene. Though they'd worked together before for some reason, his heart was beating strangely fast right now. In a flash, both had finished their makeup. Director Gu Yushan arrived in person to lead the way. The entire way, he gave detailed instructions regarding the movements and atmosphere of the scene. Fang Ming nervously glanced at the tall woman by his side. The vast, bright gold imperial robe only served to emphasize Jiang Jixin's perfect figure. She met Fang Ming's gaze, and Fang Ming's heart fluttered. Quickly offered a smile in return. To his surprise, as they entered Yangtze Palace, they were met with a massive imperial bed and numerous backstage crew members. Director Gu Yushan pointed at the bed and told Jixin, you'll lie on your side here in a bit. Fang Ming, take off your outer layer and come embrace her neck. You must have an enchanting, seductive expression. Fang Ming suppressed his nervousness, cast off his outer garment, and walked toward Jiang Jixin. He wrapped his arm around her neck, whispering seductively, Your Majesty. Jiang Jixin's gaze flickered slightly. Suddenly, she gripped his waist tightly and decisively pinned him beneath her. Cut! Gu Yushan's loudspeaker immediately crackled. Jixin, that was too fast. Let the camera catch a glance first. It wasn't until the second take that Fang Ming's fingers brushed against her shoulder. Jiang Jixin stared intently at him. Her gaze landed on his red lips, her fingertips caressing them gently, before pinning him firmly onto the bed. Is General Lin here to present a gift to me this time? Fang Ming's gaze was full of affection. Your Majesty, Lin Yi came out of admiration for you. How could you not know? Jiang Jixin looked at him without blinking. The next second, she actually leaned down and kissed his red lips, and Fang Ming's mind went completely blank. There was clearly no kiss scene in the script, but the cameras were still rolling, so he could only try to stay calm and naturally embrace her waist, returning the kiss deeply. As the crimson bed curtains slowly fell, the director's excited shout rang out, and the scene was over. Jiang Jixin immediately pulled away, looking apologetic. Sorry, I didn't discuss this with you beforehand. It just felt like the emotion would be missing without that kiss. Fang Ming waved it off. It's fine. He had no idea. At that moment, Jiang Jixin was secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Terrified her impulsive action would make her look like a female predator taking advantage of him. But this devious supporting male role was truly difficult to play. Fang Ming was afraid of being scrutinized. Before finishing work, he had to consult Jiang Jixin over and over again. While removing his makeup, Fang Ming was exhausted, desperately needing good food for comfort. He messaged me, "I'm craving braised pork so much." Though I didn't know how to cook, I quickly ordered him a whole table of takeout. The moment Fang Ming got home, he couldn't wait and began devouring the food. Swallowing a mouthful of rice, he asked with feigned nonchalance, "Wenbin, are you interested in art exhibitions?" I bit my chopsticks and asked, "What? Want me to go with you?" Fang Ming nodded with a smile. He explained that the top art director on set had given him 2 tickets for an exhibition this weekend. I readily agreed, but while eating, my gaze suddenly fell on the black paper bag beside him. "What did you buy? It looks like perfume." Fang Ming confessed honestly. "Your Jiang gave it to me. Last time I accidentally asked about her perfume. I didn't expect her to just bring a bottle for me today." Hearing this, I immediately felt there was more to it. Was it really just handy? Who carries around 2 identical bottles of perfume for no reason? Fang Ming's hand picking up food suddenly froze. In his mind, Jiang Jushin's earlier words involuntarily echoed. "The scent on my body." Feeling guilty, he put down his chopsticks and tried to justify. "She probably just likes the scent, so she buys it in bulk to use." I smiled with narrow eyes, teasingly saying, "Then why don't you buy a bottle you like and give it back? You could even exchange them as tokens of love." Fang Ming's face instantly turned bright red. He started to stutter slightly, insisting they shared nothing but a pure revolutionary comradeship, yet he couldn't resist opening the bottle, leaning in to catch the scent that belonged to Jiang Jixin. Holding the bottle, Fang Ming said seriously, "Senior Jiang only sees me as a junior. She might not mind." I winked at him. "If you wanted to, you might actually be able to woo her." Fang Ming waved his hand in refusal again. "If I get rejected, it'll be awkward to work together later." In the following days, the new apartment was cleaned thoroughly. While preparing to move, my phone vibrated incessantly. Dozens of messages were pouring in from Wen Yudong. Eventually, I put them all on the Do Not Disturb list. Meanwhile, lounging in the sun on the balcony, I suddenly remembered tomorrow's art exhibition and casually searched for the art director's name online. The name was Xia Shi. The resume that appeared in the search engine secretly amazed me. This internationally renowned oil painter had won countless major awards, with a painting style that was incredibly free and sharp, possessing a very distinct beauty. Even an outsider like me began to feel full of anticipation. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend afternoon, and Fang Ming, heavily disguised, led me out. Kixi from the passenger seat couldn't help but turn back to ask, "Xiao Ming, you're going to miss Xia's exhibition. Did you report this to Sister Jingjing?" Fang Ming raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, it was approved ages ago. It would be a waste not to use such a hard-to-get ticket." To our surprise, Kixi dropped another piece of news. "I heard Best Actress Jiang is also going today. She even specifically moved all her afternoon scenes." Fang Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but he didn't reply. Then the 3 arrived at a private art gallery in the city center. The guests here were all wealthy and noble, with absolutely no paparazzi able to slip in. Fang Ming was excitedly looking around with me, until we stopped in front of a giant painting. "This color scheme is absolutely the best one here today." However, I only looked at the painting for 2 seconds, before leaning in to whisper in his ear. "Actually, I find it quite strange. The left is too crowded, the right too empty. The colors look like it's only half finished. It feels like the painter was distracted and just rushed it. You notice that too?" A woman's voice, tinged with surprise, came from behind. I suddenly turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a ponytail, staring intently at Fang Ming beside me. He greeted her immediately. "Miss Xia, you're here too." Only then did I react, hurriedly, apologizing, fearing it offended the master painter. However, Xia Shi gave an amiable smile. Not only was she not angry, but she frankly admitted this painting was indeed finished hastily, because my cats were causing trouble. Seeing my dazed expression, she made an enticing invitation. "Are you busy lately? I have a painting studio. Would you like to come study painting with me?" My heart fluttered and I hesitated slightly. "I'm afraid you might have the wrong person." Xia Shi's lips curled. I trust my eyes. And so the 2 of them successfully became friends on WeChat. After Xia Shi had walked away, Fang Ming excitedly gave me a pinch. "That's incredible. Rumor has it she's never taken a student before. And yet, you're the first one." Staring at the name Xia Shi on my phone screen, a boundless sense of longing welled up inside me. The 2 wandered through the gallery all afternoon, but in the end, Jiang Jixin never appeared. As dusk fell, Li Jingjing drove the 2 back home. As soon as we walked in, Fan Ming looked at the suitcases already, packed on the floor, and couldn't help but pout. Just then, the phone vibrated again. Xia Shi had sent a message. She wasn't just inviting me to the studio on Wednesday afternoon, and she even intended to hand over the gallery keys directly.
Politely sending away a reluctant Fong Ming, I returned to the bedroom alone. But just then, the phone screen lit up. Wen Yudong's name appeared clearly. A flurry of questioning messages came pouring in. Are you still angry? Why aren't you answering my calls? Did you go to the art exhibition? My fingertips trembled as I texted back. How do you know? The next second, a video call from her popped up. I took a deep breath and answered. On the other end, Wen Yudong's hair was a bit messy. The faint mark where I bit her lip was still visible. She chuckled softly, her voice low and seductive. Do you miss me? I miss you quite a bit. This is my first love. Won't you teach me how to date? Seeing her talk more and more inappropriately, I blurted out in a panic. I'm returning to the mansion tomorrow. Then I immediately hung up. On the other end, Wen Yudong stared at the screen where the call ended and couldn't help but laugh out of frustration. Actually, she had only heard others mention it at a business party to find out that I had gone to the art exhibition. Now she was even more curious in her heart as to whether I liked Shashi. Early one morning, Fang Ming had left for the set early. A bowl of hot porridge was still on the table. As I sipped the porridge, I read the WeChat message from my younger sister Su Ruoxi, asking if I wanted to move back to the Su house after the divorce. My fingers tapped lightly as I firmly but politely declined, bluntly stating that I was preparing to move in and live alone at the Enterprise mansion. After sending the message, I stared at the phone screen and a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. I immediately sent a message to my sister Su Ruoxi, asking her to come over for New Year's Eve, just because I didn't want to spend the New Year alone and lonely. Su Ruoxi also readily replied, Sure, if I have time, I'll come over. Only then did I put away my phone and obediently finish my breakfast. Then I took my pet dog, Dan Huang, pulled my suitcase straight toward the Enterprise mansion. Who would have thought that as the elevator reached the 9th floor, my steps suddenly came to a halt. In a place that should have been deserted, out in the hallway, Wen Yudong was lazily leaning against the wall, slightly raising her eyelids, staring at me with a half smile. Dan Huang saw a familiar face and wagged his tail, about to jump on her. But I pulled the leash tight and warned in a cold voice, Dan Huang, be quiet. Then I looked at the woman at the door coldly. What are you doing here? Wen Yudong stood up straight, took a long stride toward me. To find you. I frowned slightly. Don't you have to work? It's Monday today. Wen Yudong stopped a meter away from me and smirked. You said last night that you were moving back here today. I stayed up all night processing documents for this. Dan Huang took the opportunity to raise a paw to scratch her pant leg. I was about to pull them away when Wen Yudong, who usually hates pets extremely, slowly crouched down and gently stroked Dan Huang's head. I was stunned for a moment, and quickly bypassed her to punch in the door code. The moment the door opened, I pulled the dog inside. About to turn and close the door, but a fair hand suddenly blocked the door. Decisively let go, and glared annoyedly at the woman outside. Miss Wen, I want to go to sleep. Are you planning to come in and watch me sleep? Wen Yudong took the opportunity to step into the room, locked the door behind her, and chuckled. Then I'd be perfectly happy with that. I was speechless and walked sullenly further inside. Wen Yudong followed closely without leaving, walking behind me, pleading submissively. Su Wenbin, please don't push me away, okay? Seeing that I was ignoring her, she even cast aside her pride to start showing vulnerability. You said you like someone who listens. From now on, I'll listen to whatever you say. Just as long as you don't get close to that girl. I won't get angry anymore, okay? My steps came to a sudden halt. I turned around and gave a cold sneer. Fine, you'll listen? Then get out of here right now. Wen Yudong's expression stiffened as she stared in thin air for a long time before squeezing out a few words. That, I can't do. I gave a cold laugh and flatly turned my face away, but Wen Yudong suddenly reached out and pulled me back, forcing me to look straight at her. You want the experience of being in love. I will give that to you. But you're only allowed to let me be the one who does it. The one who used to be a high and mighty controller. At this moment was finally willing to submit to me, seeing me standing silently in front of her. Wen Yudong, instead of being angry, actually let out a soft laugh. If you don't speak up, I'm going to kiss you right now. I suddenly looked up, glaring at her furiously. You wouldn't dare. Wen Yudong raised an eyebrow, her voice full of laziness. See for yourself if I dare. Anyway, it's not the first time I've forced a kiss on you. I was red with rage. Wen Yudong, what on earth do you want? Wen Yudong leaned down to look at me, her gaze full of persistence. Isn't it clear what I want? Immediately after, she declared matter-of-factly, said I would pursue you. If you've moved back here, I'm staying right here too. I gritted my teeth. Do you have no shame? To my surprise, Wen Yudong casually admitted, Indeed, I don't. I decisively turned my face away, completely ignoring her. But Wen Yudong had no sense of boundaries at all. She casually draped her black coat over the sofa, then sat down naturally. She even tilted her head slightly, and leisurely threw out a provocation. Tell me, should I buy an apartment here, and live right next door to you? I gave a fake smile. Go ahead and buy it. If she dared to buy it, I would move out immediately. Wen Yudong saw right through my thoughts, but she didn't expose them. Instead, she shifted to a soft question. Do you like Xia? I still didn't answer. Seeing my silence, Wen Yudong spoke up to explain. The Wen family sought a partnership with her before. It's just a casual acquaintance. Finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Miss Wen, I don't want to chat with you. If you're so bored, go find some other entertainment. I turned around and walked away. Su Wenbin, the low, seductive voice of the woman rang out from behind. Do you hate me that much? Don't you like me even a little bit? I immediately replied, exactly. Now I think finding someone with a good temper to date seems like a better idea. Hearing this, the lazy atmosphere around Wen Yudong immediately dropped. She slowly stood up and approached me, suddenly wrapping her arms tightly around my waist, leaning in close to my ear. Just you try sleeping around. Her hot breath brushed against my ear. She intentionally let her thin lips graze below my earlobe, threatening in a cold voice. The other person will definitely meet a terrible end. Leaving that warning, she finally let go and strode out the door. Not until I heard the sound of the door closing did I raise my hand to rub my reddened ear. Turning to see Dan Huang wagging his tail beside me, I couldn't help but scold him. From now on, don't wag your tail when you see her. A little kiss up. The next second, my gaze fell on the coat on the arm of the sofa. This person clearly left her coat behind on purpose. I took out my phone and quickly typed a line. Come and get your coat already. But less than a few seconds later, she replied extremely shamelessly. I did it on purpose so I'd have an excuse to come over next time. I gritted my teeth and continued to threaten. If you don't come now, I'll throw your coat into Dan Huang's kennel. To my surprise, Wen Yudong wasn't afraid of the threat at all. Go ahead and throw it then. Next time I'll make you pay me back for it. I stared at the screen, finding this person truly incomprehensible. That evening, my best friend Fong Ming specially called, chatting away about interesting things on the set. In the middle of the conversation, Fong Ming's tone suddenly became excited. I saw Miss Xia painting today. A woman focused on her work is truly seductive. I asked curiously, what did she paint? Did you take a photo? Fang Ming explained. It was just a sketch on an iPad, so I didn't take one. Immediately after, he continued in a secretive manner. Aren't you going to her gallery in 2 days? Miss Xia said there are many works she collected herself there, that you won't find in ordinary exhibitions. The corner of my lips quirked up. Then I'm about to have my eyes opened. But before I could finish, Fang Ming asked with a bit of hesitation, Su Wenbin, do you actually like painting? Or is it just because of Miss Xia's invitation that you're too polite to refuse? That's not it at all, I interrupted him and continued. I think I'm quite interested. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home. So developing it as a hobby is fine. After hanging up, I scrolled through new messages, seeing a message from Su Dingji. I didn't know how to answer him, because everything he sent was advising me to return home, thinking that living alone outside wouldn't be as comfortable as being at home. I thought for a bit, then finally replied coldly. Why do you think I would be comfortable living at home? After sending the text, I turned off the bedside lamp. A few days later, the new house was settled, and Xiaji's message arrived right on time. The gallery wasn't far from the new house. It only took over 10 minutes to walk there. Looking through the giant floor-to-ceiling window, I caught a glimpse of Xiaji standing with her back to me, quietly standing before an easel. I knocked and slowly entered. Miss Xia. Xia, she turned around, her eyes smiling. You're not busy this afternoon, are you? That's right. Actually, I can be free at any time. After all, I'm unemployed now. Xia was slightly taken aback, then joked. Then you can't ask for a salary from me. I only teach painting and not hiring staff. I gave a small smile. The fact that you're not charging me tuition is already a huge benefit for me. Closing the thick floor-to-ceiling curtains, the lights in the room immediately brightened. Glancing over at a folding chair, Ragdoll Cat was curled up fast asleep. Is this your cat? Xia followed my gaze. Yes, its name is Ju Bing. Usually, it's quite cold and distant. But before she could finish, the Ragdoll Cat, just awake, jumped down from the chair, gracefully walked straight to my feet and nuzzled them, its fluffy tail lightly brushing against my calf. Xia looked completely helpless. Hey, you're making me lose face acting like this. I sat down and gently stroked the cat's back, only to hear her chuckle softly. It seems it likes you very much. Immediately after, Xia finished giving instructions on basic drawing techniques and hurried away. In the vast and quiet gallery, only the scratching sound of pencil on drawing paper remained. Until my wrist felt exhausted, then I put down the pencil and opened my phone. On the screen was Shaoxi's advice. Painting is a test of patience. Only by practicing lines well can you draw delicate things. I replied with a yes, then casually tossed the phone aside, preparing to change to a new sheet of paper to continue practicing. I didn't know how long had passed. The repetitive motions left me worn out, forcing me to slump down on the folding chair to rest. Jubing leisurely jumped into my lap, immediately curling up on my thighs. My hands were covered in graphite, so I didn't dare touch it. I could only carefully tilt my head to the side, observing Xiaxi's work, that unfinished painting full of free strokes. But just at this moment, the ringing of a phone suddenly shattered the quiet space. On the other end, Xiaxi said gently, "Are you still at the gallery? It's snowing. I'll come pick you up in a bit." I intended to refuse, but she quickly cut me off. "It's no trouble. I'm heading that way anyway. Besides, Jubing is there too." Only then did I give in. I hung up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window, reaching out to pull back the tightly curtain. Outside, it was pitch black. Snow was falling in sheets of white from God knows when. The entire city had long been covered in white. Before I could look for long, Shaoxi pushed the door open and entered. A wave of cold air rushed into the room. She looked over the strokes I had practiced, smiling kindly. "Well, have you found any inspiration yet?" I corked my lips slightly. "It's not that fast, I'm afraid." Shaoxi looked down at her watch and didn't stay longer. "Let's go. The snow is heavy out there. I'll drop you off first. Go wash your hands." Followed her outside. To help Shaoxi, who was carrying the cat, I took the initiative to hold Ju Bing so she could manage the umbrella. Amidst the blinding snow, Shaoxi tilted the umbrella slightly toward me, her eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect Ju Bing would let you hold him. Before, when my nephew touched him just once, he got scratched so bad he screamed. I stroked the cat's fur. Maybe it's because he and I have an affinity. Actually, I have a golden retriever. Next time, I'll bring him to the gallery. He's different from Ju Bing. He wags his tail for everyone. Shaoxi smiled. "Sure." I took the chance to extend an invitation. "If you really want to see him, you can drop by my place in a bit. After all, I'm just living alone." Shaoxi paused slightly, looking straight into my eyes. "Would it be too much trouble?" I shook my head. "No trouble at all." The two of us walked together to the apartment complex entrance. The snow showed no sign of letting up. Before Shaoxi could even speak, a cold, low female voice suddenly ripped through the snowy air. "Su Wenbin." Only to see Wen Yudong holding a black umbrella, standing not far away, staring intently at the two of us. Shaoxi was a bit surprised and took the lead to greet her. "President Wen, what a coincidence." Wen Yudong's eyes darkened, her gaze drilling into me, her voice cold as ice. "Incidents?" Shaoxi noticed something was wrong and tried to probe. "You and Su Wenbin." To her surprise, Wen Yudong didn't dodge at all, her eyes like sharp blades looking at me. "I'm pursuing him." This sudden declaration made Shaoxi's expression change, before she immediately took a step back. "I see. Well, Su Wenbin, you and President Wen should talk. I'll be going now." I frowned slightly, looking at the cat in her arms. The snow is so heavy, and Ju Bing. Shaoxi hurriedly took the cat and was about to give me the umbrella in her hand, but I reached out and pushed it away. My tone is calm as water. "You keep it. I'm already home." Shaoxi held Ju Bing with one hand, stunned for a moment, before taking the umbrella and advising, "Then don't stand out here too long." I nodded. "Text me when you get home." Seeing the two of us interacting so closely, Wen Yudong's hand beside her suddenly clenched, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her entire lifetime's worth of patience seemed to have completely run out today. The next second, Wen Yudong took a long stride to block me. Without a word, she grabbed my arm tightly, violently pulling me toward her. The black umbrella immediately tilted, forcefully enveloping me in its shade. Wen Yudong looked down at Shaoxi menacingly, her voice freezing cold. "Miss Xia, you should leave now." I silently struggled, only to find it was basically impossible to escape from her iron-like grip. Shaoxi heard the dismissal in those words and forced a smile. "President Wen, goodbye." With that, she turned and walked away into the blinding white snow. Wen Yudong coldly watched the figure disappear, only then looking down at me, her tone thick with jealousy. "Are you two filming a romance movie in front of me?" While her guard was down, I gritted my teeth and threw her hand off. "Are you sick?" I turned and hurried toward the apartment. Wen Yudong laughed from anger and immediately strode after me. Seeing me, she was truly beyond help, catching up to me in just a few steps, leaning in to grill me. "How do you two know each other?" I kept a cold face and didn't bother to say a word. Wen Yudong refused to let it go, her tone pressuring. Why were you under the same umbrella? Is she that good-tempered person you said you wanted to date? Do you like that kind of person? I suddenly stopped and glared at her coldly. Wen Yudong, are you really that free? Wen Yudong leaned down, her voice low. I'm very busy, but in front of you, I'm always free. My gaze flickered slightly, and after a while, I turned away. Well, I'm not. I'll be very busy for the next few days. I was about to walk away when my wrist was grabbed tightly the next second. With just a slight tug, Wen Yudong pulled me back into her arms, her voice dropping as she warned. Su Wenbin, if you keep avoiding me, I can't guarantee what I might do. I looked straight into her dark, pressuring eyes. Miss Wen, you should go find some new amusement, instead of stubbornly clinging to me like this. Wen Yudong let out a soft laugh from her throat, her voice husky. Do you think these words can hurt me? She slowly moved closer. The more stubborn you are, the more I want to kiss you. Like right now, for example. The cold wind howled. My fingertips, numb from the cold, ached to the bone. I could only bark coldly, let go. Wen Yudong not only didn't let go, but also domineeringly pried my palm open, forcing our fingers to intertwine. Aren't you so capable? Shake me off yourself then. Angrily, I took our joined hands, aimed at her wrist, and gave it a hard bite. Wen Yudong didn't flinch at all, simply looking down at me as I applied force, ignoring the heart-piercing pain from her flesh. Not until I tasted the metallic tang of blood did I let go with my teeth. A deep ring of teeth marks was clearly visible on her wrist, starting to ooze dark blood. Wen Yudong seemed not to feel the pain at all, only speaking in a husky voice. Su Wenbin, can you tell me exactly what you're so angry about? I was about to protest, but was interrupted by her low-pitched words. Angry at Ji Ming, angry at Grandpa, or angry because I didn't like you before. Or is it everything? I was momentarily speechless and instinctively swallowed hard. A long while later, I whispered, Wen Yudong, I can't play this game. I'm someone who holds a grudge. Being part of the Wen family is just a shackle to me. And in front of you, I simply can't be myself. Wen Yudong's thin lips moved slightly as if to explain, but were blocked by my cold voice. Can you really tell the difference? Are you pursuing me because of love, or just because I've escaped your control, making you feel unaccustomed? It's love. She uttered those two words without any hesitation, then added in a low voice, I can tell the difference clearly. My gaze dropped, staring at our tightly clenched hands. Her hands were so cold that her knuckles were white, yet she still held me tightly, unwilling to let go even a little bit. I gave a self-deprecating laugh and looked away. Let me go first. I'll go upstairs and get your coat. Hearing this, Wen Yudong's tense grip finally relaxed. I turned and hurried home while Wen Yudong slowed down, following closely on my left. Just as I stepped inside, golden retriever Dan Huang rushed up excitedly, nuzzling and rubbing against me. I gently patted its head and pushed it inside. Dan Huang, let your master inside first. The house was well heated, and my stiff body finally began to relax. Dan Huang tilted his head and took 2 steps back, suddenly seeing Wen Yudong behind me, about to pounce on her, but was immediately stopped by my quiet shout. The little creature then whimpered pitifully. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two of them. I decisively ignored Wen Yudong, walking straight to the sofa. I grabbed the coat from there and handed it over. Here is your coat back. It is getting late. Miss Wen should probably head home. However, Wen Yudong did not even reach out to take it. Her obsidian eyes were fixed intently on the coat. She coldly uttered 2 words. No rush. I was so angry I was speechless, and with my tired hands, I forcefully threw the coat back onto the sofa. What now? Do you intend to stay for a meal too? A slight smirk played on Wen Yudong's lips. That is not out of the question. I was instantly struck dumb. I do not know how to cook. I did not plan on making you do it. I know how, she replied nonchalantly. Back when she studied abroad. To avoid restaurants with terrible food, she had long since honed her cooking skills to perfection. Without waiting for my reaction, she pressed, What do you want to eat? Stir-fried lamb with cumin. My heart skipped a beat. I did not expect her to know my preferences. This must have been the result of asking Aunt Zhang. Seeing my silence, Wen Yudong casually took off the black watch on her left wrist and placed it on the table. She turned and walked straight toward the refrigerator. Seeing this, I hurried after her. There is no lamb in the house. Why don't you just go home? Something else will do. She interrupted, her low tone implying she was staying regardless. She casually pulled open the refrigerator door, which was stocked with ingredients I had bought a few days ago. Wen Yudong accurately took out a piece of beef, tilting her head slightly to ask, Is there anything you don't eat? I bit my lower lip slightly, finally forced to compromise. Wen Yudong said no more. She picked out a few ingredients and turned to enter the kitchen. I stood there dazed for a moment, then turned to look at the balcony. The snow outside had gradually subsided. I suddenly remembered something and pulled out my phone to send a message to Xia Shi. Has Ms. Xia made it home yet? There was no response from the other end for a while.
She must still be on the road. I put my phone away, my eyes uncontrollably glancing toward the kitchen. Right now, Wen Yudong was washing vegetables with her lashes lowered. She was only wearing a white shirt, the sleeves casually rolled up to her elbows, revealing her slender, graceful arms. Her usual overwhelming presence seemed to have completely vanished at this moment, replaced by a touch of gentleness. I quickly withdrew my gaze, turning to walk toward the sofa. I turned on the TV, picked a random movie, and intentionally cranked the volume to the max. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. A message from Xia Shi arrived. Just got home. I quickly replied, Okay, get some good rest. The aroma of food quickly diffused through the air. After a long, exhausting day, my stomach was indeed starting to protest, but I stubbornly remained on the sofa, unmoving. Until Wen Yudong came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of hot black pepper stir-fried beef. She glanced at me on the sofa. What's wrong? You want me to feed you too? I swallowed hard, decisively tossed the remote away, and stood up to walk toward the dining table. I pay for these groceries. There is no reason to let my stomach suffer. Seeing that I had compromised, a faint trace of a smile flickered in Wen Yudong's eyes. She went back to the kitchen to bring out the remaining dishes. 2 savory dishes and 1 vegetable, looking exquisite and appetizing. Wen Yudong pulled out a chair and sat opposite me with elegance. Looking at the spread on the table, I was momentarily lost in thought. Since my mother passed away, it had been a long time since a home-cooked meal specially prepared for me by someone else, a simple yet warm meal. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Wen Yudong casually picked up the phone. On the screen was an urging message from Wen Cheng'a. Are you not coming home for your birthday this year? Jiming has been waiting here for a long time. He said he wants to celebrate your birthday with you. Wen Yudong glanced at the screen, her slender fingers quickly typing a line. I'm not coming back. Someone is already with me. Immediately after, she coldly added another sentence. Do not call me if Jiming is there in the future. After sending it, she placed the phone face down on the table. Across from her, I just kept my head down and shoveled rice into my mouth, refusing to say a single word to her. The meal proceeded with each person lost in their own thoughts, until I set my chopsticks down and stared at her coldly. Can you leave now? Wen Yudong met my gaze, her voice dropping. Are you hiding someone in the house? To be chasing me away in such a hurry? I pressed my lips together and said nothing, just quietly looking at her with an icy stare. After a moment of silence, Wen Yudong let out a self-deprecating laugh. Today is my birthday. My fingertips trembled slightly, and it took a long time before I spoke. Then why didn't you go back to the Wen house to celebrate with your grandfather? She lowered her eyes, her voice as soft as a sigh. Because I wanted to see you. My breathing became a bit erratic. Her eyes were filled with suppressed emotions. Su Wenbin, could you help me fulfill my birthday wish this year? My mind was somewhat dazed. What wish? Wen Yudong smirked self-deprecatingly again. If I say it out loud, it won't come true anymore. I avoided her deep gaze, deliberately changing the subject. It's dark already. You should go home. Wen Yudong raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly taunting me on purpose. Stop seeing Xia Shi so much. Otherwise, I'll have someone go and smash her art studio to pieces. Leaving that warning behind, she stood up, grabbed her coat from the sofa, and headed for the door. Unfortunately, her watch was still forgotten on the corner of the table, so I quickly snatched the watch and chased after her. Your watch. When Yudong stopped and turned around, her dark eyes narrowing. Couldn't you have left it for next time I come? I decisively shoved the watch into her hand, and the moment our fingertips touched, I retracted my hand to avoid her. I won't see you out. When Yudong gave a faint, meaningful smile and pushed the door to leave, I closed the door and leaned tiredly against it, staring blankly at the floor. At the same time, at the old Wen family villa, Wen Cheng'a looked at the reply on his phone, then turned to look at Jiming beside him. Jiming, Yudong has something to do today, so she won't be coming over. Don't wait for her anymore. The smile on Jiming's face instantly stiffened. Has she been very busy lately? Wen Cheng'a sighed, offering no further explanation. At the phrase, someone is already with me, he could guess who it was with his eyes closed. This granddaughter of his has truly been putting all her heart into Wenbin lately. Early the next morning, I arrived at the art studio early. Xia Shi didn't show up because she had work with a film crew, only sending a series of WeChat messages, telling me to practice slowly and steadily. After reading and replying to each message, I focused my mind and began sketching.
For lunch, I took care of it myself nearby. My best friend Fang Ming sent a bunch of gossipy and complaining messages. By the time dusk fell, I washed the lead dust off my hands and was preparing to lock up when my phone suddenly vibrated. Song Si-yoon sent a message. "Are you free? I've been dumped." I held the phone slightly stunned. This young master is usually so busy that he's nowhere to be seen. How could he suddenly be heartbroken? I quickly replied, "What happened?" He replied immediately, "Send me your address, we'll talk when we meet." Before long, the two of us were sitting in a private room of an upscale club. Song Si-yoon was slumped on the sofa, his face full of regret. I played around too much abroad before, and now karma has caught up. I was full of questions. Is it because of Shimenchi? Song Si-yoon bolted upright, grinding his teeth as he growled. Little brothers around her are uncountable. I intended to settle down and have a serious relationship with her. Yet she caused a bunch of romantic trouble for me. So I just dumped her. Seeing my friend's furious state, I immediately sympathized. Exactly. I hate people like that. Next time I see her, I will definitely give her a proper lesson on your behalf. Let's go beat her up right now. Song Si-yoon stood up abruptly and dragged me straight outside. My mind suddenly went blank and I asked blankly, "Are we going to her house?" Song Si-yoon laughed coldly. "To the upper floor. She is a shareholder here. She is definitely in the VIP room right now." That kind of trash woman dares to treat feelings like a game. He absolutely could not swallow this anger. I was dragged all the way to the third floor, feeling uneasy in my heart. Though I agreed to help my friend vent his anger, I don't actually know how to fight, and the opponent is a woman nonetheless. Arriving in front of the private room, Song Si-yoon raised his foot to kick the door, but I held him back firmly. Let's see if she's even in there first. Song Si-yoon took a deep breath, knocked hard on the door, then pushed it open with force. Figures were dimly visible in the private room. Shimenchi was sitting leisurely in the middle of the sofa. Seeing Song Si-yoon, she lazily lifted her eyes, her tone tinged with a bit of mockery. "Do you regret breaking up with me already?" Song Si-yoon suppressed his anger. "If you have the guts, come out here with me." At the same time, the moment I entered and glanced across the room, I was suddenly frozen in shock. In the center of the sofa, it turned out there was another woman sitting there. A deep, cold gaze immediately locked onto me. It was Wen Yudong. I quickly grabbed Song Si-yoon's wrist, signaling him to look over there. Song Si-yoon followed my gaze, and couldn't help but be startled as well. Shimenchi mistook our hesitation, and lazily stood up. "What's the matter? Don't you dare lay a finger on me." Her eyes swept around, and the others in the room heard her tone, lethargic yet brook no argument. "If everyone is interested in watching me get beaten up, you're more than welcome to stay." With that, the onlookers in the room began to file out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, no one was left. Only 4 people remain in the now empty private room. My gaze and Wen Yudong's met in midair, the atmosphere dropping to freezing point. Shimenchi, completely oblivious, raised an eyebrow at me. "Brother-in-law, did you come to see me?" "I am not your brother-in-law." I coldly cut her off and looked away. Shimenchi didn't linger either. She walked up to Song Si-yoon and leaned in slightly. "Are you really going to hit me?" Song Si-yoon raised his hand to slap her, but she caught his wrist and held it firmly. "Let's settle our business outside. Don't bother my sister while she's flirting with her baby." Shimenchi half-forced Song Si-yoon out of the room, and the door slammed shut with a thud. The room instantly fell into a terrifying silence. I avoided Wen Yudong's piercing stare, taking the initiative to break the silence. Birds of a feather flocked together. President Wen's friends are certainly all of the same kind. Wen Yudong's obsidian eyes locked onto me as she slowly spoke. "She may be trash, but I am not. Why are you blaming me for the ridiculous things she does?" I curled my lip into a smile that reached nowhere. Well said, in that case, I should go out and help him add a few more kicks. With that, I turned around to leave. "Su Wenbin," a low voice called out from behind. My steps halted, and I turned back warily. Wen Yudong stood up, striding toward me with her long legs, step by step, until she was standing right in front of me. She looked down at me from her height. "Shir Meng-chi wasn't wrong. Do not bother us while we're flirting." I felt a lump in my throat and replied through gritted teeth, "Who's flirting with you?" A ghost of a smile appeared on Wen Yudong's lips. I didn't want to waste any more words, so I turned and headed for the door. But suddenly my wrist felt burning hot, as her warm palm instantly tightened around it. I looked down and saw Wen Yudong's slender, soft hand holding me firmly. On the inner side of her wrist, I could faintly see the bite mark I had left there before.
Wen Yudong followed my gaze downward. Her throat moved slightly, and she let out a soft chuckle. Want to take another bite? I threatened. If you don't let go, I won't hesitate to give you another one. Wen Yudong didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. The more you avoid me, the more I want to pull you closer. Before the words had finished, she exerted force with her arm, powerfully pulling me into her embrace. Caught off guard, I lost my balance and fell right against her chest. I regained my footing and glared at her furiously. Wen Yudong. Her breathing was slightly rapid. She gave a low hum, her deep eyes staring at me unblinkingly. Facing the woman pressing close, I took a deep breath and questioned her. Wen Yudong, do you think you have the right to get everything you want? You're used to being high and mighty, but I am exactly the kind of person you say I am. I will never yield to your whims. But Wen Yudong interrupted me, her tone without a single ripple, her deep eyes locking onto me. If you say one more word, I will kiss you right here. After all, there's only the two of us in this room. I laugh in frustration, looking directly into her eyes. Is this really the only trick you have up your sleeve, President Wen? Wen Yudong tilted her face slightly, her voice nonchalant. I really do only know this one move. If you don't believe me, just try me. That one sentence silenced me instantly. Right after, Wen Yudong released my wrist, suddenly whispering, If I let you bully me back, would you consider being with me? At that moment, I was stunned, my eyes showing clear confusion. The corners of Wen Yudong's lips curled into a smile that was hard to tell if real or a joke. You feel like I forced you before. So this time, in letting you force me back. Instantly, my ears turned bright red. Who would want to force you? Wen Yudong let out a low, warm, gentle laugh, her gaze sweeping over my reddened ears. Your ears are this red, yet you say, you're not moved at all? I hurriedly covered my ears, frantically arguing back. That's because I'm angry. After saying that, I didn't even give her a glance, turning and running away in a fluster. The cold wind whistled outside, but it couldn't dissipate, burning heat on my face. I pulled out my phone and called Song Si-yoon. The phone rang twice. Unexpectedly, it was hung up immediately, as I was about to text and ask. Just as I turned around, I suddenly crashed into a pair of warm, fragrant arms. I stepped back several paces in a panic. Wen Yudong, having followed me at some point, was standing there looking down at me from her height. I'll take you home. I feigned calm. No need. I can call a taxi myself. Who would have thought that in the next second my palm would be empty as she snatched the phone away? Shimeng-chi took your friend away. Do you plan on walking home in this weather? Wen Yudong's attitude was very firm. She dragged me along and shoved me into the car beside us. Secretary Joe, sitting in the driver's seat, turned around, his face showing clear astonishment. Mr. Su. I was incredibly embarrassed, and just as I was about to explain, the woman beside me coldly ordered, to the mansion. The car instantly merged into the stream of traffic. Wen Yudong handed my phone back to me, her tone steely. I said, I'm pursuing you, so just accept it obediently, and don't play hide and seek with me. I gave a cold snort and intentionally provoked her. Do you know, President Wen, that a pursuer must be obedient to have a chance of succeeding? Someone as disobedient as you isn't well-behaved at all. Wen Yudong narrowed her eyes slightly and drew closer. Want me to be obedient? The prerequisite is that you must first become my boyfriend. I felt awkward under her gaze, so I turned my head away, ignoring her completely. Secretary Zhao didn't dare to breathe too loudly, feeling that ever since the divorce, his boss had completely discarded her arrogant ego. The car quickly stopped at the base of the apartment building. I turned my head and forced a fake smile. President Wen, how much is the fare? I'll transfer it to you. I wanted to use this to draw a clear line between us. Wen Yudong, however, just raised an eyebrow unbothered. Do you take me for a driver? I pursed my lips and didn't answer. Her gaze darkened slightly, and her voice turned low and gravelly. Fine. But I happen to provide a special service here. I asked warily, what is it? Wen Yudong's thin lips curled slightly, emphasizing each word, carrying you upstairs. Before the words had finished, her warm palms tightened around my waist, pushing the door open and dragging me right out. Wen Yudong reached out and swept me up in a bridal carry. Terrified, I hurriedly clung to the car door. Let me go. Wen Yudong looked down at me and said leisurely, Don't worry, there's no extra charge for this service. Who asked for a carry? I can walk myself. However, Wen Yudong not only didn't let go, but as if to punish me, she gave a light pinch to the soft flesh on my waist. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, and instinctively, I let go of the car door to push her away. Taking the opportunity, Wen Yudong kicked the car door shut, carrying me as she strode directly into the apartment complex. Behave yourself.
Facing this domineering woman, I realized I truly had no words left to say. Not until we were inside the building did Wen Yudong finally set me down. She stood casually outside the door. "Is Mr. Su satisfied with my service?" I paid no attention to her and went straight to press the fingerprint lock. Unfortunately, just as I was about to push the door open, a slender, warm hand covered the back of mine, holding the door firmly shut. I turned back somewhat irritably. "What are you doing?" Wen Yudong looked down at me, her gaze deep. Her voice suddenly paused, as if she had realized something. She then changed her tone, her voice becoming low and husky. "Enbin, look, if I'm officially pursuing you, should we change to a more intimate way of address? For example, how about Binbin?" In an instant, I felt a shiver down my spine, and my heart beat wildly. I pulled my hand back with force, and then pushed the door open to dash inside. Bang! The main door was slammed shut, completely walling her off outside. I leaned against the door, panting heavily, but immediately after, a low, magnetic female voice carried clearly through the door. "Bin, good night." My ears felt like they were on fire. I hurried toward the living room, trying to dispel that strange feeling. My dog, Dan Huang, came running over, wagging his tail happily, whining as if acting spoiled. I took a deep breath and grabbed a container of dried meat from the cabinet to distract myself. At that moment, the phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. I pulled it out to check. It was a message from my friend Song Siyun. "Wenbin, have you made it home yet?" I replied immediately. "Just got back. And you? Are you home yet? I have something to tell you. Don't be mad, okay?" Full of doubt, I sent back a question mark. The result was a message from Song Siyun that stunned me. "She and I have made up." I was so angry I gritted my teeth and immediately texted back. "She treated you like that. Are you crazy? Why would you go back to her?" The other side was silent for 2 whole minutes, before sending a long explanation. It was actually just a misunderstanding. That young man is her brother's illegitimate son. I'd never met him before, so I thought she was keeping him. I stared at the screen, still feeling incredibly frustrated, typing out, "Even so, are the flirty men around her any fewer? What if later on?" My fingertip hovered over the send button, but my movement suddenly paused for a beat. I thought to myself, in any case, Song Siyun is not a little white rabbit that's easily bullied. When it comes to love, no matter how much advice I give, nothing compares to letting him stumble on his own once. So I typed back a message. "Be careful. Don't let yourself get hurt in the new year." "Don't worry." Song Siyun immediately sent another one. "How did you get home? Did President Wen drive you back?" I could only reply with one word. "Yeah." Who knew Song Siyun's messages kept popping up? "Sure makes you said President Wen is pursuing you like crazy. Are you planning to get back with her?" I never would have guessed. The dream girl of many young masters in Jinjiang would willingly prostrate herself at your feet. Looking at the teasing words on the screen, my mind suddenly drifted back to that moment. That woman just now, lowering her eyelashes, calling me Wanbin in a low, gentle voice. Back when we were acting at the Wen family's old house, she used to call me that too. But today's call felt like it had a hook, making my heart skip a beat and my face flush. I silently gazed toward the balcony, my eyes showing a dazed sense of conflict. Over the next half-month, I practically locked myself in the studio all day. Fortunately, the effort finally paid off. My painting skills improved at lightning speed. Even Xiaxi couldn't help but praise me repeatedly. That afternoon, the rare sunlight was beautiful. I finished my first sketch. The strokes were still a bit amateurish, but they were full of spirit. Xiaxi walked up behind me, looked at the painting and nodded in approval. "Well done, you've captured it accurately. To reach this level in just half a month, you really have a natural gift." Tilted my head slightly, smiling with a bit of shyness. I just felt the composition was a bit empty. It was quite a struggle to draw. Xiaxi smiled gently, giving warm encouragement. Xiaxi decisively took the brush from my hand, leaning over to add a bold stroke to the shadows. Emphasize the reflection in the dark area a bit more. Don't focus too much on every object. Concentrate on the central focal point first. The moment I leaned down to pick up the eraser, loose strands of hair on my forehead accidentally brushed against her hand. The air suddenly solidified, a quiet ambiguity spreading between us. Saiji's fingers tightened on the brush, but she kept a calm expression on her face. "Actually, you control the large blocks very well. It's just the details that are a bit careless. But you've only been learning for half a month. That's already enough to amaze anyone." I tilted my head to the side, a smile on my lips. It's because Ms. Xia teaches so well. This sincere compliment made Shaji's heart quiver slightly, so she intentionally shifted the subject. New Year's Eve is coming. How do you plan to spend it alone? I sighed helplessly. My sister is in 12th grade. She has too much homework. If she can't make it, it'll just be me and Fang Ming. Hearing this, Xia Xi's lips curled slightly in a half-joking tone. Seems like by then it'll just be me, hugging my cat on New Year's Eve. I was a bit surprised. You're spending New Year's alone too. Xia Xi nodded slightly. My parents are abroad enjoying their own world. I'm alone every year. I suddenly felt a bit of admiration that made an invitation. Then let's spend New Year's Eve together. Fang Ming will surely have some performance then. It'll be more lively with a group. Xia Xi raised an eyebrow. Is Fang Ming the life of the party? I smiled and nodded. That's right, he alone can make the whole room come alive. Do you want to spend New Year's with us? So you won't have to be lonely? She happily agreed. Then I'll gladly accept your invitation. After getting home, just as I was about to rest, I received a WeChat message from Song Si-yoon. He urged me to come out and hang out. I replied, I don't want to go. I want to stay home and look at paintings. Unfortunately, Song Si-yoon wouldn't let it go. He bombarded my WeChat incessantly. Just come, I'll pick you up. We finally have some free time. Fang Ming is with the film crew. Are you going to reject me too? Yu Shiran is coming too. It's a good chance for Shi Meng-chi to introduce her. I frowned slightly and typed back. This doesn't seem like Yu Shiran's style at all. She didn't have a good impression of Shi Meng-chi back then. Song Si-yoon quickly replied, I had to beg for ages to get her to come. Looking at the text, I hesitated for a moment, eventually giving in and agreeing. As a result, when Song Si-yoon led me toward the reserved private room, his face looked a bit restless, looking extremely guilty. I immediately realized something was wrong and stopped staring at him. Is there something you want to say? Song Si-yoon bit his lip, his voice trembling slightly. You should prepare yourself. President Wen is also inside. Hearing this, my expression changed instantly, turning to leave immediately. But Song Si-yoon had anticipated this. He grabbed my arm tightly, speaking in a wheedling tone. Why are you afraid of her? She wants to pursue you, so just let her pursue you. I can even help you test her. I halted and stared at him coldly. This must be that Ms. Shi's wicked idea, isn't it? Song Si-yoon blinked guiltily. Didn't you like her a lot before? Now that she's changed and wants to chase you back, shouldn't you take this chance to make her bow down? I was momentarily speechless. After all, Song Si-yoon had no idea about the real complications between me and Wen Yutong. His only memory was the last time I got drunk and she picked me up. As for the real secrets behind it, I've only told Fang Ming. The moment the private room door was pushed open, my eyes immediately caught the sight of a lazy figure on the sofa, Wen Yutong looking perfectly relaxed. But I deliberately avoided her, choosing to sit at a far distance. I whispered into Song Si-yoon's ear, I kinda want some soda. Right then, an open cold drink was suddenly handed over from beside me. Wen Yutong's cold voice rang out, Don't drink too much. I reached out to take it, my tone polite but very distant. Thank you. Shi raised an eyebrow teasingly. Oh my, we've known each other for so long, yet you've never opened a bottle for me. But here you are opening a drink for someone else. As expected, darling is special. Song Si-yoon nudged her with his hand. Stop teasing Wambin. I suddenly felt a lump in my throat. The cola in my hand became hard to swallow. But Wen Yutong just gave her a cold look. Don't you have hands? Song Si-yoon mentioned that Yu Shiran had arrived, intending to go pick her up. I acted as if I'd found a lifeline, hurriedly standing up. Let me go. I rushed out of the private room, just to escape this suffocating atmosphere. Wen Yutong looked up at my retreating back. Her dry throat moved slightly. Just as I stepped out, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through my mind. The love letter I wrote to Yu Shiran years ago was unfortunately seen by Wen Yutong herself. If Yu Shiran found out I once had a crush on her, it would be so embarrassing. At that moment, a gentle voice called from behind. Su Wanbin. I suddenly turned around. It was Yu Shiran walking toward me. Yu Shiran asked softly, Why aren't you going in? What are you doing at the door? I tried to hide my panic. I was going to go downstairs to meet you. I didn't expect you to come up so fast. Yu Shiran smiled slightly. Come on, let's go inside. But I remained standing still. Yu Shiran turned around. What's wrong? I asked quietly. Since when did you like going out to play like this? Weren't you always at school before? How did Song Si-yoon threaten you to make you agree to meet his girlfriend? Yu Shiran explained. Doesn't my father dislike me being a teacher? He keeps trying to make me quit. Song Si-yoon said if I came, he'd find a way to settle this smoothly for me. He's really full of tricks. Chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid he's tricking you? Does he even have that kind of power? Yu Shiran raised an eyebrow. He even swore on his future love life so sincerely. I couldn't help but believe him. Then Yu Shiran pushed the door open and entered. Song Si-yoon greeted her with a bright smile. "Professor Yu, we've been waiting for you." Yu Shiren replied, "It seems everyone is having a great time." I pointed to the empty seat next to me. "Sit here." Surprisingly, before Yu Shiren could sit, Wen Yutong's voice suddenly echoed in the room. "Sit here with me." Wen Yutong suddenly interrupted the invitation, but her eyes were fixed on Yu Shiren, her posture full of confrontation. Yu Shiran looked up at Wen Yutong. On the way here, Song Si-yoon had implicitly reminded her that Wen Yutong was preparing to pursue Su Wanbin. Yu Shiran calmly sat down next to Wen Yutong, initiating, "President Wen, I've admired you for a long time." But Wen Yutong only tilted her head slightly, her eyes sweeping over her, pinning onto me. Yet her mouth asked Yu Shiran, "Did Professor Yu just return to the country this year?" I immediately lowered my eyes, staring at the cola in my hand, thinking, if you're talking, then talk. Why are you looking at me? Immediately after, Wen Yutong continued, "Is Professor Yu married?" Yu Shiran smiled faintly. "I have no such intention." At that moment, Song Si-yoon suddenly clapped and suggested, "So many questions. Why don't we play Truth or Dare?" Before I could even object, Song Si-yoon pulled me into the circle, even taking out an empty wine bottle to spin. Whoever it points to must comply. I resigned myself to it, but inside I was screaming, "Who wants to play this game with their ex-wife?" In the first round, the bottleneck slowly pointed to Yu Shiran. Song Si-yoon immediately raised his hand and asked, "Truth or Dare?" Yu Shiran chose Truth. As if he prepared the question beforehand, he blurted out, "Why haven't you married yet? Are you a celibate?" Yu Shiran was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly uttered 3 words, "Waiting for someone." The next second, the bottle spun and pointed straight at Wen Yutong. She looked up slightly, "Truth." Yu Shiran tilted her head to look at her. Did President Wen ever date during her school years? Wen Yutong only uttered 1 word, "No." The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Wen Yutong took the bottle and spun it again. This time, the bottleneck stopped exactly in front of me. My heart tightened and I hurriedly said, "Truth." I really didn't dare risk playing Dare. Song Si-yoon smiled slyly. "May I ask, young Master Wanbin, when was the first time your heart fluttered for a girl?" I was speechless for a while before struggling to say, "At 16. As soon as I spoke, I felt like I was on the brink of social suicide, in total terror. Goodness, when will this end? Then Wen Yutong picked up a glass of wine, tilting her head back to drain it in one gulp. The glass hit the table with a soft thud. The sound wasn't loud, but it made my heart tremble. She's the only one here who knows all the secrets. I'm just afraid she'll expose everything in the next second. Song Si-yoon kept pressing. Who was it? How come I didn't know? Was it someone from Changrai? I forced a stiff smile. I already answered. This question doesn't count anymore. With that, Song Si-yoon spun the bottle again. I have to get the answer out of you. I stared at the spinning bottle, praying in my heart. Please, anything but me. But the bottleneck seemed determined to defy me, stopping accurately in front of me once again. Song Si-yoon couldn't wait any longer and demanded, "Who is it? Who is it? Who's the person you like?" I took a deep breath and suddenly looked up. "I choose Dare." Song Si-yoon was stunned for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile. "Then choose a girl here and give her a kiss." This was clearly a trap aimed directly at me. Unfortunately, there were only 3 women in the room. Song Si-yoon's goading the atmosphere awkward to the extreme. I grit my teeth silently and poured a full glass of strong liquor, preferring to drink the penalty rather than compromise. Just then, a warm hand suddenly covered the back of mine. Wen Yutong forcefully snatched the glass from my hand, draining it completely. The empty glass didn't even touch the table. She stared at me, leaving one sentence. "Come outside for a moment." Then she didn't even bother looking back as she strode out of the private room. Song Si-yoon even urged me, "Go, quickly." But I had keenly sensed Wen Yutong's anger, so I had to steel myself and follow her out. Who would have thought, as soon as I stepped out, my wrist was gripped violently. Immediately after, I was slammed against the hard wall. Before I could even make a sound, cold, thin, powerful lips pressed against mine passionately. The pungent scent of alcohol swept wildly across my lips. Wen Yutong's hands tightened around my waist, while her other hand pinned both of mine above my head, eyeing me any chance to struggle. My breath became ragged as I tried to push her away, but it only resulted in more intense, devouring kisses. A long while later, Wen Yutong finally let go, her dark, deep eyes staring at my swollen red lip. My eyes were red with anger. Rubbing my aching wrist, I snapped in a low voice, "Let go." But Wen Yutong's husky voice pressed close. Are you that happy? You said you liked me before. I was both angry and flustered. Which of your eyes saw me liking you? Wen Yutong's dry throat moved slightly, her low voice filled with pressure. Hearing she arrived, you ran faster than anyone. Also, who is the person she said she's waiting for? Did you like her since you were 16? Is your first love that unforgettable? I hurriedly argued. The person she's waiting for isn't me. She has someone else in her heart. Wen Yutong wouldn't let it go, pressing closer. What about you? I was panicked by her gaze, and could only grit my teeth in compromise. I don't like her, okay? Hearing this, the hostility in Wen Yutong's eyes finally dissipated, and she asked softly, Really? I rolled my eyes, not wanting to pay attention to her anymore. The corners of Wen Yutong's lips curled up. Her mood instantly brightened. Let's go inside. I pointed to my swollen and numb lips, looking resentful. How can I go in like this? Wen Yutong chuckled softly, staring at the slight bite mark on my lip. Wait for me here. With that, she strode back into the private room. I was a bit dazed. I didn't expect her to be so easy to appease. Not long after, the private room door opened again. Wen Yutong stepped in front of me, holding my jacket in her hand. Seeing me dazed, Wen Yutong waved the jacket. Do you want this? I hurriedly grabbed it and put it on. Let's go. I'll take you home. Wen Yutong strode ahead with her long legs, heading straight forward. I deliberately lagged behind, taking my time. But Wen Yutong suddenly glanced back, her expression casual but full of fret. Do you want me to carry you? I froze, then hurriedly waddled past her to take the lead. In the car, my phone screen kept flashing. My friend Song Sayun was relentlessly bombarding me with texts, repeatedly asking if I was going to reconcile with President Wen. I could still feel the warmth lingering on my lips, and a sense of embarrassment rushed to my brain. At that moment, I realized she clearly had her own intentions. My cheeks burned, and I quickly typed 3 words. Don't guess randomly. Then I immediately muted my phone and stuffed it in my pocket. Secretary Chu in the driver's seat was extremely tactful, not even daring to peek through the rearview mirror once. But Wen Yutong suddenly turned to break the silence. Are you learning to paint lately? I was a bit surprised, turning to me her gaze. How do you know? Wen Yutong's expression remained calm. She meant she heard your friend mention it, and just casually told me. I pursed my lips, looking out the window again, refusing to respond. The car stopped in front of the apartment. I hurriedly dropped a sentence. Goodbye, President Wen, grabbing my jacket to get out of the car. To my surprise, my wrist was suddenly caught, and I was pulled back forcefully. I looked back in startle, crashing into her deep, profound eyes. In such a hurry to leave. I tried to pull my hand away. I'm sleepy. I need to go home and sleep. This time, Wen Yutong didn't force it further. Letting go along with emotion, immediately opened her own car door. Inside, the cold wind was howling. She stepped her long legs out, striding around the front of the car. I stood in the freezing wind, shrinking my neck back. Aren't you going to your own house? Wen Yutong walked up beside me. I'll see you upstairs. I bit my lower lip slightly, walking silently toward the building entrance. Secretary Chu sat in the car, looking through the window in total confusion. This big sister is clearly divorced, so why is she still clinging on like this? In the elevator, the atmosphere was dead silent. The phone in my pocket vibrated again. I took it out to check. It was my best friend Fang Ming, sending a bunch of photos of female models. The screen was full of popular supermodels, and Fang Ming even specifically pointed out, the girl on the far left with those amazing toned abs. I guiltily glanced to my side, slightly shifting the screen to hide it, but my fingertips couldn't help but tap, zooming in on the photo with the toned abs. Suddenly, Wen Yutong silently leaned in, looking down from above, her gaze locked onto my phone screen. Suddenly, a leisurely voice spoke near my ear. Is it beautiful? My whole body froze. Luckily, the elevator doors slowly opened. As if I'd found a lifeline, I immediately rushed out. To my surprise, Wen Yutong chased after me with her long legs, pinning me into the corner of the wall. Do you like looking at abs that much? I quickly turned off the screen, desperately explaining. I don't. Fang Ming just sent some nonsense. I'm really not interested. Wen Yutong leaned down close, her voice a bit husky. I have them too. She moved even closer, her slender fingers placed on her jacket lapels, leisurely and slowly unbuttoning each one. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, and I hurriedly voiced a warning. There's a camera here, don't be crazy. But she didn't care at all, grabbing my wrist with one hand and forcefully pressing it against her abdomen. Through the thin shirt, The heat of her body and the firm muscles immediately spread from my fingertips. Wen Yutong let out a soft chuckle, leaning down to whisper into my ear, "Do you want to put your hand inside and feel?" Wanbin. I felt the blood rush straight to my brain, my palm feeling as if pressed by a red-hot iron. I frantically pulled my hand back and turned to run for my life. Returning to my room, the burning sensation on my face was still hard to dissipate. Egg Yolk the dog wagged his tail and ran over. I fed him while opening the window, letting the cold night breeze blow away the heat on my face. Meanwhile, my phone screen kept flashing. Fang Ming was sending messages, rambling about the drama on the film set. Trying to suppress my chaotic thoughts, I typed a question. "The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Ms. Shah is alone too. Do you want to come over and spend it with us?" Fang Ming replied immediately, "No problem. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow afternoon." Then I sent a message to ask my sister whether Su Ruoxi would come over for New Year's Eve. I waited and waited, but Su Ruoxi didn't reply. Instead, I received a voice message from Wen Yutong. A short 3-second recording appeared right in the middle of the screen. I hesitated for a moment before pressing play. I held the phone close to my ear. The woman's voice sounded a bit lazy, her low-pitched tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. The sound poured directly into my ear. Did it feel good to touch? Bin Bin? My ears suddenly flushed hot. Both numb and embarrassed, I gritted my teeth and typed, "Don't call me Bin Bin anymore." Later, Su Ruoxi finally replied to my message. She said she'd be back the evening after tomorrow. But she also happened to mention our father, hoping I could come home for New Year's Eve. My gaze suddenly darkened. I intentionally avoided the subject, and only sent her the room passcode. On the last day of the month, I rushed to the studio early in the morning, intending to finish the unfinished painting before the new year. Unexpectedly, not long after I finished, Shashi walked in carrying her cat, Ice Cube. Shashi teased with a smile, "Here so early. I'm really afraid you'll surpass me one day." I turned and smiled. "Ms. Shah, you think too highly of me." Both of us got busy at our easels. Ice Cube obediently rubbed its head against my calf. By the afternoon, the painting was finally done. I stretched my stiff wrist and casually extended an invitation. "Ms. Shah, if you're not busy this afternoon, please bring Ice Cube over to my place to hang out. And let it get to know Dan Huang at the same time." Hearing this, Shashi looked up and smiled at me. "Didn't you say your sister was coming too?" I replied, "She's just having dinner with us. She probably won't stay for New Year's Eve. After all, my father is very strict." Then Shashi made an attractive suggestion, asking if I'd be interested in participating in the International Oil Painting Competition next July. Hesitation was clear on my face. I've only just started. I'd probably just be cannon fodder. Shashi raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "There's still over half a year left. Why are you so lacking in self-confidence?" Only then did I make up my mind and nod in agreement. Afterward, I took Shashi to a nearby French restaurant for a meal. Meanwhile, my phone screen lit up. I received an urgent message from Fang Ming, so I casually sent him my home's door passcode. After finishing our meal, the two of us went back to the studio to pick up Ice Cube, cleaned up our painting tools, and drove home together. As soon as I pushed the door open, it turned out Fang Ming was already in the living room, happily playing with the dog. He stretched and teased, saying that everyone gathered here was part of the singles club. Shashi curled her lips slightly, her tone very relaxed. "Isn't it quieter being alone?" The two humans and the dog quickly bonded. Seeing that it was still early, Fang Ming excitedly suggested watching a movie. Who knew he'd choose a horror movie? From abroad, full of gruesome scenes. On the screen, a bloody chainsaw dismemberment scene suddenly flashed by, tinting the entire screen bright red. I was so scared my heart tightened, tightly hugging a throw pillow and backing away. Right then, in the cramped space on the sofa, Shashi instinctively turned to look at the guy next to her. Because the distance between them was extremely close, the fresh scent emanating from my body drifted into her nose. The dim light cast upon my fair face, further accentuating my natural elegance. Shashi suddenly felt her throat go dry, and her heart skipped a beat. Just then, my eyes, which were glued to the screen, suddenly pulled away. I unexpectedly met her gaze. Our eyes locked intensely. The air seemed to freeze. I lightly patted my chest and whispered breathlessly, "Ms. Shah, were you also too scared to look at the screen?" Shashi's throat bobbed slightly, as she naturally turned away. It really is terrifying. The movie had just ended. Fang Ming stretched and rushed into the kitchen, wanting to show off a new dish he'd learned for us. I watched Fang Ming's enthusiastic figure and didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him. Don't expect too much from his cooking. Last time, he almost made me choke to death. Shashi smiled. Tonight's dinner depends entirely on him. Don't dampen his enthusiasm like that. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. I thought it was my sister Su Ruoxi.
and was about to get up to open the door. But Xia stepped ahead and blocked me. "I'll get it, you go check on the kitchen for a bit." However, as soon as the door opened, Xia immediately froze in place. Standing at the door was a tall and cold figure. It turned out to be Wen Yutong. Their eyes met and the atmosphere instantly turned icy. Wen Yutong narrowed her eyes slightly, eyes filled with darkness and coldness. "Ms. Xia, what are you doing here?" Before Xia could answer, my questioning voice rang out. A confused voice echoed from inside the house. "Ms. Xia, is it Su Ruoxi?" I poked my head out to see, and suddenly bumped into those eyes deep and dark like the night. My whole body suddenly went stiff. I had to speak up to break the atmosphere. "Director Wen, is there something you need?" At that moment, Dan Huang came running with his tail wagging, and even rubbed intimately against Xia's pant leg. Wen Yutong coldly glanced at the traitorous dog. Expressing her jealousy, she stared at me. "Why is she in your house?" Xia tilted her head and glanced at me, then spoke calmly. "I'm spending New Year's Eve with him." These words were like pouring oil on a fire. Wen Yutong struggled to suppress the fire of anger in her eyes. "Why did you ask her for New Year's Eve and even call Su Ruoxi over? Are you planning to let that girl accept her as a sister-in-law?" My expression changed slightly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wen Yutong's eyes suddenly clouded over. She laughed self-deprecatingly. "Su Wenbin, you're such a liar." Then she glared fiercely at Xia and turned to walk away decisively. Looking at Wen Yutong's angry back, Xia kindly reminded me, "Aren't you going to explain a bit? Director Wen seems to have a deep misunderstanding." I lightly bit my lower lip. "She and I have no relationship. There's nothing to explain." Xia didn't expose me, quietly leading Dan Huang toward the kitchen, leaving me some private space. I stood at the entrance, struggling with my thoughts. Finally, I sighed, grabbed the jacket by the door, and hurried after her. When I reached the elevator, I took out my phone and sent a message. "Are you back home?" After waiting for a long time, there was no response from the other side. I started to feel a bit discouraged and typed another sentence. Then I'm going back inside. The next second, the phone vibrated violently. It was Wen Yutong. "I'm downstairs, come down." I hurriedly pressed the elevator button to go downstairs. Outside, the night sky was growing darker. The wind was bone-chillingly cold. I had just stepped out of the building when I immediately saw the familiar black luxury car parked in the distance. Wen Yutong was leaning against the car door, her head slightly lowered as she prepared to light a cigarette. I took a deep breath, stepping on the thick snow and walked toward her. Wen Yutong heard the sound, and all her actions suddenly stopped. She casually threw the lighter and the unlit cigarette into the car, then strode toward me. I stood still in front of her, looking at her face, slightly flushed from the cold. "Why haven't you left yet?" Wen Yutong coughed softly, her eyes overflowing with grievance and endurance. "Think about why I'm still here. Su Wenbin, you are clearly playing with me." Wen Yutong's eyes were red. She gripped my wrist tightly without letting go. "The last time you touched me, do you dare say you didn't feel a thing?" She tried to suppress the boiling anger, fearing she couldn't stop herself from rushing in to beat up Xia, and then all the effort of late would go down the drain. To her surprise, I just looked at her calmly. "If you are so clear-headed, then stop chasing after me." Wen Yutong suddenly felt a bitter lump in her throat, as if trying to grasp at the last straw. She asked urgently, "Then did you come all the way down here? Because you still care about me?" But I avoided that gaze. "No, I came down here just to clarify one thing. Ms. Sha's merely my teacher." Wen Yutong looked at me without blinking. "Would it kill you to say you care?" Even if it were a lie, she longed to hear it. The night wind was bone-chilling, and my fingers gradually went stiff. Suddenly, a warm and strong hand grabbed mine. Wen Yutong suddenly exerted force, pulling me right into her embrace. An intense scent of cedarwood immediately surrounded me. She leaned her head on me, letting out a helpless sigh. "Can't you just coax me with one sentence?" I struggled to escape that embrace, but my waist was tightly held and kept in place by her. "Let's let today's matter go, but I won't allow you to go back and spend New Year's Eve with her." I asked back irritably, "If I don't go back, should I sleep on the street?" "Tell her to leave." Wen Yutong ordered imperiously, "Otherwise, I will have someone smash her studio to pieces right now." I was truly speechless at this arrogance. "Fang Ming is there too, I have to wait for him to cook." Hearing this, her arms around my waist suddenly froze. Only then did she realize it turned out I wasn't spending New Year's Eve alone with her. I pushed her away. I never said it was just her. Her previously tight chest suddenly felt sweet as if honey had been poured in, and Wen Yutong's mood suddenly shifted from gloomy to bright. But she was still a bit disgruntled, and gently pinched my earlobe, which was red from the cold. That's still not okay. As long as she's there, it's not okay. I brushed her hand away. You are really sick. I turned to leave, but she pulled me back. You dare spend the new year with another woman, and then you even call me sick. Have I been spoiling you too much lately, that you've forgotten what my true nature is? I had to give a forced smile. How about you come up with me too? Fine. Wen Yutong agreed immediately without any hesitation. Before I could even process it, she grabbed my wrist and dragged me straight toward the elevator. It was too late for regrets, so I just went with it and asked, Director Wen, don't you need to go back to the old house for New Year's Eve with your parents? The corner of her lips quirked up slightly. My parents are urging me to bring my husband home soon, so they can hold their grandchild early. I immediately fell silent, unable to utter a word. The door opened and Xia Shi was sitting in the living room. When she saw Wen Yutong following behind me, she was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Director Wen, you came back? Wen Yutong coldly looked away, not bothering to pay her any attention. Just then, Fang Ming excitedly came out carrying a plate of food. Bin, I think I really nailed it this time. Today you definitely have to. Fan Ming's hand started to tremble violently. The plate almost crashed to the floor. He frantically winked at me. You rascal, you're a real dark horse. Awkwardly cleared my throat. Hurriedly took out my phone. Why hasn't Su Ruoxi arrived yet? Let me call her and see what's up. I made up an excuse and dashed out to the balcony. Fang Ming also quickly greeted. Boss Wen. He set the plate on the table and hurried after me. The call was just connected. I immediately asked, Why aren't you here yet? Do I need to pick you up? On the other end, Su Ruoxi explained shyly. I was busy doing homework at school earlier, so I lost track of time. I'm coming over right now. Are you still at school now? After receiving confirmation, I didn't even think before interrupting. Then just wait at the school gate. Fang Ming and I will come and pick you up right now. After hanging up, Fang Ming leaned in close, winking suggestively. What's going on? Boss Wen came to spend New Year's Eve with you. My eyelashes fluttered slightly. How would I know? Seeing that I didn't want to talk much, Fang Ming wisely changed the subject. He asked about Su Ruoxi's situation. She's still at school, let's go pick her up. I suggested, and Fang Ming nodded and followed me toward the door. Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed on me. Where are you going? I had to explain. I'm going to pick up. Before I could finish Su Ruoxi's name, she interrupted. I'm going with you. She slowly stood up, grabbed my jacket, and went straight to the door. I stood there dazed, watching her figure, then turned to look at Fang Ming apologetically. Then you and Miss Xia just wait at home. We'll be back soon. Fang Ming understood immediately. He smiled and pulled Xia Shi into the kitchen. Actually, I was planning to make another pot of porridge. Could you give me a hand, Miss Xia? By the elevator, Wen Yutong was waiting for me, and casually handed me the jacket she was holding. Put this on. Looking at the red numbers on the elevator door gradually changing, I finally couldn't help but ask. Why? This is called taking the opportunity to be alone together. She seemed to have read my mind. I was silent, speechless. Israel didn't say another word. Inside the car, a thin layer of steam blurred the windows, the scenery outside becoming hazy. Wen Yutong suddenly tilted her head and whispered, Bin Bin. My fingers tightened slightly. I told you not to call me that. She chuckled, her tone both ambiguous and intimate. If not Bin Bin, then how about good boy? I was speechless and quickly looked away. After a while, I muttered in a low voice, Who taught you those words? Was it your best friend again? I didn't need anyone to teach me. Wen Yutong turned the steering wheel with one hand. It's because I want to call you that. The car quickly stopped at the school gate. I had just rolled down the window when I saw Su Ruoxi standing at the gate with a tall and thin figure beside her, the boy from the previous puppy love scandal. I was about to call out when I saw the boy say something to my sister and then suddenly turn and run away. Su Ruoxi stood looking at his back, retracting her gaze a moment later and headed toward my car. But as soon as she opened the car door, she stood there completely stunned. Hadn't she already divorced her brother? Seeing her daze, I urged her, What's wrong? It's so cold. Why aren't you in the car yet? Su Ruoxi snapped out of it and got into the back seat. She looked at Wen Yutong, then back at me, tentatively calling out, Sister-in-law Wen? Before Wen Yutong could react, I bristled. What nonsense are you calling her? Isn't she? Su Ruoxi put on a very innocent face. Isn't she?
Listen to your angry tone. Wen Yutong smiled slightly and started the engine. He still hasn't agreed to get back with me yet. Su Ruokshi immediately made a suggestive "oh" sound. Su Wenbin is sitting right here. When we were kids, I accidentally broke the arm of his transformer robot, and it took a whole week of coaxing for him to forgive me. I immediately retorted, "Who would do that? I've always been very reasonable." Su Ruokshi raised an eyebrow teasingly. Whoever's flustered knows it themselves.
This time I was so angry, I turned my head away, slumping in the passenger seat, refusing to say another word. Wen Yutong stole a glance at me, softly calling my name, but I determinedly ignored her. Su Ruokshi sighed softly. Look at that. He's sulking again. I'm not angry. I snapped back the last syllable, clearly showing no small amount of annoyance, but Su Ruokshi just laughed. Still won't admit it. I was so mad I wanted to give her a piece of my mind. If I'd known, I would have let her walk home by herself. Just then, Wen Yutong's deep and warm voice rang out beside me, carrying a hint of coaxing. He's not angry. The hand I was about to reach out with was quietly withdrawn. I sat up straight but still refused to look at her. Su Ruokshi looked at Wen Yutong and smirked secretly. Neither of them said anything more. The car had just come to a full stop when I dashed out without waiting for them to open the doors. Wen Yutong was about to unbuckle her seatbelt to chase after me when Su Ruokshi called her back. Sister-in-law. Wen Yutong looked up at her through the rearview mirror. Su Ruokshi said seriously, if you want to pursue Su Wenbin, then you definitely have to pamper him a lot. Showing clear favoritism is actually the easiest way to touch his heart. Wen Yutong glanced out the window, where my figure had almost disappeared from sight. She retracted her gaze and smiled slightly. Got it. Thank you. It wasn't until I reached the floor above that my steps finally began to slow down. As soon as I entered, I saw Fang Ming, holding Shaxi's iPad, his eyes glued to the screen, scrolling and marveling in surprise. You're back? Why are you all alone? Where are Director Wen and Su Ruokshi? Fang Ming looked up to ask, and as soon as he finished, the sound of the door opening echoed behind me. Wen Yutong and Su Ruokshi entered the house one after another. Su Ruokshi flattered him. Brother Fang Ming, you've gotten even more handsome. Fang Ming grinned broadly. This girl certainly has a silver tongue. Remember to eat a lot of the food I cooked later. Hearing that, Su Ruokshi immediately turned to look at me. Brother Fang Ming cooked everything alone. I nodded. Who else? You want to eat my cooking? Su Ruokshi immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Shaxi extended an invitation. Everyone, please don't just stand there, let's eat. The food is getting cold. I hummed softly in response and walked toward the empty seat next to Shaxi. But just as my hand touched the back of the chair, before I could pull it out, it was held firmly by another hand. I turned to look at Wen Yutong behind me. What are you doing? She looked down at me, her tone brooking no argument. I'm sitting here. I withdrew my hand and walked around to the opposite side of the table, sitting directly across from her. I picked up a piece of stir-fried lamb with cumin and put it in my mouth. And after only a few chews, I turned and said, Buddy, it's salty again. Fang Ming also tasted a piece. It's fine, just drink some water, and the saltiness will be gone. I was truly speechless. Just then, Shaxi turned to Wen Yutong and spoke politely. Dr. Wen, I don't know if you're a picky eater, but most of these dishes were cooked to Su Wenbin's taste. Wen Yutong glanced at her briefly, remained silent for a few seconds, then calmly replied, I've eaten with him before, so I know this tastes very well. There's no need for you to remind me. Her response left Shaxi speechless, unable to utter another word. After finishing the meal, it was almost 9 p.m. Su Ruokshi suggested that it was time for her to go home. Fang Ming stood up immediately. Let's go, I'll take you home. And while I'm at it, I'll buy some snacks for the movie. Su Ruokshi clicked her tongue. Suddenly, I don't want to go home anymore. Fang Ming replied with a smile. Then don't go back. I can take you home after the movie just as well. But she waved her hand. Never mind, I woke up so early today that I'm feeling sleepy now. Fang Ming grabbed his down jacket and headed for the door. Come on, let me show you my smooth driving skills. Su Ruokshi smiled brightly and followed behind him. In an instant, only I. Wen Yutong and Shaxi were left in the living room. I looked up at Wen Yutong and suddenly asked a question. When are you going home? She didn't answer but asked back instead, Why don't you ask her? I argued reasonably. Ms. Shaw lives alone. She's spending New Year's Eve with us. Wen Yutong's eyes suddenly became deep and unpredictable. She asked emphatically, word by word, I live alone too, so why are you in such a hurry to kick me out? I was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing what else to say.
Noticing the atmosphere starting to get tense, Shashi hurriedly spoke up. Maybe I should head out first. Before I could even say a word, Wen Yutong had already casually responded. I gave her an angry glare, then turned to Shashi and said, wait until Fang Ming gets back, let's all watch a movie together. New Year's Eve should have a bit of a festive atmosphere. Only then did Shashi stop insisting on leaving. I got up to go pick up the cat, and just as I sat back down on the sofa, the phone in my pocket vibrated again. It was a message from Fang Ming. Should I send a message to Ms. Xia to get her to leave and give the two of you some private space? Is Director Wen pursuing you? Did you run out earlier just to meet her? I looked at the barrage of questions, feeling bewildered. Right after that, another message popped up on the screen. Think about how many times she's made you angry before. Then you must pay her back just as much. Make her die of anger. I snapped out of it and quickly typed a reply. Stop it, just focus on driving carefully. I tossed my phone aside, then lowered my head to continue playing with the cat. At that moment, Wen Yutong stood up, but she was stared down by Xia Shi. She suddenly asked CEO Wen, why did you and Su Wenbin get divorced? Wen Yutong coldly replied, none of your business. Xia Shi was humiliated and immediately fell silent. I acted like I didn't hear, tilting my head to ask Xia Shi, Senior Xia, how old is Ku Bing? Xia Shi spoke softly, her eyes fixed on me. A year and a half, still very young. I laughed. Right, Dan Huang is almost 5 years old too. After hearing that, Xia Shi stood up and walked toward Dan Huang. Dan Huang is so good, much better than Ku Bing. As soon as she finished, Ku Bing in my arms seemed to understand, letting out a contented meow. The next second, Wen Yutong stood up from the table and walked straight over to sit beside me. She glanced at Xia Shi, then stared at me questioningly. Why do you keep talking to her like that? Do you really have that much to say to her? My hand stroking the cat froze. Feeling strange inside, I blurted out, Are you sick? Wen Yutong didn't care, her gaze falling on the cat in my lap. Do you like cats? I like all small animals. Wen Yutong reached out to pet the cat, but I suddenly grabbed her wrist. The moment our skin touched, I reacted and quickly let go, explaining somewhat awkwardly, It has a bad temper, it might scratch you. As soon as I spoke, Su Bing jumped out of my lap, headed straight for Xia Shi. I tilted my head away, and before I could see clearly, someone squeezed my cheek tightly. Wen Yutong forced my head back, staring into my eyes and ordered, Don't look at her. Her gaze lingered on my slightly pursed lips. Her eyes darkened as she leaned in close. I reacted instantly, suddenly covering my mouth, staring at her with wide eyes. Unexpectedly, Wen Yutong let out a soft chuckle, and those ruby lips actually pressed against the back of my hand. Soft, warm sensation transmitted through. I only felt the back of my hand burning hot, and my heart involuntarily skipped a beat. I hurriedly pushed her away, quickly glancing at Xia Shi, and saw she was busy with the cat, not paying attention to us. Only then did I sigh in relief and muttered in a low voice, Are you crazy? Senior Xia is still here. Wen Yutong arched an eyebrow and asked back, If she wasn't here, could I kiss you then? No. I jumped up instantly, only wanting to get away from her. I turned to walk toward Dan Huang, but just then Fang Ming returned carrying a large bag of snacks. He pulled me back directly. A new movie just came out. Watch it with me. Hearing it was a horror movie, I quickly refused. No way. I still haven't recovered from the movie this afternoon. Oh, come on, don't be a buzzkill. Fang Ming didn't listen at all, one hand holding the remote, the other pressing me down to sit beside Wen Yutong. Immediately after, he looked towards Xia Shi. Senior Xia, stop looking at your phone. Watch with us. Unexpectedly, Xia Shi looked up apologetically. Sorry, I think I have to head out now. Director Gu has something urgent. I let out an ah. Going to his house? Yes, Xia Shi replied, picking up Ku Bing to get her coat. And she didn't forget to tell me. Keep painting at your own pace at the studio. Message me if anything comes up. Sure, let me walk you out. I was just about to stand up, when Wen Yutong suddenly pressed down on my shoulder. She tilted her head to glance at Xia Shi, then turned her gaze back to me. Her tone brooked no argument. I'll walk her out. With that, she didn't wait for my reaction, stood up and went straight outside. Let's go, Miss Xia. Not until the door closed did Fang Ming lean in close, asking softly, CEO Wen's possessiveness is really strong. Did she really not care about you at all before? I directly changed the subject. Didn't you want to watch a movie? Find it quickly. Fang Ming let out an oh, stood up to turn off the living room lights and sat back beside me. This way, there's more atmosphere. The movie had just started when I felt moved beside me, and turning my head, I met Wen Yutong's gaze. I was a bit stunned. Weren't you walking senior shot out? That was fast. Wen Yutong's voice was lazy with a hint of nonchalance. She didn't let me walk her out. She went by herself. I nodded, asking nothing more. The movie was tedious, and after a while I felt overcome with sleepiness. Just as I yawned, a pale demon face suddenly appeared on the screen. Frightened, I recoiled instantly, my shoulder immediately bumping into Wen Yutong beside me. The next second, an arm suddenly appeared around my waist. Wen Yutong pulled hard, and the last bit of gap between us vanished, our bodies pressed tightly together. My heart was in my throat. I hurriedly grabbed her arm to push it away, hissing urgently in a low voice. "What are you doing? Fang Ming is still here." Wen Yutong let out a soft laugh, her hot breath brushing against my ear. "Keep struggling, and hell see that I am hugging you." The sudden warmth brought a wave of tingling, and I jerked my neck back, my movements freezing instantly. I stiffly tilted my head to look at Fang Ming. Luckily, he was fully focused on the screen, completely unaware. I immediately moved the cushion between us, blocking Wen Yutong's arm draped across my waist, but the presence of that hand was still far too clear. I could even clearly hear the sound of my own heart racing out of control. The movie ended, and I was scared, wide awake, not even daring to blink once, for fear of missing any demon faces. The movie finished, and just as I was about to wake Fang Ming, I discovered he had fallen asleep without me noticing. I suddenly turned to look at Wen Yutong, and through gritted teeth whispered, "Can you let go now?" She curled her lips into a smile, but the pressure of her arm didn't loosen at all. "What's the rush? I haven't hugged you enough yet." I suddenly raised my hand to brush her off, stood up and went straight to the balcony. The cold wind blew in and the sweltering heat of my body finally faded a bit. To my surprise, the next second, Wen Yutong's figure appeared behind me. Her voice was low. "Bin Bin." I had just tilted my head when a wristwatch caught my eye first, glistening under the lights, clearly of significant value. "Happy New Year." Her clear voice carried a hint of a smile. My throat tightened as I looked up at her. "Why are you suddenly giving me something?" Wen Yutong turned me around directly, unfastened the clasp and put it on me. "Custom made, only for you." A cold sensation felt on my wrist, and my hand trembled slightly. After a long silence, I murmured, "I don't have a gift for you." Wen Yutong slightly curled her lips. "Give me a kiss, consider that the gift." "No way." Before I could finish, her hand touched my face, her thumb gently caressing my lips. My heart thudded as her tall silhouette immediately loomed over me. I raised my hand to push her, but she caught my hand in an instant. Just when I thought she was going to kiss me, she slightly tilted her head and placed a gentle kiss on the center of my forehead. Immediately after, her low voice spoke again. "Bin Bin, don't be mad at me anymore. I was wrong." My heartbeat instantly went haywire, and I hurriedly changed the subject. "It's not early anymore. I'm sleepy. CEO Wen should go home too." With that, I turned and walked straight into the living room, not daring to hear anything more. I gently patted him awake. Fang Ming, it's past midnight. Don't you have to go to the film set tomorrow?" Fang Ming sat up drowsily and stretched. "I'm leaving now, let's hang out again next time." I tried to stop him. "It's so late, why not just stay over tonight?" "No need." Fang Ming laughed and declined, even glancing toward the balcony. "I can't disturb your good thing over there." His gaze made me blush, so I just saw him out to the elevator door, softly telling him to get home safely. When I returned to the apartment, I just saw Wen Yutong picking up her coat, ready to leave. I instinctively stepped aside to give way, but Wen Yutong stopped beside me. "Less than greater than," her voice commanding. "Less than greater than. You're not allowed to take that watch off. Sleep early." "Less than greater than." With that, not waiting for my reply, she stepped out the door. The door closed and I stood there in a daze, my heartbeat still unable to steady itself. In the following days, with the Lunar New Year approaching, the weather grew colder and colder. Joshi didn't come to the studio at all, but my painting skills improved by leaps and bounds. That afternoon, I finished a painting of a butterfly, half ivory white, half deep blue, against an entirely black background, possessing a unique beauty. I satisfiedly took a photo and sent it straight to Shashi. "How is it? Isn't today's work much better than yesterday's?" Shashi's message came back in a moment, praising the painting for its incredible artistic mood, even saying she wanted to enter it into a competition. I smiled slightly and casually posted the painting on Weibo, then sent a message to Fang Ming. "Are you that busy? It's been a while since we hung out. It's the end of the year and you're still working non-stop." To my surprise, Fang Ming replied immediately, excitedly saying filming had wrapped, and you wanted to have a feast, suggesting we meet up at Fang Xuan. I immediately tidied up my paintings and headed out. At 7 p.m., Song Siyun drove over to pick me up.
He said Meng Chi happened to be gathering there too. And before I could even ask, Song Si-yoon added, Wen Yutong doesn't like crowded places, so she definitely won't be there today. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but my fingertips, subconsciously, touched the watch on my wrist. Arriving there, Fan Ming was already eating heartily. Amidst the fun, Fan Ming got up to use the restroom, but 10 minutes passed and he still hadn't returned. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a help message from Fan Ming. Turns out he was cornered by a former producer in private room 2047 and was worried because he couldn't find a way out. I immediately headed out to get him back. I pushed open the door of the room and spoke up. Fei Ming, stop talking, the food is getting cold. However, the moment I saw clearly inside the room, my brows furrowed tightly. Inside the room sat 4 of 5 middle-aged women. Fang Ming was sitting beside a woman wearing glasses. Fang Ming stood up to leave, but was blocked by a stout woman sitting at the head of the table. This person was CEO Zhao. Her eyes were glued to me, scanning me up and down. She actually said she wanted to sign a contract with me to make me a massive star. I coldly refused, pulling Fang Ming toward the door. Seeing this, CEO Zhao actually reached out to caress the back of my hand, but I suddenly jerked my hand back, pulling Fang Ming around her. To my surprise, the woman beside her stepped forward to block us, arrogantly blocking the path. I tilted my head and looked coldly at CEO Zhao, my expression icy. I'm not short of friends. CEO Zhao, are you that desperate for company? CEO Zhao immediately turned from shame to anger, cursing at me for being ungrateful. Fang Ming turned to protect me, letting out a cold laugh. Look at yourself. Wenbin wouldn't spare you a single glance. CEO Zhao stood up abruptly, suddenly grabbing a wine bottle and smashing it on the table. Glass shards instantly flew everywhere, and the pungent smell of alcohol hit my nose. CEO Zhao's face was pale with rage as she pointed at Fang Ming, threatening to make it impossible for him to work in this industry ever again. I pulled Fang Ming behind me, warning her in a cold voice, CEO Zhao, as just a minor boss of an entertainment company, you should be careful with your words. The other party was choked with rage, shoving me with force. Caught off guard, I stumbled and nearly fell. In that critical moment, a pair of strong arms firmly caught me by the waist. My back bumped into a broad, warm chest, and turning my head, I met Wen Yutong's deep gaze. CEO Zhao still hadn't recognized her, shouting at Wen Yutong, Who are you? Who let you in here? Stop meddling in others' business. This is my man. Wen Yutong narrowed her eyes, a storm of cold light flashing in her eyes. Producer Zhang beside her turned pale with fear, hurriedly whispering a warning. This is CEO Wen of the Wen Group. CEO Zhao's face turned white as a sheet, and she immediately began to fawn, claiming that if CEO Wen liked him, she could just take him. Wen Yutong didn't even bother to spare her a glance. Looking down at me, her voice cold. Did she just touch you? I instinctively touched the back of my hand. Wen Yutong's dark eyes were deep, as she pulled me behind her for protection. Immediately after, she suddenly raised her leg, kicking CEO Zhao hard in the stomach. With only a wretched scream heard, CEO Zhao collapsed onto the ground. The people around lowered their heads and stood timidly aside, no one daring to speak. Wen Yutong was expressionless, casually picking up a sharp glass shard from the table and stepping hard on CEO Zhao's wrist. Wen Yutong slowly sat down, her voice devoid of warmth. Which hand touched him? CEO Zhao's hand was pinned under her foot, her wrist trembling violently, unable to utter a single word. Wen Yutong let out a soft humph, her voice low. Not talking? Then don't keep either of your hands. With that, she raised her hand to drive a glass shard into CEO Zhao's palm. My heart suddenly thudded as I rushed forward, grabbing her hand that held the shard. Let go, do you want to kill her? Wen Yutong avoided my hand trying to snatch the shard, pulled me up and immediately dragged me outside. Not until the door did I shake her off, my tone both urgent and angry. Are you crazy? Do you know that intentional injury is illegal? Is it or not? Unexpectedly, before I could finish, Wen Yutong actually pulled me into her embrace, her voice sounding from above my head. Are you worried about me? My mind went blank, and I suddenly pushed her away. But at that moment, I caught a glimpse of her dangling right hand, fresh blood dripping from her fingertips. My eyelashes trembled slightly, and I immediately grabbed her hand. When did you get hurt? I saw her palm was covered in small cuts, clearly superficial wounds from grabbing the glass shard earlier. It's just a small thing. Wen Yutong's tone was casual, but I grabbed her wrist with my other hand, pulling her to turn around immediately. To the hospital.
Secretary Chu was already waiting by the car. Seeing the wound on Wen Yutong's hand, he was stunned. Wen Yutong paid no attention to her injury, only coldly commanding, "That's CEO Zhao in room 2047. I don't want to see her again." Immediately after, she said to Secretary Chu, "Home." Wen Yutong. My hands cleaning my shoes paused, looking up to stare at her. Wen Yutong's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, smiling as she was about to say something else. The next second, I pressed my thumb down hard, pressing firmly onto her wound. Caught off guard, Wen Yutong's hand immediately trembled. Coldly asked, "Does it hurt now?" Seeing my determination, Wen Yutong didn't take her eyes off my face and had to change her mind, telling Secretary Chu to the hospital. After the car started, I couldn't help but ask her why she didn't want to go. Wen Yutong lowered her eyes, her voice warm. "The hospital is crowded. I want to be with you." Privately. "There's a medical kit at home. Are you out of your mind? What if it gets infected?" I was so angry I didn't want to care about her, turning my head to look out the window. But after a while, I turned back to ask, "Why were you at Sifang Xuan?" Wen Yutong looked at me and said calmly, "Xu Mengqi said you were there, so I came." I immediately understood. It was because of the message I sent, Song Siyun, that exposed my location. I said nothing more. Until we reached the hospital, watching the doctor disinfect and bandage her, my heart that was hanging in suspense finally settled. I was just about to leave when my wrist was pulled back firmly. Wen Yutong followed closely, using her broad and warm embrace to immediately envelop my entire being. Her low voice sounded above my head, her chest vibrating slightly. Bin, don't keep me hanging like this. Tell me how much longer. At least give me a date so I can be at ease." I instinctively struggled, raising my hand to push her. Wen Yutong only hugged tighter, her Adam's apple moving as she let out a light humph. "Don't move, my hand hurts." My movements stiffened, my tone annoyed. "What does an injured hand have to do with your arms?" Her red lips curled slightly, assertively stating, "They're part of the same thing." I had nothing left to say, silent for 15 seconds before murmuring, "I'm not easy to woo. I won't easily say yes to you." When Yutong let out a low laugh, her eyes full of persistence, "I can pursue you forever, but you're only allowed to let me pursue you. That girl from before isn't allowed." I was a bit stunned, then remembered Bai Ruo, and hurriedly countered, "She wasn't pursuing me." When Yutong raised an eyebrow with full possessiveness, "True, she's a coward. She's no match for me." I couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems CEO Wen is truly bold indeed. Wen Yutong quietly let me go, her deep dark eyes staring at my lips, her fingertip gently caressing my lower lip. She slowly leaned down, soft sensation instantly spreading across my lips. I instinctively tried to pull back, but the nape of my neck was held firm by Wen Yutong's large palm. She forcefully deepened this kiss, stealing my very breath. After a long while, she slightly pulled away, her voice hoarse and a bit rushed. For example, being bold enough to act like a hooligan with my flirtatious interest. My face turned beet red as I hurriedly justified. "Who's your flirtatious interest?" "I'm not. Whoever speaks up is the one." She domineeringly cut me off. I turned and walked straight away in a bit of a huff. Wen Yutong followed neither too far nor too near, grabbing my palm, her voice inviting, "Let me drive you. It's 5 kilometers from here to your place. Did you really plan to walk back?" Seeing I wouldn't stop, she leisurely threw out her trump card. "Or perhaps you want me to stroll the streets with you, and then just stay over at your place tonight." My footsteps immediately froze in place. Taking the car home, I still felt a bit dazed. Only when I lay down did I see the message Wen Yutong sent. I saw the watch. "You didn't take it off. Such a good boy." My fingertips touched my neck, lightly touching the watch strap. Before I could even reply, another message arrived. "Go to sleep early. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. Wait for me." I sulkily tossed the phone aside, closing my eyes, but in my head, the passionate kiss from earlier kept playing. I decisively sat up in frustration, opening Weibo to distract myself. To my surprise, just upon entering the homepage, I saw over 99 unread message notifications. The daily status update I posted this afternoon had somehow been pushed onto the trending suggestions, with views even surpassing 500,000. My follower count, which was originally 0, had suddenly skyrocketed to tens of thousands, and the comments below were all praises like, "Master is so handsome, he looks just like a painting." I stared at the screen, my mind unable to react for a moment. Just as I was in a daze, the style of the comments suddenly shifted, each comment popping up one after another, shaking heads and pointing at my studio background. This studio looks so familiar. It's just like the one before. It's identical to the one Miss Shah posted on Weibo. Look at the painting on the wall in the top left corner. Miss Shah posted that on Weibo before. This is definitely Miss Shah's painting. Good heavens, could this be Miss Shah's boyfriend? The comment section has gone completely off track. I quickly picked the most liked comment to reply to. That's not it, Ms. Shah is still single. I'm just her student. But this did nothing to quiet the public outcry. In my helplessness, I had no choice but to bravely risk calling Shah she. From the other end of the line came the husky and lazy voice of Shah she. Hello. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Miss Shah, were you already asleep? I'm sorry, I'll talk to you tomorrow instead. It's fine, go ahead and speak. Her voice dropped a little lower. I quickly explained the situation on Weibo to her. Shah she remained silent for about 2 seconds. Then she spoke up casually. It's okay. I'll post a clarification on Weibo in a moment. Immediately after, she shifted the subject. It seems that painting of yours is receiving a lot of praise. I told you I'd let you enter the competition. Your chances of winning are very high. I felt shy hearing such praise. After hanging up in a hurry, I immediately sent her my Weibo handle. Who would have thought that Shah she didn't even need to search for my message or mentions? Because my fans had already flooded her notifications. She followed the tag to my profile, then scrolled down to look at my old posts. It's clearly a rabbit, so why did she say my drawing looks like a cat? Seeing this status, Shah she couldn't help but smile softly. Wasn't this the simple sketch that she had casually teased me about before? My single-line drawing. She casually hit the follow button, and even shared my butterfly painting, the one with the most likes. Shah she added a caption. Keep working hard. It still hasn't met my expectations. After posting, she tossed her phone to the side and rolled over to go back to sleep. The next morning, as soon as I woke up, I found that I had climbed straight to the top of the search rankings. The comment section had already exploded, and all sorts of rumors were spreading like wildfire. This is Ms. Zia's student, and he only follows Fang Ming. Could they be acquainted too? Isn't Ms. Xia doing the illustrations for Fang Ming's new project? Maybe they really do know each other. To be able to paint in Ms. Xia's private studio, he must definitely be her favorite student. I looked at these comments and realized helplessly that the photos I had hidden last night had long been screenshotted and shared everywhere by netizens. I could only silently follow Xia back, then open the chat box. Ms. Xia, are you coming to the studio today? Xia she replied instantly. Yes, and coming to see your painting. I immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to the studio. Just as I entered the studio, I saw Xia she holding and looking through my previous drawings. Ms. Xia, I called out softly, and Xia she tilted her head to look at me. You're here. I walked closer to check in with her. Xia she gave a slight smile. She praised me for having many unique ideas. I also mentioned that many fans on Weibo were actually attracted by my looks. I was caught between laughter and tears. I had originally wanted to stay hidden, not expecting that my old photos had long been screenshotted and saved by medicines. Xia she looked away and pointed to a spot on the painting. The gray cloth in this painting of yours looks a bit dirty. Maybe you should touch it up a bit. I nodded and was about to get some paint to fix it. Unexpectedly, as I went to put the palette down, my hands slipped. The palette tilted and fell right at our feet. I hurriedly leaned down to pick it up, and coincidentally, Xia she reached out at the same time. In the next second, my palm pressed directly onto the back of Xia she's hand. Both our movements froze instantly, our breath seeming to stop. An indescribable feeling of fluttering suddenly surged in my chest. Trying to suppress my spiraling emotions, I stood up straight and handed the palette over, muttering only, "Be careful." Then, slightly panicked, I stepped aside. Not long after, she even found an excuse to leave the studio. Standing outside the door, she stared blankly at her own tingling palm. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that I returned home in an exhausted state. I opened my phone to check, and was astonished to find that the trending search about me and Xia she from this morning had vanished without a trace. I was wondering just who was behind suppressing the trending topic when suddenly on the screen a video call from Wen Yudong appeared.